The Measure of Quiet Water, Episodes 1 to 8. The Measure of Quiet Water, Episode 1, The Listening Stone. Pearled morning light rested over Cloudstep Spring, turning every wet edge pale without making anything shine too sharply. Water slipped from a dark seam in the cliff into the round spring bowl, passed beneath its worn lip, and entered the upper measure. Below, the saffron steps descended between rosemary terraces toward the waking village. Amara Day stood with one hand on the bowl and listened. Cool stone pressed her palm. The water carried several notes: the glassy inlet thread, the hollow voice below the overflow, the narrow run into the measure. She had known them since childhood. This morning the center note was softened, as if someone had placed a folded cloth beneath a cup. Lavender arrived with 2 willow baskets and a survey cloth. You heard it from the steps. At the 3rd landing, during the last release. They laid out 3 marked gauges, a brass rule, sounding rods, waxed cord, a clay knife, a little brush, and the box of marker stones. Leela had also brought rosemary tea. Steam rose with a resinous scent that mingled with wet limestone. When Amara reached for a sounding rod, Leela touched it lightly. 1 full cycle first. The drift may happen only during release. The drift may happen only during release. Then the release will show us. They sat. Waiting at a waterwork was not the same as doing nothing, though Amara's attention immediately composed a list of useful-seeming acts. Check the pins. Lift the first gate. Rake the seams. Test the float. Every action arrived wearing the face of responsibility. Leela poured tea. Named the sounds. Amara listened. Inlet. Bowl lap. Overflow. Upper run. First cascade. Rosemary feeder. A faint ticking came from the western seam. Air. Rosemary ticky. Came from the western seam. Air. Temporary, Leela said. The tick vanished after 3 breaths. The spring bowl filled until its float nudged the hidden lever. The upper gate opened the width of a thumb. Water entered the measure with a fuller voice, spread around 3 dark listening stones and gathered at the division gate. The first note rang clear. The center remained soft. The 3rd carried a slight trembling aftertone. At the downstream gauge, water climbed to the 1st mark, paused, and reached the 2nd a little later than expected. It did reach it. Nothing spilled. When the gate closed, the level fell cleanly to its resting pin. Amara rose, but Leela reminded her that the cycle continued downstream. They listened from the platform while the release crossed rosemary and sage. The saffron steps gave back the water's descending notes. No gate knocked twice. No overflow slapped a wall. Only after the resting trickle returned did Leela ask what they knew. The bowl and gate are normal. The first listening point is clear. The center is softened. The 3rd carries its tremble. The downstream gauge rises slowly but reaches the customary mark. Both her blinds receive water. And the size of the trouble? And the size of the trouble? Limited. Somewhere in the broad center, it does not ask us to alter a gate. A gate. They inspected the spring bowl before touching the reach. Its level stood 1 finger below the old crescent cut. The bronze grate was clean. A snail traveled beneath the lip without obstructing anything. Amara left it there. At the 1st notch she lowered a gauge until its soft wooden cap met the floor. Leela recorded the depth and read back the customary range. The value lay within it. At the 2nd notch the water was shallow by the width of a barley grain. At the 3rd it returned to the range's lower edge. They repeated every reading from the opposite wall. and rinsed the gauge between measurements. The pattern persisted, slight, local, consistent. It merited attention, but not alarm. Amara watched bubbles catch in the carved numerals and vanish. If the gate were narrow, the loss would appear at the first notch. If the division held back, the third would be high. So, water is losing speed in the center without losing volume. Water is losing speed in the center without losing volume. Or taking a longer path, Leela said. The fitted channel floor looked clear through the moving surface. No obstruction announced itself. Amara felt the familiar desire to make the invisible visible with her hands. Instead, she completed the survey of the bowl, folded the brass rule, and wrote the first values on the slate. The morning strengthened around them. Pearls of light gathered on rosemary leaves. Beneath the spring's many clean notes, the softened tone remained. It did not ask for haste. It asked to be understood. Amara remained beside the bowl while Leela recopied the first readings in a smaller hand. The record slate had enough room for a morning's work if each entry was concise, but Leela disliked abbreviations that another keeper might misunderstand. She wrote the location, the phase of the release, and whether each value had been observed or inferred. Amara watched her draw a short line beneath the numbers. "Why the line?" Amara asked. Everything above it belongs to the untouched channel," Neela said. "Whatever we do later should not wander backward and improve our memory." Amara nodded. It was easy after finding a cause to believe the first signs had been clearer than they truly were. The note had been softened, not broken. The rise had been delayed, not stopped. Nothing downstream had failed. She repeated those facts aloud, and Leela placed a dot beside each one. They examined the platform itself. Rain sometimes washed grit from the path into the spring work, but the drainage groove behind the wall lay clear. Its last deposit was dry and brown, unlike the fine gray-gold mineral silt visible beneath the channel water. No fresh footprint crossed the wet margin. The lid on the survey store had remained fastened. These details did not locate the obstruction, but they excluded a sudden spill of hillside soil or careless work. Amara walked around the bowl and looked into the dark inlet seam. The spring emerged from stone too narrow for a hand. Its clear thread carried no suspended grit that she could see. She held a white gauge cap beneath it for 5 breaths. When she raised the cap, it bore only bright water. "Source is clear," she said. Leela recorded it. "Within what we can see." Amara corrected herself. "Visible source water is clear." "The visible source water is clear." The precision was not fussiness. It kept a small observation from dressing itself as complete knowledge. Amara dried the gauge cap and hung it from her fingers. They next inspected the float without lifting it. Through a narrow slot in the bowl wall, Amara could see the cedar arm rise as water accumulated. Its pin moved freely. The cord showed no fray. A pale mineral line marked the height of recent releases and matched the current travel. She wanted to pull the pin and oil it simply because the tool roll contained oil. "Does it ask?" Leela said. "No." And then let it perform its own task. They moved into shade while the bowl refilled. From there, the upper measure appeared less like an instrument and more like part of the terrace. A line of fitted stone, dark slabs, and clear water half hidden among herbs. Its accuracy had never depended on looking new. The crescent cut on the bowl was older than the oldest keeper Amara had known. One corner of the first listening stone was pale where generations of rods had touched it. Amara remembered being brought there at 8 years old. She had expected the listening stones to sing like festival bells. Instead, they gave modest notes, easily covered by speech. Her first teacher had made the children close their eyes. not because closed eyes improved hearing by magic, but because half of them were staring at one another and laughing. Amara had heard the water then as separate splashes. Years passed before she could follow one release through its changing depths. That memory made the present soft note feel less like a failure in something familiar, and more like a word in a continuing conversation. Familiarity did not mean the channel must always sound identical. It meant she possessed comparisons. Leela asked her to describe the weather. Amara noted no rain for 4 days, cool nights, a mild eastern breeze, and no unusual draw at the public cistern. The spring's seasonal pressure was ordinary. Rosemary beds were established and did not require an extra release. Each fact narrowed the space in which the softened sound could be meaningful. At the next bull rise, they watched from different sides. Amara observed the float and gate. Leela watched the first marker. The lever moved with no hesitation. The gate opened to its stop and remained there. The first marker rose on time. If we had touched the gate before this, Leela said afterward, what would we know? Only that it behaved after we touched it. And what do we know now? That its existing setting works. They made a chalk mark on the survey cloth beside the gate tools, indicating they were not required. Amara liked the small decisiveness of it. Setting aside a tool could be as intentional as choosing one. They took their tea to the platform edge. The rosemary infusion had cooled enough to drink easily. Amara tasted green bitterness, a trace of honey, and the mineral scent of the water used to brew it. Leela broke a small oat cake in half and passed one piece over. For several minutes they ate and watched light descend the cliff. A lizard emerged between 2 warm stones, halted when it saw them, and continued toward the wall. A thread of spider silk stretched above the overflow, jeweled with spray. None of these things needed entry on the slate. They belonged to the morning without becoming evidence. Bounded does not mean trivial, Amara said eventually. No. It means we know where not to work. Leela lifted her tea in acknowledgement. That is often the more valuable half. Amara reviewed the boundaries, not the source, not the bowl level, not the release mechanism, not the first listening point, not the downstream gates. The broad center deserved inspection. The rest deserved to remain as it was until the center explained the drift. When they rose, she rolled her shoulders and looked once more at the laid-out tools. The mallet remained in its loop. The clay knife remained clean. The baskets waited empty. For the next round they needed only gauges, slate, line, and perhaps the rosemary beds themselves. Leela gathered her end of the survey cloth so the breeze would not fold it. Ready? Ready to map it, Amara said. They traced the release beyond the upper measure. At the first division, a wedge-shaped stone separated water into the rosemary and sage feeders. Amara gauged the eastern thread while Leela watched the western. Both lay within customary tolerance, though the rosemary line hesitated faintly against its inner wall. The rosemary plants had grown woody near their roots and tender at their tips. Amara moved a branch aside to inspect the feeder. No fallen stem blocked it. When she released the branch, a short forked twig snapped from its dry underside and landed across her wrist. Leela held out her palm. A traveling inspector. It may be too light. It may be too light. Then it will report on the surface. I have they returned uphill without changing the gates. A second release began. Amara knelt beside the first narrow run and held the twig above it. A rosemary twig touched the channel and immediately changed direction. Amara had set it into the terrace water measuring reach to locate a mild obstruction, expecting it to travel straight through the upper measure. Instead, the twig spun once, pointed upstream, and slid sideways toward the wall. She followed on her knees as the current caught it. It passed the first marker cleanly. In the broad center it slowed. One fork dipped. The twig turned in a small circle beside the middle listening stone, escaped, then circled back to the same place. There, Leela said. Amara caught it before it lodged. Beneath the surface, behind the stone's lower edge, a pale ribbon of fine silk lifted and settled with each curl of current. The pocket was no wider than her palm, but it bent the surface flow enough to return their harmless indicator. They had found the obstruction without moving a gate. They sent the twig through twice more. From the inner line it made the full circle. From the center it curved halfway. From the outer wall it passed cleanly. Leela drew the 3 paths on the slate. Localized, Amara said. They still followed the release to the terraces. Water darkened the soil evenly around rosemary roots. Sage leaves bent under occasional bright drops. Every side notch emitted its proper thread, and no fresh stain appeared above a wall. Back at the measure, Amara checked each marker with waxed line and brass rule. The first sat true. The second appeared low, but comparison with prior records showed that its niche had not shifted. The water beside it had fallen slightly because the current curved toward the pocket downstream. No marker change yet, she said. Good. A marker should not chase its reading, Leela answered. They allowed the release to finish, then observed the whole return to rest. The task now had a clear boundary, a palm-wide pocket of silt, perhaps a loosened listening stone, 2 markers to verify after cleaning, and 1 full release to confirm the work. Amara rinsed the rosemary twig and laid it on the survey cloth. Beside the unused tools, it made the abundance of equipment look less like permission and more like choice. They made another round of readings while the resting current ran. At each point, Amara named what the value could prove and what it could not. A depth showed where the surface stood. It did not by itself identify why. A note announced change. It did not demand replacement. A circling twig revealed a local current. It did not measure the full channel. Leela listened with the same attention she gave the water. You are separating notice from remedy. I am trying. That separation is where most careful work begins. Below them, a baker crossed the second saffron landing carrying an empty flower cloth. She waved but did not climb to ask questions. The upper measure was village work, visible and ordinary. Its keepers did not need to dramatize maintenance to prove they had attended to it. Amara recorded the time of the delayed rise, the resting depths, and the twig's 3 paths. She drew a small square around the center listening stone and wrote, Inspect seat, at next rest. She did not write replace. The distinction pleased her more than she expected. They did not yet close the map. Amara wanted the return interval as well as the rise. So they placed tiny chalk dashes beside the slate's edge and counted breaths from the upper gate's closure. The first notch fell promptly. The broad center held its depth for 4 breaths longer than the old record's usual interval. Then it released without a sudden gulp. Soft storage behind the stone. A soft storage behind the stone, Akali, Leah answered. Write what happened first. Amara wrote. Center depth held 4 breaths beyond recent customary observation. Beneath it she added, consistent with local sheltered pocket. The first sentence could survive even if the second proved wrong. They repeated the timing at the next cycle. This time, the difference was 3 breaths. A breeze crossed the bowl, and the float began from a slightly different lap. The variation reassured Amara. A mechanical catch would more likely have shown a sharper, repeatable pause. Fine silt and surface currents would vary gently. At the rosemary division, she crouched until her eye stood level with the surface. Reflected sky made the water seem opaque from above, but from the side she could see the flow lean toward the inner wall and straighten after the wedge stone. The twig's route had translated that subtle lean into a visible circle. She sketched the curve, marking only the portion they had directly observed. Leela walked 10 paces up and back, listening from different positions. The center note disappears behind the first cascade when I stand at the step. That is why I heard it only during release. And only from one landing. A person elsewhere might hear no change. The problem was real even if it was not obvious from every place. Amara did not need universal notice to justify maintenance. She needed sufficient evidence and a proportionate response. They inspected the edges of the broad center with the brass rule held above water. The upstream wall remained straight. At the listening stone, a gap too narrow for the rule's edge admitted a trembling fringe of silt. Amara did not probe it. The moving pale ribbon already told them that loose material lay behind the slab, and pushing metal into the seam could pack it deeper. Instead, she lowered the soft-capped gauge immediately before and after the stone. Upstream, depth stood a grain high during middle flow. Downstream, it stood a grain low. At rest, both returned to range. The pocket altered the path most when the release was full. Leela added the values to the map. The accumulating evidence formed a simple shape rather than a scatter of suspicions. Amara traced it with one finger above the slate: normal bowl, normal gate, normal first reach. Slowed inner thread. Silt at center stone, normal division, normal beds. If the stone proves whole, she said, we clean and reseat it. If it proves cracked, we stop, keep the channel on resting flow, and bring a matched replacement before another full release. If the niche is broken, we stop and ask Thomas to repair the wall seat. If neither, we do not invent a third fault. Leela's smile was almost hidden as she bent over the slate. The sun reached the uppermost rosemary flowers. Their small blue blossoms held bees now, and the air took on a warm herbal thickness above the beds. Amara moved carefully along the narrow surface edge so her shadow would not startle the insects into her path. She checked the first 3 soil basins with 2 fingers. Moist earth crumbled softly and held together when pressed. The beds had indeed received enough water to miss a single scheduled release during repair. She made the observation at the outer margins, not only near the feeder, because dark soil at an inlet could conceal dryness farther away. Leela did the same in sage. They met at the division stone and compared. Both sides were evenly damp. Holding one release would not turn routine maintenance into a downstream problem. A village child stopped on the saffron steps and watched them. He carried a bunch of onions almost as tall as his torso. Is the spring broken? I asked. No, Amara said. The measure has a small pocket of silt. Will the water stop? Only one release while we clean it. The beds already have what they need. The beds already have what they need. The child considered this, apparently disappointed by the absence of catastrophe. Can silt here? Leela replied, not well enough to move when asked. He laughed and continued down, onion tops swaying above his shoulder. Amara watched him go. Her answer had been easy because the task was bounded. She could state what was wrong without enlarging it, and describe the interruption without hiding uncertainty. They returned to the twig's discovery point and observed it without another test. Sending the indicator repeatedly could eventually break leaves into the channel. 3 routes were enough. Leela wrapped the twig loosely in the damp corner of the cloth, preserving it for the confirmation pass. Amara checked the marker niches visually. Each was carved into a separate wall stone so that resetting one could not displace another. The second and third would be lifted only because cleaning beside them might pack silt into their edges. the first would remain, providing an unchanged reference. Would you photograph this with memory if you could? Ushed. Every grain. Ushed. Every grain. And would every grain help you put it back? Amara looked at the hand-laid variations in the wall. No, the survey lines and the marker cuts will. She measured those again and spoke the values while Leela recorded them. Redundancy was useful where it protected calibration, not where it prolonged uncertainty. They tied small loops in the waxed cord corresponding to the fixed survey heights. If chalk washed from the rule, the cord would preserve their reference. The next full cycle passed with the same mild symptoms. Neither the delay nor the note worsened. That stability confirmed they had time to wait for the scheduled rest rather than interrupting the gate midway. While they waited, Leela told Amara how the listening stones had been selected. Years before, keepers had tested dozens of slabs beside the lower cistern, striking them wet and dry, upright and flat. They did not choose the loudest. They chose 3 whose changing notes remained distinct within the narrow water depths of the measure. So the stone's note is relational, Amara said. To depth, seat, current, and the other stones. That is why one tap cannot order a repair. Tack. But a changed note can invite the measurements we made. Exactly. The spring gate closed. They listened to the tail descend. Amara no longer experienced the interval as waiting to begin real work. Mapping had been real work. It had kept their hands within the scale of the problem. At last the lower cascade softened. Leela checked the herb beds once more, then set the slate beside the sounding rods. Now we ask the stone, she said. At rest, Amara took out the sounding rods. Their ash shafts ended in horn caps, gentle enough to let stone speak without forcing it. She wiped the first listening slab and tapped once. A clear, brief tone answered. She tapped the third. Its lower note carried a faint tremble. Then she faced the center slab. The first listening stone had given the clear, rounded tone recorded for the village channel at resting depth. The center stone answered with a dull double sound, one note from the slab and another from something shifting beneath it. Amara knelt beside the upper measure. These were calibrated listening points, not decorations. Their tones helped keepers notice changes in depth and current. Yet a changed note did not by itself mean damaged stone. Fine silt breathed from behind the center slab when she pressed its top. One corner yielded by less than a grain. Amara felt along the exposed upper edge and found no crack. The stone remained in its niche, whole as far as they could inspect without lifting it. What had changed was the support beneath it. Tomas had climbed quietly from the village with 3 portions of prepared clay wrapped in damp leaves. Leela had rung the terrace bell while Amara followed the twig. 2 portions remained untouched. They can go back under cloth, Thomas said. Clay does not mind being unnecessary. Thomas listened to the 2 notes, pressed the yielding corner, and examined the faint line of old clay visible beneath it. The seat is thin here. Hash, he said. If the underside proves sound when we lift it, this stone needs seating, not replacement. The diagnosis bounded their plan, but fine silt still lay across the niche and center floor. Amara proposed the complete work: hold one scheduled release, remove the loose silt, inspect the underside, renew the full thin seat, reset the second and third marker stones, then observe a complete release through the herb beds. No change to the gate stop or float, she added. Tomas glanced downhill. The beds can miss one release. Their soil is dark to the margins. Leela wrote 4 lines on the slate. Nothing else. While the bowl approached rest, they prepared. Thomas tested the clay between finger and thumb. Leela soaked the baskets so their ribs would not take up muddy weight. Amara tied waxed cord around the listening stone to steady it, not pull it free. She nearly bound the third stone too. Its aftertone might indicate a separate looseness. She pressed its top. It did not move. She tapped it again, and its tremble had already diminished since the center corner was seated. Amara left it alone. Leela latched the scheduled release. Water continued through the resting overflow, keeping the channel wet while the full gate remained closed. They waited until the prior release's last note faded from the lowest terrace. Amara lifted the second and third marker stones and placed each on a separate square of the survey cloth. Their niches held only fine dust, with the water thinned to a transparent sheet. The obstruction showed itself. A gray-gold fan sheltered behind the center slab. A patient hill, Thomas said. Patient hill alter measurements. Certainly. They seldom require shouting. Certainly. They seldom require shouting. Amara felt along the stone's base. The clay remained firm except at the upstream corner, where her fingertip found a shallow hollow. No crack crossed the stone. No broken mortar lay beneath it. The discovery made the work smaller. She felt that truth physically, as her shoulders lowered and her breathing matched the spring. They agreed on positions. Thomas would steady the slab. Amara would clear and reseat it. Leela would carry silt to the settling patch, where it could dry and later enter terrace mortar, rather than wash through the herb beds. Before starting, Amara repeated the plan. Leela repeated the closure test. Thomas named the signs that would stop them: a hidden crack, a damaged niche, a moving wall stone. None was present. The work could be completed with what lay on the survey cloth. It required no new stone, no altered gate, and no return visit after stability was proven. Before the scheduled rest arrived, Thomas asked to see the earlier readings. He held the slate at arm's length, his lips moving slightly as he followed the values from the bowl to the lower junction. "You did not bring me because the note changed," he said. "We brought you because the note, depths, and surface path pointed to the stone's seat," Amara replied. "Good. A stoneworker summoned for every unfamiliar sound soon becomes a professional source of new stones." He set down the slate and examined the spare clay portions. One contained fine grit for wall repair. Another was softer, intended for shallow bedding. He chose the soft mixture and returned the gritty one to its leaf wrapping. "Not use the stronger clay?" Amara asked. "Strength for what force? The slab bears almost no load. It needs a continuous seat that can be renewed without chiseling the niche. Hard mortar would make the next small maintenance into large work." Hafen added that reasoning to her understanding, though not to the formal plan. The upper measure had endured because its materials allowed care at the proper scale. A repair could be durable without trying to become permanent. They tested the listening stone once from the downstream face. Its double note remained. Thomas pressed the upper corner and the second note shortened. When he released it, the dull aftersound returned. "Loose seat, not loose wall," he said. "If the wall moved, your neighboring joint would answer too." Amara tapped the wall stone beside it. The sound was compact and high. No grain emerged from its seam. Leela pointed toward the third listening slab. "And its tremble?" Soisthan Tamoth listened to both in sequence. "Sympathy through water. The center's second pulse reaches the third face. We will know after reseating. I would not disturb the third now." This agreed with Amara's decision, but she valued the independent reason. She recorded the third stone as firm, with aftertone likely transmitted. Likely remained important. They would confirm later rather than convert agreement into certainty. The spring bowl approached its release height. Because they intended to hold the next cycle, Leela walked down to the herb beds once more and called to 2 terrace workers that the upper water would pause. Neither expressed concern. One raised a muddy hand from the sage rose. The other pointed to the dark outer margin of the rosemary soil. When Leela returned, she reported, "No downstream objection." "No downstream need," Amara said. "That is the better record." The 3 of them reviewed how they would protect the spring. No removed silt would be tipped above the bowl. Tools would be rinsed only at the overflow's downstream edge. Clay would remain wrapped until used. The temporary slips were counted before and after work. These habits were so ordinary that speaking them felt almost ceremonial. Yet ordinary precautions kept a small task small. Tomas took a sip from Leela's tea and made a face at its strength. This could seal the stone by itself. "Then we can save the clay," Leela said. Amara accepted the cup after him. The tea had grown bitter, but rosemary cleared the mineral taste that clung to the cool air. She drank and looked at the silt ribbon breathing behind the stone. Each rise and fall was slight. Once identified, it seemed astonishing that she had not seen it at first. She reminded herself that knowledge altered attention. The ribbon had not been obvious before the twig mapped its effect. "If someone reads the record next season," C said, "they may come directly to this stone when a note softens." "Perhaps," Leela said. "What should stop them from assuming?" Amara considered. "The record should say what distinguished this event. Normal first depth, delayed center rise, inner surface curl, silt visible at the seat." Not only soft note meant silt. She added those signs in the margin. A useful history preserved patterns without turning them into rules too quickly. The float rose close to its trigger. Leela placed the holding latch ready, but did not engage it early. They allowed the bowl to reach the normal release point so they could see that the lever attempted its usual movement. Only then did she let the wooden block receive it. The gate stayed closed. The bowl's secondary overflow widened, carrying enough water to keep the upper reach wet. Nothing jarred. Nothing was forced backward. Amara marked the held cycle on the slate. Downstream, the previous release continued. They could hear it moving from the second rosemary bed to the first sage terrace, then to the lower junction. During those minutes, Thomas showed Amara how to distinguish washed clay from compressed clay by touch. Washed clay had a feathered edge and released a faint cloud. Compressed clay held the smooth impression of stone. At the loose corner, both signs appeared. Most of the old bed remained compressed, while the upstream edge had feathered away. "Remove all of it?" he asked. Amara studied the niche. "Only the softened strip and whatever prevents an even, thin bed. Sound old clay farther back belongs to the wall joint, not the listening slab seat." Exactly. Cleaning does not mean making every surface new. The idea echoed the whole morning. Newness was not the standard. Clear function was. Leela returned from listening at the platform edge. "The release tail has reached the last sage turn." They waited. A breeze pressed loose hair across Amara's cheek. She tucked it back and watched shade recede along the survey cloth. The tools lay in ordered rows, but their selection had narrowed: little brush, baskets, clay knife, cord, 2 slips, 1 portion of clay. The mallet would be used only if sound alignment required it. Amara moved every unneeded tool to the cloth's upper half. The empty working space made the plan physically visible. At last, the lower junctions settled. Leela spoke the time. Amara wrote it. Tomas placed his bare palm against the center slab and waited until its small vibration faded with the water. Now it carries only resting flow, he said. They removed the 2 marker stones exactly as planned. Amara checked each for cracks while it was in her hand. The second had a pale, natural vein but no split. The prior survey drawing showed the same line. The third was smooth. She placed their marked faces upward so there could be no confusion when resetting. With full water absent, tiny details emerged. A caddisfly case clung to the outer wall beyond the work area. Amara moved the basket inward to avoid it. A single rosemary needle lay against the first reference marker. Leela lifted it with wet fingers. "Our inspector has relatives," she said. This one found no pocket. The thinned flow exposed the gray-gold fan. Amara estimated its volume before disturbing it. Less than 1 full basket, likely less than half. Thomas agreed. Leela wrote the estimate so the record would not later inflate the obstructions simply because 3 people had worked on it. They inspected for upstream causes. The nearest floor joint was closed. No fresh silt trail entered from the wall. The pocket's finest grains matched the mineral sediment that naturally passed through the spring bowl over time. Shelter behind the thinned clay corner was enough explanation. "No source repair," Amara said. "No preventive wall coating," Thomas added. "No gate flushing," Leela said. Each rejected remedy had a plausible story attached to it. None was supported. Amara looped the cord around the stone using a flat hitch that would release under tension rather than bind tighter. Thomas tested it with 2 fingers. The cord's job was stability, not force. If the slab resisted the plan's seed width lift, they would stop and reconsider. Leela placed the first basket where the gentle current could drain through it. The second waited behind. She spread the settling cloth on the dry slab beyond the wall and weighted its corners with clean pebbles. "Start farthest from the seat," Thomas advised. "Otherwise, the first cloud will cover what you need to see." Amara had intended the same, but she welcomed the reminder. She knelt on the folded pad, checked that her sleeves were secured, and lowered the little brush into the cool water. For a breath, she simply felt the current move around her fingers. The practical work was about to begin, yet nothing in her body carried the tight haste she had felt on arrival. Observation had not delayed readiness. It had created it. "Ready," Leela said from the basket. Ready," Thomas answered at the cord. Amara touched the brush to the outer edge of the silt fan. The first pale grains rose together, showing exactly how softly they had rested there. Amara drew silt toward the willow basket in slow strokes. Water carried each pale cloud across the low rim while the weave held the mineral grains. Leela took every basket away half full, emptied it on the settling slab, and rinsed it in the overflow. Thomas held the listening stone steady. The spring sounded louder while the release gate remained closed, its bowl spilling a smooth, low note. Rosemary scent rose whenever Leela crossed the wall. Under the cliff, stone stayed cool despite the strengthening day. Amara worked from open floor toward the niche. She found no root, chip, or broken mortar. At the washed corner, she used the clay knife to remove only the softened remnant of the old bed. "How much remains?" Thomas asked. "1 strip, then the seat. My hand is comfortable." "Tell me before it isn't." "Well before it becomes heroic," Leela returned. "That would be a novelty worth recording." Amara tapped 2 wet stones and heard 2 different notes. The first gave the village channel's clear, rounded tone. The center listening stone answered dully, with a second sound beneath the first. These calibrated stones helped keepers hear changes in the measuring reach, but a changed note did not always mean a stone needed replacement. Now the silt pocket was clear. Thomas lifted the center slab only a seed's width and rested it on 2 slips. Amara inspected the underside. It was whole. The old clay seat had merely thinned at one corner, exactly as Thomas had suspected. She flattened fresh clay until it was no thicker than a rosemary leaf, making one even bed instead of filling the low corner twice. They removed the slips and settled the stone into its original niche. A narrow bead pressed out. Amara checked the inward lean, then tapped. The note rang clear but high. One gentle touch with the wooden mallet moved the top inward. She waited and tapped again. The clear note returned, single and round. It needed seating, Thomas said. Not replacing. The exposed clay bead was not symmetrical. Amara lifted the knife, imagining how neatly she could trim it. Perhaps lift and reset the stone so both edges matched. The hand-laid channel itself matched nothing exactly. Water threaded past the base with a clear sound. She set down the knife. One adjustment. One adjustment. Was it enough? Wheela asked. Amara checked the lean, pressed both corners, and listened once more. Yes. Then the clay may keep its own face. They removed the cord. Thomas flexed his hand. Amara brushed away the last stray grains and rinsed the center until the fitted floor showed pale and clean. At the next resting flow, she returned the 2 marker stones to their surveyed niches. The cuts aligned with the brass rule. They marked fixed heights, not preferred water levels. Neither required fresh mortar. Leela released the latch. Because the float had passed its trigger point, nothing happened at once. They waded through the bowl's next fill. Amara could have raised the gate by hand, but that would test a hand-raised gate rather than the actual cycle. The float eventually nudged its lever. Water entered the restored reach. It ran over the cleaned floor, divided around the stones, and rose beside the reset markers. At first the sound was untidy. Air escaped the newly wetted seam in little ticks. A faint gray trail lifted from the clay. The center note wavered. Amara's hand moved toward a sounding rod and stopped. The cleaned channel sounded uneven, but Amara did nothing. The upper measure had just received its first full release after the silt was removed, and the listening stone reseated. Its new clay bed was still wetting through. Tiny threads of air made the current chatter around the restored reach. Amara kept her hand away from the gates and sounding rods. 1 minute passed, then another. The water climbed to the reset markers without help. Bubbles slipped from the stone's base, the chatter softened, and the separate notes drew together. By the time the release reached its steady middle, the channel gave one clear, even sound. Waiting had been the final useful step. The first gauge reached its customary line. The second and third followed. Thomas watched the clay seam, no wash, no movement. Leela recorded the values. All lay within range. Amara let the rosemary twig travel again. It passed every listening stone without turning and entered the rosemary feeder, where Leela caught it. Inspector's final report? Domas asked. The reach is ready for its downstream test. The reach is ready for its downstream test. They did not mistake the clean note for completed work. The measure served the terraces, and a full release included its destination. They packed the unused clay and knife, but left gauges and slate ready. The cleaned reach shone through clear water. Its walls remained hand-laid, its clay bead uneven, its current alive with small variations. Stability had not made it rigid. It had made its changes intelligible. Before they followed the water, they allowed the full middle of the release to pass while standing at the measure. The first clear minute could have been fortunate. A sustained flow would show whether pressure against the newly seated stone changed its lean. Amara placed the brass rule across 2 fixed points on the wall, not touching the slab. The top of the listening stone remained aligned with the old survey scratch. Thomas watched the clay bead for any trembling grain. Leela watched the downstream marker. No change, Thomas said after several minutes. Third marker, steady, Leela said. Amara read the rule again. Top steady. Exchanged places so each observation had a second pair of eyes. Thomas read the alignment. Leela watched the seam, and Amara took the downstream depth. Their answers agreed without needing to be identical in wording. At the widest part of the reach, sunlight showed faint lines within the current. They converged upstream of the center stone, divided cleanly around its face, and joined downstream without the backward curl the twig had revealed. A single rosemary leaf that had fallen from the indicator passed lengthwise and did not hesitate. The silt basket held one last spoonful of cloudy water. Amara poured it through the settling cloth rather than into the channel. The captured grains joined the rest on the drying slab. Cleaning a measure while returning its obstruction to the water would have been efficient only in appearance. Damas examined the old clay fragments. They crumbled between his fingers rather than stretching. Age and a little wash, he said. No fault in the mix. Will the new bed last? Amara asked. It will last as clay does, long enough to be worth laying, not long enough to escape future attention. That answer satisfied her more than a promise of permanence. Maintenance assumed that sound things could still change. The listening stone had not betrayed its purpose by needing a renewed seat. Its changed note had fulfilled that purpose. Leela asked Amara to state the closure evidence before they went downstream. Amara counted on her fingers. Silt removed from floor and niche. Stone inspected whole. Seat renewed with one thin clay bed. Intended, lean restored. Second and third markers reset to fixed survey heights. Automatic gate initiated the test. Center note settled clear without adjustment. All 3 gauge readings are within their customary ranges. Seat remains stable through sustained middle flow. What remains? Confirm the release through rosemary, sage, and the lower junction. Observe the tail return. Asht. And after that? Record, clean, store, close. There was no secret item such as improve the visible bead or repeat until tired. Amara wiped the brass roll and returned it to the cloth. She picked up 1 gauge and the slate. As they left the platform, the spring bowl began the quiet decline that followed a full gate opening. Its surface moved below the crescent cut, then slowly started to rise again from the ceaseless inlet. The system did not pause to admire their repair. It continued. They followed the release down the saffron steps. Amara carried a gauge and the record slate. Leela carried the caught twig. Thomas remained near the spring for the first minutes, watching the new seat under full depth, then joined them once it held without change. At the upper rosemary bed, water entered the side notch and spread through dark soil. Amara checked the near root, center root, and outer margin. Moisture reached all 3 without pooling. She recorded the arrival time. The next terrace received its share a few breaths later. Its channel bent around an old rosemary trunk polished smooth where years of water touched it. No grain of fresh clay appeared in the flow. At the 3rd landing, they stopped to listen uphill. The restored upper measure sounded slightly uneven at this distance, but the difference came from wind passing through rosemary, not from the stone. When the breeze fell, the note held clean. Leela placed the twig in a small feeder. It traveled straight, caught harmlessly against a root guard, and was retrieved. Even surface pull. Ha! Amara gauged the feeder. Within by a finger's breadth. Ha! Customary range, Leela corrected gently. Within the customary range, Amara said. The wording mattered. A measurement was not a contest with a perfect center. Water varied with spring pressure, air, warmth, and the living draw of roots. The range represented useful stability, gathered through seasons. Treating its midpoint as the only acceptable value would turn every sound variation into a fault. They crossed to the sage terraces. The broad leaves released their morning pearls when Thomas brushed past. A clean green scent joined the rosemary. Water moved more slowly through the wider western feeder, as it always had, yet reached each terrace within its expected interval. At the lower junction, the two threads rejoined without one pressing backward into the other. Amara lowered the gauge. The surface touched the center of the customary band. "One more reading after the tail passes," she said. They waited on the warm step. Thomas described the clay he would save and the silt he would mix after it dried. Leela laid the rosemary twig beside her. Amara watched no single point. She let her attention widen over terraces, insects, moving leaf shadows, and the changing pitches of the release. The full middle flow passed, then the tail arrived, a gradual lessening rather than a line. At first the feeders sounded irregular as small hollows drained. Amara felt the urge to climb back and check the center stone. Instead, she counted the expected intervals between the upper gate's closure and each terrace's return to rest. First rosemary softened. Second rosemary followed. Sage continued for a little longer because its feeder held more water at the bend. Then it too settled. At the lower junction, the final depth matched the customary resting mark. They began the return uphill, stopping at every marker. Amara read values. Leela compared them to the slate. Thomas inspected walls for new seepage. Every reading fell in range. No wall leaked. No plant bed remained dry. Halfway up, they paused where the steps turned east. The whole water path could be heard from there, not as separate machinery, but as a layered run, spring high above, measure under the cliff, 3 rosemary descents, 2 sage descents, and the lower junction. "It is not perfectly even," Amara said. "No," Leela agreed. "But it is stable." "Dace." "Yes." The distinction settled more deeply than an instruction. Perfect evenness would require stopping the living water to hold one chosen instant. Stability allowed it to vary and return. At the upper measure, Thomas reported that the clay line had not changed. Amara checked it once with her fingertip, then stepped back. They completed a second set of marker readings during the release tail. The first stood at its resting reference, the second a grain above its old low observation. The third centered. She tapped each listening stone once, allowing every note to fade before sounding the next. First, clear, center, round, and single. Third, lower and free of the earlier tremble. Leela wrote the last acoustic observation. Would another release teach us anything necessary? Amara considered. A third cycle might reproduce the values. A fourth might do the same. Repetition could increase confidence, but beyond a point it merely postponed closure. We observed a full release from trigger through resting tail. We checked every downstream terrace. The seat held. All markers are reset, and all readings are customary. Another release is not necessary. Thomas covered the unused clay. Then I will take this home before it decides to become pottery. They washed the baskets in the overflow until the willow ran clear. Amara returned the sounding rods to their felt loops and dried the brass rule. Each gauge was rinsed, wiped, and checked for a swollen cap. None needed repair. Before washing the last gauge, Amara compared the downstream arrival times with 3 earlier records. The restored release reached the first rosemary notch within 2 breaths of the seasonal average, the first sage notch within 3, and the lower junction precisely at the common interval. She marked each comparison with a small open circle, the record sign for customary variation. Leela inspected the terrace soil behind them. No hidden dry edge? None. The upper rosemary margin darkened before the middle flow. Sage reached its outer basin before the tail. Thomas walked the opposite retaining wall. He ran a dry finger below each seam and held it up. Dust remained on his skin. A leak would have washed it away or darkened the stone. At the second rosemary bed, they found a shallow pool around one stem. Amara crouched at once, but the pool shrank while she watched. A fallen blossom had covered the soil's narrow drain hole, then lifted with the flow. She removed the blossom and checked the root guard. Remaining work? Iafol asked. Amara watched the last film soak into the earth. No, a passing blossom already clear. They left the feeder unchanged. 5 steps farther on, a sage leaf leaned into the channel and divided the surface around its tip. It too was harmless. The presence of a visible irregularity did not make it part of their task. They made the return path at a deliberately slower pace. On the first descent, their attention had followed the front of the release. On the climb, they followed what remained: dampness, resting levels, and the absence of erosion. The 2 journeys answered different questions. At each landing, Amara placed the gauge at the fixed notch and waited 3 breaths before reading. Leela read the slate value only afterward, so expectation could not drag Amara's eye toward the old number. Sometimes the new value matched exactly. Sometimes it differed by a grain or finger's breadth. All belonged to the long-established band. The word customary-ac acquired weight through those small differences. It contained hot days and cool mornings, thirsty roots and wet soil, breezes that pressed a surface sideways, springs that breathed a little more strongly after distant rain. It was a record of useful return, not permission for carelessness. At the 4th landing, a shadow crossed the steps. A cloud no wider than the cliff drifted over the sun. The water's bright surface turned suddenly gray, making the depth harder to read. Amara waited. She did not lower her face closer and guess. When the cloud passed, the marker line became visible again. The value was ordinary. Another kind of no action, Leela said. Only until the observation was possible. Precisely. Near the lower junction, Thomas found a small crescent of old mineral crust. He wet it, rubbed it once, and showed that it did not dissolve. Not from today. Amara compared it with the wall's earlier sketch. The crust had been marked 2 seasons before. She left it. Removing it might make the wall look cleaner, but its stable edge served as a quiet historical reference for high water. They sat for the release tail. The sound diminished in stages. A feeder never emptied all at once. Water clung to rough stone, gathered into beads, and let go. The intervals between drops lengthened. Rosemary roots accepted the final threads. The lower junction became clear enough to reveal colored pebbles on its floor. Amara placed the gauge for the last time. The resting level aligned with its cut. Say it without numbers, Leela invited. The whole route accepted the release, remained within its usual levels, and returned to rest without help. And with numbers? Amara read the recorded series. Thomas listened for any value outside tolerance. There was none. They each signed the slate with a small initial mark: observer, confirming keeper, and stoneworker. Thomas's presence did not turn the record into a grand certification. It simply showed who had seen the seat before it disappeared beneath full water. On the climb, they met the onion-carrying child returning with empty hands. Did the silt listen? He asked. We moved it, Amara said. Is the spring fixed? The spring was never broken. The measure is clean and stable. He repeated the words as if trying their shape. Clean and stable. And still flowing, Leela added. The child ran ahead. His sandals slapped the warm steps, briefly covering the terrace notes. When he turned onto the village path, water became audible again, unchanged by whether anyone heard it. At the platform, Amara checked the clay seam one final scheduled time, after full passage and returned to rest. The bead remained firm. She did not tap the center stone again. The acoustic confirmation already belonged to the record, and another tap would supply no missing fact. They removed the temporary chalk marks from the survey cloth, leaving no loose dust to enter the bowl. Leela counted the 6 marker pebbles in their box. Only the installed set belonged in the channel, and the spares all remained. Thomas coiled the cord. Amara checked the work area for a forgotten brush or slip of wood. Both temporary seating slips lay on the cloth. The little brush was in its loop. The clay knife was clean. No tool remained beneath the water. The practical task was complete. The silt was out. The listening stone sat soundly. The markers stood at their surveyed heights, and the water had proven the reach through a full release. There was no remaining work concealed beneath softer language. Still, Amara did not close the survey box immediately. She looked down the saffron steps, where the last water darkened narrow lines through the herbs. "I will make the final record after we store the tools," she said. Leela nodded. Completion could be recorded without being delayed. They carried the wash tools into the spring store while afternoon thinned toward evening. The small room was built into the cliff and smelled of dry willow, chalk, and old wood. Amara hung the gauges with space between their caps, placed the baskets upside down, and returned each sounding rod to its labeled loop. Thomas took the unused clay and left with the dried edge of the silk cloth folded under his arm. "The rest can dry overnight," he said. "I will mix it into the terrace mortar tomorrow. That is not upper measure work." Amara understood the kindness of the distinction. No remaining work meant no remaining work on the measure. The useful silt could enter another ordinary task without reopening this one. They wished Thomas a quiet evening. His steps descended until rosemary hid him. At the survey shelf, Amara opened the record book. She copied the first observations, the bounded diagnosis, the cleaning method, the marker heights, the full release values, and the downstream confirmation. In the final field she wrote, "Stable through complete cycle. No further adjustment required." The entry occupied less than half a page. A morning could feel large from within and still reduce honestly to a few lines. Softened note, localized silt, soundstone, renewed seat, stable cycle. Amara did not decorate the record with every discarded possibility. Future keepers needed the evidence and action, not a performance of uncertainty. She added the weather and spring conditions in the margin. Beneath Thomas's name, she noted that 2 portions of clay had remained unused. That detail might help someone preparing for similar work, but it also preserved the scale of the repair. No replacement stone had been fitted. No gate component had been changed. Leela checked the figures against the slate. Once they agreed, Amara drew a single closing line under the entry. There would be no late observation written below it unless a genuinely new event occurred. She read the sentence twice. The second reading did not reveal a hidden qualification. Leela sanded the wet ink. Together they closed the book and slid it into its dry case. Amara shut the survey box, fastened both clasps, and placed it on the shelf. That should have been the end, and it was. The hour that followed did not serve as an extended test. It belonged to evening. Amara walked down the saffron steps with empty hands. At the upper landing she paused and listened to the measure. Its note came clear through the rosemary. She did not count its beats. At the second landing, pearled morning brightness had become amber shade. Bees had gone from the herb flowers. The stones, warmed all day, held a gentler heat at their centers, though their shaded edges were cool. She listened again, only after reaching the 4th landing. The interval was longer because no responsible observation required her to remain within sight of the spring. Water traveled through rosemary and sage with the casual assurance of something unattended and functioning. Leela caught up carrying the tea bottle and 2 cups. You are going the long way home. The steps are the same length. Your pauses have changed. Amara considered denying it, then smiled. I am listening at longer intervals. A demanding technique. A sat where the step widened beside an old rosemary bush. Leela poured the remaining tea. It was no longer hot, but sun-warmed stone had kept it pleasantly warm. The flavor was stronger after steeping all day, green and faintly bitter. Below, kitchen smoke rose between roofs. A bell marked the evening meal. One plain note. The village answered with doors, voices, and bowls set on tables. None of it disturbed the water's quieter continuity. When I first heard the soft note, Amara said, I had already planned to lift the 3 stones. I know. You knew? You looked at the pry bar before you looked at the gauge. Amara drank her tea. Lifting all 3 would have found the silt. Probably. It also might have loosened the other seats. Probably. It also might have loosened the other seats. Might have loosened the other seats. So waiting prevented unnecessary work. Leela rolled her cup between her palms. Waiting gave the channel time to tell you which work was necessary. That is not always the same thing. Sometimes waiting reveals urgent work. Sometimes it confirms none. The virtue is not delay by itself. Amara listened to the water at the next terrace. Responsible observation remains an action. Yes. It has a beginning, a purpose, and a point at which it is complete. And unnecessary adjustment often borrows the appearance of care. Leela smiled. That sentence belongs in a book, which means it may take years to become easy. They sat without speaking. Rosemary scented the air whenever the evening breeze crossed the bush. Somewhere among the terrace stones, a cricket began and stopped, then began again. Amara did not turn every silence into a test. Her attention rested where it wished, on the cup's rounded edge, on the fading warmth of the step, on Leela's steady presence. When the spring's note reached her, she received it. When other sounds covered it, she did not strain. After tea, Leela rinsed the cups at a lower feeder and tucked them into the cloth. Will you go back up? Will you go back up? The question was plain, not a challenge. Amara pictured the spring platform in dusk, the clean reach, the center stone's narrow clay bead, the marker cuts at the waterline. She could climb and make one extra check. It would take little time. She might hear precisely what she had heard before. She also pictured the completed record in its case, and the survey box with both clasps closed. No, she said. There is no late check scheduled, and nothing in the readings calls for one. I hedge Leela rose. Then we can leave by the lower path. I Hetchley continued down. Amara paused once near the final sage terrace, not to measure but because the sky above the cliff had turned the color of a plum skin. Cloudstep Spring was hidden from there. The upper measure's voice had merged with the other channel notes, impossible to isolate without effort. She let it remain merged. They did not hurry away from the lower terrace. Evening had cooled the air enough that the rosemary's scent no longer rose in warm waves. It gathered close to the shrubs, released only when a sleeve brushed the leaves. Leela pinched one tender tip, rubbed it between her fingers, and held out her hand. Amara breathed the clean, resinous fragrance. "Tomorrow's tea," Leela said. "From the bed we confirmed. From the bed that would have grown whether we praised it or not." They walked between the last sage rows. The soil held the day's release without gloss or puddle. Broadleaves had turned silver in the dusk, their soft hairs catching what little light remained. Amara touched one leaf with the back of a finger. It was dry above, cool beneath. At a stone bench halfway to the village path, Leela sat to retie her sandal. Amara stood nearby and realized she could no longer hear the individual listening stone. The entire upper channel was a faint, continuous thread. She felt no impulse to recover the missing distinction by climbing closer. The listening stone did not need to be audible from everywhere in order to hold. Its task was performed at the measure, within water, whether its note reached her or not. Leela finished the knot. "There was a time," she said, "when I checked the lower cistern 3 times every night after mortar work." Amara looked at her. Leela rarely offered stories whose lesson announced itself. "Did it leak?" Once. On the first check when the scheduled inspection found it. Never on the third. Did you keep going?" "Why did you keep going?" Because returning felt like devotion. It took me a while to see that the feeling was mine, not the cistern's requirement." They resumed walking. Amara considered the many shapes care could take. Some were visible, baskets lifted, clay pressed, numbers written. Some were restraints, a gate left untouched, a sound allowed to settle, a closed survey box not reopened. "How did you stop?" she asked. "I wrote the inspection times before the work. Then I obeyed them unless the evidence changed. And if you worried between them?" "I worried somewhere else." Amara laughed softly. The answer was not serene, which made it useful. At the lower path, lamps began to appear behind shutters. Their gold squares did not reach the cliff. The spring work belonged now to the blue remainder of daylight and soon would belong to darkness. Amara imagined water moving where she could not see it, filling the bowl, raising the cedar float, opening the gate, climbing the first marker, passing the listening stone, dividing toward herbs. Each stage had been confirmed. Imagination could repeat the sequence without becoming a summons. She and Leela stopped at a narrow footbridge over the lower feeder. The water there was only a hand wide. It slid under the bridge with a note too low to hear above crickets. "Would you change anything we did?" "SK?" Leela asked. Amara reviewed the day, not to reopen it, but to learn. "I would still listen through the first cycle. I would still map before tapping. The twig was useful, but only because we treated it as a surface indicator. I would bring Thomas after the pocket was located, not before. I would use 1 clay bed and 1 sound adjustment. And the wait during the first full flow? Especially that. Why? Because the uneven sound came from the work settling, not from work left undone. Touching the gate would have changed the very condition we needed to observe." Teep that sentence too. Imra leaned over the bridge rail. The water reflected no sky now, only the dark underside of wood. A small bubble traveled beneath them and emerged downstream intact. The evening was not silent. Dishes knocked in houses. Someone practiced 3 notes on a reed pipe, paused and tried again. A dog barked once at a cart, yet the quieter final portion of the day came not from an absence of sound, but from the end of demand. None of those sounds required Amara to classify them. They reached the place where their paths divided. Leela offered the last rosemary sprig. Amara tucked it into the cord at her wrist. "For tea?" she asked. "Or for remembering that inspectors can be very small." Amara walked alone for a while, then chose a path that curved back within sight of the lowest saffron landing without ascending it. She was not returning to the measure. The distinction was clear in her feet. The path led home, and the terrace simply occupied the same landscape. At the landing, water continued to enter the lower cistern. A keeper from the evening kitchen lifted one jug, filled it, and walked away. She did not glance uphill. The ordinary use of water was the measure's real conclusion. Its stable level mattered so rosemary could grow, sage could drink, and a jug could fill without anyone thinking about the stone that helped regulate the root. Amara touched the cool jug rest after the keeper left. Its surface had been hollowed by years of vessels. Function left marks. Those marks did not imply neglect. She listened only when she reached the far side of the cistern. The upper channels were no longer distinct. She heard the low entry at her feet, and, perhaps, a high thread from the cliff. It was enough. At home she would wash the rosemary sprig, heat water, and perhaps write one sentence in her private notebook. She would not copy the survey values. They already lived where they belonged. She would not set an alarm for the late release. The plan for the night felt almost startling in its plainness. Eat, mend the loose button on her work apron, open the window to the cool air, sleep. She turned once toward the cliff. No lamp moved on the steps. No silhouette bent over the measure. Leela had gone home by her own path. Thomas's workshop showed a low amber light, likely where he had covered the clay. The spring itself remained unseen. Responsible observation had ended in a reliable conclusion. Unnecessary adjustment would have begun by pretending the conclusion was not reliable enough. Amara lowered her hand from the rosemary at her wrist and continued toward home. The first stars appeared above the spring cliff. Their light was too faint to pearl the stones as morning had. It rested instead on the broad darkness, offering no measurements. Amara went inside. She left the window open while she prepared a simple supper. Cool air entered with a trace of rosemary from the sprig she had set beside the kettle. From inside the room, the terrace water could not be heard at all. The silence did not become a question. After eating, she mended the apron button as planned. The needle passed in and out of the worn green cloth. She made 4 small stitches, tested the button once, and cut the thread. It was another task with a visible end. She brewed fresh rosemary tea and carried it to the window. The cup warmed both hands. Above the roofs, the spring cliff had become a single dark shape. No light marked the upper measure, and none was needed. Amara thought of the clear center note only once. She did not try to reproduce it perfectly in memory. She remembered instead the moment before it cleared. The chatter of air, her hand moving toward the rod, and then her choice to wait. The remembered pause felt spacious now. She opened her private notebook and wrote one line. Observation was complete when it had answered the useful question. Then she closed the notebook. She did not add the gauge values, the release intervals, or a plan for morning. Those belonged either in the survey record or nowhere. For a while she remained at the window with the closed book beneath one hand. The rosemary sprig lay on its saucer beside the kettle, its rinsed leaves darker than they had been on the terrace. When she brushed one leaf, its scent rose cleanly into the room. It carried no message from the channel. It was simply rosemary, gathered at dusk and waiting for another cup. Across the lane, a neighbor drew in a washing line. Wooden pins dropped one by one into a bowl. A shutter closed, then opened again while someone retrieved a forgotten cloth. The small correction made Amara smile. Not every second action was unnecessary. The question was whether the thing itself called for it. a shirt left outside in night damp did. A stone already seated, tested and recorded did not. She set her empty supper bowl by the wash basin and poured a little water over it. The water circled once, carrying crumbs toward the center. She washed the bowl, dried it, and returned it to the shelf. There was no urge to wash it twice. Its clean surface offered a plain answer. Cool air moved through the room and lifted the edge of her curtain. Amara could smell stone after sunset, kitchen ash, and the last faint rosemary steam. Pearled light had begun the day by revealing every damp rim at Cloudstep Spring. Darkness now softened those edges, but it did not undo what daylight had shown. She considered whether she would listen from the upper landing in the morning. Perhaps she would hear the customary note while passing on another errand. Perhaps wind or village voices would cover it. Neither possibility belonged on a schedule. The completed record required no ceremonial return. Amara placed the notebook in its drawer and left the survey thought with it. Then she drew the blanket back, lay down, and listened to the ordinary settling of her own room. A roof beam easing after the day's warmth, the curtain touching the sill, the clay cup giving one faint tick as it cooled. The tea cooled. Night gathered around the open window. As sleep approached, the village channels continued beyond hearing. Amara trusted neither hope nor habit alone. She trusted the completed work, the observed cycle, and the clear boundary they had honored. She knew what the next release should do, though she could neither see nor hear it from her bed. The bowl would fill until its float lifted the lever. The upper measure would receive the water without a keeper beside it. If the completed cycle remained the reliable guide it had proved to be, the listening stone would hold its seat, the markers would keep their surveyed heights, and water would cross the restored reach to rosemary and sage in its customary time. No hand needed to return and improve it. No lamp needed to climb the saffron steps. Amara let that evidence be enough. In her mind, Cloudstep Spring remained as she had left it, flowing unattended, stable, and quietly complete. The Measure of Quiet Water. Episode 2, A Gate of Olive Wood. The three-lip divide always announced itself before Amara saw it. Water came down from the upper measure with a low, even conversation against limestone, then separated at the three worn lips into three distinct voices. The central run made a broad, confident sound on its way toward the homes. The western run slipped away with a softer scrape beneath Fennel shadows. The eastern branch, bound for the saffron steps, began in a clear little fall that struck its receiving stone like the first spoon against a breakfast cup. This morning a fourth sound waited beneath them. Amara stopped on the last rise of the path and listened. Mist had left a pale sheen on the divide. Beads of water clung to the moss beside the eastern lip, and the air held the cool mineral scent of wet limestone. Beyond the channel wall, thyme terraces descended in narrow green bands. Their fragrance had not yet warmed into the day. It stayed close to the leaves, clean and faint, until her skirt brushed one overhanging stem and released a small cloud around her knees. There it was again. A hollow wooden knock, followed by a pause, followed by one drop falling where no drop should have fallen. Tamas Rill was crouched beside the branch gate with both forearms resting on his thighs. He had set his tool basket on the dry side of the channel and placed a folded cloth over it against the mist. The gate stood closed in its stone groove. It was a square board of old olive wood, darkened at its lower half by years of service, with a smooth handle passing through an iron loop above. When the water pressed against it, the board gave a nearly inaudible complaint from somewhere inside the groove. Then another drop appeared at the lower downstream corner, gathered itself, and fell. Damas glanced up. Good morning. Good morning. Amara remained on the path for one more count. How long has it been doing that? Long enough for Mira to notice while filling her kitchen jar. Not long enough for her to name it. She names leaks? Only the sociable ones. Amara stepped down beside him and set her survey satchel on the wall. Its buckle clicked louder than the gate. She had come expecting a minor inspection. Mira had sent word at first light that the saffron steps gate continued dripping after the end of the garden turn. And Thomas, whose workshop lay nearer the upper path, had agreed to meet her. A continued drip was not a danger. The central branch had ample flow. The eastern beds had received their morning share, and the amount escaping under the gate could likely have filled no more than a few cups before noon. Yet a gate was meant to hold when closed. A small loss repeated through every turn became a habit in the channel, and habits were easiest to correct while they were still small. She knelt on the flat stone opposite Thomas. The damp came through the knee of her work trousers at once. Did you move it? Once, before you arrived. I opened it a finger's width to see whether there was grit under the edge, then closed it again. Same beat afterward. Same beat afterward. No scraping. A little hollow note halfway down. Nothing sharp. Amara took a waxed measuring strip from her satchel and laid it along the shallow downstream basin. The basin had been made to catch the first small surge when the gate opened, then pass the water into the descending branch. With the gate shut, it should have been empty except for the damp left from the previous turn. Instead, a thin coin of water trembled where the drops landed. Smig. Oak S4E02H01 starty. The closed wooden gate kept counting with one slow drop. It gathered at the lower corner, brightened, and fell into the empty branch. 6 breaths passed. Another drop followed. Between garden turns, the olive wood board should have stopped the eastern water completely, leaving the channel below it only damp and dark. Punctual enough to own a tiny clock, Thomas said. Amara watched the next drop form, then touched the stone beside it. The upper edge was dry. So was the straight seam along the gate's side. Only the bottom corner shone. She slid a thin reed beneath the board and felt it catch in a shallow hollow where the stone groove had worn away. The next drop ran along that hollow and fell on schedule. There, she said. The gate is sound. The lower corner of the groove is worn. Awi Huck S4EO2H01END. Thomas leaned close without touching the reed. A very small clock then. One that spends water to tell the time. Extravagant. Extravagant. Amara marked the position with a noob of white chalk. The mark looked almost comically large beside the defect, but it would remain visible when they opened the gate. She then set a narrow clay cup beneath the drip and turned the little sand timer she carried for short observations. Its blue grains began to pass through the neck. While they waited, the village continued below them. A broom whispered over a courtyard 2 terraces down. Someone opened shutters and the wood struck plaster with a muted tap. From the direction of Mira's tea house came the faint clink of cups being set on a tray. None of it hurried. The eastern beds were already dark with their morning watering, each low ridge holding a damp line beneath the thyme. A lizard found a patch of early sun on the channel wall, decided the mist had not yet yielded enough warmth, and vanished again. Thomas studied the gate. The board has outlasted 2 handles. 3, Amara said. The first was walnut. Before my time. Not before your time. Before you began pretending not to remember repairs you dislike. That old handle. The sand ran out. Amara lifted the cup and poured its contents into a marked glass tube. The amount barely crossed the first line. She wrote the interval and volume on her slate, wiped the cup, then set it back for a second measure. A single observation could be spoiled by a stray runnel from the damp face of the board. 2 would show whether Thomas's tiny clock truly kept time. It did. The second measure differed by less than the width of the etched line. Amara calculated silently, looking from the tube to the eastern lip. The loss was harmless at the present spring level. It would not deprive the central homes or the western gardens, nor would it overwater the first time bed. because most of the drops vanished into the porous joint before traveling farther than a few arm lengths. But the wet joint would remain wet between turns. Fine clay would soften there. The hollow would deepen by degrees. By late summer, the clock might gain a faster hand. Small, Hoppus said, weeding her expression rather than her figures. Small and regular. Those are often the ones you invite home for supper. Only until I understand them. He nodded as though this distinction mattered. With Tomas, it usually did. He seldom objected to Amara's measuring, and she seldom objected to his habit of learning a material by rubbing it between his fingers and listening to what it did under a tool. Their methods met well on most repairs. The few times they did not, the disagreement took the form of extra pencils on her side and extra scraps of stone or wood on his. She removed the cup and let the next drop fall freely. Mira said she noticed it while filling a jar. She came up before opening. She heard it after she closed the gate at the end of her turn. Did she say whether it began today? She said yesterday's close had one drop, perhaps two, and then stopped. This morning, it continued. She also said the time was in no distress, the tea house was in no distress, and I was not to manufacture either condition for the sake of an interesting visit. That sounded like Mira. She collected observations from half the village because people passed her open windows with jars, baskets, damp sleeves, and opinions. She offered the useful details first and kept advice until asked. Amara trusted her reports, especially when they concerned sounds. Mira could distinguish the quick patter of a jar overflowing from the slower tap of condensation falling from the sill, while speaking to 3 customers about entirely different matters. Amara rose and moved upstream to the lip. The dividing stone bore 3 shallow notches used to compare allocations. Water stood exactly where the morning rotation required. She checked the central and western runs, then followed the eastern feed back to the closed board. No unexpected swell pressed against it. The gate faced an ordinary load. Whatever had changed belonged to the meeting between wood and stone. She ran her palm over the upper half of the board. All of wood had a way of displaying its history without looking tired. Pale and dark lines curved around old knots, drawing narrow eddies across the surface. Near the handle, many hands had polished the grain to a muted gold. Lower down, water had silvered it. The board was square enough, not warped, and seated evenly except at the chalked corner. "We'll cycle it," she said. "Then inspect the full groove and the first beds. I want to know whether the loss is only staying here or changing the downstream damp." Huh. Thomas lifted his basket. "And after we know?" "After we know, we repair the worn seat." "With what?" Amara looked at the narrow stone housing. In her mind, the repair already arranged itself into clean pieces. Lift the gate, square the damaged corner, set a fitted insert against a clay backing, allow it to firm, and reseat the board. She had drawn a similar replacement for the mint bend stop the previous autumn. A small wooden fitting with 2-stepped faces would restore the original geometry and could be replaced without cutting the channel stone again. If made carefully, it would last. "I have a thought," she said. Thomas's eyebrows rose. "So do I." He neither asked the other to explain yet. First came the round. Amara packed away the tube and sand timer, leaving the chalk mark in place. Thomas folded back the cloth on his basket and checked that his mallet, chisels, knife, and clay pouch had stayed dry. Then he rested one hand on the gate handle and waited for her signal. Below them, the thyme beds held the dark green calm of plants that had received exactly enough. Above them, 3 streams continued over the divide with their separate notes. At the closed eastern gate, one bright drop gathered, paused as though considering whether its part in the morning had been sufficiently observed, and fell. The leak was harmless. It was also real, regular, and wasteful. That was enough to define the day's work. Amara placed the clay cup beneath the eastern lip before Thomas lifted the gate. the cup redirected the first spill into a side hollow so the sudden water would not blur any grit or splinter lodged in the groove. When she nodded, he drew the handle upward with both hands. The old board rose reluctantly for the first finger's width. A hollow note traveled through it, more felt than heard, like a knuckle tapped against an empty cabinet. Then it freed itself and slid up smoothly. Clear water slipped beneath the edge, widened across the receiving basin, and entered the saffron steps branch with a soft rush. Again, Amara said. Thomas lowered the board, slowly enough that she could watch both side seams. The downstream flow narrowed. When the gate's weight settled into the groove, the hollow note sounded once more. Most of the water ceased at once. A bright thread remained at the chalked corner for 2 breaths, broke into a drop, and resumed its patient count. They repeated the motion at ordinary working speed. The same resistance occurred low in the groove, and the same note answered from the board. On the third lift, Amara crouched beside the housing and watched the exposed stone. The groove was a hand's breadth deep, cut generations ago, and dressed more recently where repairs had smoothed its side faces. Its bottom was difficult to see beneath the passing water. Hold it, she said. Tomas braced the handle against his shoulder. Amara used a flat wooden probe. Never iron against old wet stone unless she needed to cut it, and passed the tip along the groove. A little ribbon of soft clay came free, then 2 grains of pale limestone. No twig, seed husk, or pebble appeared. The probe traveled evenly until the last corner, where it dipped toward the chalk mark. She drew it out and inspected the wet line. The hollow extends inward about 2 finger widths. Thump. Deep? Not much. Uneven? And how's a match? Uneven? And Tulsa shifted the board without complaint, though its weight pressed a dark line into his shirt. Uneven can be useful. To water? To repairs? That sounds like one of your workshop sayings. It may become one if today goes well. Amara moved the clay cup aside and told him to release the gate. Water entered the branch at its normal morning test depth. It made a livelier sound here than at the divide, hurrying down a run of closely set stones before turning along the first terrace. The channel was narrow enough that a leaf could bridge it crosswise in places. Its edges carried velvet dark moss near the gate, then dried into pale seams between the beds. They followed the flow down the saffron steps. The name suggested a color the terraces rarely possessed all at once. In spring, the stone steps held gray mist and sharp new green. In summer, the thyme flowers made low purple drifts, and late light turned the dry walls honey-colored. Saffron had once grown in a protected bed near the upper turn, Mira had told Amara, but the name had remained long after the bulbs were moved to a sunnier slope. This morning, the only saffron hue came from small lichens along the stair edges. Amara walked beside the branch, pausing at each distribution notch. The first sent a narrow sheet into 3 thyme rows. The second served a deeper bed whose soil held moisture longer. At each, she pressed 2 fingers into the earth just beyond the wet line. The upper layer was cool and friable. Beneath it, yesterday's moisture remained. No water stood around the stems. No leaf tips sagged. The plants lifted their small, close leaves toward the clearing sky with no apparent opinion about the gate above. Tomas came behind her, carrying the basket and stepping around the low thyme mounds with care. He bent once to retrieve a clipping caught against the channel edge and laid it on the soil where it would not divert the current. They look content, he said. They had their proper turn. Then they are not receiving the clocks well? Most of it is disappearing into the first joints. Amara pointed to a damp seam below the gate. There. Then there. The channel remains darker for about 4 paces. After that, nothing. She set a dry thyme leaf in the current. It spun once at the first bend, caught briefly in the shadow of a stone, then freed itself and traveled through the upper notch. Amara followed it. The leaf passed the next bed at an even pace and came to rest against a small wooden divider farther down. where the branch ended its present test run. No sluggish reach suggested accumulated silt. No unexpected speed indicated that the normal allocation had increased. At the lowest time bed, they stopped. A few bees worked the early blossoms with such steadiness that their movement seemed part of the terrace rather than an interruption to it. Amara touched the underside of a leaf. Cool, dry, resilient. The plants needed no rescue from thirst and no rescue from excess. The gate's leak was a maintenance matter, not an urgent garden matter. She felt her shoulders lower a little. Urgency had not truly been in question, but confirming its absence changed the shape of attention. They could test materials. They could preserve the board and avoid cutting stone. They could let a trial show it worked instead of committing at once to the most exact reconstruction. Thomas had sat on the edge of the path and was examining a loose thread on his toolcloth. What did they say? Who? He nodded toward the time. That you may stop carrying the basket as though we need to rebuild the terrace before breakfast. He set it down immediately. Kind plants. They also said the leak is not reaching them. More discerning than I expected. Amara smiled and made a note on her slate. Downstream beds adequately damp. Residual leak absorbed within upper 4 paces. No urgent adjustment. She preferred records that distinguished what a problem was not. They prevented the next person reading the page from bringing unnecessary worry to the site. They walked back uphill against the little current. On the return, Amara inspected the underside of the channel lips and the wall joints. The thyme fragrance grew stronger as the day warmed. Their boots pressed dark shapes into patches of clay beside the stones. At the upper turn, Thomas scooped a pinch of that clay and rolled it between his fingers. Fine, he said. A little sandy. The repair jars have better. Yes, this would dry too quickly at the face. At the gate, he lifted the board fully clear of the lower seat while Amara diverted the flow with a temporary stop upstream. She set a padded crosspiece across the housing, and together they raised the board until its bottom edge rested safely above the groove. Without water in the way, the worn corner emerged. The damage was modest but distinct. The side of the groove remained straight. The bottom, once a neat meeting of 2 planes, had rounded away into a shallow, spoon-shaped hollow. Fine lines radiated through the stone where water had carried grains around the corner for years. The corresponding edge of the wooden gate was polished, not broken. Its grain curved over a dark knot nearby, making the edge marginally more yielding at that point. Amara dried the hollow with folded cloth and pressed a strip of soft beeswax into it. When she lifted the wax, it held the reverse shape, asymmetrical, tapering, deeper toward the downstream face. She measured its widest and deepest points, then drew a small plan on the slate. The board is not the cause, she said, though the grain there may have encouraged wear against the softer corner. Tomas ran his thumb over the gate's bottom edge. The board fits the rest of the seat beautifully. It does, so we leave it whole. Amara did not answer at once. Squaring the stone would make the replacement easier to describe and reproduce. It would also remove sound material around a defect no larger than the end of her thumb. She had already dismissed cutting a larger recess, but hearing Thomas state the choice made her examine the impulse again. No, she agreed. We should not enlarge a sound groove merely to simplify the shape of the patch. Good. You said you had a thought. I have several pieces of olive wood in the basket. Amara glanced at it. Prepared inserts? Of cuts. Of cuts of one is nearly the right sort of wrong. Alongside his tools lay a collection that might have appeared accidental to anyone unfamiliar with Thomas. 2 wedges, a rounded piece of limestone, a coil of fiber, a block of pale wood, 3 olive wood shavings of different thickness, and a short strip cut from the rim of an old jar lid. Each was clean. Each bore evidence of having been saved because its shape or material might one day answer a question not yet asked. Amara picked up the thickest olive offcut. Its grain wandered instead of running straight. One face was smooth from a plane. The other followed the natural curve near a knot. This would swell unpredictably, as a little, and shrank a little, as the seat should remain stable. The seat is stone. The small piece only needs to meet the board. She set it beside the wax impression. It was not absurd. Olive wood tolerated wet work well when selected carefully. A thin piece could flex into the hollow, especially with clay behind it, and the irregular grain might resist splitting better than a perfectly straight shaving. But a made fitting, stepped, and measured would offer known faces. She could draw it before lunch. Thomas could shape it by mid-afternoon. I want dimensions for a fitted insert, she said. She not necessarily because we will use it, because I want to compare. Then we should give it a handsome profile. We should give it an accurate profile. Those are sometimes friends. They lowered the gate and reopened the temporary stop only long enough to restore the ordinary branch condition. Then they shut it again. The drip returned. Amara observed the wet corner with the wax shape in her palm and imagined two repairs occupying the same small space. One square in conception, translated into steps and angles. The other, a crooked sliver pressed gently until it agreed with what was already there. Neither method had yet earned preference. The garden had given them time to find out. They carried the tools to a broad landing halfway between the gate and the first time bed. A low retaining wall made a convenient bench, and the morning sun had begun to dry its upper stones. Thomas spread his cloth there. Amara placed her slate beside it, weighted at one corner with the wax impression so a rising breeze would not move her paper. She drew the groove first as it had likely been made. Two clean faces meeting at a right angle, the gate edge seated between them. Beside that she drew the groove as it was now, using her measurements in the wax shape to map the shallow, worn hollow. Her proposed insert occupied the missing corner and two neat steps. Its back would sit in clay. Its upper face would restore the gate seat. A tiny retaining shoulder would keep it from shifting downstream when the board lifted. Thomas watched over her shoulder, while paring a pale curl from an olive offcut. That shoulder is elegant. It is useful. It may be both. It requires us to dress a matching recess in the stone. A very small recess. Still more stone removed. He held the shaving to the light. Sun passed amber through its thinnest edge. And if the stone refuses to be the angle on your page, then the insert is adjusted until it becomes crooked. Amara looked at him. His face remained mild. He was not trying to win a dispute. He was following the material question to its obvious end. She looked back at the drawing. The fitted insert was sensible. It could be documented. It could be replaced. Yet the more faithfully it met the hollow, the less it would resemble the tidy shape she had begun with. Thomas picked up a second shaving. It was thin at one end, thick at the other, and curved slightly across its width. Dark grain ran diagonally through pale gold, looping around a pin knot before continuing toward the edge. Spolt. Hook S4E02, H02, start. Tomas held a crooked olive wood shaving against Amara's precise drawing. Her square replacement had measured steps, a retaining shoulder, and 3 carefully written dimensions. The stone groove they needed to seal had none of those virtues. Years of water had worn its lower corner into an uneven hollow. Your piece doesn't match the plan, Amara said. No, Thomas agreed. It matches the trouble. See, it matches the trouble. At the gate, he laid the shaving over the worn corner. Its wandering grain let the thin wood bend without splitting. One edge settled against the irregular stone. The thicker end filled the deepest part of the hollow. Amara pressed it with one fingertip. The shaving flexed, held, and left only a hairline space for clay behind it. Her stepped fitting would have required them to cut soundstone into a square recess. The crooked scrap asked the existing groove to surrender nothing. She compared the dry seam, then the drying. The imperfect grain fits better. olive wood has been waiting years to hear you say that. Wook S4EO2, EHD02, EHD02. Amara kept her fingertip on the piece while Thomas released his hold. It did not spring away. Friction at the side and the natural curve of the shaving held it loosely against the hollow, with a bed of repair clay behind it. It might become stable enough for the gate's downward pressure to seat it more firmly, rather than dislodge it. We would need to taper the upstream edge, she said. No lip for the current to catch. Yes. And the lower face must not raise the board across the rest of the groove. It needs a slight tooth on the back for the clay. A scratch, not a notch. A scratch, not a notch. She glanced at him. You have already designed this. I have held scraps against many holes. That is a form of design. If you like. Amara removed the shaving and laid it on her palm. It was no longer than her smallest finger and not quite as wide. The grain felt raised where Thomas's knife had crossed it. One end feathered almost to translucence. The other retained the shallow curve of the original offcut. Nothing about it resembled a standard fitting, yet when placed in the worn seat, it answered the seat directly. She returned to the landing and set the shaving across her drawing. It covered the dimensions and made the retaining shoulder look more ornate than useful. A trial, she said. We fit it without permanent clay first. We cycle the board by hand. If it shifts, splits, or changes the gate height, we make the insert. Thomas folded his arms. Reasonable. That is not disappointment, I hear. I am always disappointed by trials. They tend to reveal things. She gave him the look the remark deserved, which was not a severe one. We also need to see how it behaves wet. I brought 2 more pieces from the same offcut. Huh, you expected one to fail? Huh, I expected one to teach us how not to shape the next. That, too, was a form of design. Amara knew it, though she found the sequence untidy. Her own preference was to move uncertainty onto paper first, where lines could be erased without costing material. Thomas moved it into his hands early and spent scraps to acquire knowledge. With precious timber, his method would have been careless. With a saved shaving from an old olive board, it was modest and direct. They began with the least promising of the 3 pieces. Thomas trimmed its thick end while Amara held the wax impression beside it. He worked with a short knife, drawing the blade toward his thumb in controlled strokes. Each shaving fell onto the cloth in a tight curl. When the back roughly matched the hollow, they returned to the gate. Amara diverted the water and dried the groove again. She laid a ribbon of damp cloth in the hollow to stand in for the clay bed. Then Thomas pressed the test piece over it. The offcut rocked. Its pin knot sat too close to the deepest point and prevented the wood from bending evenly. That one wants to be a bridge, he said. We need a seat. We need a seat. He removed it and flexed it once. A pale line appeared beside the knot. Not a full split, but enough. Thomas placed it apart from the usable scraps. It is taught us. Keep the knot upstream and beyond the hollow. Leave more thickness at the outer end. On the landing, they shaped the second piece. Amara used calipers to compare its thickness at 3 points. Thomas listened to the numbers, then shaved where the wood's resistance changed rather than where the measurements alone suggested. This piece entered the groove more evenly. It flexed. Its thin end lay flat, but when they lowered the gate by hand, the board pinched the offcut and drew it a fraction downstream. Amara marked the movement with chalk. The face is too smooth. And the curve runs with the board. Can we reverse it? They turned the piece. Reversed, it no longer met the hollow. Thomas studied the back, then scored 3 barely visible crosswise lines with the knife. They tested it again. The scoring held the damp cloth more securely, but the thick end protruded enough to make the board rock. Amara pressed both upper corners of the gate in turn. A soft knock answered from the repaired side, too high by perhaps half a grain. A precise grain? An ordinary one will do. He shaved the face. On the next test, the board sat level, but a sliver of daylight remained along the lowest seam. Their temporary cloth was too springy to tell them how wet clay would settle. Still, the offcut neither shifted nor cracked through 2 dry cycles. They paused under the narrow shade of an almond tree above the landing. The sun had burned the mist away. Warmth drew fragrance from the thyme until the whole stair seemed steeped in it. Thomas passed Amara a small flask of spring water. She drank, then poured a little over her fingers to rinse away wax and chalk. Her drawing remained on the wall below, exact and unattended. She could still choose it. Nothing in Tomas's trial prevented the stepped insert from working. In a new channel with a newly cut housing, she might have preferred it, but this was an old groove whose useful surfaces remained sound. The offcut preserved them. It could be removed later with no loss if it failed. Its replacement would require only another small shaving and fresh clay, not a recut corner. How long would you expect it to last? She asked. Tomas considered before answering. If we choose the third piece well, keep its back rough and bed it fully. Several seasons, perhaps longer. The board will press it into the clay every time it closes. The wetting will move it a little, but the grain crosses itself around that bend. It should not open along one straight line. And if it swells too much, we lift the gate and shave it. If it shrinks in the dry season, the clay takes some of the difference. If it shrinks too much, we replace it. The stepped insert would also need checking. Everything that meets water asks to be checked. Amara handed back the flask. Below them, water from the brief test shone in the first channel joints, but did not reach the time distribution notch. The plants remained content under the sun. There was room in the morning for an answer that did not promise permanence, only durable service and easy correction. She picked up the third olive shaving. Its grain was the least regular of all. A dark line curved from the thick end toward one side, then divided around a small whorl. When she bent it gently, the fibers shared the movement across the width, instead of concentrating it at one line. This one, she said. Thomas nodded. I thought so. I thought so. Why did you let us spend time on the others? She, because now we know so. She. Amara turned the piece over. We trial it dry, then damp, then with a removable clay bed. If the seating remains even, we make the repair. And the handsome insert? She looked at her drawing. I'll keep it nearby in case your crooked answer becomes troublesome. Staff, a fair arrangement. They returned to the groove once more. The third piece rested against the worn stone as though its curve had been pared for that exact hollow, though Tomas had not yet touched it with the knife. It was too long, too thick, and rough at one end. Those were matters for gentle work. Its essential shape was already right. Amara pressed it, felt the grain yield, and nodded. The simple shim had earned its trial. They chose the shaded landing for the fitting because the repair clay would keep its moisture there and the olive wood would not warm unevenly in their hands. Tomas laid out the third shaving beside his knife. Amara brought the wax impression, calipers, and slate. Between them stood a small glazed jar from his basket, sealed with cloth and string. When Damas opened it, the scent of damp earth joined the thyme. The clay inside was gray-brown and smooth, prepared from the finer bank below the upper spring. He had worked a small amount of sand and powdered limestone through it so it would keep its body while drying. When he pressed his thumb into the surface, the mark remained crisp without cracking at the edge. Enough? Amara asked. Enough to mend this corner 12 times. We are aiming for once. Then we have a generous margin. She measured the offcut at its thick end and wrote the figure. Thomas trimmed its length, leaving it wider than the hollow so they could fit one side at a time. The knife made a soft, fibrous sound through the olive wood. It did not produce the long, clean curls of straight-grained pine. Instead, short flakes lifted where the grain turned, each revealing a slightly different color beneath: honey, cream, a narrow smoke-brown line. Amara held the piece against the wax shape after every few strokes. The wax told them where the stone deepened, but not how the wood preferred to bend. Thomas tested that with his fingers. He braced the thicker end against the pad of his thumb and pressed the thin edge with 2 fingertips, watching the dark grain open and close by a fraction. The curve should face the stone, Amara said. I think so. You think? The piece thinks so. I have not yet decided whether to agree. He turned it and flexed it the other way. The resistance was sharper, and a faint ticking came from the fibers near the whorl. He stopped before any line appeared. The piece wins. They returned to the gate for the first full dry fitting. Amara closed the upstream temporary stop and waited for the receiving basin to drain. Water dwindled to a bright thread, then to separate beads between the stones. Thomas lifted the gate onto the padded brace. Together they dried the groove, first with the folded cloth and then with a twist of clean fiber pressed into the hollow. The stone showed its age more clearly when dry. Tiny pits interrupted the lower face. The worn corner was not one smooth hollow, but a succession of shallow depressions joined by water's passage. Amara traced them with the rounded wooden probe. Her drawing had reduced them to a curve. Thomas's offcut could yield across them, though only if its back retained enough roughness to grip the future clay. He set the piece in place. It entered at a slight angle, thin end upstream. The thick end stood proud. Mark the first contact, he said. Amara rubbed blue chalk over the top of the shim, then lowered the gate until its weight barely touched. Thomas held the board steady. When she raised it again, a blue patch had transferred to the underside of the olive edge. The mark lay toward the center, not at the downstream end as she had expected. The board's edge curves more than it looks, she said. Water has polished it into good manners. Or disguised its shape. Thomas shaved the marked area, blending the cut outward so he would not create a new ridge. They chalked and tested again. The second transfer mark spread across 2/3 of the shim. The gate sat lower. A third fitting produced a nearly continuous blue line, but the board made the hollow knock when Amara pressed its upper left corner. One high point remains, she said. Thomas took the offcut to the light. Here. He indicated a place where the dark grain crossed the face. Amara checked the chalk. The contact there was scarcely heavier than beside it. By sight, she would have removed an equal shaving across the entire middle. Thomas rubbed his thumb slowly along the wood and stopped at the crossing grain. It rises under pressure, he said. Not much. The mark doesn't show a distinct ridge. Because it lies down when the board sits, then it asks to rise again. Amara took the piece and copied his motion. The surface felt uniform at first. She closed her eyes, not for ceremony but to remove the persuasion of the visible grain, and drew her thumb back. At the dark line, the wood gave a little more resistance. It was like the smallest wrinkle beneath cloth. I feel it, she said. Thomas held out the knife to her, handle first. She could have made the cut. Instead, she returned the offcut to him. You judge the shaving. He rested the piece on the leather pad across his knee and placed the knife almost flat. The first pass removed nothing visible. The second lifted 3 short threads no thicker than hair. He ran his thumb over the place, adjusted the angle, and made one final pass that whispered rather than scraped. Enough, he said. Amara's impulse was to check with the calipers. The measurement would not be meaningless. It would confirm that the overall thickness remained within their limit, but it could not measure the small behavior Thomas had just corrected. She set the calipers down and followed him to the groove. The shim seated. They lowered the gate. No knock answered when she pressed either upper corner. The board met the rest of the groove evenly, and the olive offcut remained invisible beneath it except for one fine golden edge on the downstream side. They lifted and lowered the board twice more. On the second lift, the shim clung to the dry stone for a moment, then loosened when the gate cleared it. Thomas caught it before it fell into the basin. "Clay now," he said. "Removable trial first." He pinched off a piece no larger than a bean and kneaded it on his palm. Amara added 2 drops of water from the flask. The clay darkened and softened. Thomas rolled it into a short cord, then flattened the cord against the back of the shim, leaving the edges free. He scored the wood lightly across the grain so the clay had places to hold. At the groove, Amara dampened the stone rather than drying it fully. Bone-dry limestone would draw moisture too quickly from the thin clay bed. She brushed away the excess until the hollow held an even, dark sheen. Thomas set the shim in place and pressed from the center outward. A narrow bead of clay appeared along the lower edge. He lifted the piece again. The clay had touched every part of the hollow. Tiny pale points showed where stone peaks had pressed nearly through. Darker pockets marked the depressions the clay had filled. "Complete contact," Amara said, "and no thick pocket to slump." They reseated it with the same clay, then lowered the gate gently. The board compressed the bed. A little more clay squeezed out downstream. Amara collected it with the rounded end of her probe and smoothed the seam until no edge projected into the current. Upstream, Damas reached beneath the raised lip with one finger and feathered the clay against the stone. They left the gate seated for the length of one sand timer. The clay did not need to harden fully. In fact, a little softness would let the first wet cycle settle it. But it needed to take the shape of the loaded joint. While they waited, Amara cleaned the wax from her tools, and Thomas gathered the olive flakes into a corner of the cloth. "Do you save those too?" "Only the handsome ones." "For what possible repair?" "Tea house tables sometimes wobble by very small amounts." "Mira would rather move the table, which is why I have so many shavings." Meter had lifted the gate. The shim stayed with the stone. Its top bore an even compressed line from the board. No clay had rolled into the groove. Thomas touched the downstream seam and found it firm enough to resist his fingertip. For the wet trial, Amara opened the upstream stop only a finger's width. Water entered the housing gradually, climbed around the groove, and darkened the olive wood. The grain deepened from gold to umber. A few tiny air bubbles escaped the clay seam and vanished downstream. They watched without moving the gate. The shim did not lift. The feathered upstream edge gave the current nothing obvious to catch. After several minutes, Thomas pressed it sideways with the wooden probe. It held. "Now one partial cycle," Amara said. He raised the board 2 finger widths. Water slipped beneath, sounding brighter against the empty basin. The shim remained. He lowered the gate. The board settled with a soft wooden note, not the former hollow knock. Water below it narrowed quickly to a thread. One bead gathered at the repaired corner. Amara leaned closer. It trembled, lengthened, and fell. Neither spoke. A second bead appeared sooner than the old 6-breath interval. It was water draining from the wet downstream face, she thought, but she did not want to excuse evidence before it finished presenting itself. The bead traveled from higher on the board, not from beneath the shim. It joined the damp seam and dropped. Then a third, smaller bead followed. After that, the corner remained wet, but still. Amara turned the timer. Blue sand passed. No new drop formed. "Surface drainage," Thomas said when the timer emptied. "Yes." She touched the seam with the tip of the dry reed. It came away damp from the exposed face but showed no moving water. "Open to ordinary test step." He lifted the gate halfway. The branch filled. The current pushed over the repaired corner for 3 timers while Amara watched the clay line. Water's pressure seated the shim more firmly. The olive wood darkened throughout but did not visibly swell. When Thomas closed the gate, the basin drained in a narrowing ribbon. 3 drops fell from the board's face. too fell from the handle where his wet hands had held it. Then the receiving stone quieted. Amara crouched until her ear was nearly level with the gate. At the divide, water continued toward the central and western branches. Somewhere below, a bee moved among thyme flowers. From the closed eastern board came no regular drop, no thin hiss through a gap, no hollow resonance under pressure. The gate held. Again, she said. They cycled it at normal speed. The board rose with less resistance than before because the high point no longer caught the groove. It lowered without scraping. Water ceased. A sheen remained, then stopped changing. Again. Tomas rested one hand on the handle. Would you like it to fail now or later? I need to arrange my afternoon. I would like it to reveal any weakness before we finish the clay. That is less convenient to schedule. They lifted the board and inspected the shim. The clay bed had spread into a uniform margin. One corner had thinned enough to expose a pale crescent of stone. Amara pointed to it. Tomas pressed a pinhead of fresh clay into the place and smoothed it back. On the upstream side, he added a narrow fillet no thicker than twine, blending it against both wood and stone. This was the permanent bedding, though nearly all of it reused the trial clay. Nothing about the repair required more material than the hollow itself could hold. Amara checked the gate's level with a small crosspiece. The board stood square to the housing. The handle moved freely through its iron loop. Its bottom edge rested across the original stone seat and the new olive surface without rocking. The final shaving was right, she said. The wood said so. You heard it. Tormus wiped the knife and returned it to the basket. You heard the gate. The sound it made was modest, a smooth slide, a brief touch against wet wood, and a low, settled note when its weight reached the bottom. The former hollow knock was gone. In the empty branch, sunlight found the wet receiving stone. It made wavering reflections under the thyme leaves. Amara set the clean clay cup at the repaired corner and turned the timer through 2 full measures. The cup remained empty. An empty cup after 2 timers proved that the gate could hold once. It did not prove that the repair would remain seated through ordinary use. Amara knew this, Thomas knew it, and the tools remained open on the landing. The day had warmed enough that the stone walls released a dry mineral smell beneath the thyme, but there was still ample time before the afternoon garden turns. Amara wrote a test sequence on her slate. 3 full openings, 3 half openings, 3 half openings, 3 ordinary closures, downstream comparison, then rest under pressure. Tomas read the list upside down. 9? He asked. Some overlap. I hoped you would say that. Gosh. They began with a full opening. Tomas drew the gate upward until its bottom cleared the housing and rested it on the padded brace. Water filled the receiving basin and broke into the eastern channel. The first surge carried a few flecks of clay no larger than dust, remnants from the smoothed face rather than the bed behind the shim. Amara caught them on a square of pale cloth at the next joint. No olive fiber appeared. They let the flow establish itself. At the gate, the exposed shim lay flush in the groove. Wet clay showed as a narrow, dark outline around it. The piece did not flutter beneath the current or protrude into it. Amara touched the top with the wooden probe, pressing upstream, downstream, and toward the stone. It remained firm. Tomas lowered the gate at the pace Mira or any terrace keeper would use, neither cautiously nor roughly, a practiced pull, followed by the board's own weight. The water cut off. The hollow knock did not return. Drainage drops ran down the face, 4 in quick succession, and ceased. Amara placed the cup. 1 timer. Empty. On the second full cycle, she operated the handle. Its wood was smooth under her palm, damp and cool at the lower grip. She lifted through the place that had resisted before. The board passed it without a catch. When she closed the gate, she paid attention to the last hand's breadth of travel. The board did not accelerate into the seat. Water buoyed it slightly. Then the groove guided it down. She felt the repaired corner accept the weight as part of the whole, without a separate jolt. Good, she said. A detailed report, to smooth through the lower span. Even contact at closure. No lateral movement, to better. The cup remained empty. For the third full cycle, Thomas opened quickly, paused, then closed more slowly than usual. This was the motion most likely to let water push sideways along the shim before the gate held it down. A faint curl formed at the repaired corner while the board descended. The wood stayed seated. Once closed, the seam became still. They moved to the half openings. These mattered because garden keepers often adjusted the eastern branch by small amounts, rather than lifting the gate fully. At a quarter opening, the current passed directly over the repaired lower corner. The shim's feathered upstream edge divided no visible thread from the main flow. At half opening, turbulence filled the groove and made the olive grain flicker beneath the water. The clay held. Amara varied the duration. One opening lasted a few breaths, another a full-timer, the third long enough for them to walk to the first distribution notch and back. Each closure left the receiving basin dry after its surface drops drained away. Now downstream, she said. They opened to the mark used for a normal time turn. Long practice had polished a line on the gate handle where it met the iron loop at that height. Water entered the saffron steps branch with its familiar clear rush. Amara set a small floating chip in the receiving basin and followed it down. The chip traveled faster than the time leaf had earlier because the channel was already rinsed clean by their tests. At the first bend, it rocked through the shallow eddy and continued. Amara timed its passage between two chalk points. The interval matched her expected range. She then measured depth at the first and second notches. No part of the repair narrowed the gate opening or altered the delivered flow. Tomas stood above the first-time bed with his hands on his hips. Still content. Amara pressed her fingers into the soil beyond the wetted ridge. The added test water had darkened the feeder channel, but they had diverted most cycles before the bed notches. The roots remained moist, not saturated. She adjusted the first tiny divider so the current passed the time rather than entering it again. Content, but not interested in helping us test all afternoon. A generous plants. They have already answered. They directed the test flow along the bypass channel that returned unused water toward the central system below the steps. Amara walked beside it to confirm that no leaf or loose clay blocked the return. At the junction, the little stream joined the household overflow with a brief bright pattern, then disappeared into its broader movement. On the uphill path, she listened for any change at the divide. The eastern opening drew only its intended portion. The central lip retained its broad note. The western, its quiet scrape. Allocation remained sound. At the gate, Thomas closed the board for the rest under pressure test. They dried the downstream face completely, including the handle and both side seams, so later moisture could not be dismissed as surface drainage. Amara tucked a fresh square of pale cloth against the lower corner. Any leak would mark it. 2 timers? Stamis asked. 4. He looked toward Mira's tea house, whose open upper window was visible between a fig tree and a white wall. We may miss the first Fennel biscuits. Mira keeps some aside for people doing work she asked them to do. She keeps some aside for you. I benefit from proximity. Amara used the waiting time to inspect the discarded test pieces. The first had opened beside its knot when Thomas flexed it again. The second remained sound but had a face too straight for the hollow. She labeled them on the cloth with chalk marks so no one would mistake them for useful wedges later. The successful shim could not be seen with the gate closed. Only the clean meeting of wood and stone showed at the corner. This invisibility pleased Amara, though not for the same reason the neat insert had pleased her on paper. The repair did not announce a correction imposed on the old groove. It let the gate return to its intended work. At the end of 4 timers, she removed the pale cloth. It bore no mark. Sound, she said. Tomas began gathering the tools, but Amara left her slate open. One more sequence at the afternoon level. Sequence at how many overlapping cycles? 6. 3. An excellent number. Sequence. The sun moved west while they waited for the customary turn. They did not keep the branch running merely to test it. Water belonged where the rotation sent it. Until then, they cleaned the working area. Tomas scraped loose clay from the stone landing and returned the unused portion to its jar. Amara rinsed the cup and probe in the bypass, then poured the rinse water onto bare ground away from the thyme roots. Olive shavings went into a small cloth packet. The cracked test piece would make kindling. The sound one could still serve as a thin packing strip elsewhere. Mira appeared on the upper path carrying a covered tray and a narrow jar. She wore a blue apron and had pinned her sleeves above the elbow. I saw 2 people sitting beside an empty channel, she said. It suggested either success or philosophy. Success under observation, Amara said. Tomas lifted the cloth over the tray. And biscuits under a cover. Observation rewarded. I ate 1 each on the wall. The biscuits were small and crisp, with fennel seeds browned on top. Mira crouched to inspect the closed gate, but did not touch it. It sounds different. It isn't dripping. It isn't dripping, Tomas said. That would account for some of the difference. The closure note changed too, Amara said. The worn corner made the board resonate in the groove. The shim restored even contact. Mira looked from her to Tomas. Whose repair? The gate belongs to everyone. Whose repair? The gate belongs to everyone, Who said solemnly. The clay came from above the spring. The olive wood once belonged to a shelf. Thomas proposed the method, Amara said. A thin olive shim bedded in clay. We preserved the original stone. State. Mira's attention rested on her for a moment. Warm, but not searching. Then the shelf has continued a useful life. She filled her narrow jar at the central branch and returned downhill to open the tea house for the quieter afternoon hour. The covered tray went with her, though Tomas watched it until the fig leaves hid it. When the time turn arrived, announced not by a bell but by the shadow reaching the marked corner of the dividing wall, Amara opened the eastern gate to the lower afternoon line. The flow was gentler than the morning test. It passed the repair without hesitation and traveled down the steps. They walked the whole branch again. At each bed, Amara checked the divider position and the soil's need. The upper thyme received a narrow ribbon. The middle bed, shaded longer by its wall, needed less and was bypassed. The lowest bed accepted the remainder in 2 shallow furrows. Thomas cleared 1 fallen blossom from a notch with the tip of his finger. Nothing downstream suggested that the shim had changed the branch. Water arrived where the gate mark said it should, in the expected time and depth. The plants took it quietly. The return carried only the intended remainder. Back at the top, the afternoon turn ended. Thomas closed the gate. The board settled with its low, whole note. OSAT. HOH, for EO2, HO3, start. The repaired gate opened and closed 3 times in near silence. Amara was testing whether Thomas's simple olive wood shim would stay seated through ordinary use. On the first cycle, the board slid into the stone groove without its old hollow knock. On the second, water stopped cleanly at the lower corner. On the third, the downstream basin drained and remained dry. She held a pale cloth beneath the seam. No dark spot appeared. Tomas glanced at the precise replacement drawing still tucked under her slate. Does the handsome plan get another chance? Amara rolled the drawing carefully instead of throwing it away. It gets filed. Under what heading? It was filed. Under what heading? She wrote across the margin. Unnecessary, but handsome. Each cycle stayed dry. The crooked shim remained where the water, wood, and stone had agreed to hold it. Yinahak S4EO2 H33 END. Thomas read the label and nodded. A dignified retirement. Sans K, not retirement. Reference. Sock, of course. Amara made the final daytime entries on her slate. Repeated full and partial cycle sound. No movement at shim. No measurable leak after closure. Downstream depth and travel unchanged. Time allocation confirmed. The words mattered, but the result before her mattered more. The receiving basin lay empty. The board stood square. The eastern branch waited for its next turn, without quietly borrowing from the others. They had not made the groove conform to her drawing. They had allowed a small piece of wood to conform to the groove. The difference seemed plain now that the work was done. Plain and calm. The practical repair was complete. Only the reduced evening check remained, not to reopen the question, but to confirm the gate at the gentlest flow before they put their attention away. Late light reached the saffron steps sideways, laying honey-colored bands across the terrace walls. The warmth had left the upper path. Thyme fragrance, strong through the afternoon, began to settle nearer the beds again. Amara and Tomas returned to the gate after completing other small rounds apart. She had checked the central overflow near the homes, and he had reset a loose pathstone outside his workshop. Neither brought the full basket. Thomas carried only the wooden probe and a folded square of pale cloth. Amara carried her slate, the rolled drawing, and the small sand timer. The repair no longer required tools. The evening visit was a courtesy to completed work. At the three-lip divide, the spring level had eased with the day's use. Water still crossed all three lips, but each voice was lower. The central branch murmured rather than spoke. The western run scarcely more than brushed its stone. At the eastern lip, a narrow, clear fall entered the closed gate housing and rested against the olive board. Amara stood without kneeling and listened. No count sounded beneath the divide. The gate held the reduced pressure as it had held the stronger flow. Its wood had darkened where wet, revealing long looping lines around the handle. At the lower corner, the repaired seam remained still. Thomas handed her the cloth. She pressed it beneath the seam and left it there while one timer ran. Evening breeze moved a time stem against the channel wall with a faint dry brush. A cup sounded from Mira's open window below. Farther away, someone called a good night from one courtyard to another, and a door closed gently. When the sand emptied, Amara lifted the cloth. It remained pale. Dry, she said. Dry, Thomas agreed. She opened the gate only to the reduced evening mark. A slim ribbon passed beneath it. In the receiving basin, the water made almost no splash. It gathered, tipped into the branch, and moved down the steps with a steady murmur. They followed it once, slowly. At the first time bed, Amara crouched and redirected the ribbon along the bypass. The plants had received enough. She did not test their soil again. The afternoon round had settled that. Instead, she watched the narrow flow past the notch without entering it. Its surface held a wavering reflection of pale wall and dark leaves. Tomas walked with his hands empty. At the second bend he paused to smell a thyme blossom, bending near without picking it. Warmer than this morning, she said. The scent, the whole step. Amara placed her palm against the retaining wall. It held the day's warmth beneath its cooling surface. For a little while. No extra depth was needed to carry it. No adjustment at the gate required. They turned uphill while the ribbon continued without them. Thomas closed the board. Water below drained away. A few isolated drops fell from the wet face, one from the handle, one from the lower edge, one from the side where the board had emerged through the thin flow. Each landed at a different interval. None renewed itself. Then there was only the steady channel murmur from water continuing elsewhere. Amara did not set the timer again. They gathered the remaining things from the landing. The work cloth had dried in the afternoon and smelled faintly of olive wood. Thomas wrapped the knife, mallet, and chisels in their accustomed positions, then tied the bundle with 2 turns of cord. Amara washed the calipers and cup, dried them, and fitted them into the pockets of her survey satchel. The wax impression of the worn hollow had softened slightly in the sun but still held its shape. She folded it into scrap paper and kept it with her notes. The unused clay returned to Thomas's jar. He smoothed its surface with a damp thumb before tying the cloth over the mouth. Enough for 11 repairs now. Only if they are this size. I will ask future damage to be considerate. The two failed trial shims went where they had decided. Thomas slipped the cracked one into a side pocket for kindling. The second he kept with his wedges. Its face was too straight for this groove, but another narrow space might one day welcome it. The successful third piece stayed unseen beneath the gate, pressed by the board into clay and irregular stone. Amara took the drawing from beneath her slate. In the softer light, its inked lines appeared almost ceremonious. She had added measurements, a section view, the step shoulder, 2 notes about grain direction, and a small arrow indicating downstream. It was good work. It described a repair that could have succeeded. That did not make it the repair the gate had needed. Across the margin, her words slanted more quickly than the rest. Unnecessary, but handsome. She let the ink dry before rolling the sheet again. They walked toward the village by the path below the divide. Thomas carried his basket on one shoulder. Amara's satchel rested against her hip. Their boots no longer picked up wet clay. The path had dried, and the few damp places were easy to step around. Behind them, the 3 branches spread the spring's reduced flow through Angera. None called them back. At Thomas's workshop, they stopped to return his tools. The workshop occupied a whitewashed room open to a small yard. Stone offcuts stood in sorted rows along one wall. Boards leaned beneath the eaves, each marked in chalk with its wood in likely use. The olive shelf that had supplied today's shavings was easy to identify by a fresh pale edge near one end. Thomas unpacked the basket. He wiped the knife blade with oil and slid it into its sheath. The mallet hung from a peg. Chisels went into a wooden rack in order of width. Though Amara suspected she was partly responsible for that arrangement, the clay jar returned to a cool niche beside 2 larger jars. He shook crumbs and wood dust from the cloth into a small bin of kindling, folded it, and laid it over the basket. Amara put the wooden probe back into the narrow case in her satchel. It belonged beside the calipers, but she first wiped one remaining trace of blue chalk from its end. Tomas watched without comment. "What?" she asked. "Nothing. What?" she asked. "Nothing." That was an observant nothing. I was thinking the probe would still work with blue chalk on it. It would mark the inside of the case. Then your action has preserved the case from a harmless blue line. She held up the cleaned probe. Some small things are worth correcting. I spent the day agreeing. I closed the workshop shutters, but left the upper vent open for the clay scent to disperse. Tomas washed his hands at the yard basin. Ribbons of gray clouded the water, then settled. Amara rinsed hers after him. Damp clay had dried in the fine lines of her fingertips. She rubbed it loose, watching the grains drift toward the basin's overflow. Mira's tea house stood 2 turns below, where the path widened beside a small square. By evening, its front room had grown quiet. 2 tables near the door were empty, their cups already cleared. A lamp burned on the back shelf, lighting jars of mint, lemon balm, thyme, and fennel seed. The open window looked over the central channel. Its shutters were folded against the wall, and the sill held 3 small pots planted with herbs. Mira saw them from behind the counter and lifted a kettle. The successful philosopher's return. "The gate is dry," Aunt Thomas said. "That sounds more useful than philosophy." "We also returned every tool," Amara added. "Now you are boasting." Mira poured thyme tea into 3 low cups. Steam carried a green, slightly peppery fragrance. She added no honey, knowing Amara preferred to taste the herb itself, and set a little dish of the promised fennel biscuits near Thomas. Then she took her own cup to the open window. They sat there rather than at a table. The sill was broad enough to hold their cups, and a built-in bench ran beneath it. Thomas took the end nearest the channel view. Amara sat beside him, her satchel at her feet. Mira leaned one shoulder against the opposite shutter. For a while, no one asked for the account of the repair. The tea was hot. Amara held the cup between both palms and let the warmth reach the stiffness in her fingers. Time tasted different from its fragrance on the terraces. In the cup it was softer, with a faint bitterness at the end that made the next sip seem fresh. Outside, blue dusk collected in the narrow spaces between pale houses. A broom made its last passes over paving. Footsteps crossed the square and faded. The central channel ran beneath Mira's window in a covered reach, then emerged at the far end of the building. Its sound came through the room as a continuous low murmur. Tomas ate half a biscuit and set the other half down. The olive shelf has become shorter. Mira looked at him over her cup. Should I mourn it? It has gained purpose. The Ujisakandid has gained purpose. It held jars for 15 years. A second purpose. Amara said, a piece about the length of my smallest finger is holding the worn corner. Most of the shelf remains available for further distinction. I'm relieved. Mira's eyes warmed. And your first thought? And your first thought? Amara reached into her satchel and removed the rolled drawing. She did not spread it over the sill. The evening air carried enough damp to curl the paper. She handed it to Mira as it was. A fitted insert, she said. Step to restore the original corner. Accurate, replaceable, and more disruptive than the groove required. Mira turned the roll until she found the writing across its outer edge. Necessary, but handsome. That is its filing note. A generous one. It was a good design. Sumper nother gate, her nother gate. Perhaps, for a square recess, or a new housing, not for this worn corner. Sumper Nesta's biscuit. The drawing and I have reached peace. Was there unrest? Mira asked. Mira retemple. Only professional suspense. Amara reclaimed the roll and held it lightly across her knees. Earlier, she might have felt the unused work as a small waste, measurements made, geometry considered, a solution refined and then set aside. Now the drawing seemed to have done another kind of work. It had allowed comparison. Its clean demands showed her what the existing groove would have to surrender in order to accept it. Thomas's Scheim had asked less. The dry basin and unchanged thyme flow had supplied the final judgment. The repair held at full flow, partial flow, ordinary operation, and the reduced evening level, she said. The branch delivery stayed within its usual depth. No water passed the closed gate after drainage. We checked the bedding after the wet cycles. It remained sound. Mira nodded. Then the tiny clock has stopped. They listened. From somewhere outside came an isolated drop, then another. Amara's attention lifted automatically. The interval was irregular. The sound came from the tea-house eave, where water left by the morning mist had gathered in a shallow curve and was finally letting go as the evening breeze moved it. A third drop struck the sill below, lighter than the others. It was not the gate. Beyond it, the channel murmur continued steadily. Amara drank her tea. The day's measurements rested on the slate in her satchel. She would transfer them to the branch record before leaving, but there was no need to do so before the cup cooled. Thomas leaned back against the window frame. Mira closed the herb jar she had left open on the counter, then returned to her place without beginning another task. The room darkened by slow degrees. Mira lit a second small lamp only when the writing on Amara's slate would otherwise have become difficult to see. Its flame made a warm circle on the sill and left the rest of the tea-house in comfortable blue shadow. Amara set down her empty cup and opened the branch record. She wrote the date and location, 3-lip divide, eastern branch gate to saffron steps. Under condition, she noted the rhythmic seep at the worn, lower downstream corner. Under repair, she wrote, irregular olive wood shim fitted to preserved stone groove, fine repair clay bedding. Gate board unchanged. She listed the tests in a compact hand. 9 working cycles, she wrote, then corrected the count to include the afternoon and evening operations. Full, partial, and reduced flow. Dry cloth after settled closure. Downstream allocation unchanged. She did not need to record every shaving, The page required enough truth for the next person who inspected the gate. At the bottom, she added, "Review, at routine seasonal gate check. No earlier action needed unless drip returns or closure note changes." That last sentence released the repair from special attention. It would join the ordinary system of checks, rather than remain a private concern she carried each time she passed the divide. She tucked the drawing into the rear sleeve of the record folder. It slid behind older plans and disappeared, though its label remained visible at the top when the folder closed. Unnecessary, but handsome. She smiled at the phrase once, then fastened the strap. "Filed?" Sophish Thomas asked. "Filed. Tools returned?" With Havisht, Mara asked. "Tea finished." "Tea finished? Tea finished?" Amara looked into her cup. A single time leaf rested at the bottom. "Finished." Mira collected the cups without hurry. She left the window open. Evening insects had begun their faint work beneath the channel sound, a thin woven note that seemed to make the quiet larger rather than break it. Amara and Thomas remained on the bench a little longer. They did not discuss the next repair. No list needed making before they stood. Through the open window, the village paths faded into dusk, but the pale line of the channel remained visible where it crossed the square. An isolated drop fell from the eave. Then no other drop followed. Water moved beneath the window in one steady murmur, continuing toward the lower gardens without supervision. At the saffron steps, the olive gate rested in its groove. The small shim held, and the eastern branch waited cleanly for its next appointed turn. The Measure of Quiet Water. Episode 3, The Blue Rotation Board. Three chalk symbols on one board all appeared to mean the same thing. Amara Day stood in the blue shade at the edge of the village square and studied them while the morning warmed around her. One was a small cup with a crooked handle. One was a circle with 3 short strokes rising from it. The last was only a loop, rubbed pale at the bottom by somebody's sleeve. Each occupied a different place in the handwritten watering rotation fixed beside the path to Mint Bend. The board had once been black. Sun and dust had softened it to charcoal gray, except where old rain had run from the upper corners and left 2 clean dark tracks. Names crowded its surface in several hands. Arrows bent around one another. A row of little gate shapes crossed the middle, though 2 had been overwritten by dates and a third by what might have been a mint leaf. At the bottom, a sentence in Mira Saul's narrow writing said, "If the upper channel is slow, allow 1 extra cup." No one had specified whether the cup was for measuring water or for waiting with tea. Nico Sai arrived carrying 2 actual cups hooked through the fingers of one hand. He held the other hand away from his shirt because it was already blue with paint. "I thought we might need these," he said, raising the cups. "For investigation." "Which sort?" Amara asked. "Measuring or waiting?" Nico looked at the board. "That is exactly the trouble." Surrey Day, Amara's older cousin and the keeper of the bakehouse ovens, had been crouched at the foot of the post, gathering fragments of fallen chalk from the dust. She straightened with 4 pieces nested in her palm, white, yellow, green, and a blue so worn that it resembled a chip of morning sky. Years of reading flour tallies and oven marks had made her patient with other people's symbols, though not inclined to preserve them after they stopped being useful. "These 3 mean after tea," she said. She pointed first to the cup, then to the circle with rising strokes, then to the loop. Amara glanced down at her. "Oh, 3? The cup is Nico's. The hot sun is Mira's. The loop is yours." "I have never drawn that loop." "You write after tea very quickly." Surrey demonstrated in the air with one finger. The words collapsed into a loop with a tail. "When the tail rubs off, it looks like that." Nico handed Amara one of the cups. "Then the board has preserved your speed but lost your meaning. S.Ac." The tea smelled of crushed mint and toasted barley. Amara held it without drinking and looked past the board toward Mint Bend. Beyond the last stone houses, the path curved downward between terraces. Narrow channels flashed in pieces among the herb beds. The morning turn was already underway. Water slipping from the hearth cistern traveled beneath the square, emerged at the bend, and divided at a sequence of small wooden gates. Every grower knew some part of the arrangement. No one, apparently, knew quite the same whole. Nothing had failed badly. That mattered. The ment was bowed but green. The cistern held enough for the day's rotation. Yesterday, one bed had received its turn twice because a marker stone had been moved before the board was changed. Another had waited until evening and recovered after a careful soaking. The disagreement afterward had been mild, consisting mainly of 4 neighbors standing around this board and explaining 4 different versions of what it said. Amara preferred problems at that size. They could be lifted, turned, and set down more usefully before resentment fastened itself to them. "Let us compare this with the gates," she said. Nico took a slate from beneath his arm. A piece of paper had been tied over it with string, and he had ruled the paper into columns. Names, times, gates, exceptions. "So, that is already 4 kinds of mark," Surrey observed. He lowered the slate. "Names and gates." "So, names and gates? Start with feet," Amara said. "We will walk what actually happens." "Ha." They crossed the square together. The blue awning above Mira's doorway cast a broad, cool shape over 2 benches and a row of clean cups drying upside down. Mira herself stood in the doorway, bruising mint leaves between her fingers before dropping them into a pot. The scent followed Amara and Nico to the path. At the first gate below the square, Amara stopped. The gate was a flat cedar paddle fitted into a stone slot. When raised, it sent water toward the western beds. Lowered, it allowed the stream to continue along the main run. A pale nick on its handle matched a pale nick on the board, but the board's mark stood beside Surrey's name. "This is Mira's first," Ekaniko said. "Only when she waters the long bed," Surrey said. "Today she is watering the round bed." Mira, who had followed at a slower pace with the teapot, nodded. "The long bed drinks before the shade reaches the wall. The round bed does better later." Nico looked at his columns. "Is the bed the turn, or is the grower the turn?" "Of that," Amara said, "is our first useful question." They went down another 20 paces. The channel divided around a shoulder of stone darkened by spray. Here, a peg shifted water to Nico's narrow strips of mint and savory. The leaves nearest the path were crushed where someone had stepped aside too quickly the evening before, and their sharp scent rose whenever a sandal brushed them. The board placed Nico after Mira's cup symbol. Nico remembered it as after Mira's lower bed. Mira remembered it as after tea, unless Surrey had already opened the southern run. Surrey remembered that she was not supposed to open the southern run until Nico waved from the shoulder. All 3 descriptions could produce the correct order on an ordinary day. None could tell a person what to do when tea was late, a bed was skipped, or Nico was out carrying baskets. At the 3rd gate, Amara found a green chalk mark on the wood itself. At the 4th, a blue cord had been looped twice around the handle. At the 5th, 2 smooth cups sat on the wall, one upright and one on its side. "Does that mean finished?" she asked. Surrey righted the fallen cup. "It means the person before forgot to return it." Aiko laughed softly. "A house system contains history. Too much of it," Mira said. She poured the remaining tea into the fallen cup after dusting its rim with her sleeve. "A timetable should not require us to remember why every scratch was made." They returned to the board by the same route. Answers had come readily when tied to a gate. Here, among the crowded marks, they tangled again. Surrey set the chalk fragments along the lower frame and studied the 3 signs that had sent them walking. Simwalking, 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 Simwalking for 03H01. Start. 3 chalk symbols on one board all appeared to mean the same thing. Suri tapped the cup, the little rising sun and the rubbed loop. Each meant after tea, depending on who had written it. The neighbors at Mint Bend used the board to know whose herb bed received water next. So one shared moment had acquired 3 private signs. Amara and Nico read back the route they had just walked, ignoring every mark except the gates themselves. At each gate, they had asked only which bed received the water there and where it went next. The answers formed a sequence no handwriting could complicate Mira's round bed, Nico's mint strips, Suri's southern bed, then Mira's long bed. Suri laid one piece of chalk against the board. We do not need 3 signs for after tea, she said. We need one line showing what follows what. Amara drew that single line beneath the crowded marks. For the first time that morning, everyone read the same thing. Hak S4E03H01 The new line was temporary, drawn low where it crossed to no names. Yet Mira saw it from her doorway. Nico saw it from the cistern path. Suri stepped halfway across the square, turned, and could still tell which direction it ran. They had not solved the rotation. They had only made the problem plain. The old board mixed people, beds, times, weather, tea, and memories as though each were the same kind of instruction. What they needed was not more exact writing. They needed a sequence that could survive ordinary variations. Amara finally drank her tea. It had cooled, but the mint was bright on her tongue. We will walk every bed, she said. 1 full round. Then we will decide what the board must say and what it can stop saying. Nico turned his ruled paper over and began again on the blank side. They began at the hearth cistern because all of Mint Bend's turns began there, even though the old board pretended they began in the square. The cistern occupied a low round chamber beneath the eastern terrace. Its arched entrance held the coolness of night long after sunlight reached the stones outside. Every word spoken within returned thinner from the curved walls. A drip from the inlet counted steadily into the dark pool, and the water answered with small, hollow sounds. Amara stood at the lip while Nico checked the morning gauge. The painted notch showed a comfortable depth, enough for 1 measured circuit. Some household draw and a reserve if the afternoon came hotter than expected. What does the board need to tell you here? She asked. Nico considered the question. Whether the rotation has started. Does it need to tell you the depth? No. The gauge tells me that. The weather? He glanced toward the bright entrance. My skin tells me enough for 1 day. Suri's voice echoed from behind them. And Mira tells everyone the rest. Mira, waiting outside with 4 empty cups in a basket, accepted this without objection. She knew the moods of clouds, soil, and neighbors, and regarded sharing those observations as simple maintenance. Nico wrote only, "Start hearth cistern gate released." He left a space beside it. Amara noticed the space but did not fill it. This was his record of their walk, not her finished design. The first bed was Mira's round patch of spearmint, contained by a low ring of warm stones. Water entered through a notch on the north side and circled the roots before draining back to the main channel. Mira knelt and pressed 2 fingers into the soil. It needs the first turn on clear days, she said. If the night has been damp, I pass it. Nico wrote Mira round. How does the next person know you have passed? If they are not nearby? I moved the white stone from the wall. Suri pointed to 3 white stones on the wall. Mira sighed. The smooth white stone. 2 were smooth, the flatter one. Stuart sighed. The smooth white stone. 2 were smooth, the flatter one. Nico did not write any of that. So the new board must show that the turn is finished or passed. Mira nodded, relieved by the smaller statement. They let water into the round bed for the customary interval, measured not by a clock but by filling a clay cup from a narrow drip 6 times. The cup was not used to measure the bed's water. It measured time by the steady drip. That explained at least one of the board's cup drawings. Each filling took long enough for the soil to darken in a widening band. Mira emptied the 6th cup into a thirsty pot by her doorstep, closed her notch, and watched the main stream gather itself again. 6 cups, Nico said. Does that belong on the board? On my marker, Mira replied. The whole square need not read it. The whole square need not read it. Amara smiled. The first distinction had come from the grower herself. At Nico's mint strips, the path narrowed. He had 3 beds stepping down the slope, but they shared one inlet and counted as one turn. He loosened a small gate, sent a shallow sheet over the upper strip, and moved it lower when the surface began to shine. His usual turn lasted 5 cups, though he watched the far corner more closely than the drip. What if you are away? Surrey asked. Anyone can see when the corner shines. I cannot see it from the gate. Nico bent beside the low gate and looked from Surrey's position. A tuft of mint blocked the corner completely. He broke no stems. He shifted one flat stone from the edge, making a sightline beside the leaves. From the gate, the darkening corner became visible. Then that is what I need to show, he said. On the paper, he drew a tiny square beside his name and shaded one corner. Not 5 cups. Water until this corner shines, then close. Amara asked, could Mira do that turn? Mira stood at the gate, watched the water spread, and raised a hand when the corner caught the light. Nico closed the inlet. Yes, she said. Could Surrey? Could Surrey inspected the wet soil and the sight line? Yes, if he stops putting baskets there. Nico added keep clear beneath his drawing. The 3rd turn belonged to Surrey's southern bed, where peppermint grew with lemon balm beneath stretched blue cloth. The shade cast the plants and channel into underwater color. Drops on the leaf tips shone like small metal beads. Surrey's inlet was easy to open but stiff to close, and Amara saw her brace one foot against the stones to pull the peg home. Before Amara could reach for it, Nico took the peg out, rubbed grit from its lower edge, and worked it in and out until it slid cleanly. He found a smear of beeswax in the gate box and polished the wood. The rotation cannot be shared if one grower needs another grower to close a gate, he said. Surrey tested it again. The peg seated with one firm push. Her bed took 4 cups. The blue shade slowed evaporation, and the lemon balm disliked standing water. Surrey showed them a narrow escape cut into the far end. When the first thread reached it, her turn was done. Nico drew a line entering a rectangle and a little curl leaving it. Surrey looked at the drawing sideways. A blue stripe would tell me faster, she said. My marker could be blue like the shade. Colored marks fade, Amara said, thinking aloud. Then colored wood, Nico answered. I have offcuts from the shutters. They continued to Mira's long bed, a dense ribbon of common mint along the western wall. Its gate lay last in the physical sequence because water had to pass every earlier branch to reach it. The old board listed it directly beneath Mira's round bed, grouping the grower's name rather than following the channel. There was the central mistake. Mira opened the last gate. Water traveled under stems and released a deep green smell from leaves bruised during yesterday's harvest. The wall returned heat to their backs. She watered until dampness showed around a marker tile halfway down the row, then closed the run. Round bed first, Nico recited. My strip second. Surrey's shade bed third. Long bed fourth. And if I pass the round bed? Rast. Your first turn is marked past. Your first turn is marked past. The active turn moves to mine. The long bed remains fourth. If Nico is away? A Surrey asked. One of us follows his marker, Mira said. Or marks it past if he has asked us to. They walked the sequence again without water. This time Surrey led. She began at the cistern release, touched Mira's first gate, Nico's gate, her own, and Mira's last. At each she stated only what another person needed to know. Nico crossed half the writing from his paper. by the time they climbed back toward the square. His record held 4 names for 4 beds, 4 simple completion signs and arrows between them. Weather had vanished. Tea had vanished. Household cup counts remained on notes intended for the individual markers, not on the shared board. Under Mira's awning, they set the paper beside the old schedule. The contrast was almost funny. The old board appeared to be arguing with itself. Nico's page had room to breathe. "We should add the starting depth," Amara said, testing the edge of their agreement. Mira shook her head first. "The person opening the cistern checks that." "And the date," Amara suggested. "Only the day," Nico said. "We erase it after a complete round." "What about late starts?" Suri picked up the blue chalk. "The marker shows where we are. It does not care when tea ends." Afra placed both palms on the table. Fine chalk dust from the old board had settled into the lines of her right hand. Her instinct was to keep one more safeguard, an extra note for the damp night exception, a smaller line for who could substitute, a place to record each cup. Those details could prevent a question. They could also rebuild the thicket they had just walked out of. "What would make this easier?" she asked. "More exact marks or fewer marks?" "Fewer marks." "Fewer," said Fewer said. "Fewer," Settering echoed. Nico turned the paper toward himself, studied it once, and crossed out the remaining times. "Fewer." They agreed on the complete sequence before leaving the table. Release checked at hearth cistern, round bed, mint strips, shaded southern bed, long bed, cistern release closed and cycle marked complete. A pass turn would remain visible rather than disappearing. An active marker would show exactly where the water belonged. Each bed's own small marker would carry the local stopping sign on its back. They also agreed on what the board should do when somebody made an ordinary mistake. If a peg pointed the wrong way, the person who noticed would compare it with the bed and correct it. If the blue marker and the water disagreed, the nearest grower would stop the flow safely, place blue where the water actually was, and continue from that shared state. No one would invent a warning symbol, and no one would need to wait for Amara. Nico wrote the recovery rule in the margin of his page, then read it back. Mira tried it with a question about a marker dropped in the dust. Sari answered that they would pick it up, return it to the visible turn, and wash their hands before touching bread. The answer was practical enough for both board and bakery. Finally, they considered the person who had missed the conversation. The fixed labels needed names as well as bed pictures. The stopping signs belonged on the removable backs, where a substitute could carry one down the path. The active marker needed a home pocket so that finding it loose would never become a new puzzle. These were not extra layers of timetable. Each answered a physical question a newcomer might ask. Where am I going? What tells me to stop? And where does this piece belong? No one had yet chosen the shapes. No board had been painted. But for the first time, the whole route existed in one order that matched the ground. Amara looked down the path. Water rested in the channels, reflecting slivers of blue cloth and sky. "That is one round," she said. Nico tapped his clean, shortened page. And no one needed to say after tea. After the midday meal, Nico returned with a shallow wooden box full of offcuts. They were the remnants of repairing shutters around the village, cedar squares, beach circles, narrow pine slats, and 4 pieces already painted in shades of blue. Some bore nail holes. One had a beveled edge. Nico had sanded their splinters but preserved enough differences that they could be recognized by touch. Amara brought fresh chalk. Suri carried a rag and a bowl of water. Mira contributed the old board itself, lifting it from its hooks with Nico and laying it flat across 2 benches beneath the blue awning. For a moment, the empty hooks on the post looked strangely formal. People crossing the square glanced at them, then at the board on the benches. No one seemed alarmed. The day's watering had finished. The problem remained pleasantly bounded by a full cistern and living plants. Nico arranged 4 wooden pieces on the crowded surface. A round disc represented Mira's round bed. A long rectangle represented his 3 strips. A small square painted blue represented Suri's shaded bed. A second long piece, notched at one end, represented Mira's bed beside the wall. Too many shapes? I asked. Suri moved to the far side of the square. I can see the blue one. The rest look like biscuits. Mira shaded her eyes. I can see the round one if I know to look for it. Amara stood beside Suri. At this distance, writing disappeared into pale texture. The blue square remained distinct, but a person needed to remember which bed blue meant. That was manageable for Suri, whose shade cloth gave it an obvious association. It might not be manageable for a substitute. What if the board holds the beds in a fixed row? Amara said. And one piece moves along the row. I and Nico selected the beveled blue slat. He set the 4 bed pieces aside, wiped a narrow stripe clear across the board, and drew 4 vertical chalk lines. Between each pair, he left the width of his palm. Beneath the divisions, he sketched the simplest signs from their walk: a circle, 3 short strips, a square with a line above it, and a long line ending at a wall. He placed the blue slat below the circle. From across the square, Suri called, "Mira's round bed." Nico slid it to the 3 strips. "Your mint." He slid it to the shaded square. "Mine." Nico's. Then to the wall line. "Mira's long bed." Nico's. Mira walked halfway toward Suri and turned back. I can read that without the names. We will still put the names, Amara said. A visitor should not have to learn our drawings by guessing. Nico nodded. He added the 4 short labels above the pictures, large and spare. Mira round. Nico strips. Suri shade. Mira wall. Below them, he drew one continuous line from left to right. The active blue slat crossed that line wherever he placed it. They tried alternatives. A blue cup was recognizable but rolled when the board tilted. A cord could be tied beneath the active bed but took 2 hands and invited knots. 4 individual tokens could show completed turns, but they accumulated individual clutter. 1 sliding marker made the current responsibility unmistakable. 4 small pegs, 1 above each bed, could be turned sideways to show a past turn without removing it from the sequence. Suri proposed that completed turns receive a short white stroke below them. Mira preferred turning the pegs down. Nico tested both. From far away, the strokes vanished. The pegs made little shadows that remained visible in afternoon light. Amara watched the experiments without choosing for them. This required restraint of a surprisingly physical kind. Each time a question emerged, an answer rose ready in her mind. She let it wait. Nico shifted pieces. Suri crossed the square. Mira approached the board from her doorway with a cup in hand, as she would on an ordinary day. Their bodies answered questions, the table could not. The blue marker lodged once against a ridge of old paint. Nico ran his thumb over the board and frowned. It needs a proper track. Or smoother paint, Suri said. Both. He took a scrap of charcoal and marked a shallow rail to be fixed along the bottom. The marker would slide rather than hang, so it could not blow loose. At the end of the rotation, it would enter a small outlined square labeled complete. The opening and closing of the cistern would sit at the 2 ends of the same track, not as extra watering turns, but as checks. Mira asked what would happen overnight. The marker stays incomplete, Nico said. In the morning, whoever opens the cistern moves it to the first active bed. And if the round bed passes, turn its peg. Move blue to the strips. If both pass, turn both pegs. Move blue to Suri. If the long bed needs twice its usual water, Nico paused. That belongs on the back of its bed marker for that day, not in the track. Mira smiled. You have learned to refuse my weather. Only on the shared board. The distinction pleased everyone. The common surface would answer 3 things: what order the water followed, which turn was active, and which turns had been completed or intentionally passed. Local instructions would remain with each grower and bed, Unusual changes could be spoken and written on the reverse of a removable label without becoming permanent grammar. Nico carried the board to its hooks for a preliminary distance check. The afternoon sun struck its scratched face, making half the old words flare white. Samira pinned a square of deep blue cloth temporarily above the post. Shade settled across the design. The lighter blue moving piece remained distinct beneath it, almost the color of sky near the horizon. Blue beneath blue, Sari said, but not the same blue. They did not perform the full reading test on the scarred surface. Fresh paint, broad lettering, and the fitted rail would give the design a fair trial the next day. For now, Amara checked only that the 4 fixed positions fit beneath the shade, and that the marker could be seen from the cistern path. They had found their visual language by giving one object one job. Installation would show whether that language carried across the square. Suri retrieved the blue chalk chip from the board's lower frame and laid it beside Nico's marker. The colors nearly matched. This can mark the finished day. Nico handed it back. You should keep it in the gate box. Shared things should have a place, she said. They added a narrow chalk shelf to the design, with holes for white, blue, and yellow pieces. Though only white would be used for ordinary completion marks. The other colors belonged to repairs and temporary notes, not to the sequence itself. Amara approved of the boundary. A clear system did not need to ban complexity. It needed to keep complexity from hiding the next action. By late afternoon, they had accepted the concise design. Nico rolled the plan and tied it. Mira took down the temporary shade cloth so she could hem its edge. Suri collected every test token into the box, counting them aloud. Amara lifted the old board with both hands. Chalk rasped beneath her palms. Tomorrow they would clean it, repaint it, mount the track, label the bed markers, and rehearse the exchanges. Then the growers would run a full live rotation. Who teaches the rehearsal? Nico asked as they carried the board toward Mira's work table. Amara almost answered, I will. It was the natural continuation of her work. Understand, simplify, explain, remain until no error was possible. Instead, she looked at the blue stain on Nico's fingers and the rolled design under his arm. We will decide after the paint dries, she said. The next morning smelled of wet wood, mint stems, and mineral paint. Nico had mixed a fresh black surface wash in a shallow bowl. It was not truly black. In the blue shade beneath Mira's awning it held a soft green cast. Amara scrubbed the board with water and a stiff brush, while Suri caught the runoff in a basin. Old instructions blurred, streamed, and vanished. The 3 after-tea symbols went last. Their pale ghosts remained until Nico sanded the surface with fine grit. Do you regret the loop? Suri asked Amara. I regret writing quickly on a board people needed to read slowly. That is not the same thing. No. Amara wiped a damp curl of chalk from the frame. The loop was useful once. It simply stayed after its usefulness ended. Amara longed. They laid the board flat. Nico brushed paint from top to bottom in even bands. Suri watched for dry islands near the edges and pointed them out without touching. Mira sat at the end of the table labeling the removable bed pieces. Her letters were smaller than the shared labels would be, but clear. The front named the bed. The back held its stopping sign and any customary measure. For the round bed, she drew 6 cups and added a picture of a finger pressed into soil. For Nico's strips, she copied the shaded corner from his paper. For Sari's bed, she drew the first thread reaching the escape channel. For the wall bed, she marked the halfway tile. Each picture belonged to a physical outcome anyone could check. While the first coat dried, they repaired the post. One hook had loosened. Nico replaced it, then fixed a slim cedar rail along the lower edge to carry the blue marker. The rail slipped almost imperceptibly because the old board had warp. He shaved a curl from one end until the marker stayed wherever it was set. Amara tested it at every position. Good. You sound surprised, he said. I sound relieved that gravity has joined the agreement. Mira laughed into her cup. The second coat dried before midday. In the meantime, Suri hemmed the deep blue shade, and Nico fitted 2 light poles above the board post. The cloth would protect chalk from glare and brief rain without hiding the board from the square. When they raised it, the working space became a small outdoor room. Cups gathered naturally on the wall below it. Voices softened in the shade. Nico ruled the main track with the cord snapped lightly against the paint. The chalk line left a crisp white path. He divided it into 6 stations, open, 4 beds, close. The water turns received the largest spaces. Opening and closing were smaller squares at either end. Above the 4 bed positions, Mira fixed the removable labels with wooden pegs that could point upward for waiting and downward for finished or passed. Amara wrote the shared names in broad block letters. Chalk dragged pleasantly against the new paint. The texture resisted just enough to keep every stroke deliberate. Dust whitened her fingertips and settled along the side of her hand. Larger, Suri said from across the square. Amara erased Nico's final letter and rewrote it. Now? Yes. Yes. Mira? Mira walked from her doorway, stopped at the usual place where she first looked for the day's turn, and read the row aloud. She stumbled only its shade. Where Amara's H leaned toward the A, Amara corrected it. They added no decorative border. Suri drew 1 small blue square beside the marker's resting pocket, so a dropped piece could be returned to its home. Nico wrote a single instruction beneath the track. Move blue when water moves. Turn the peg when a bed is done or passed. Can that be shorter? Mira asked. Suri erased when a bed is and left. Move blue with water. Turn peg when done or passed. No meaning was lost. At last the board was ready to teach. 4 participants gathered beneath the shade: Mira, Suri, Nico, and Amara. The cistern remained closed for the rehearsal. They would move dry through the sequence, speak the handoffs, and test common variations. Hook us for EO3HO start. Nico slid a blue wooden marker across the freshly painted board. Chalk whispered beneath the cedar rail as the marker passed Mira's round bed, Nico's mint strips, and Suri's shaded patch, then stopped at Mira's long bed beside the wall. The blue piece represented the active watering turn at Mint Bend. The 4-bed signs stayed fixed in the order water reached them, only the marker moved. Nico called Suri to the far side of the village square and slid blue back beneath the 3-strip sign. Whose turn? He asked. Yours. Suri answered without coming closer. He moved it 1 place. Mine. Nico asked her to turn around while he moved blue once more. When she faced the board again, the marker rested under the wall sign. The fixed pictures let her recover the sequence without having watched the exchange. Mira's wall bed, Suri said, and after that, close. Nico returned blue 1 place to Suri's sign for Mira's view from the doorway. Mira looked from her doorway, a cup balanced in 1 flour-dusted hand. Suri's shade bed is taking water now. The wall bed follows. No one asked Amara to translate the pictures or explain an arrow. Fresh black paint, 1 white line, and 1 moving blue marker made the whole rotation readable across the square. Amara let her chalky hands rest at her sides and said nothing at all. S. Hook, S4E03HO2END. Nico looked to Amara. She had prepared the opening words in her mind. She would state the purpose, show the marker, demonstrate a normal turn, then give each person an exception. It was a neat little lesson. It would also make her the center of a system intended to work without her. She rubbed chalk between her thumb and forefinger. Nico, lead the rehearsal. His eyebrows rose. All of it. 1 complete round. I will take a grower's place if you need me. Ha! Which grower? You decide. The request had edges. It was bounded by this board, these 4 turns, and 1 rehearsal. Amara could observe outcomes without arranging every word. She stepped away from the track, and sat on the low wall with Mira's spare cup beside her. Nico stood before the board. The blue paint had not fully left his nails. He did not imitate the lesson Amara had imagined. Instead, he asked Suri, "Where does every rotation start?" "At Hearth Cistern." The gauge in the release. "And when water reaches Mint Bend?" Suri moved blue beneath Mira's round bed sign. Mira turned her peg upward to show the bed waiting, walked to the actual gate, and pretended to open it. She studied the back of her marker, counted 6 imagined cups, then returned. "Done," she said. She turned her peg downward and slid blue to Nico's strips. Nico did not touch it himself. "I am away carrying baskets. Who takes this turn?" Haiter looked at Suri. Suri looked at Amara. Amara kept her hands around the cup and waited. Suri lifted Nico's bed label, read the back, and said, "I can. I watch the far corner through the gap." "Huh." She walked the path, mimed opening and closing his gate, returned, turned his peg down, and moved blue to her own position. "What if your bed is already damp?" "Ha!" Nico asked. "I pass." "Show us." She turned her peg sideways rather than down. Mira frowned. Down was supposed to mean done or passed. But then we cannot tell which. Do we need to? Show. Do we need to? Nico asked. Suri considered. "Not during the turn. But afterward, if the mint wilts, I want to remember that I passed." This was new information, found by use rather than prediction. Nico took the yellow chalk and drew a tiny dot beside the peg hole. Down toward the track for watered, sideways toward the dot for passed. Hast. He revised the instruction, peg to line, done. Peg to dot, passed. They tested it from a distance. The directions were visible as small shadows, and the dot offered confirmation up close. "Continue," Nico said. Suri set her peg sideways and moved blue to Mira's wall bed. Mira completed it and passed the marker to the closed square. She described closing the release, checking that the channel settled, and adding 1 completion stroke beneath the day. Nico drew the stroke. First rehearsal complete. Amara had spoken only once, to accept the assigned role of absent grower. The board had improved anyway. They reset the pegs and rehearsed again. This time Mira was delayed by bread in the oven. Her first bed passed. Nico's proceeded. Suri's finished. Mira arrived in time for the wall bed. No one moved the fixed bed order. Only the active marker advanced. On the 3rd rehearsal, the blue piece was deliberately dropped. Suri found it by its bright color and returned it to the rail. On the 4th, Nico asked Mira to lead while he stayed at the cistern. She used fewer words than he did. On the 5th, Suri led and made each person name the visible outcome before turning a peg. They took a break beneath the awning. Mira poured mint tea into the row of cups. 1 cup had a chipped blue rim, 1 was broad and cream-colored, 1 was made of dark clay, and Suri's was the sturdy-handled cup she used beside the bakehouse ovens. The board did not need to record which belonged to whom. Everyone simply knew, and nothing in the watering depended on remembering. "I can follow it," Mura said. "I can update it." "So can I," Sura said. "I can update it." "So can I," Sura said. Nico looked at Amara. "Can you?" Sue pretended to examine the track with suspicion. "I may require another rehearsal." Sue handed her the chipped blue cup. "Then you should be refreshed first." "A suit?" They ran the sequence once more with Amara leading. She intentionally spoke only the board's language. Open. Active bed. Visible outcome. Peg to line or dot. Move blue with water. Close. Complete. The concise instructions held every ordinary choice they had identified. At the end, she gave the marker back to Nico. "Tomorrow's live rotation is yours to lead," she said. "Will you be here? I will check the outcomes." "From the gates?" Amara looked toward Mira's doorway, where the whole upper channel could be seen through gaps in the herb bed. Not always. He erased the rehearsal completion strokes, brushed the dust into his palm, and left the board clean for morning. The first wet rehearsal began with no speech in the square. Nico arrived while the eastern roofs were still throwing long shadows. He checked the gauge at Hearth Cistern, opened the release, and moved Blue into the first square. Suri waited at the bend until water darkened the main channel. Then she slid the marker beneath Mira's round bed. Amara saw these things, but not from Nico's shoulder. She carried a basket of folded cloth to Mira's doorway and sat beneath the awning to mend a loose strap. From there she could see the board, the first gate, pieces of the lower channel, and the blue shade above Suri's bed. She could not see every inlet. That was intentional. The morning air held yesterday's bruised mint scent close to the ground. Cups clicked in Mira's kitchen. The cistern's flow sounded faintly beneath the square. A low traveling murmur that emerged brighter at Mint Bend. Mira checked the soil of her round bed and decided it needed its full turn. She turned her peg upward, opened the notch, and set 6 cups in a row on the wall. Each time the timing drip filled one, she emptied it into a pot and placed it upside down. The method made progress visible without adding marks to the shared board. At the 6th cup, she closed her gate. She returned to the square, turned her peg toward the line, and moved Blue to Nico's strips. Nico was already at his inlet. He waved once, not to Amara, but to Suri, who was watching for the handoff from the next terrace. He opened the gate. Water spread through the first strip, then the second, then the third. Through the sight line he had cleared, the far corners slowly darkened. Amara threaded the strap through its buckle. She kept herself from counting cups. When the corner shone, Nico closed the inlet. He checked the lower edge for runoff, found only a damp seam, and walked up to move the board. His peg went to the line. Blue went to Suri's shade bed. Suri had placed her small cup beside the gate, though she did not use it for time. She opened the newly waxed peg with one hand. Beneath the cloth, the incoming water reflected blue and trembled over the soil. She walked to the escape cut and crouched. When the first thin thread curled through it, she called, "Reached! Reach Tate!" Mira heard from the square and raised a hand. Nico heard from his strips and did the same. Suri closed the gate, returned, marked her turn done, and moved Blue beneath Mira's wall bed. The first 3 exchanges had required nothing from Amara. She finished the repair, folded the strap, and checked outcomes as promised. Mira's round bed was dark but not pooled. Nico's far corners shone evenly. A single wet thread marked Suri's escape channel. She touched no gate and changed no marker. Mira's long bed completed the morning practice circuit. When dampness appeared around the halfway tile, she closed it. Nico walked to the cistern, shut the release, waited for the main run to lower, and placed Blue in close. Suri checked the last trickle at the bend. Then Nico moved the marker into complete and drew one short white practice stroke beneath the day's label. 1, he said. It had gone too smoothly to test the system fully, but smoothness was not a fault. They shared bread and mint leaves at Mira's table while the bed settled. Each participant confirmed what they had read. I knew when to begin without hearing Mira call. Nico said. I knew Nico's bed was finished from his peg before I saw him, Suri said. I knew Suri had watered rather than passed, Mira added. Amara asked, what was unclear? I looked at the board. Mira pointed to the completion stroke. The day needs a name. By the 3rd stroke, we may not remember which was today. Deco wrote the day above it, in letters large enough to survive until evening. That was the only revision. The wet rehearsal had shown that the gates and board agreed, but the delegated live test still lay ahead, one complete scheduled rotation managed by Nico and the growers, with Amara checking only outcomes. They chose the customary late afternoon round, when the western beds often needed water and tea commonly blurred the old timetable. Amara carried the mended strap home, returned later with an empty basket, and took her place near Mira's doorway without ceremony. Clouds had gathered over the far ridge, Not enough for rain, but enough to soften the heat. Mira passed her round bed after checking the soil. Her peg went toward the dot. Blue moved directly to Nico. He watered only the lower strip, following a temporary note on the back of his marker. Surrey's shaded bed passed. Mira's wall bed remained scheduled for a small drink after tea. Mira poured 4 cups beneath the awning. Steam carried mint into the square. Nico sat with the board at his back, Surrey on the low wall, Amara near the doorway. The long bed's turn would begin when the tea was finished, or, more accurately now, when Mira chose to begin and moved the active marker. The board did not depend on the cups. Conversation wandered. Surrey described a lizard she had seen at the cistern. Mira tried to decide whether the ridge clouds resembled folded wool or spilt flour. Nico repaired a loose thread on the marker's storage pouch. Amara drank slowly. Then Mira was called inside by bread that had risen faster than expected. She set down her half-full cup and disappeared into the kitchen. The expected start slipped past. On the old board, that delay would have revived the disputed meaning of after tea. Was tea over when the pot emptied? When every cup emptied, or when Mira returned? Someone would have looked to Amara, who had often resolved such questions simply by standing nearest the gate. This time Nico glanced at blue beneath Mira's wallbed label. He checked the back of the label, then the channel. The hearth cistern release remained open from his lower strip turn. The first 3 pegs still showed pass. Done, pass. Mira's active, but Mira is delayed, he said to Surrey. The bed still needs its turn. Shall we take it? Surrey looked through the doorway. She said the halfway tile with a small flow today. I heard the same. Amara remained seated with her tea. Escort U03 S03 start U03 start. A water turn began late, while Amara remained seated with her tea. Nico was leading the first full rotation under the new system, and its first 3 decisions were already visible on the board. Mira's round bed had passed, Nico's lower mint strip was done, and Surrey's shaded bed had passed. Blue waited beneath Mira's wallbed sign while bread kept her inside. Nico did not ask Amara what after tea meant. He and Surrey read the instruction on the back of Mira's label. A small flow stopped when dark soil reached the halfway tile. The hard cistern release remained open from Nico's turn. Surrey went to the tile while Nico opened Mira's inlet, and neither altered the 3 pegs that already recorded the earlier turns. There, Surrey called when the narrow dark band touched the tile. Nico closed the inlet. Surrey turned only Mira's wallbed peg toward the completion line, then slid blue from the final bed to close. Nico walked to hearth cistern, shut the release, waited for the main run to lower, and returned to move blue into complete. 4 pegs now told one consistent round. Pass. Done. Pass. Done. Mira returned with warm bread, inspected the damp band at her wallbed, and nodded. Exactly enough. The growers had handled the delayed turn, the final marker exchanges, and the cistern closing themselves. Every scheduled turn had reached its proper outcome, and Amara's tea was still warm in her hands. Notto, exploit E303EH3 free, EN8. Surrey watched the last water pass her gate while Nico returned from closing the release. Mira tore the warm bread into 4 pieces and put one beside Amara's cup. You knew? Mira asked her quietly. That they could water the bed? That you should stay sitting? Amara looked at the pale chalk caught around her thumbnail from the morning's rehearsal. I hoped. To difference mattered. Confidence had not arrived as a bright certainty. It was more like the shade over the square. Something made and held in place, broad enough for another person to work beneath. Without recounting every step, Nico checked that blue sat fully and complete, and that the cycle stroke was visible beneath the day. Then he asked Mira to confirm her bed. She walked down the path, pressed the soil beside the halfway tile, and came back with damp fingertips. Correct. Surrey checked her past bed, pinching soil beneath the blue shade. Correct to pass. Nico checked the lower mint strip. Its leaves stood cool above evenly dark ground. Correct. Amara went last, not to duplicate their judgments, but to keep her promise to check outcomes. She visited all 4 beds. The round bed retained morning moisture. Nico's active strip was watered to its visible corner. The others remained appropriately damp. Suri's escape channel was dry because her turn had passed. Mira's wall bed showed a narrow, dark band reaching the tile and no waste below it. Every scheduled turn had been completed or deliberately passed. Every intended bed had received its share. The main channel fell quiet after Nico closed the cistern. Back at the square, Amara asked each participant the same 2 questions. Could they tell what had happened? Could they manage the next rotation from the board? Mira said yes. The pegs preserve the choices. Blue preserves the present. Suri said yes. And the bed labels tell someone else where to stop. Nico leaned against the post, considering before he answered. Yes, but tomorrow I want Suri to open and Mira to close. Otherwise we will only know that I can manage it. Amara felt the old instinct lift again. She could define tomorrow's roles, set arrival times, name a backup. She let the impulse pass through without turning it into chalk. Arrange it with them, she said. Nico did. Suri accepted the opening check on condition that he accompany her once to read the gauge in the dim chamber. Mira accepted closing and recording completion. They agreed before the last bread was eaten. The square grew cooler. The blue awning deepened toward evening color. Amara collected the empty cups, but Mira took 2 from her hands and Suri took another. Shared stewardship, Amara thought, sometimes looked less like a declaration than like not carrying every cup back alone. The board's first ordinary evening handoff began in the long blue light before sunset. All afternoon, the board had stood without attracting a meeting. That was its first quiet success. A neighbor crossed the square with a sack of flour, glanced at Blue resting incomplete, and continued on. Later, 2 passers-by compared the bed pictures from the path, and continued without touching the marker beneath its rail cover. Mira carried washed cups from the basin to her doorway, and did not stop once to interpret a chalk loop. Amara arrived while heat still shimmered faintly above the western wall. She found Nico replacing one removable day strip with another. He copied no instructions. He wrote the day, checked that all 4 bed labels were seated, and returned the previous strip to a narrow box beneath the board. The completion stroke remained as a modest record, enough to answer whether the round had happened without preserving every movement. How long will you keep those? Amara asked. A week, he said, long enough to notice a missed day. Then the wood can be cleaned. Who decided? Mira wanted a month. Suri wanted until the box was full. We laid 7 strips in it and discovered that was full. The decision had been made in her absence and was perfectly adequate. Amara touched the edge of the box. It opened easily and held exactly what it promised. Nico invited each person to read the resting board before he reset it. Mira approached from the bakery path and reported that her round bed had received water. His strips had received water. Suri had passed, and her wall bed had finished the circuit. Suri approached from Mint Bend carrying cut stems. She set them down before touching anything and read the same state. Neither needed yesterday's spoken history. They reset together. Each peg returned upright. Blue remained it complete because the new round had not begun. Nico erased only the temporary notes from the backs of 2 labels. The visible stopping signs remained. Suri checked the chalk shelf and found 1 white piece, 1 blue, and 1 yellow exactly where the board said they belonged. What if one is missing? She asked. The rotation still works, Nico said. Blue and the pegs are wood. Chalk only records the day. Suri seemed satisfied by the answer. A missing small thing should not disable the large one. Nico asked whether Amara wished to check the cistern gauge before they began. She said no. Suri had practiced the reading in daylight and again in the dim chamber. The bounded responsibility was hers for this round, with Nico accompanying her once rather than replacing her. So Amara walked to Mira's doorway with empty hands. She resisted the urge to carry even a cup as evidence of usefulness. Mira noticed and placed one beside her anyway, but did not fill it yet. The square softened by degrees. Blue shade spread beyond the board post and joined the shadow of Mira's awning. Mint Bend retains sunlight in narrow pieces. The western wall, the upper edges of channel stones, the pale undersides of leaves lifted by a breeze. A late bee moved among savory flowers near Nico's strips. Its path made no claim on the rotation. Mira sat on the threshold and sorted bruised leaves from good mint tips. She kept the tips in a shallow bowl and dropped the darker leaves onto a cloth for drying. Her fingers worked by touch. Each separated stem released a clean scent into the doorway. "Yesterday you watched the path every time Nico disappeared," Mira said. "Did I?" Your head turned. "Today only your eyes moved." Amara accepted a stem and stripped its leaves. "Tomorrow perhaps I will remain at home." Perhaps. Distance is not a contest. No, it was not. The purpose was not to prove that Amara could become absent faster than anyone expected. It was to let her presence become optional without making it forbidden. She could sit in Mira's doorway because she liked the evening smell of mint and the cool stone against her back. The rotation did not need that preference to become a rule. They sorted without speaking for a while. The good tips gathered loosely in the bowl, green points facing in every direction. The bruised leaves made a darker layer on the cloth. Mira would steep some, dry some, and return the stems to the soil. Each thing had a place, though no board in the square directed it. Nico made a final circuit of the physical route before opening. He did not alter a gate. He cleared a fallen twig from the main channel, checked the pale standing stone beside his strips, and retied one corner of the blue cloth where the evening breeze had loosened it. Suri followed with the empty gate box and confirmed that its wax and spare wedge remained inside. At her own bed, Suri tested the peg they had polished. It slid home with one hand. Then she walked the unobstructed path between the inlet and escape cut. Earlier, a shade rope had crossed that path. She had always ducked beneath it and never thought to name the inconvenience. During their first walk, Mira had gone around while Nico nearly caught the rope against his forehead. They had moved one stake half a pace. The board could be clear while a bed remained confusing. Both kinds of clarity mattered. Suri crossed the path again purely for the pleasure of not ducking. The blue cloth trembled above her and settled. Nico inspected the two stop notches beside his mint strips. The strips had once been separate turns, and their abandoned arrows had survived for seasons on the old board. He had kept those marks in case he ever needed to divide the inlet for a repair. Now the repair instructions rested on a small card in the gate box beside an actual spare wedge. The shared board no longer carried an emergency that had never occurred. He stood on the pale stone and looked toward the far corner. The sight line remained clear. A substitute could stand there, watch the dry crescent disappear, level any small ridge, and close the inlet when the last corner shone. The back of his bed label said exactly that in 2 pictures and 5 words. Mira looked up from the leaves. "You have checked everything twice." "Once as leader," Nico said, returning to the square. "And once because I like checking. The board permits both." He grinned. He did not ask Amara whether he had checked correctly. Before Suri and Nico left for Hearthkistern, Suri rehearsed the shared rule one last time. Move blue with water. Peg to line when done. Peg to dot when passed. And if water and blue disagree, stop the water safely. Correct blue. Then continue. That recovery rule had emerged during rehearsal when Mira called a false handoff before moving the marker. Suri had started toward her bed, seen blue still beneath Nico's strips, and stopped. They had learned to trust the physical flow first and correct the board to match it. No extra symbol was needed. The board was useful because it described the shared state, not because chalk possessed greater authority than water. Suri and Nico descended the cistern path. Their footfalls faded beneath the terrace. Mira poured a little water over the sorted mint to rinse away dust, then spread it on a clean cloth. Amara aligned one bent stem with the others and caught herself making the row unnecessarily straight. She disturbed it with the side of her hand. That was almost a new timetable, Scara said. It was a row of stems. A very supervised row. Amara laughed softly. The sound stayed beneath the awning. From below came Suri's voice, rounded by the cistern chamber. She named the painted gauge notch. Nico asked her to move left and read it again, because the shadow changed against the curved wall. She repeated the same depth. A cup struck stone somewhere inside, followed by her laugh. No urgency traveled with the echo. They remained below longer than opening required. Amara could tell Nico was showing Suri the inlet drip and the reserve mark. He had accepted his task of leading without turning it into ownership. Tomorrow, Suri could open alone. On another day, Mira could. Bounded responsibility was not a small kingdom. It was a piece of work held clearly enough to be passed. The wooden release knocked against stone. For a few breaths, nothing changed in the square. Blue remained a complete. Suri would move it only after returning to mark the opening state. Water traveled unseen beneath their feet. Suri appeared first, walking rather than running. At the board, she lifted the rail cover, slid Blue back to its home pocket, and then into open. Only after that did she turn toward Mint Bend to watch for water. Nico emerged behind her and sat on the low wall. He had not touched the marker. The first trickle appeared between rosemary bushes. It darkened dust at the channel edge and joined itself into a clear moving thread. Suri waited until the thread reached the first gate. Then she advanced Blue beneath Mira's round bed. Mira set aside the mint bowl and went out. She did not ask Amara to come. At the round bed, she pressed 2 fingers into the soil, first near the stone rim and then at the center. The surface had dried, but beneath it, the earth remained cool and cohesive. She chose to pass. At the old board, a past turn had often been erased. The next reader could not tell whether it had been forgotten, completed, or deliberately skipped. Mira now left the bed label fixed and turned its peg outward toward the small dot. The choice remained visible without becoming an argument. She returned to the doorway and held up 2 damp fingers. Cool below the first joint. Amara nodded, an acknowledgement rather than permission. Mira cleaned the soil beneath 1 nail and resumed sorting leaves. Blue waited at Nico's position until he was ready. Suri did not advance it merely because she knew he intended to water. An active marker could be moved by any participant, but the person taking responsibility had to be present. Nico looked at Mira's past peg, looked at Blue, and went directly to his strips. No one recounted the decision aloud. He opened the shared inlet. Water fanned into the first strip, darkening soil around the mint stems. He moved to the pale standing stone and watched the second strip. The dry crescent narrowed. With 2 fingers he flattened a ridge where water favored the near path. The third strip had received enough that afternoon, so he followed the temporary mark on his label and diverted only what the upper 2 required. From Mira's doorway, Amara could not see the far corner. She saw Nico's shoulders settle when it shone. That was enough. He closed the gate, inspected the lower seam for waste, and returned to the board. His peg went inward toward the white line. Blue moved to Suri's shade bed. Mira poured the waiting tea. It entered the cups with a low clay sound. Amara wrapped both hands around hers. Warmth loosened the chalk still drying in the creases of her palms. She drank without asking how many cups Suri's bed usually required. Beneath the blue shade, the proper measure was water reaching the escape cut. The cup in Amara's hands meant only tea. A breeze moved down the square. It lifted the hem above the board, stirred the broader cloth over Suri's plants, and brought a brief coolness across Amara's forehead. The marker did not shift in its rail. The pegs held their chosen directions. Nico had tested both against wind during the afternoon, though he had mentioned it to no one. Suri opened her inlet. She walked along the clear path they had made by moving the shade rope. At the far end, she crouched with one hand on her knee. Waiting occupied most of a watering turn. The old timetable had disguised that fact beneath symbols and times. The new board allowed the waiting to remain ordinary. Nico took the empty place on the wall. He did not watch Surrey continuously. He brushed chalk dust from the gate box and checked the spare wedge. Mira stripped another stem. Amara drank. The blue marker remained beneath Surrey's sign, holding the shared knowledge while their attention rested elsewhere. The first water reached a cluster of lemon balm, and the leaves trembled. Beneath them, soil changed from brown to nearly black. A few drops collected at the edge of the escape cut but did not yet cross it. Surrey waited. A bird called from the ridge. Another answered near the cistern and then fell silent. The village square, busy in full daylight, seemed to widen as footsteps diminished. Somewhere behind Mira's kitchen, cooling bread ticked faintly on a rack. At last a narrow thread curled through the cut. Surrey touched it with one fingertip, not to confirm what her eyes already knew, but from habit. She called, dreeched. Nico raised one hand from the wall. Mira raised hers from the doorway. The message required no further relay. Surrey closed the gate and pressed the peg home. She paused beneath the shade to inspect the bed. No pooling, no runoff beyond the intended thread, and no dry patch along the far edge. She returned at an unhurried pace, turned her board peg toward the line, and moved Blue to Mira's wall bed. Before Mira rose, she finished separating the stem in her hands. The board held her place. No one mistook calm for delay. She set one cup on the halfway tile to make it visible in the dimness. The cup no longer meant after tea, 6 fillings, an absent neighbor, or a hurried note. It was simply a pale object catching the last light. Mira opened a modest flow and sat on the wall beside the bed. Amara stayed in the doorway. Water passed the first roots and traveled beneath crushed leaves. Their scent strengthened. Mira watched the cup. Nico watched the channel level. Surrey watched a moth tap once against the blue cloth and lift away. Amara watched them all only in pieces. No single person occupied the center of the work. It was not needed as another proof. The previous circuits had completed the practical task, and every participant had confirmed the board was understandable. This last round belonged to their ordinary care of Mint Bend. Amara came because she wished to see how ordinary it had become. She did not stand beside the gate. When water reached the cup, Mira closed the gate. She picked the cup up, rinsed its base in the last thread of the run, and carried it home. At the board, she turned her final peg to the line. Blue stood beneath close. Nico looked once toward the cistern path. Amara expected him to ask whether he should close it now or wait for the tail of water to clear Mira's gate. He asked nothing. He watched the channel level sink to the mark they had observed during rehearsal, then walked uphill. The square held his footsteps and the fading sound of water. Surrey sat on the low wall with one flower-marked shoe braced against its lower stone, the blue chalk chip safe in the gate box beside her. Mira returned her rinsed cup to the drying cloth and remained inside. Amara could no longer see Nico, but she could hear him enter the cistern chamber. His steps took on an echo. Wood moved against stone. The release settled with a low knock. For a little while, water continued through the underground channel. Its voice thinned from a murmur to a thread. The hearth cistern answered with spaced drops. Each echo had room around it. Nico emerged and paused at the entrance to check that the lower flow had stopped. He climbed to the square without hurrying. At the board he slid Blue from close into complete. He did not look toward Mira's doorway. He inspected the 4 pegs. Round bed passed, strips done, shade done, wall done. He turned the day label over, checked the date, and drew the final completion stroke beneath it. Then he wrote, in compact letters at the edge of the removable day strip, "Full round clear." Surrey came to stand beside him. "Is that all?" she asked. "That is all. Tomorrow I open again. If you want. I do. I do." Mira called from inside. and I will pass the round bed if the night stays cool. Turn it toward the dot, Suri replied. The instruction crossed the square easily. No one needed to explain the rest. Amara looked at her palms. Chalk occupied the creases like pale watercourses on a map. She took Mira's damp cloth from beside the cups and wiped one hand, then the other. The marks dissolved into gray and blue smudges. She rinsed the cloth in the basin. Cool water circled her fingers, clouded briefly, and cleared. Mira leaned against the other side of the doorway. You are very far from the gate, she said. It remains visible. So do you. So. Amara smiled. There had been times when being visible felt like an obligation to intervene. Tonight she could be seen and still leave the next action in someone else's hands. Nico closed the board unaided. He returned the white chalk to its shelf, the blue chalk to the gate box, and the unused yellow piece to the repair slot. He checked that the moving marker sat fully inside the complete square. Then he lowered a narrow wooden cover over the track to protect it from night damp. The cover did not hide the peg positions or the day's final stroke. Anyone crossing the square could still see that the rotation was done. He tugged once at the hem of the blue shade. Its cords held. Good night, board, Suri said. Nico laughed. Good night, Mint Bend. They walked down to inspect the gates together, not because Amara had assigned it, but because Suri wanted to see how the empty channel looked after closing. Their voices diminished between the terraces. She asked why one puddle remained beneath the stone shoulder. Nico answered that the channel floor dipped there and promised to show her how to brush it clear in the morning. Amara did not follow. Mira folded the cloth beneath the cups. Tea for the walk home? Tea for the walk home? No, thank you. I have had enough markers called cups for 1 week. Teen, this cup would mean only tea. That is a welcome simplification. Skeen, that is a welcome simplification. Mira poured a little anyway and drank it herself. The scent of mint rose once more, gentler now that the day had cooled. They waited without needing to name what they were waiting for. Nico and Suri returned from the lower gates. Suri carried no stray marker stone. Nico carried no list. They glanced at the board as they crossed the square, saw blue at complete, and continued toward their homes. Understandable? Unarstandable. Suri turned while walking backward. Open, follow blue, check the bed, turn the peg, close. Shiak, Nico added, and let tea take as long as it takes. Mira lifted her cup in agreement. The last light collected beneath the awning, making its blue appear deeper than the sky. Beyond it, the first evening lamps came on in village windows. The board stood quiet at the edge of the square. 4 bed labels remained in the order of the water. 3 pegs pointed to the completion line and 1 to the pass dot. The marker rested at the end of its track. Nothing on the surface required Amara's memory to become an instruction. She checked the practical work once, in the manner she had promised. The board had been rewritten. The markers had been distributed and returned to their places. Every scheduled turn in the full rotation had been completed, with passes recorded rather than hidden. Mira, Suri, and Nico had each read, followed, and updated the system. The cistern was closed. The beds held their intended water. There was no next repair waiting inside the task. Amara stepped from Mira's doorway. The square stones retained a little warmth through her sandals. At the board, she paused, not to reopen the cover or straighten Nico's completion mark, only to look. The single white line traveled beneath the 4 beds. It was not perfectly level. Near Suri's position, the chalkboard had bounced and left a faint second edge. Amara could have smoothed it with her thumb. She left it. The line was clear from across the square, and clarity did not require the absence of a human hand. From Hearth Cistern came one final hollow drop. Its echo rounded the corner of the terrace and faded. Amara wiped the last chalk from the side of her little finger onto the damp cloth, folded the cloth beside Mira's basin, and said goodnight. She walked home after Nico had closed the board unaided. Behind her, no one called her back to the gate. Mint Bend lay in blue shade and gathering dusk. Its water settled, its sequence complete, and its next turn waiting calmly in shared hands. The Measure of Quiet Water, Episode 4, Mist over Fennel Reach. Mist beaded on a fennel stem lying across moving water. Each pale drop gathered the muted morning into itself, then slid toward the channel and vanished. 3 more stems rested beyond it, their fine leaves darkened by damp, and another leaned from the bank as though it had not yet decided whether to fall. The lower channel needed clearing, but Amara crouched before she reached for anything. She set 2 fingers against the water upstream, watched the current divide around a stalk, and followed the trembling line beneath the small tangle. At the downstream side, the same cool thread pressed steadily against her knuckle. "It is still passing underneath," she said. Aaron knelt on the firmer edge and looked where she pointed. The clutter narrowed the run, but it had not stopped it. Beyond the stems, the water kept its quiet pace toward the lowest bed. Amara let out the breath she had been holding. Nothing here required a hurried pull on slippery ground. They could clear each fallen stem when the bank was ready to bear them. The sea mist had reached Fennel Reach before dawn and settled without wind. It softened the terraces into near and far shapes. The first bank clear enough to show every wet stone, the next bank gray at its edges, and Lavender end below reduced to a low violet shadow. Fennel's sweetness hung in the damp air. It was warmer near broken stalks and cooler wherever the channel showed between them. Amara stood carefully. Moisture had already darkened the knees of her work trousers, and the cuffs of her sleeves clung to her wrists. She did not brush them dry. There was nowhere for the damp to go. Instead, she tested the path with the flat of one boot. The packed earth accepted the weight, but the grassy edge yielded. She marked that difference in her mind and moved back from the lip. Aaron had brought 2 woven baskets, a channel brush, a narrow wooden rake, and a coil of soft tying cord. He set each thing under the little tool eave at the upper end of the reach. The baskets smelled faintly of last summer's reeds. Their rims were dry only on the undersides. "I had the first sweet beginning here at sunrise. I had the first sweet beginning here at sunrise," Amara said. She unfolded the schedule from the oilcloth pocket at her belt. 4 neat hourly lines crossed the page, followed by a flush, a walk to Lavender End, and a final check at Reed Resting Pool. The ink had not run, but the paper had taken on the soft curl of the morning. Aaron looked up into the mist, as if a clock might be hidden there. The mist began revising that before either of us arrived. His voice held no complaint. Amara studied the channel again. The plan had assumed that they could walk the lower path continuously, lift the fallen stems in one steady progression, and bring every basket back by the same route. The ground had made a different set of facts. A continuous sweep would ask them to hurry over damp turns, merely to preserve the shape of a timetable. Leela then came down from the upper terrace, carrying a small covered tin and a folded cloth. Droplets silvered the loose hairs at her temples. She stopped on the stone landing rather than crossing the yielding strip beside the channel. "I saw your baskets through the gray," she said. "Or I saw 2 round shadows and hoped they were baskets." "Oh," Leela smiled and placed the tin beneath the eave. "Fennel biscuits for later." The irony seemed useful. Amara showed her the blocked stretch. Leela did not offer to step onto the bank. She watched the water appear below the stems and nodded when Amara explained that the lowest bed was still receiving a thread of flow. They assessed the reach without touching the debris. Aaron walked on the stone side and called out where the bank shone with surface water. Amara answered from the path, noting firm approaches, shallow footing, and places where a tool could reach from safety. Leela stood where she could see both of them and shifted a marker stone whenever Amara named a boundary. The fallen fennel was modest in quantity, though the fine leaves made it look abundant. Some stalks were snapped and soft, others remained whole from bulbous joint to flowering tip. A few had settled against the first grate. None had lodged under the gate, and no earth had slumped into the channel. The water was clear enough to show its own brown pebbled floor. They began the assessment at the gate, because the shape of water above an obstruction could reveal what the stems concealed. Amara crouched on the gravel shelf, while Aaron stood one pace back. The surface behind the gate was no higher than its ordinary mark on the stone. No wet line climbed the bank. Beneath the wooden edge, the current passed without the thin whistle that would have meant a trapped leaf or fiber. Aaron touched the gatepost, then showed Amara his fingertips. They held only mist, not the fine green pulp that sometimes gathered when fennel was pressed repeatedly against wood. "Nothing has traveled up this far," he said. Amara recorded that in the margin, gate clear, level ordinary. It was easy to let the visible tangle below define the whole channel. The gate corrected that impression. The morning held a cleaning task, not a water emergency. They moved downstream by the broad path, stopping opposite each cluster. Leela stayed on the landing and repeated their observations, so Amara could hear whether each description was exact. 2 softened at the upper grate, Amara called. 3 long and sound at the curve. 4 visible in the hollow. Scattered stems at lavender edge. "And flow below all of them," Leela answered. The repetition was not ceremony. In the mist, a person could point toward one gray shape, while another understood a different one. Naming position, condition, and water together gave them the same map. Aaron added where a safe approach existed. Amara added where they must work from a tool's length. Leela wrote no quantities as promises. She wrote them as the count visible now. At one point, a bent fennel crown on the bank seemed to be another fallen stem. Aaron approached from the stone side and found it rooted, its weight lowered only by droplets. He did not lift it to improve the view. He traced its green base to the soil and left it bowed above the channel. By afternoon, it might rise on its own. That distinction mattered to Amara. Clearing was not the removal of every plant that entered the channel's space. Living fennel shaded the water and held the banks. Fallen stems, once softened, could catch more leaves and narrow the run. Their task had a boundary as clear as the channel walls. Remove what had fallen, preserve what still grew. Disturb neither bank merely to make the result look tidier. Leela came down one step and held the folded cloth at arm's length. Its pale surface made a useful background behind the mist-darkened stems. With it in place, Amara could see that the apparent mass at the upper reach was mostly fine leaves spread wide on the surface. The thick stalks beneath were few. She felt the size of the work settle again. They also tested the return route before loading anything. Aaron carried an empty basket from the eave to the upper bend, while Amara walked beside him. At the narrowest turn, they changed which hand held the handle, keeping both bodies faced along the path. The empty weave brushed fennel, but did not touch water. On the way back, they tried the same turn with the second basket nested inside it. That arrangement was awkward, so they decided the baskets would travel separately. "A useful failure while they weigh nothing," Aaron said. Leela marked the narrow turn with a flat stone at the path's outer edge. The stone was not a warning of danger. It was a reminder to change hands before reaching the place. Amara appreciated how little preparation was required once they stopped asking the morning to support one continuous sweep. They checked themselves as well as the ground. Aaron's boot soles were free of clay. Leela's shoes were suitable for the stone landing, but not the low hollow, so her role would remain on the firm path. Amara tightened the ties at her wrists, though the damp had already passed them. They placed a dry cloth beneath the tool handles so wet wood would not roll from the bench. By the time those choices were made, the schedule's first hour had passed. Nothing had been lifted, yet they knew the gate was clear. The downstream bed was supplied. The living plants were distinguishable from fallen ones. The carrying route had been tested, and the work could be divided without risk. Amara looked at the untouched hourly line and understood that preparation had not failed to become work. It had prevented the work from becoming careless. Amara's original schedule kept tugging at her attention. By this hour, it said, the first half should already be clean. Yet the statement belonged to a morning with ordinary visibility and dry footing. She folded the page once, then again, and returned it to the oilcloth. We will not make one sweep, she said. We will make small sections. We enter only where the path holds, and we stop if the mist thickens. Aaron moved the two baskets apart so neither would tempt them to overload it. Leela set 4 pale stones in a row beneath the eave, one for each possible section, Amara thought. Though they had not traced the exact boundaries yet. The choice changed the morning at once. There was no distant lower end they had to reach by a certain hour. There was only the first firm place, the water beneath it, and the few stems close enough to examine. Muted light rested on everything equally. Amara listened to the current continue under the fennel and felt the work become its actual size. Under the eave, drops began a slow rhythm against the empty pail. None fell at an even interval. Amara noticed that without trying to count them, the morning offered measures everywhere: water level, firm ground, visible distance, and none of the useful ones resembled the hours on her page. They began by tracing rather than clearing. Aaron lowered the narrow rake into the water with its teeth turned upward, using the smooth back to feel beneath the stems. Amara walked on the parallel path and watched for each place the current emerged. Leela remained near the landing, passing marker stones and recording their calls on the dry side of Amara's schedule. The first manageable reach ran from the upper bend to the shallow grate. Its bank was packed with small gravel and held their boots without shine or give. 6 stems lay there, only 2 of them broken. Water slipped through the grate in 3 even ribbons. The second reach began after a stone step and ended where the channel curved around a fennel bed. The inside of the curve was too damp to stand on, but the outer path was firm. Aaron could reach every stalk from there with the rake. Amara placed the second pale stone beside the first. The third reach was the shortest and wettest. It crossed a low hollow where mist collected on the grass and joined into drops. They would have to wait before working there. They could inspect it from a flat stepping stone, however, and the view showed only 4 stems against a brush grate. The fourth reach extended into the first edge of Lavender End. Its path was broad, its blockage scattered, and its outlet visible. A thin stream continued below it toward the lower terraces. When Amara crouched beside the outlet, she saw the channel wet from wall to wall. Leela carried a small cup down the terrace steps. At the lowest bed, she held it beneath the feeder lip and waited. Water entered with a soft, unbroken sound. She returned with the cup nearly full and a dark crescent on one sleeve. "Enough for the bed," she said. Not its fullest morning drink, but enough. Amara dipped a finger into the cup. The water carried no mud and only 1 fennel seed. Floating like a narrow green boat, the lowest bed did not need rescuing. Its leaves were damp from the mist as well as fed from beneath. They gave each reach a second look. In the first, The urgent work was the pair of softened stems touching the grate. In the second, no stem pressed hard against anything. In the third, the grate deserved brushing once the footing improved. In the fourth, scattered stalks could wait until the upper reaches were clear. Separating those facts made the whole task calmer. Amara drew the channel with one finger on the damp stone landing. She did not try to make a proper map. A curved line stood for water. 4 short strokes crossed it at the boundaries they had chosen. Aaron placed a fennel seed at the upper bend, another at the curve, a third in the hollow, and the last at Lavender edge. The boundaries are places to stop, Amara said. Not places where the water stops. Not places where the water stops. Leela moved her cup along the drawn line. And this continues through all 4. That was why they could work in sections. Each cleared reach would remain connected to the others, and the current would show whether their actions caused any change below. They did not have to open a long dry channel all at once. They only had to preserve the passing thread while removing what lay across it. Aaron checked the rake against the first distance. From the gravel shelf, its handle reached the farthest softened stem, with room for both hands. At Fennel Curve it reached from the outer path, but not from the inside, confirming their approach. At Low Hollow the tool could support a stalk, though fingers would be needed at the grate. Lavender Edge offered room for the rake and basket side by side. Leela assigned the folded cloth to sorting rather than drying hands. She spread it on the highest stone beneath the eave, and weighted its corners with pebbles. Sound stems would lie lengthwise there. Bruised pieces would go directly to the mulch basket. That separation meant they would not have to handle everything again at the end merely to discover what could be saved. They agreed on simple calls. Holdick meant keep a stem at its present height. Lower meant return its weight to the water without releasing it. Cleart meant the last caught branch was free. If visibility shortened beyond the next marker, anyone could say Eve, and all 3 would withdraw by the broad route. The words were ordinary enough to remember and distinct enough not to confuse. Amara had once disliked stating arrangements that seemed obvious. On a clear morning, experienced hands often moved together without speech. Mist changed that. A face turned toward the channel might miss a gesture. Damp leaves could hide where another person's fingers rested. Saying the small words aloud made their gentleness possible. They practiced once with a loose stem on the cloth. Aaron raised it as if with the rake. Amara guided the middle. Leela received the crown. When Amara said lower, they returned it without dropping or twisting. The rehearsal lasted less than a minute, and made them laugh at the solemnity of moving a harmless stalk over dry stone, but afterward each knew how the others would respond over water. The lowest bed remained part of their round. Leela placed the cup under its feeder a second time while Amara watched the surface upstream. The fill took no longer than before. Mist had wet the leaves from above, but the channel continued feeding the roots below. No urgent priority emerged to overrule the safe order they had chosen. Amara emptied the cup into the soil beside the feeder, rather than carrying it back uphill again. The dark patch spread only a little beyond the ordinary dampness. Enough, and not too much, she said. On the return, she noticed how the 4 pale marker stones gathered moisture at different rates. The first 2 lay beneath the eave and remained almost chalky. The outer pair had darkened at their exposed edges. Their appearance could not serve as a clock or a measure of progress. Only turning them deliberately would do that. She liked the clarity of that rule. Mist could alter color, distance, footing, and time. It could not turn a stone on their behalf. Amara rewrote the page in 4 plain lines. Upper bend, Fennel curve, low hollow, Lavender edge. She left the hours beside them for the moment, though they already seemed less useful than the names. Under each line she drew a small square for clearing and another for checking flow. Aaron touched the first marker stone. This one is ready. He touched the second. Probably ready from the outer path. His finger passed over the third. This one decides later. This one decides later. Then the fourth. And this one waits without harm. Ha! Leela returned the cup's water to the channel. A sensible committee. A sensible committee. Aaron braced one boot on gravel and lifted the first softened stem with the rake. Amara caught it in both gloved hands and let the channel drain from its leaves before placing it across the basket. The wet fennel released a deeper sweetness when moved. It clung to her gloves and rose each time her sleeve brushed her face. They did not pull against resistance. When a fine branch caught in the grate, Amara followed it to the point of contact and freed it with 2 fingers. Aaron held the weight steady. The branch came loose without jerking, and the water beneath it widened by a finger's breadth. The second softened stem broke where it had already bruised. They gathered both pieces immediately. Amara ran the brush lightly across the grate, not forcing its bristles into the openings. A fringe of leaves lifted free. The 3 ribbons of water became one shallow sheet. Then they stopped. The stop was part of the work, not an absence from it. They carried the soft pieces to a separate basket for garden mulch, rinsed the brush in a pail, and looked back at the ground they had used. Their boot marks remained crisp rather than filling with water. The bank had held. At the Fennel curve, Aaron stayed on the outer path as planned. He slid the rake under an intact stalk and raised it until Amara could take the middle. The stalk was taller than she was, and surprisingly light once the water fell away. Its green surface bent without splitting. "Drying bundle," Leela said from the landing. Amara laid it beside the basket rather than across it. They removed 2 more in the same manner. The smaller fragments went into the basket, while the intact stems rested parallel on the cloth. Clearing had already begun to sort itself into useful material and spent material. The mist thickened before they reached the end of the second section. Lavender end disappeared. Droplets gathered on Amara's eyelashes. Aaron could no longer see the pale marker stones from the curve, so he set the rake down at once. They returned to the eave along the broad path. Leela poured warm herb water from a flask into 3 cups. No one described the pause as a delay. They stood with damp sleeves near the wrists and warmth around their fingers, listening to water pass through the part they had opened. When the gray eased, they inspected rather than assuming. The first reach remained clear. The second reach outer path still held. The low hollow still shone too brightly to enter. Amara checked the lowest bed again by sight. Its feeder lip continued its quiet pour. The 4 sections gave the day a shape that weather could not ruin. One was complete, one was partly cleared, one was waiting, and one was safe to leave. None of those states was failure. Amara turned the first pale stone over, revealing its darker, wet underside, and smiled at the simple mark of progress. The intact stems beside the cloth became awkward before they became useful. Their feathery tops tangled whenever the basket moved, and their long hollow lengths rolled toward the damp edge. Amara began arranging them again, but Aaron picked up the longest and tested its bend between his hands. Aaron bent what looked like channel debris into a fragrant ring. He worked slowly, keeping his thumbs on the smooth outer curve of the intact fennel stem. The stalk gave with a faint series of dry green ticks, but did not split. Its leaves brushed his damp sleeve and released a sweetness warmer than the mist. They had removed the stem from the lower channel during maintenance at the Fennel curve. It was sound from end to end, too useful for mulch, but too long to carry comfortably in the woven baskets. Aaron overlapped its narrow tip with its thicker base and secured them with one loose turn of soft cord. "Not tight," he said. "It needs air." He lowered the ring inside an empty basket. It opened gently against the woven sides, holding the mouth round instead of letting the damp rim sag inward. Then he tucked the feathery end over the edge. The basket stood ready to receive more stems without crushing them into a wet knot. Amara lifted it by both handles. The ring stayed in place. What had blocked the water now made a light drying frame, and the fennel could travel open to the air. Leela examined the join and brought the cord tin closer. She cut several lengths, each long enough for one loose turn, and draped them over the handle of the second basket. If the rest bend like that, you have solved the carrying before it became another task. They tested a second stem. This one was shorter, so Aaron made a wider overlap. Amara held the base while he guided the tip. Its ring fitted the smaller basket and lifted the rim away from the damp contents already inside. The method changed how they sorted. Broken, bruised pieces went flat in the mulch basket. Whole stems were drained, checked for soft spots, and curved while they were still supple. Fine, clean leaves were tucked loosely within the rings. Seed heads rested across the top where air could move around them. Amara liked that the method required no hurried decision about final use. The sound stems could dry under the eave. Later they might send a storage shelf, kindle a cook fire, or lend their seeds to Leela's baking. Today they needed only to be carried without waste. Aaron made a third ring from a stalk lifted at the end of the second reach. It bent less willingly. He stopped at the first sharp complaint from the fibers, straightened it, and laid it with the bundle instead. The discovery was a method, not a rule. Some stems preferred to remain long. They completed the fennel curve with this new rhythm: lift, drain, inspect, sort. The verbs were modest and repeatable. Amara stood on the outer path. Aaron worked the rake from the stone, and Leela received the material on the cloth. No one stepped onto the wet inside bank. At the last stalk, a cluster of seeds shook loose and dotted the water. Amara watched them pass the newly open curve. They did not gather at the grate. The current carried them separately, a few harmless flecks in a clear run. Aaron brushed the grate from above. A lace of fine fennel leaves came away on the bristles. He tapped them into the mulch basket and brushed once more. The water's sound lowered after the obstruction left, becoming less splash and more continuous slide. Leela turned over the second marker stone. Two dark undersides now faced upward. The low hollow remained pale. The lavender edge remained pale. The row did not urge them forward. It merely told the truth. They carried the first open basket beneath the eave. Air entered through its round mouth. Droplets gathered at the lowest points of the woven reeds and fell onto the stone, leaving small dark stars. Aaron set two straight stems across wooden pegs so they would not bow under their own wetness. Amara smelled her gloves. Fennel sweetness had worked through the damp leather. It mingled with the mineral scent of mist and the faint lavender rising from below. The morning's debris had become a set of orderly possibilities: mulch pieces, drying rings, straight bundles, clean leaves. They ate half a biscuit each while waiting for the low hollow. Leela had baked the fennel seeds into thin rounds with crisp edges. The flavor arrived quietly after the first bite. Amara put the other half back in the tin for evening. The mist moved in almost invisible changes. A line of lavender appeared below, vanished, and appeared again. The grass in the low hollow stopped shining as a single surface and returned to separate blades. Aaron walked to the stepping stone, pressed the rake handle against the bank, and found it firmer than before. Amara did not call the section ready on that evidence alone. They waited another few minutes, then tested the approach with increasing weight, rake handle, toe, flat boot, full stance. The earth compressed slightly but did not slide. They planned positions before lifting anything. The useful ring sat inside the empty basket at their backs. Its roundness made the opening easy to find without looking. As they began the next section, Amara could pass an intact stem behind her and know that Leela had room to settle it gently. A small discovery had removed a small difficulty, which was exactly enough. The low hollow asked for the narrowest movements of the day. Amara remained on the stepping stone. Aaron worked from the upper edge with one knee on a dry board. Leela brought from the eave. Leela stayed on the path and managed the baskets. Their positions formed a careful triangle around the water. The first two stems lifted cleanly. The third had threaded its leaves through the brush grate. Aaron supported the stalk while Amara loosened one spray at a time. Cold water touched the heel of her glove. She paused whenever the stem hid her view and waited for the current to lay the leaves flat again. A heavier veil of mist crossed the hollow. The far edge blurred. Amara withdrew her hand. Aaron lowered the stalk so it could not swing, and all three returned to the eave. The half-freed stem stayed safely supported in the channel. They had left it in a better position, not a dangerous one. During the pause, Amara unfolded her schedule. The hourly targets looked increasingly strange. They implied that the first and second reaches had taken too long, although both were completely clean and had yielded useful bundles. They implied that the low hollow should be finished now, although the ground itself had twice asked them to wait. For a while she left the pencil tucked into the fold. She could see what needed changing, but she wanted the change to come from the work rather than from impatience with the page. The low hollow was half cleared. Its third stem remained supported against the grate, and the fourth lay downstream where it could do no harm. That was the present fact. The paper could wait as readily as the ground. Leela spread the folded cloth across the bench and lifted each saved stem from the basket long enough to inspect the place where it had rested. Moisture darkened the reeds beneath them, but the fennel itself was not heating or softening. She returned the curved stems with their joins uppermost and laid the straight ones across the pegs. The small tending made the pause useful without disguising it as channel work. Aaron rinsed the narrow rake. A thread of leaf had wound around one wooden tooth, and he eased it loose rather than scraping it against the pail. "This mist has a patient way of entering everything," he said. "Sleeves first," Leela said. Amara pinched her cuff. A cold drop ran into her palm. "Schedules second." They smiled, and the mist thickened enough to hide the low hollow altogether. Water remained audible beyond the eave, a subdued sliding under the fennel. Amara could distinguish the clean upper bend from the curve by sound now. The bend made a thin, continuous slip. The curve gave the current a rounded hush against stone. Below both came the softer, irregular note of water working through the half-cleared brush grate. She listened until the sound ceased to feel like demands. Earlier, every unfamiliar note would have sent her toward the channel to confirm it. Now she knew what each one meant and where it belonged. The hollow was passing water. The lowest bed was receiving enough. The supported stalk was stable. Waiting added no danger. Leela poured the last of the warm herb water, dividing it evenly among the cups. The fennel biscuits stayed covered. Their baked sweetness would have been pleasant, but Amara wanted to keep hers for the end of the flush, when there would be nothing left for its taste to interrupt. The gray outside slowly acquired depth. First the eave's outer post appeared, then the line of the broad path. Then the stepping stone returned as a darker oval among wet grass. The grass still shone, so they did not move. Aaron placed the dry board at the approach, but kept his hands off the rake. Visible is not the same as ready. Seed. Amara looked at the 4 stones. Too dark. Too pale. No. But it is a beginning. They waited until individual grass blades could be seen instead of a single silver surface. Aaron tested from the path with the smooth end of the rake. The top layer yielded, then held. Leela watched the mark after he lifted the handle. No water gathered in it. Amara tried the edge of the board with one boot, then placed her full foot on it. The board remained level. They returned to the low hollow in the same positions as before. Amara stood on the stepping stone. Aaron knelt above the supported stem, and Leela kept the ringed basket within reach from firm ground. None of them needed to discuss the arrangement again. Their bodies found the careful triangle they had already made. The half-breed spray lay flatter than before because the current had combed its leaves downstream. That helped Amara see where 3 fine branches still crossed the grate. Aaron raised the stalk only enough to remove its weight. Amara freed the upper branch and laid it along the water. The second had doubled through one opening. She passed its tip backward rather than pulling the feathery crown forward. It slipped loose and opened in the current like a small green fan. The third branch resisted. Amara stopped. She moved her wrist, changed the angle of her fingers, and felt the branch hidden fork. As she tugged, the fine stem would break and leave half of itself behind the grate. She asked Aaron to lower the main stalk the width of a finger. The pressure eased. The fork came back through intact. "Clear," she said. Aaron lifted. Water streamed from the hollow stem and tapped against the grate. Amara supported the middle while Leela took the flowering end. Together they placed it through the round mouth of the basket. It bent naturally along the fennel ring without needing a tie. They looked into the channel before reaching for the final stalk. Water occupied all but the lowest slots of the grate. A fringe of bruised leaves remained along one edge, and a small pocket of foam trembled above it. The last fallen stalk lay below, soft at its base, but otherwise free. Aaron brought it toward the stepping stone with the rake's smooth back. Amara caught the thick end, the base folded in her hand, releasing the smell of fennel more strongly than any sound stem had. Its inner fibers had turned brown. She held both parts when it separated and passed them to Leela for the mulch basket. Not a piece fell back. Only then did Amara take the brush. She worked from the top of the grate downward, one light pass at a time. Leela held the pail beneath the brush whenever Amara lifted it, receiving wet threads of leaf. Aaron watched the bank and the waterline. The first pass opened 2 lower slots. The second removed the fringe. On the third, the bristles came back clean. Water spread through the whole grate. The little pocket of foam lengthened, divided, and passed. Amara kept watching for a count of 10, then another. No new leaf arrived. No hidden stem shifted upstream. "The hollow is clear," Aaron said. Amara stepped backward onto the board before answering. Firm footing came before celebration. Even a celebration as small as turning a stone. Leela carried the brush to the pail. Aaron lifted the board. Its underside was damp, but its corners had not sunk. At the eave, Leela turned the third marker dark side up. 3 dark stones made the remaining pale one look distinct, rather than overdue. Lavender edge was not an accumulation of all the morning's unfinished time. It was simply the 4th reach. Amara checked the low hollow square on the schedule. She did not write an hour beside it. Instead, she noted, firm after second thinning. The phrase held the information she might need on another misty morning. A time alone would have held almost none. They emptied the pail onto the mulch patch and rinsed it. Aaron examined the board for clinging soil before carrying it back under the eave. Leela rearranged the baskets, sound curved stems in the ringed one, broken stems in the mulch basket, straight stalks on the cloth. Each container had room left. They would not need to carry an overfilled load down the broad path. The pause after the hollow felt different from the pauses before it. The mist was no thinner, and their sleeves were no drier. But 3 reaches now ran without fallen stems. Amara could feel the old schedule trying to convert that fact into a calculation. 3 completed, 1 remaining, so the pace should increase. She folded the page before the thought could dress itself as instruction. Lavender edge began below a shoulder of stone where the path widened. They approached on the terrace route rather than following the wet channel bank. The longer way kept them on packed ground. Aaron carried the rake and empty ringed basket. Leela carried the brush and cord. Amara carried nothing for the first part of the descent, so that she could test the path and point out places where lavender leaned across it. Muted light lay blue on the stones. The lavender rows were gray-violet under beads of mist, and their scent rose only when a sleeve brushed them. Fennel's sweetness traveled with the baskets. Between the 2 fragrances, the air seemed divided into a warm upper note and a cool lower one. At the start of the reach, Amara set the basket on a flat stone and walked the parallel path without touching the channel. The scattered stems were easier to count here because they lay at intervals. 2 before the first small grate, 5 beyond it, 1 balanced between the banks, and 3 near the lower dip. A separate fan of fennel leaves clung to the grate. Nothing crossed the outlet. Aaron counted again from the stone side. Their totals agreed. Leela placed 11 short lengths of cord over the basket handle. Not because every stalk would make a ring, but because the visible pieces now had a simple tally. For each fallen stem removed, she would shift 1 cord to the other handle. If a stalk broke, its pieces would still count as the 1 stem they had seen. And if we discover a 12th? She asked. We remove 12, Amara said. The cords describe what we can see. They do not forbid the channel from telling us more. The first 2 stems rested in shallow water beside firm stone. Aaron slid the rake beneath the farther one while Amara took the nearer by its middle. They lifted together, preventing either set of leaves from tangling with the other. Water fell in fine lines from the feathery crowns. 1 stalk was sound enough to remain straight. The other had a bruised joint and folded when Leela inspected it. She moved 2 cords. The sound stalk went across the basket mouth for carrying to the pegs. The bruised one lay flat in the mulch basket. Amara looked back at the places they had occupied. Brown pebbles showed through clear water. No smaller branch remained underneath. At the first small grate, the bank was firm on the stone side and glossy beneath the lavender. They stayed on stone. Aaron held the basket near enough to receive leaves but not above the current. Amara brushed from the grate center outward, guiding the fennel fan toward the path side. The leaves peeled away in a single wet lace, then broke into 3 pieces over the pail. She brushed each corner once more. The flush of ordinary water through the exposed slots made a momentary brighter sound. It settled almost at once. They waited to see whether another fan had been held behind the first. None appeared. 3 cords moved to the cleared side of the handle. 2 stems and the grate fan did not count as another stem, so Leela moved only the 2. She tucked the loose leaves into the mulch basket and left the tally honest. The mist drifted sideways for the first time that day. It was not wind exactly. The fennel tops barely moved. Yet a pale wall crossed Lavender End, hiding the lower dip while leaving the grate visible. Amara could have kept working where she stood, but they would have lost sight of the route back to the basket. She raised 1 hand. Aaron set down the rake. Leela covered the pail. They withdrew to the shoulder of stone and sat on the low wall. The pause came before danger and therefore felt almost uneventful. Amara watched droplets accumulate on the woven basket. Each reed darkened along its lower curve. The fennel ring held the damp rim open, exactly as Aaron had intended. "Your frame works better each time the basket gets wetter," Leela said. Aaron pressed the rim gently. It returned to round, a fortunate property in a damp place. They did not fill the interval with another task. Their hands rested. Amara rolled her shoulders and discovered how much the wet sleeves had weighed on them. Leela loosened the cloth at her neck. Aaron extended one leg, then the other. Rest, Amara thought, was also a condition of the work. Ground could be ready while hands were not. Below, the lowest feeder continued to pour. They could hear it when the nearer channel sound softened under mist. Leela identified the note without standing. "Still enough," she said. The assurance required no new cup measurement. They had measured earlier, and nothing upstream had worsened. Amara let the earlier evidence remain valid. Rechecking every fact merely because time had passed could become another kind of hurry, a refusal to trust what the morning had already shown. When the sideways veil passed, the lower path returned in pieces. Lavender tips appeared first, then stones, then the dull line of packed soil. Amara finished resting before she stood. She tested the broad path with her boot and found it firm. The patch beneath the plants remained slick, so she marked it with a pale pebble where everyone could see. They resumed beyond the grate. 5 stems lay in the open run, but their leaves had tangled together into one loose raft. Pulling the nearest would have tightened the rest. Aaron used the rake to separate the flowering tips while Amara held the upstream ends in place. Leela stood beside the baskets and called when a crown came free. The first stem slid out intact. Its green length was too stiff for a ring, so it joined the straight bundle. The second had split near the center. Amara lifted both halves together and checked the water for loose fibers. The third and fourth crossed each other. Aaron raised the upper one, and Amara turned the lower a quarter circle until its branch cleared. The fifth was little more than a seed head and hollow length, light enough for Leela to receive with one hand. 5 cords crossed the handle. 7 of the 11 visible stems were now removed. The raft had looked like a single large obstruction from uphill, but water had passed freely among its loose branches. Once lifted, it proved to be 5 manageable objects, each asking for a slightly different motion. They sorted on the flat stone. 2 straight stems rested beside the first. One supple stalk curved into a ring for the second basket. Aaron overlapped the ends loosely and let Amara tie the cord. She left room for one finger under the knot, remembering his instruction that the stem needed air. The split and weathered pieces went to mulch. Leela shook no seed heads. She ran her palm beneath them instead, catching loose seeds on the cloth. A few escaped into the channel when the stems were lifted, but they floated singly and went through the clean grate. The cloth held a small, fragrant scatter that could dry beside the stems. Amara crouched on the stone side and checked the floor where the raft had lain. A pale shape beneath the surface looked at first like another stem. Aaron touched it with the smooth back of the rake. It did not move. The mist shifted, and the shape resolved into a vein of quartz in a brown stone. "The channel has offered its 12th, he said. "It can keep that one," Amara answered. Leela left the remaining cords where they were. Their tally changed only for fallen fennel, not for every narrow thing the muted light made uncertain. The balanced stem came next. It arched from bank to bank and scarcely touched the current. Its position made it look structural, though it bore nothing but its own wet leaves. Amara examined both ends before anyone lifted it. One rested on a stone, The other had caught in living lavender without breaking it. Aaron supported the middle. Amara freed the lavender sprig leaf by leaf. The rooted plant rose when the fennel's weight left it, shedding droplets onto her glove. Leela took the fallen stem by its thick end. It was dry enough inside to make a hollow knock against the basket ring. It looked important, Aaron said. It chose an important-looking place, Leela replied. They laughed quietly. Amara checked the banks. Neither had depended on the stalk. Water beneath showed no change because the stem had never obstructed it. Some pieces needed removal simply because the task was to clear fallen fennel, not because every piece had created a crisis. 8 cords had crossed the handle. 3 stems remained near the lower dip. From the broad path they could see one whole stalk, one broken near its flower head, and one half submerged along the channel wall. The ground between them and those stems still shone under a layer of water draining from the lavender. They did not test it immediately. The shine itself was enough. They returned the full ringed basket to the stone shoulder, carrying it between Amara and Aaron. Leela walked beside them and kept the straight stems from catching on lavender. At the grate, they changed hands without turning toward the water. The ring prevented the wet basket from closing around its contents. Under the eave, they unloaded before the final round. Straight stems went across the pegs with space between them. Ringed stems remained in the baskets, their joins facing up. The mulch pieces settled loosely rather than being pressed down. Leela counted the cords on both handles and returned the 3 unshifted links to the working side. Amara's schedule lay where she had left it. Its hourly lines now seemed less like instructions than like a row of doors she had been trying to enter, after the rooms behind them had changed. Sunrise was gone. Mid-morning was gone. Noon had passed somewhere inside the mist without announcing itself. The flush would happen when the channel was clear, not when a line of ink claimed the afternoon. Still, she did not take up the pencil. 3 stems remained. The schedule's revision would mean more after the work had demonstrated its own complete shape. Leela opened the biscuit tin but did not offer it. After the last reach? After the flush, Amara said. Aaron chose a cup of cool water instead. They drank, chose a cup of cool water instead. They drank, rinsed their gloves, and turned their sleeves back down. The fabric was still damp, but the brief exposure to air had warmed their wrists. From below came the steady channel note, altered now by 3 clear reaches and most of a 4th. The mist began thinning from above. The sky did not brighten so much as acquire a blue-gray color distinct from the terraces. Fennel crowns emerged along the upper bank. At Lavender End, the path lost its glaze in patches, beginning near the stones and spreading toward the packed center. They carried only what the final round required: rake, brush, mulch basket, and 1 open basket. The cord tally remained looped over its handle, Amara led by the broad root. Their earlier footprints had kept crisp edges. No print held standing water. At the lower dip, they waited on stone for another few minutes. Water drained from the grass in threads no thicker than hair. Each thread crossed the path and entered the channel. Amara watched the spaces between them lengthen. Aaron tested the path above the dip, then below it. Both held. The center remained soft, so they planned to reach from opposite ends rather than cross it. The whole stalk lay nearest Aaron. He slid the rake under its center and lifted until water drained from both ends. Amara received it from the upper stone without stepping into the dip. It had a firm green base and an unbroken crown. She passed it to Leela, who laid it across the open basket for straight drying. The broken stalk lay with its flowering half upstream and its base against the wall. Aaron brought the loose crown toward him. Amara kept sight of the base. When the 2 halves separated, Each remained supported. They lifted them in turn and placed both in mulch. The channel wall underneath was clean. One cord remained. The half-submerged stem had settled so close to the wall that muted light disguised it as a shadow. Amara approached from below on a flat stone. She could see its seed head, but not its base. Aaron touched the upper end with the rake. The stalk shifted freely, except at one point beneath an overhanging lavender branch. Amara moved the living branch aside. A cluster of droplets ran down her damp sleeve. Beneath it, the fallen fennel had hooked around a small stone, not a root. She asked Aaron to roll the stalk toward the center. The hook opened. Current entered the narrow space along the wall. Aaron drew the stem upward. Age had hollowed its base, and it broke softly in the middle. Amara caught the lower piece before it drifted. She ran 2 fingers along the wall, then looked downstream for the seed head. Leela received both halves and placed them side by side in the mulch basket. The last cord crossed to the cleared handle. They remained where they were and looked again. The dip held only water, stones, and the reflections of living lavender. Aaron passed the rake's smooth back along the channel wall. It touched no hidden stalk. Amara watched the outlet. The current reached it without hesitation. There was one final small grate below the dip. Fine leaves lay against 2 slots, not enough to slow the flow but part of the debris they had come to remove. Amara could reach it from the flat stone. She brushed outward while Leela held the pail. One pass gathered the leaves. A second returned clean. Water divided evenly across the metal. They carried the last material back by the firm root. No one suggested a faster path now that only a few minutes of clearing remained. The ground received the same respect at the end that it had at the beginning. At the shoulder, Leela set the mulch basket down and counted the shifted cords once more. 11 visible stems, 11 removed. The unexpected material had been leaves, not a hidden 12th stalk. At the eave, she turned the 4th marker stone. 4 dark undersides faced upward in a row. Amara walked one final inspection from the parallel path. She did not repeat the work or search for reasons to distrust it. At upper bend, brown pebbles showed through the clear run and the first grate accepted a thin sheet. Fennel curve held no tangled crowns, and its brushed openings made a continuous low sound. Low hollow spread water across every slot. Lavender edge carried the current past the empty places where 11 stems had lain. Living fennel and lavender still leaned naturally over the banks. Fallen stems did not cross the water anywhere. Aaron watched the channel floor at each reach while Leela checked the baskets and tally. Their 3 views met at the lower outlet. No surface backed up. No leaf trembled against a grate. And no broken length hid under the bank. The inspection was brief because the work had been observed throughout, not saved for one anxious reckoning at the end. Amara crossed out every hour on her work schedule. One line went through sunrise, another through mid-morning, another through noon, and the last through the time she had once assigned to the flush. The mist had made a continuous cleaning plan impractical. Those hours described a dry path and an uninterrupted sweep, neither of which had existed. She left the 4 named sections untouched. Beside Upper Bend, Fennel Curve, Low Hollow, and Lavender Edge, every clearing box was checked. 4 dark marker stones stood beneath the eave. The hours were measuring a day we did not get, she said. Aaron looked from the crossed lines to the open channel. The reaches measured the one we did. Working only when each section of ground was ready had brought them comfortably to the same complete end. Every fallen stem was out, every grate was brushed, and the entire channel lay clean for its flush. Not one hourly target had survived. and nothing that mattered had been left unfinished. The crossing out did not feel like erasure. The useful parts of the page became easier to see. Amara added a small note beneath the sections. Ground readiness after mist. She wrote it as a condition observed, not an excuse offered. When they returned to the half-reed stem, its leaves came from the grate with 3 patient movements. Aaron lifted. Amara guided. Leela received. The intact length curved into another ring. The last stem in the hollow was too soft to save, so it went to mulch. They brushed the hollow grate from the stepping stone. The brush collected a thin green fringe and nothing more. Water spread evenly across its slots. Amara leaned close enough to hear that no opening hissed or gulped. Each carried the same soft pressure. The third marker stone turned dark. Before moving on, they washed their gloves in the pail and wrung the cuffs of their sleeves. Damp fabric had crept nearly to Amara's elbows. Leela hung a spare cloth over her shoulders, and Aaron rolled his sleeves once, exposing a narrow band of dry skin. Lavender edge offered firmer ground and wider light. The mist had begun to lift above the lowest terrace, leaving a blue-gray distance behind it. Lavender plants lined the outer path, their wet heads bowed but not damaged. The channel ran beside them with scattered fennel stems lying at long intervals. Because the footing was easier, Amara felt the old temptation to recover time. She could imagine moving quickly, loading both baskets and reaching the flush close to an hour once written on the page. Then her boot found a wet patch beneath lavender leaves. She stopped without resentment and called it out. They shifted to the stone side. Aaron lifted a stem. Amara drained it. Leela settled it inside the ring. The simple rhythm returned, indifferent to the clock. The missed hourly target had nothing useful to say about a hidden wet patch. At the first small grate, they found fennel leaves plastered in a fan. Amara brushed from the center outward so the current would not pack them into the corners. Aaron held the basket near but not over the water. Each brushstroke exposed another line of dark metal. They paused after the grate, though the mist had not thickened. Rest was one of the conditions worth following, too. Beneath the eave, they drank warm herb water and listened to droplets leave the basket rims. Leela rotated the drying rings a quarter turn so their joins faced upward. The next round cleared 5 scattered stems. 2 were intact enough to bundle straight. 1 made a ring. 2 had bruised where they struck stones and went to mulch. Amara checked the channel floor after each lift. No hidden branch remained pinned under a rock. Farther down, the lavender scent joined the fennel. It was less sweet and more woody in the damp, a steady background beneath the bright note released by every moved stalk. Muted light showed no hard shadows. Their hands, tools, and baskets seemed to belong to the same quiet palette. Aaron found a stem balanced between both banks, scarcely touching the water. "It looks important," he said. "Does it?" Alila asked. "It has chosen the most theatrical position." Amara laughed, then assessed it with the same care as the others. It was not bearing weight and not holding debris. Aaron lifted it from the broad path. The channel beneath did not change at all. Some clutter was merely clutter. Near the end of Lavender Edge, the lower path dipped. They waited while water from the grass drained in tiny threads. Amara used the time to walk the completed reaches from the parallel path. Upper Bend was open. Fenny Curve ran clear. Low hollow spread water evenly through its brushed grate. She did not add imagined work to make the day feel more complete. A pebble resting in the channel could remain a pebble. A living fennel stalk leaning over the bank could remain rooted. They were removing fallen stems, not polishing the reach into an unnatural emptiness. When the dip had firmed, they approached from opposite sides. Aaron used the rake to bring the last fallen stalk within reach. Amara lifted it by the middle and found its base already hollowed by age. It broke softly, without splintering. Both pieces fit in the mulch basket. They inspected the full fourth section twice. On the first pass, they looked at the surface, checking banks, grates, and visible stones. On the second, they followed the current, watching for hesitation. The water narrowed naturally at the bends and widened in the shallow places. It did not gather behind anything. Leela turned the fourth marker stone. The row beneath the eave was entirely dark now. Nearby, the drying baskets held their round mouths open. Straight stems lay on pegs. The mulch basket was full but not heavy enough to strain its handles. All four reaches were clean. The statement was quiet and exact. It did not matter that the work had been divided by mist, warm drinks, tests of footing, and unhurried returns. Those divisions had made completion possible. They rested before the flush. Amara knew that completion of clearing was not yet completion of the task. The lower branch needed a gentle release, and they needed to follow it through Lavender End. Still, there was no reason to carry the pace of lifting into the verification. Aaron checked the small gate at the upper bend. No fennel had lodged beneath its edge. He cleaned the groove with the narrow end of the brush, then opened the gate only a finger's width. Water thickened behind it and entered the cleared channel without a rush. Amara watched the first swell past the place where the beaded stem had lain that morning. The surface rose against the stones, smoothed, and continued. It carried 2 fennel seeds and a fragment of leaf no larger than her thumbnail. They followed on the parallel path. At the first grate, the water spread into an even sheet. Aaron counted the visible slots while Amara watched the downstream side. No leaves caught. The faint fringe they had brushed away did not return. At the fennel curve, the flush leaned against the outer wall and rounded it cleanly. One seed circled in a tiny eddy, then found the main thread and moved on. Leela walked below them, listening at the feeder lips of the beds. "Even here," she called. Amara answered with a raised hand. Speech carried strangely in the thinning mist. Near sounds softened and distant ones made unexpectedly clear. A droplet fell from a fennel flower head beside her and struck a leaf below with a small hollow tap. The low hollow accepted the flush without pooling. Water passed through every part of the brush grate. Amara crouched on the stepping stone and watched the downstream surface settle. It held a few harmless seeds, nothing that could block a slot or weigh down a branch. They continued toward Lavender End at the water's pace. This was slower than their walking pace, so they stopped often. The return path became a sequence of listening places. Beside a narrow stone, below a feeder, at the turn where lavender roots held the bank. Leela touched the soil of the lowest bed. Moisture darkened it evenly. The earlier reduced flow had been enough, and the flush now completed its watering without flooding the lip. She crumbled a small surface clod between her fingers and nodded. At the broad edge, the current found the newly empty spaces where stems had rested. It made no dramatic leap. It simply occupied the full width available to it. Amara preferred that evidence to any sense of having conquered the obstruction. Aaron walked a few steps ahead to check the outlet. "Clear to Lavender End," he said. Amara waited until the same water reached her. 3 seeds passed, spaced far apart. Then came a clean stretch reflecting the blue-gray sky. She followed it around the final bend. The lower terraces received their flow in equal shallow ribbons. Leela moved from feeder to feeder, looking for a weak branch. Aaron stayed by the main run. Amara stood where she could see both the channel and the resting pool below. No branch lagged. No bed took more than its share. The gentle gate opening had been sufficient to rinse loose leaves without scouring the banks. Amara wrote a check beside each section's flow box, though the marks were already there. She darkened them so the damp paper would keep the record. They began the return along the same path, closing the temporary flush behind them. Aaron lowered the gate to its ordinary setting. The channel settled from its fuller run to the steady daily flow. They followed again briefly to make sure the change did not expose some hidden snag. It did not. Upper bend remained open. Fennel curve remained smooth, low hollow divided evenly. Lavender edge carried a clear thread from end to end. The only travelers were occasional fennel seeds, too few and too light to matter. Amara picked one seed from the surface at the edge of the resting pool and rolled it between finger and thumb. Its scent was faint until the husk cracked. Then sweetness rose even in the cool air. She let the broken seed fall into the mulch basket rather than back into the water. The practical work had reached its closure in layers. Every fallen stem was out. Useful stems were ringed or bundled. The grates were brushed. The branch had been flushed. The lower terraces held an even completed flow. Each statement rested on something they had seen rather than something the schedule had predicted. Leela took the lower path to listen at the last feeder once more. Aaron carried the lighter drying basket. Amara carried the tools. Their sleeves were damp, their gloves fragrant, and their pace matched the quiet water beside them. By the time they reached the eave, the mist had lifted enough to show the line of reed resting pool. It lay below Lavender End like a piece of dull blue glass bordered by reeds. Evening had begun without any sharp change in light. They set everything down for cleanup. No unfinished blockage waited behind them. The return path had confirmed the whole lower branch, and the water continued on its own. The last fifth of the day arrived in smaller sounds. A basket touched stone. Cord slid around a bundle. Water poured from the rinse pail in a clear, brief arc. Beyond the eave, mist thinned into blue-gray evening, and the terraces lost even the soft distinctions they had held at noon. Amara and Aaron stacked the straight fennel stems across the wooden pegs, with a hand's width between bundles. They placed the ringed baskets below, open mouths turned toward the faint movement of air. Droplets gathered along the woven rims and fell one by one. Leela rinsed the mulch basket after emptying it beside the upper garden. Fine green leaves clung to the weave. She loosened them with her fingertips, never striking the basket against stone. When the water ran clear, she leaned it beside the others under the eave. Aaron washed the brush and narrow rake. He ran a thumb along the rake's teeth to be sure no fennel fiber remained wound there. Then he dried the wooden handles with the folded cloth and hung both tools from their pegs. Amara unfolded the schedule for the last time. The crossed-out hours were still visible, but they no longer dominated the page. The 4 named reaches and their dark checks made a truer record. Beneath them she wrote, all stems removed, sound stems drying, grates brushed, gentle flush complete, lower flow even. She paused at the line where a completion time would normally go. Instead she wrote, schedule changed with ground conditions. Successful. The words fitted without crowding. Leela read them over her shoulder. That seems accurate. Amara set the page under the eave until its surface lost the last damp curl. It is more accurate than pretending the old hours survived. No one needed to defend the day. The evidence hung in fragrant bundles and traveled in clear water below. The 4 marker stones remained dark side up until Aaron returned them to the wall pocket. They carried the rinse water to the mulch patch. Amara poured slowly so no soil washed away. The fennel fragments settled among older leaves. Their sweetness rose briefly, then faded into the cooler smell of earth. Back beneath the eave, Leela opened the biscuit tin. Only 3 rounds remained, one for each of them. Aaron took his to the stone landing. Leela sat on the dry end of the tool bench. Amara kept hers in her palm while she looked down the lower channel. The ordinary flow was difficult to see in the evening, but easy to hear. It slipped past the upper bend, past the clean grate, and softened at the Fennel curve. Farther down, its sound mingled with droplets leaving lavender leaves. Amara walked the last flush to Reed Resting Pool alone, though Aaron and Leela remained within calling distance. She took the broad parallel path and did not hurry. The places that had shone slickly in the morning now held a dull, firm surface. At the first reach, she stopped beside the stone where she had crouched. No stem crossed the water. The current showed a narrow reflection of the sky and a darker reflection of Fennel above it. A drop rolled from a living stalk and joined the flow. At the curve, the grate made almost no sound. Water passed through it without catching. The bank smelled of fennel where their gloves had brushed the plants. But the strongest sweetness now came from the drying baskets behind her. The low hollow held a faint coolness. Amara stayed on the stepping stone out of habit and respect, although the edge looked firmer. 4 clear ribbons passed the brushed grate. She counted them once and moved on. Lavender end opened below in muted rows. The plants held evening beads along their narrow leaves. Their color had withdrawn into gray-violet, more sensed than seen. The channel beside them carried the final portion of the flush toward the pool. Amara broke the fennel biscuit in half. Its edge gave with a dry snap that seemed bright after the softened sounds of the day. She tasted one half slowly. Butter and grain came first, then the clean sweetness of seed. She put the second half in her pocket and followed the water. At each feeder lip, the lower terraces received the same modest pour. Dark soil spread evenly beneath the plants. Nothing overflowed. Nothing waited dry. Aaron moved under the eave above, turning one basket so its wet side faced outward. Leela folded the rinsing cloth over the rail. Their motions were small at this distance. The day no longer needed the 3 of them gathered around one point. At the outlet, the flush entered Reed Resting Pool without disturbing its surface beyond a widening set of lines. Reeds stood close around the margin. Their stems held more droplets than the fennel had, each one suspended until its own weight became sufficient. Amara sat on the flat stone above the pool. Her sleeves were still damp at the cuffs, but the chill did not trouble her. She rested her hands loosely and listened. From the pool, the day's 4 reaches could no longer be separated by sight. The channel was a dim line entering the reeds, and the terraces above it rose in broad gray bands. The distinctions that had guided the work-firm gravel, outer curve, stepping stone, broad lavender path belonged to touch and memory now. Evening did not erase them. It simply gathered them into one completed slope. Amara set the remaining half of her biscuit on its paper in her lap. She waited for the taste of the first half to fade before eating more. Fennel lingered at the back of her tongue, warm and faintly green beneath the butter. The same sweetness came down from the eave in cooler breaths whenever the air moved. The movement was hardly enough to stir the reeds. It traveled along their tips instead, dislodging one bead here and another several stems away. Each drop made its own small root. Some fell directly into the pool. Some struck a leaf, divided, and arrived as 2 softer taps. Others slid so quietly down the reed that Amara heard only their final touch on water. She did not count them at first. The sounds did not need turning into evidence. The pool had already received the flush, the ordinary flow had followed, and the feeder lips above had all been seen running evenly. Listening now was no longer an inspection disguised as rest. It was simply what remained when inspection was finished. On the far margin, a reed bowed under gathered moisture. Its reflection bowed toward it from below until the two narrow shapes nearly met. One drop released. The reed rose a little, and the reflection broke into rings. Blue-gray light returned between them. Amara thought of the living fennel crown they had left leaning over the upper bend. By tomorrow, if the mist lifted, it too might rise. If it did not, it would still be rooted, still part of the bank, and could be assessed on its own terms. They had not turned maintenance into a wish for rigid edges. The channel could be clear without looking empty. Above her, a basket shifted lightly on stone. Aaron must have turned another damp side toward the air. The sound was followed by the quiet scrape of a peg taking the weight of a straight bundle. Then the eave became still again. He did not call down a question, and Amara did not offer a report. Both knew the practical work was closed. Leela's cloth appeared as a pale square over the rail. She shook nothing from it. She merely opened it once, let the corners settle, and folded it so the captured seeds remained inside. The small packet could dry under cover. Even at a distance, the motion was recognizable, edge to edge. Then once across, the mist withdrew unevenly. A patch above Lavender End cleared enough to show 3 rows of plants, while the terrace beyond remained hidden. Along the seaside, the gray brightened without revealing the horizon. Evening was not uncovering the whole landscape. It was choosing a few quiet details and leaving the rest soft. Water entered the pool beside a low cluster of reeds. The inlet's widening lines reached Amara's reflected boot and bent it gently. She lifted her foot back from the edge, not because the stone was unsafe, but to leave the surface room to settle. Soon her reflection returned as a dark, incomplete shape. Her hands smelled more strongly of fennel when she brought them near her face. Damp leather, bruised stems, mineral water, and the biscuit shared the same small space of air. She loosened one glove but did not remove it. The cuff beneath was cool. A thin red line crossed her wrist where wet fabric had pressed all day, already fading now that the sleeve rested loosely. She could have used the quiet to reconstruct the schedule. How long the first inspection took. How many minutes belonged to mist. Whether the final flush ended before or after the hour she had crossed away. The mind offered those questions out of habit. Amara let them pass unanswered. The useful record waited dry beneath the eave. It said which conditions had shaped the work and what had been completed. Nothing tonight required a recovered timetable. A few fennel seeds had reached the pool with the flush. One floated near the inlet, turned slowly, and lodged for a moment against a reed. The next pulse of ordinary flow freed it. It moved into open water without forming a cluster. Amara watched it only because it caught the remaining light, not because she intended to retrieve it. Farther uphill, the channel's sound had become too soft to divide into reaches. At the pool, all its small notes arrived together. Water over a feeder lip, a drop from lavender, a narrow run around stone, the almost soundless spread at the inlet. Completion had a sound, she thought, but not a triumphant one. It was the absence of interruption inside many ordinary continuities. She picked up the biscuit half and broke off one corner. Crumbs rested on the paper. She touched them with a damp fingertip and ate them before they could fall. The fennel seed baked into the corner cracked between her teeth. Its brief warmth made the evening air feel cooler around her face. The flat stone retained a little of the day's warmth beneath her. She placed both palms beside her and felt it through the gloves. Moss at the stone's far edge held beads in its tiny green tips. None moved. Nearer the reeds, the surface was bare and dark from mist. For several minutes there were no voices. Aaron's outline crossed once behind the eave post and disappeared. Leela remained seated on the bench, her pale cloth beside her. Their nearness did not require conversation. The work had given them enough shared attention for one day. Quiet could be shared too. Amara followed one set of widening rings until it met another. The first had begun beneath the nearest reed, the second somewhere out in the gray water. Their edges crossed, changed shape, and faded. No boundary remained to show which ring had come from which drop. The last flush behaved the same way. Its slightly fuller water entered reed resting pool and joined what was already there. Behind it, the gate's ordinary setting continued to send a modest thread. There would be no instant when the pool declared the flush finished. The distinction would soften until only the steady inflow remained. That suited the day. Their stages had been clear enough while needed. 4 reaches, dark stones, sordid stems, one gentle release, but completion did not have to preserve every boundary forever. The cleaned channel was already returning to its ordinary purpose. Water moved through it without displaying the labor that had opened the way. A droplet struck a hollow reed with a quiet wooden note. Another answered from the lavender bank. Then nothing fell for a long interval. Amara heard the faint movement of her own sleeve when she folded her hands, the small sound of the biscuit paper settling on her knee. And below both, water entering water. She looked back once. The drying baskets stood under the eave with their mouths held round by salvaged stems. In the blue-gray distance, they resembled the 2 shadows Leela had seen that morning. Now their purpose was legible even through mist. Open weave, air between stems, no wet mass pressed inward. A drop fell from one rim and darkened the stone beneath it. The straight bundles above them made sparse horizontal lines. Aaron had left a hand's width between each. Feathery crowns hung beyond the pegs, no longer trailing in the channel, or tangling with one another. The useful stems would dry by waiting, just as the ground had become workable by waiting. Nothing more needed to be done to force either process. Amara finished the biscuit slowly. She folded its paper into a small square and placed it in her pocket. The sweetness remained, gentler now than the fragrance on her gloves. She drank no water to clear it away. At the inlet, the surface had nearly settled. A final broad line moved outward and disappeared among the reed reflections. After it came the narrower pulse of ordinary flow. Amara recognized the change without standing to measure it. The gate above had returned to its daily setting. The pool received exactly that quiet continuation. She let her eyes close for 3 breaths. With sight removed, droplets seemed farther apart and the channel nearer. The reeds held a faint dry rustle beneath their wet taps, though no visible wind moved them. Somewhere on the bank, a bead traveled down a lavender stem with a sequence of touches too light to locate. When she opened her eyes, the gray had deepened. The pool reflected no separate cloud, only an even dimness. Reed stems crossed it in dark strokes. The path home remained visible above the bank, firm and broad. But there was no need to take it at once. She rested until the chill in her cuffs became noticeable, then rolled each wrist gently. The motion released the fabric from her skin. She could return without hurrying. Behind her, all tools were washed, all stems assigned, all baskets rinsed. Ahead of her, all lower beds had their even share. The present moment contained no preparation for another round. A droplet left a reed and struck the pool. Another slid down a stem before falling onto a lower leaf. Farther along the margin, several drops released in quiet succession. as if the reeds were passing a message, too simple to require words. The last flush spread through the resting pool and lost its separate shape. Behind it came the ordinary channel flow, steady and complete. Amara could no longer identify which water had begun at the gate and which had already been waiting here. The verification ended naturally. She thought of the morning page with its hours. Nothing in the pool preserved those divisions. The water had moved whenever the open channel and gentle gate allowed it. The ground had held when it was ready. Their work had advanced by reaches, pauses, and returns. The difference mattered because she had not treated the revised day as a damaged version of the planned one. She had let it become the day in front of her. Every required thing was finished, and no hurried step had been needed to make that true. She ate the second half of the biscuit. A fennel seed caught briefly between her teeth and released one last warm note. The sweetness matched the scent traveling faintly from the baskets under the eave. Blue-gray evening deepened over Fennel Reach. The last pale traces of mist moved between the terraces rather than covering them. Lavender End lay quiet. The channel drew a continuous dark line through it, toward the pool. Leela called softly that the record page was dry. Amara answered that she was coming. She remained for 3 more droplets, one from the nearest reed, one from somewhere across the pool, and one that traveled down several leaves before it reached the water. Then she stood and followed the firm return path. At the eave, Aaron had left the ringed baskets open. Their woven sides were already beginning to dry. The straight bundles rested above them, useful stems aligned without being bound too tightly. Amara slid the finished record into its oilcloth pocket. Leela closed the biscuit tin. Aaron lowered the simple wooden latch on the tool cabinet. None of the sounds carried urgency. They looked once more down the cleared run. Water reached every lower terrace evenly. No fallen fennel remained in the channel. Under the eave, every salvaged stem had a place to dry, and the rinsed baskets shed their final beads onto stone. Night settled over the misty terraces without concealing unfinished work. The cleared channel kept its soft, even course through the darkening fennel. The reeds released another scatter of droplets into the resting pool, and Amara listened until the spaces between them grew long and quiet. The Measure of Quiet Water, Episode 5, The Long Way to Lavender. Amara pressed 2 fingers into the soil beneath the oldest lavender plant and found it cooler than she expected. The morning had warmed the terrace wall, yet dark crumbs clung to her fingers. The lavender stood upright, comfortable but over-provided for. No water showed on the surface. The bed had simply held its last measured drink longer than it should. Amara sampled beside the inlet, midway along the terrace and near the lower end. The earth grew cooler away from the arriving channel. If too much water had entered, the wetness ought to have announced itself first at the inlet, but the incoming water had been measured correctly the evening before. "The gate can wait," she said. Aaron set the basket down. "And we go the long way?" Amara looked past the terrace's last stone corner toward the reeds. The cool earth was asking where the water should have left. "We follow it out," she said. Sunlight lay across the gray stones in pale gold bands, and the narrow leaves above Amara's hand had begun to release their clean, quiet scent. The earth held the coolness of water kept too long. Its crumbs were not muddy and did not shine. They simply pressed together more willingly than lavender soil should have done at this hour. Aaron Vale waited on the path with a shallow survey basket hooked over one arm. He looked from Amara's hand to the plants, whose late-season gray-purple flower heads were neither bowed nor brittle. "They look comfortable," he said. Amara rubbed the soil between finger and thumb. "They do. Over-provided for, perhaps. But comfortable." That was exactly the distinction. Nothing at Lavender End was failing. The bed smelled green and mineral beneath the sharper fragrance of its leaves. The plants had simply received their last measured drink and held more of it than they needed. Lavender End occupied the last broad shelf of cultivated ground above Anjara's sea path. Above it, the western gardens descended in patient steps. Fennel first, then a narrow mixed bed of savory and low thyme, and finally the lavender, where the useful garden flow was meant to finish. Below the terrace, the slope softened into the reed resting pool. Water that had nourished the beds gathered there among pale stones and reeds before finding the little saltward runnel. It was a place made for slowing, but not for stopping. Amara had come prepared to alter the small wooden gate at the head of the lavender branch. A folded sketch lay in her field book, showing the present opening and a neater, narrower setting. The adjustment would have been simple. Lift the retaining peg, ease the gate inward by the width of a barley straw, replace the peg, then time the inlet again. She had drawn the proposal at her kitchen table after Mira Sol mentioned that the southern bed remained dark late into the afternoon. It was a technically pleasing answer. That was partly why Amara distrusted her eagerness to use it. Aaron passed her the narrow soil spoon. Its brass bowl was worn thin at one edge from years of scraping small test hollows. Amara used it to open a shallow cut beside the lavender's root spread. The upper layer, warmed by air, broke into loose crumbs. Beneath it the soil was dark and cohesive, but smelled clean. She pinched a sample, rolled it once against her palm, and watched it fracture when she pressed it gently. Still within the bed's kindness, Aaron observed, at the wet end of it. They had learned the phrase from Mira, who described every plant's tolerance as a kind of kindness. Fennel forgave a longer drink. Rosemary forgave neglect. Mint forgave almost anything except being asked to remain where it had been planted. Lavender was generous about heat and lean ground, but less generous about water that lingered around its roots. Amara replaced the soil and smoothed the surface with the back of the spoon. She did the same at 4 more points, moving in a loose diagonal so she did not mistake one shaded pocket for the whole bed. Aaron marked each location on the wax tablet: inlet corner, upper middle, wall center, lower middle, outlet corner. His writing leaned slightly uphill even when the tablet was level. At the outlet corner, the spoon met soil cooler than all the rest. Amara lifted a small handful and held it open to the light. No water pooled in her palm. That mattered. The condition was excess dampness, not saturation, and it had arrived slowly enough that the lavender showed no distress. They had time to understand it without turning a small imbalance into an urgent repair. Mira came down the fennel reach carrying a flat reed tray. Cut fennel stalks lay across it, trimmed for drying. Their sweet anise scent met the lavender in the morning air and made the terrace smell briefly like a cupboard of teas. "You found the cool patch," said. "Several," Amara answered. Cooler toward the lower corner. Mira rested the tray on the wall. Her sleeves were rolled above her elbows, and a line of fennel pollen marked one forearm. She crouched beside the nearest lavender plant, parted the stems, and looked at the crown. Then she pressed the heel of her hand lightly against the soil. "They slept with wet feet," she said. "Not enough to complain. Enough to prefer a drier blanket tonight." Aaron glanced at Amara. Comfortable, merely over-provided for. "That sounds like you," Mira said. "It was my most agricultural thought this morning." Mira smiled and moved to the end of the bed. She had noticed the lingering darkness 2 afternoons in succession. The first day she had attributed it to the shadow cast by a stack of drying screens. After the screens were moved, the darkness remained. She had not changed the irrigation turn. The lavender received the same short finish of water after Fennel Reach as it had throughout the mild season. "No rain caught here?" Amara asked. "A mist 3 mornings ago. It did not darken the upper beds." "Any mulch added?" only what was already between the plants. I drew some back from the crowns last week. Amara examined the mulch. It was a thin scatter of chopped lavender stems and clean, weathered leaf fragments, enough to soften the sun's hardest hour without sealing the soil. Nothing there explained a bed that dried from the inlet, while remaining cool near its lower wall. The inlet itself made a bright, modest sound. Water entered through a thumb-wide stone channel, crossed a flat receiving tile, and spread into 2 shallow furrows. The irrigation turn had ended at dawn. What remained was the ordinary thread that kept the channel alive between turns. Too little to soak the terrace, enough to show whether a passage was open. Amara leaned close. The receiving tile held no silt ridge. Its corners were clear. A few grains of pale sand had collected along one edge, but water crossed them without hesitation. She placed a dry lavender stem on the thread. It moved across the tile, turned once in the little eddy beside the left furrow, and continued. Nothing pushed backward. Nothing overtopped the channel. The inlet is behaving, Mira said. It appears to be. We'll measure it before we excuse it. They walked the perimeter of the bed. The terrace wall was waist-high on its lower side, built from flat gray stones with small drainage gaps left between selected courses. Amara checked each gap. Most were dry. One showed a dark crescent, though no bead of water formed there. The signs were so quiet that she understood why Mira had waited for a second afternoon before mentioning them. At the southern corner, the wall turned toward a stand of reeds. The intended outlet lay somewhere beneath low lavender branches and trailing grass, but from the path above it was not obvious. Amara remembered it as a shallow spill lip set into the far wall, no wider than both her hands. She had last inspected it early in the season, when the reeds were short and the terrace edges had recently been swept. She did not search for it yet. First, they needed the inlet readings. A cool lower bed suggested slow drainage, but suggestion was not proof. She had brought a gate sketch because an upstream change was easy to imagine. She would give that explanation its fair test before following the darker soil toward the reeds. Mira lifted her tray again. I can leave these in the drying room and return with the leaf rake. Bring the hand sieve too, Amara said. If the outlet has softened, we may want to separate clean mulch from channel litter. And if it has not? Amara looked at the folded corner of paper visible inside her field book. Then I may finally earn the sketch I made. Mira went up the path, Fennel brushing against the tray with a papery whisper. Aaron gathered the soil spoon and wax tablet. Amara remained beside the lower wall for another moment, listening. From above came the light run of water through Fennel Reach. From below came reed rustle, sea breeze, and the occasional mineral tick of a drop entering the resting pool. The lavender terrace itself was almost silent. That silence bounded the trouble. Water arrived. The bed accepted it. The plants remained well. Somewhere between soil and pool, the last part of the journey had become too slow. Before beginning the inlet round, Amara asked Mira to show her the previous evening's watering from memory. Mira set down the fennel tray again and walked the route as though water were still arriving. She indicated where she had opened the branch, where she had waited while the first thread crossed the receiving tile, and where she had stood to see both furrows darken. Her account was unhurried and exact without pretending that she had counted every breath. I closed it when the right furrow reached the flat stone, Mira said. She pointed to a pale marker half buried at the bed's middle. The left had reached it just before. Amara followed the imaginary front of water with her eyes. That was the normal stopping point. The residual channel thread would complete the lower spread after the gate closed. It was a method suited to lavender, enough water to reach the roots, little enough that the surface could breathe again by afternoon. Aaron stepped to the flat stone and looked back toward the inlet. No interruption while it ran. A wren bathed at the tile. It believed the interruption substantial. Did it alter the channel? only by becoming cleaner. Amara recorded no wren in the field book, though the picture stayed with her. Ordinary observations helped establish that the turn had been ordinary. Mira had not reopened the gate, diverted a furrow, or added water from a jar. No neighbor had changed the shared branch. The excess dampness had gathered without any unusual act. They compared the lavender plants from upper and lower rows. On the upper row, flower stems rasped dryly when Mira passed her hand beneath them. On the lower row, the leaves felt slightly more pliant. Their color remained the same, dusty green. No yellowing showed at the crowns, and no stem carried the dark softness that would have turned a leisurely survey into a more immediate lifting of roots. Amara bent close to one lower plant. A small web stretched between two twigs, jeweled with moisture too fine to have come from the morning air. The web itself was dry at the top and beaded near the soil. Another small indication bounded to the lower bed. Aaron held his palm above the earth. Cool air rests here. The terrace's southern wall created some shade, but it could not explain why the condition had changed only in recent days. Amara stood and watched the shadow line. It touched the lower row now, yet Mira's moved drying screens had given the same plants more afternoon sun than before. Shade contributed to their slower drying as it always had. It had not caused the new delay. We have the usual turn, the usual shade, and unusual retention, Amara said. Mira lifted the tray at last. Then I will fetch the tools for the unusual part. She walked uphill again. This time, the fennel scent lingered after her, mixing with the damp mineral breath at the wall. Amara closed her fingers around the soil spoon. The morning had offered no alarm and no obvious failure, only a series of differences small enough to be dismissed separately. Together, they pointed in one direction. The gate at the head of the lavender branch sat under the shade of an old fennel stalk that Mira had left for seed. Its wood had silvered along the grain, while the part that remained wet was dark as tea. Two narrow grooves in the side stones guided it up and down. A peg through the crosspiece fixed its opening, and 3 older peg marks showed settings used in wetter and drier seasons. Amara wiped the measuring notch with a cloth. The current opening matched the mark she had recorded 6 days earlier. She checked it twice, once from the channel side and once from the path, because wet wood could look misaligned when the light struck it obliquely. Same height, Aaron said, reading over her shoulder. Same visible height. Let's see whether it gives the same water. He took the small timing cup from the basket. It was a plain clay vessel with a narrow pouring lip and a line scratched inside. For a large channel, they would have used the marked trough farther uphill. Here the flow was so modest that the cup gave a clearer comparison. Aaron held it under the fall while Amara watched the sand timer. The first filling took the expected count. They emptied the cup into the downstream channel rather than waste the water and repeated the measure. The second filling differed by less than a breath. A third confirmed it. Amara wrote the figures in her field book. The ink looked unnecessarily decisive. Correct opening. Correct delivery at the gate. Your drawing has become decorative, Aaron said. It may still become useful kindling. The lines are too careful. It would burn with reluctance. She closed the book before the damp breeze could lift the page. Her plan had assumed the bed was receiving too much. If the gate position and actual flow were both correct, narrowing it would deprive the lavender on future turns without addressing why today's water lingered. The alteration had lost its justification, neatly and completely. Still, one correct reading at one point could hide a local obstruction. They followed the incoming thread from the gate to the receiving tile, measuring depth at 3 small stone notches. The first notch held a bright crescent of water. The second matched it. At the third, where the channel bent around a lavender mound, the surface trembled in the breeze but moved steadily. Amara scattered 3 fennel seeds at the upstream notch. They traveled separately, the first hugging the right edge, the second spinning once at the bend, the third overtaking both in the center thread. All reached the tile. Aaron recovered them with the tip of the spoon. No lazy one, he said. The middle seed was ambitious. It had somewhere to be. The humor eased the small disappointment Amara felt whenever a tidy hypothesis failed. She did not resent being corrected by a channel. She had built her work around letting measurements correct her. Yet some answers were pleasing enough in advance that abandoning them required a deliberate loosening of the hand. She opened her book to the gate sketch. It showed a side view, a top view, a proposed peg position, and a note about checking the Fennel turn after adjustment. Every line assumed the cause stood upstream. The drawing was not wrong in itself. It was simply no longer an answer to the terrace in front of her. Aaron held the cup toward her. One more? Amara considered the clear fall under the gate. At the end of the round, not now. They walked uphill a short distance into Fennel Reach. The shallow channel ran along the inside of the terrace wall, amber light moving over its mineral-stained floor. Fennel stems rose on both sides, some green and feathery, some cut to pale stubs. Where the flow divided toward Lavender End, a triangular stone split the thread cleanly. No leaf pressed against its point. No root crossed the branch mouth. Mira returned with the leaf rake over one shoulder, the hand sieve under her arm, and 3 small cups nested inside it. I thought evidence might require tea. Evidence usually does, Aaron said. She set the tools beside the wall and poured from a stoppered bottle. The tea was fennel and lemon peel, barely warmed from the walk. They drank standing in the dappled shade while Amara described the readings. So the gate has defended itself, Mira said. It has provided an alibi, Aaron said. Amara looked down the channel. The whole inlet has. Mira did not seem surprised. Growers knew their plots through repetition that no survey visit could replace. She had likely suspected the outlet when she sent word, though she had said only that the bed stayed damp. Amara appreciated that restraint. A neighbor's suspicion was useful evidence. It became less useful when presented as a conclusion everyone was expected to serve. What did it sound like during the last turn? Amara asked. Mira tilted her head. Full at the tile. Quiet at the lower wall. Is the lower wall usually audible from the path? Not loudly. There is a little tapping when the spill reaches the first pool stone. Yesterday I heard reeds instead. Amara wrote that down. When did you last hear the tapping? 4 days ago, perhaps 5, before the breeze turned south. A southern breeze could carry dry leaves from the path into the protected angle between the terrace and the reeds. It could also push reed fragments uphill. Neither possibility required a large blockage. The outlet at Lavender End was deliberately shallow, intended to release excess slowly after the soil took what it needed. A handful of leaves laid flat across it might reduce the pace without stopping it. They returned to the bed and checked the inlet furrows with a thin, marked rod. Amara inserted it only to the depth of the cultivated layer, careful not to disturb roots. Near the tile, the soil had begun to loosen. At the center, it retained more shape. At the lower end, it still held the same cool cohesion as before. The gradient told its own quiet story. Drying had started where water entered and stalled where it should depart. Aaron crouched beside the wall and placed his ear near one of the open joints. I can hear movement. Amara knelt beside him. At first, she heard only the soft rasp of lavender stems. Then, under it, came a faint granular sound, like water threading through a cup of pebbles. Not entirely stopped, she said. Only taking an unnecessary amount of time. Mira ran a finger along the top course of stone. It has learned village manners. The village generally arrives before the soil grows tired of waiting, Aaron said. They examined the wall joints from end to end. 2 carried subsurface moisture. The rest breathed cool air. No stone had shifted. There were no cracks, bulges, or washed seams, so the terrace itself was sound. The restriction had to be at or just beyond its designed release. Amara returned once more to the gate. She wanted to feel the choice clearly before leaving it alone. Narrowing the opening would reduce the next irrigation turn. It might allow this bed to dry by tomorrow, appearing to solve the symptom, but the slowed outlet would remain, and the correction would depend on giving Lavender less water than its normal measure. During a warmer week, that false balance would become visible in the other direction. She put one hand on the wooden crosspiece. The peg came free with a simple pull. She knew exactly how the gate would slide. Instead, she pressed the peg to make sure it was seated and removed her hand. "Untouched," she said. Aaron made a small mark on the tablet. Untouched after 3 measures, 3 seed travelers, 5 soil hollows, and 1 cup of tea. 2 cups, Mira corrected. You drank yours quickly. The record should be accurate. Amara smiled. Accuracy, in this case, meant admitting that the first round had found nothing to repair. Every inlet reading lay where it belonged. The useful work waited downstream. They packed the timing cup, but left the rake and sieve out. Mira tied back the lavender branches at the lower corner with a soft strip of cloth, so they could pass without brushing the flower heads. Aaron carried the basket. Amara took only her field book, the soil spoon, and a short-hooked probe. The terrace edge curved away from the direct path. To find the release from above, they could have pushed through the lavender and reached blindly beneath the stems. That risked breaking woody branches and would reveal little about where the water went after crossing the wall. The longer route descended through Fennel Reach, followed the outside of the terrace, and approached the reed resting pool from below. Amara preferred it. A water path was easiest to understand when walked in its own direction, including the parts that seemed settled. They left the correct gate exactly as they had found it and began the long way around. At the first turn of the path, Amara stopped and looked back. The gate was partly hidden by fennel fronds. Its blue-gray crosspiece made a straight line amid their feathery growth, an object designed to invite adjustment. The terrace below offered no equally visible device for letting water go. Inlets acquired handles, marks, pegs, and names because people acted there. Outlets were often expected simply to remain open. She added a note in the margin of her book: inspect release before revising supply. It was broader than the present task, perhaps too broad, but she kept it. The sentence did not say that every damp bed had a blocked outlet. It reminded her only of the order in which evidence deserved attention. Aaron waited where the path narrowed. Did the gate call you back? It was trying. Very persuasive wood. It has a peg. Pegs imply decisions. They continued. Behind them, Mira checked that the cloth tie held the lower lavender branches without bending them. She then caught up, carrying the rake and sieve with the competence of someone accustomed to walking garden paths, while burdened with objects wider than the path. At a small crossing above Fennel Reach, they met an older neighbor carrying 2 empty water jars. He stepped aside, asked whether Lavender End needed a different turn, and accepted Amara's answer that they did not yet know. No speculation followed. He mentioned that the lower runnel had sounded quieter the previous afternoon, then went on toward Hearthstistern. Amara looked at Aaron. He had already opened the wax tablet. Quiet lower runnel, he said. Useful, but not specific. I wrote it lightly. His stylus mark was indeed faint. They could smooth it away if the observation proved unrelated. Amara liked the physical honesty of wax. Certainty could be cut deeply, while a passing report barely needed to disturb the surface. They paused at the top of the 5-channel steps and listened back toward Lavender End. Distance blended its missing tap with every other garden sound. That was why the quiet had escaped notice. A person beside the bed heard leaves, insects, and the steady inlet. Only someone accustomed to the outlet's particular note would recognize its absence. Mira lifted her chin toward the lower terrace. It should be beneath the reed rustle from here. Amara heard nothing she could name. Then we will go where the sounds separate. Fennel Reach earned its name from its length more than its crop. The terrace extended westward in a shallow bow, following the island slope until the wall met a natural shoulder of stone. Water moved through it with little fall. A person who hurried to adjust its gait could make the whole reach alternately thirsty and flooded. A patient release served it better. Amara walked beside the channel, watching the surface. Amber afternoon light had begun to replace the morning's pale brightness. It caught on mica in the stone bed and turned each shallow ripple into a brief copper line. The water smelled faintly of minerals and crushed fennel where cut stems had fallen near the edge. Aaron followed with the basket. Mira carried the rake horizontally so its reed teeth would not snag the plants. They stopped at every place the channel passed a bed or crossed under a flat walking stone. None held enough debris to matter. A feather rested against one bridge, but water slipped beneath it freely. Mira lifted it and tucked it into the basket for no reason. Amara could see except that it was barred in cream and brown and pleasant to keep. At the far bend, the cultivated terrace narrowed. The channel tipped into a descending run of 5 stone steps, each no higher than a finger. Its sound changed from whisper to a sequence of soft notes. Amara counted them without intending to. All 5 sounded clear. Below the steps, the Lavender branch turned south. From there, a service path once followed the wall directly to Lavender End, but summer growth had softened it into a green seam. They chose the lower footpath instead. It crossed beneath a fig tree, circled a warm outcrop, and returned toward the sea under the lavender wall. The detour took only several minutes. It felt longer because the water vanished from sight. Amara kept its route in mind through the slope, behind a fennel wall, under the strip of savory, along the upper edge of Lavender End, across the receiving tile into the furrows, then through soil toward the outlet they had not yet found. At the outcrop, the sea appeared between 2 whitewashed roofs. It was a calm blue plain beyond the lower path, marked by one slow fishing boat. The breeze brought salt for a few steps. Then the garden scents closed around them again. If we find nothing at the spillway, Mira said, what comes next? We trace the wall drains individually, Amara answered. Then compare the bed's lower soil depths. If both are open, we look for a compacted layer. And after that, we drink the remaining tea and become more imaginative. Aaron nodded. A rigorous sequence. The outside of the Lavender End wall stood in afternoon shade. Moss made small dark fans beneath 2 joints, but most of the stones remained dry and warm. Reeds began a few paces away, their narrow leaves shifting against one another with a peepery rustle. Between wall and pool lay a margin of pale gravel, fallen lavender stems and wind-delivered leaves. Amara found the first wall drain by touch. Cool air met her fingers. The second held a thin thread of water, clear and unhurried. The third was partly hidden by grass but open. Each relieved the deep bed, yet none was meant to carry the surface finish after a watering turn. That belonged to the spillway. They moved along the wall. From below, the tied-back lavender branches showed where Mira thought the outlet lay. Directly beneath them, however, the wall appeared continuous. Flat stones overlapped in ordinary courses. Dry leaves had banked against the base, their colors ranging from fennel brown to the faded silver of lavender. Amara brushed the upper stones with her palm. One felt cool. She followed its edge and found a shallow depression under a lace of stems. Water darkened the stone but did not cross it. Here, perhaps, she said. Aaron stood back to compare the position with the inlet above. The line is right. Mira lowered the rake. I remember the lip being visible. They removed nothing at first. Amara wanted to see the pattern before their hands changed it. She crouched near the gravel and watched the pool margin. Small movements contradicted one another. Channel water farther north dimpled the surface. Reed shadows slid with the breeze. A water strider drew two fine lines between stones. Near the wall, everything seemed equally alive with reflected motion. Then the breeze eased. One reflected reed remained perfectly still beside moving channel water. Amara was searching for the Lavender Terrace's drainage point. The channel entering the reed resting pool bent every nearby reflection into wavering green lines. Yet this one stayed straight. She shifted her head. The real reed rustled above, but its reflection did not. What looked like open water at the wall was a shallow, dark lens held behind a skin of leaves. There, she said. Her probe passed beneath 3 flattened leaves and met the worn spillway lip. Water seeped around their edges, not enough to let the lavender bed finish draining. She slid 2 fingers beneath the uppermost layer and lifted. The leaves rose together, dark and cool, shaped to the spill lip like cloth left in a bowl. A clear thread immediately followed her hand. It ran over the newly exposed stone, touched the gravel below, and entered the pool beside the motionless reflection. The straight green line trembled, bent, and joined the moving light. Aaron had followed her gaze and put the basket down without stepping closer. Mara held the rake clear of the gravel. The wall was visually uncertain, with shade, stems, and old leaves, and the layered mat had been soft enough to disappear into it. Leaf covered, Aaron said. Not blocked hard, Amara answered. Softened until it almost disappeared. Mira crouched beside them. Under the first lifted mat, more leaves lay packed loosely with 2 reed sheaths and a curl of fennel stalk. The obstruction was small enough to hold in one hand. Amara placed it in the sieve. Water began to cross the lip by itself, carrying a few grains of pale silt. They had found the restriction. The inlet needed no correction. The hidden outlet needed only to be cleared by hand. For a while they watched without touching anything else. The first release was no more than a narrow ribbon. It slipped across the stone, separated around a tiny ridge, and joined again before dropping. The sound was the tapping Mira had missed. Water to stone, stone to gravel, gravel to pool. That is it, Mira said softly. That is at least part of it, Amara replied. She was careful not to let relief turn a discovery into a conclusion too quickly. Leaves on the lip explained the slow drainage, but they still had to clear the passage fully and observe the bed respond. A second obstruction might lie within the shallow throat, or the leaf mat might have concealed a shifted stone. Aaron held the sieve while Amara separated its contents. The flattened leaves were mostly clean, softened by water but not sour. A small quantity of gray silt settled through the mesh when Mira rinsed them with a cup from the pool's incoming runnel. 2 black olive pits remained, carried perhaps from the upper path by rain or a bird. A very small harvest, Aaron said. Do not plant it in the lavender, Mira told him. I had hoped for an orchard at the outlet. Amara examined the exposed stone. The spillway was formed by a broad, lower slab tilted slightly outward, and 2 narrow side stones. Its lip had been polished by seasons of thin flow. A faint mineral line showed the intended water width. At present, the ribbon used only half of it. She passed the hooked probe gently beneath the side stones. It encountered no packed material. Mira used the reed rake to draw loose leaves away from the gravel below, working from the pool side so nothing else was pushed into the opening. Aaron gathered the cleanest fragments into the sieve. The still lens shrank. What had appeared to be a patch of deep shadow resolved into water barely 2 knuckles deep over pale pebbles. Once moving, it revealed the bottom. Amara looked up at the wall. The dark crescent they had noticed from above lay directly over the spillway. Moisture in that joint had been the edge of water seeking any available path while the designed one narrowed. No dramatic overflow had occurred because the wall's small drains continued to breathe. The system had bent politely around the inconvenience. The south wind did this, Mira said, touching the leaf assortment. The south wind contributed, Amara said. And we had not swept the outer lip since the reeds grew tall. Mira nodded, accepting the shared phrasing. There was no purpose in blaming wind for behaving like wind, or a gardener for missing a feature that had almost vanished into its surroundings. The useful fact was that the spillway needed to remain visible enough to inspect. Aaron pointed with the probe. This lavender stem trapped the first layer. A forked twig had lodged between the side stone and a tuft of grass. Leaves collected behind it one by one. Amara freed the twig. It bore no fresh break, only weathered ends. She added it to the sieve. A gate made itself downstream, he said. A very imprecise gate, Amara replied. It reduced the flow. That was the assignment. It neglected to ask us. The water ribbon widened while they spoke. Above, somewhere inside the terrace, held moisture was finding the reopened grade. Its pace remained gentle. There was no sudden rush, only a gradual brightening across the mineral line. Amara set the probe down. We know where the work is. Let's keep it small. They arranged themselves around the outlet, without crowding it. Mira would clear the approach on the bedside, using her hands among the lavender roots. Aaron would rinse and sort what they removed. Amara would clean the spill lip and watch the released water for silt, which might indicate that they had disturbed soil rather than merely restored the surface path. The afternoon light deepened. Reeds whispered at their backs. The discovery occupied less space than the survey basket, but it had changed the shape of the whole task. They no longer needed to redesign how water arrived. They needed to give it back the last few inches of its old road. Amara took a piece of chalk from the basket and drew a short, removable line on the drywall stone above the spillway. It would guide Mira's hands from the bedside, while the lavender still obscured the apron. Rain or the next washing would remove it. The pale marker stones would serve afterward. Before beginning, they traced how the leaf mat had assembled. The forked lavender twig rested at the lowest edge. Above it lay 2 olive leaves with their stems crossed. Fennel fragments filled the narrow gaps, then broader, softer leaves spread over them. Each piece alone would have passed or dried. Together they had made a shallow lid. It is well constructed, Aaron said. Accident is allowed craftsmanship, Mira replied. Amara turned one olive leaf over. Its underside held fine gray grains aligned in watermarks. The pattern showed repeated seepage rather than one abrupt wash. With every small release, the leaf had settled more closely against the stone. The obstruction had tightened itself gently. She placed the leaf back in the sieve in its original orientation, then sketched the layering, not because this precise arrangement would recur, but because it explained why casual inspection from above had shown no heap of debris. The material had lain flat enough to resemble the bed's ordinary mulch. They checked the gravel immediately downstream. A shallow ridge of fine sand had formed where the reduced thread landed. It was no higher than a fingernail and did not impede the pool, but it gave them another measure of duration. The sand was damp throughout, suggesting several watering cycles had passed under restricted flow. Mira touched the ridge. Then I missed the tapping more than once. You noticed the soil before the plants objected, Amara said. That is early enough. There was no virtue in discovering every small change at its first instant. Gardens altered constantly. A leaf fell, a stem leaned, a channel gathered 3 grains and lost 2. Stewardship did not mean holding all of it motionless. It meant noticing when ordinary change began to redirect a useful path. The restored ribbon cut a narrow opening through the sand ridge by itself. Amara left it to do so. The water carried the displaced grains less than a hand's length before laying them among similar gravel. Even the evidence of restriction was being softened by the repair. Mira climbed to the terrace by the service steps and untied the lavender branches one at a time. Instead of pulling them farther aside, she supported each woody stem with a folded cloth and reached beneath it. From below, Amara saw only Mira's hands and the occasional fall of a dry leaf. "There's a shallow apron before the lip," Mira said. "It has gathered mulch." "Is it clean bed mulch or wind litter?" "Mostly clean. Some reed sheath at the edge. Pass it down in handfuls, we'll sort it." Mira loosened the material with her fingertips. Aaron caught each handful in the sieve. Dry lavender pieces stayed above the mesh, pale and aromatic. Damp leaf scraps clung together and went into a separate corner. Fine soil fell through into a shallow tray so it could be returned to the bed rather than washed away. Amara worked at the stone lip with a soft fiber brush from the survey basket. She brushed outward, never back toward the terrace. A skin of silt lifted in amber clouds, then thinned in the running water. Beneath it, the stone showed pale gray with a rust-colored mineral seam. The seam curved evenly from side to side, confirming that the slab had not shifted. "The lip is sound," she called. "The apron too," Mira answered. "No root mat." They continued slowly. The obstruction had taken days to form and required no force to remove. Amara disliked repairs that grew larger merely because the workers arrived carrying large tools. Here, a brush, a sieve, and 6 careful hands were enough. Aaron rinsed the leaf mat in a cup of running water. Clean lavender mulch opened and floated. Olive leaves, smooth and tough, stayed folded. Reed fibers separated into long, pale strips. He laid the reusable lavender pieces on the sunny wall to dry. "We can return these between the upper plants," Mara said. "Not near the spill apron." "A hand's width clear around the outlet," Amara agreed. Mira measured with her spread palm and swept that space bare. The soil beneath was dark but firm. As soon as the shallow apron opened, a second thread of water appeared on its left side and joined the first over the lip. Amara watched the pool. The released water carried a brief tan plume no larger than a scarf. It settled among the first pebbles before reaching the reeds. No continued soil cloud followed. The bed was draining, not eroding. She placed 2 narrow pebbles at the edges of the apron, not as barriers, but as visible markers. From above, their pale tips would show where the outlet began, even when Lavender leaned over it. Mira adjusted one so it lay flat and could not snag stems. "Enough marker?" Mira asked. Amara stood on the service step and looked from the normal path. The 2 pale stones framed a dark, open gap. "Enough. Anything taller would catch leaves." They rinsed the side stones. Aaron poured a small cup over each, while Amara guided the water with the brush. Old mineral dust came away. A thread of moss remained in a shaded seam. It did not cross the channel, so she left it. Clearing a spillway did not require making it look new. The flow strengthened almost imperceptibly. At first the water had dropped from only the center of the lip. Now it spread to the width of Amara's palm. The tapping below became regular, then softened as the gravel wetted and the tiny spaces between stones filled. Mira sat back on her heels. "That sounds right. It matches your memory." "Yes. A little quicker for the moment. It should quiet as the bed settles." Amara noted the time. They would observe the full descent from the current release to the ordinary between turn thread. Completion mattered more than the first visible movement. A reopened passage could look successful in its first minute, and still be too narrow to drain the bed properly. Aaron carried the tray of fine soil uphill and returned it to the shallow hollow where Mira had lifted the mulch. He scattered it rather than pressing it, then laid clean, dry lavender fragments between plants farther from the outlet. The darker olive leaves and reed sheets went into Mira's garden basket for composting. "Nothing wasted except the inconvenience," he said. "We may compost that too," Mira replied. Amara washed the brush in the pool's entering thread, well away from the reeds. The water running from it cleared after 2 swirls. She set it in the sun and inspected the lip again with the probe. The full shallow throat was open. The probe's hooked end traced smooth stone from the bed apron to the outer edge without catching. She climbed to the lavender bed. From above, the effect was modest. There was no visible lowering of standing water because none had stood there. The soil simply began to change texture. Near the outlet, its surface lost the slight dark sheen that had shown only when viewed from an angle. A breeze passed across it and lifted the scent of lavender, cooler and greener than the dry flowers above. At the inlet, the gate continued its narrow between-turn thread. Amara checked it with her eyes, but did not touch it. The planned adjustment seemed farther away now, an answer belonging to a different version of the morning. Mira brought the remaining tea down to the wall. They shared it while the water worked. The cups were small enough that each held only a few swallows. Erin sat on an overturned basket. Amara remained standing, then noticed she was standing only because she expected a repair to require vigilance. She sat beside him. "How long does the bed usually take to settle after its turn?" Erin asked Mira. "The inlet corner loosens by midday, the lower corner by late afternoon. By evening, the surface there is cool, but it does not bind." "Today?" "It may take until the light leaves the wall." Amara estimated the remaining stored water from the soil samples and current spill. Mira's expectation felt right. They had several hours before dusk and no need to hasten them. After the tea, they made one final pass with their hands. Mira lifted a tuft of grass that leaned over the left marker stone and replanted it 2 palms away, where its roots could hold the outer slope without hiding the outlet. Erin cleared 3 dry leaves from the short approach channel. Amara drew the brush once across the lip. Then they put every tool down. The water had to demonstrate the repair without their assistance. They walked 10 paces away and listened. The spillway made a light, even fall. Fennel reach sounded above it in longer whispers. The reed resting pool responded with the smallest round ripples, soon lost among reed shadows. "If we had narrowed the gate," Erin said, "this would still be hidden, and it would collect the next leaves," Amara said, "but more slowly. A very subtle failure. The most patient kind." Mira looked up toward the inlet. "Will you change nothing there at all?" Amara considered whether the reopened outlet might make the established turns suddenly too generous. The mineral line on the spill lip, the historic moisture range, and the healthy crowns all indicated otherwise. The bed had been receiving the right amount. It had merely been releasing the remainder too slowly. "Nothing," she said. "The gate stays where it is." She returned to it once, not to measure, but to make the decision physical. She checked that the peg remained secure and tied a small length of blue survey thread through her existing mark. The thread did not indicate a new setting. It showed that the old one had been reviewed and intentionally retained. Back at the spillway, the flow had begun to ease. Its width remained open, but the water sheet thinned enough for the mineral seam to show through. That was the intended response. The stored excess was leaving. No continued source replaced it. They redistributed the last clean mulch above the bed's middle line. Mira crumbled it lightly so no broad fragment could travel as a mat. Around the outlet apron, they left bare soil and stone. The 2 pale markers stayed visible. Amara wrote 3 short lines in her field book, leaf-softened spillway. Lip and throat cleared by hand. Inlet gate reviewed and left unchanged. She did not yet write that drainage was restored. For that, they would follow the water through the pool and return after the bed had time to settle. The practical work itself was done. No board had been cut. No peg moved. No stone reset. The repair fit into the sieve and smelled faintly of wet lavender leaves. They packed the tools and began another circuit, this time following the restored path from bed to pool. Before leaving the worksite, Amara asked each of them to look for one thing they might have accidentally changed. Mira checked the supported lavender branches and found one cloth pressing a flower stem against the wall. She loosened it. Aaron inspected the gravel where the basket had rested and returned 2 kicked pebbles to the path edge. Amara examined the pool margin for silt stirred by her shoes. The water there was clear. It was an old habit of hers, the backward glance after a repair. Small work could still leave a second small problem, a tool laid across a channel, a stone turned sharp side upward, a plant tied too tightly for the sake of access. Today the backward glance found almost nothing. That suited the repair. They stood together at the outer lip while the water crossed. Its width had already diminished from a palm to 3 fingers. A dry thread of stone appeared along the right edge, then another along the left. The channel was centering itself on the lowest part of the slab. It remembers the way, Aaron said. Amara knew stone did not remember, though where preserved the history of water well enough to resemble memory. The polished center, the mineral arcs, and the rounded landing pebbles all held the record of many completed turns. Their work had not invented a solution. It had uncovered that record and allowed the next line to be written over it. Mira gathered the damp litter for compost. The small bundle fit between both hands. She carried it without a basket, careful not to drip on the path. Aaron shouldered the survey basket, now lighter only by the tea they had drunk. Amara took one last look at the untouched gate above, visible through the stems, and then turned toward the pool. The water leaving Lavender End crossed the spill lip in a thin sheet and fell onto 3 pale stones at the pool margin. The uppermost stone divided it. The next 2 turned the threads inward. From there it moved through clear gravel toward the reeds. Amara walked beside it at the pace the ground allowed. There was no continuous channel to follow, only a brightness between pebbles, a darkening under one flat stone, then a reappearance where the pool deepened. Aaron came behind her with the basket. Mira remained at the spillway for a few moments to watch that no loose mulch followed. The reed resting pool was neither a cistern nor a pond. It was a broad, shallow pause in the garden's drainage, edged with rushes and 2 kinds of reed. Water spread there, dropped its last garden silt, cooled among stones, and continued by a narrow runnel toward the sea path. In dry weather, half the gravel lay exposed. After a watering turn, the pool widened by a hand or 2 and made room for reflected sky. Today its upstream edge had been strangely divided, moving water from the general lower channel on one side, the still lens beneath Lavender End on the other. The cleared spillway joined them again. Ripples passed freely across the place where the leaf skin had held them apart. Amara dipped her fingers. The pool was mineral cool, clearer than the soil had suggested. A few pale grains settled near the entry, but no dark plume entered. The reed stood in clean water. Aaron crouched on a dry stone. The reflection has recovered from its discipline. The reed that had shown them the outlet now wavered with every pulse. Its image stretched, broke, and formed again. Mira joined them. Nothing else came over the lip. Good. We'll check the lower runnel. They circled the pool rather than step across it. On the seaward side, water narrowed between 2 stones stained ochre. Amara cleared one floating lavender leaf before it could lodge there. Though the runnel was wide enough to pass it, she set the leaf on dry gravel. The outgoing thread had risen slightly. It moved without foam or cloudiness and carried the same mineral scent as the upper channels, softened now by reeds. Amara placed a tiny chip of dry stem on it. The chip traveled through the first bend and disappeared under the footbridge. The pool accepts the return, she said. Was there doubt? Mira asked. Only the useful amount. They took the sea path back toward the lower end of Lavender End. The route placed the terrace above their shoulders, its wall warmed on the outer face by declining sun. Insects moved among the low flowers beside the path. Farther down, someone swept a doorstep, the broom strokes nearly matching the reed rustle. At the first wall drain, the thin thread had diminished. At the second, the dark moss remained damp, but no water showed. The designed spillway now carried the release that had been seeking those lesser seams. Amara touched the wall stones. Their cool patches had narrowed. Nothing in a terrace changed all at once, but the direction was clear. They climbed the service steps and approached the bed without crossing its lower edge. Mira removed the support cloths from the lavender stems and let them settle naturally. The pale marker stones remained visible beneath the branches. Amara sampled the soil at the outlet corner with the spoon. The surface crumbs fell apart when lifted. Beneath, the soil still held coolness, but the sample fractured sooner against her palm. She compared it with the morning note. "Moving toward range," she said. Mira tested it with her heel-of-hand method. "Not there yet, no." They checked the middle and inlet. The inlet sample was now plainly loose. The middle retained a little shape. The outlet was wettest, as expected, while it released the bed's remainder. The gradient had reversed from suspicious to functional. Water was no longer lingering uniformly. It was leaving in sequence. Amara could have taken exact weights using the drying tins in her workroom. She could have filled 3 more timing cups at the spill. Neither would improve the decision in front of them. The bed needed time, not more intervention. They set the basket in the shade and helped Mira with ordinary work while they waited. Aaron carried the cut fennel tray from the drying room to a rack under the eaves. Amara retied a loose cord on one screen. Mira turned 2 rows of lavender bundles so their shaded sides faced the air. The work had no bearing on the drainage, which made it restful. When they returned after the sun moved the width of a roof tile, the spillway had quieted. Water no longer spread across the full mineral line. It used a central path, 2 fingers wide, clear and steady. The apron above it held no puddle. Amara knelt and watched until she understood the rhythm. Small pulses arrived from the soil, crossed the lip, and merged in the gravel. Between them, the flow thinned but did not break. That was how Lavender End usually finished a turn. "The tapping is back to ordinary," Mira said. "You can hear ordinary very precisely," Aaron told her. "I work beside it." They descended once more to the pool. The temporary widening at its upper edge had reached its greatest extent and begun to recede. A damp line on the gravel marked where the release had touched. Water continued through the lower runnel at an even pace. Amara checked for stranded silt or exposed roots. There were none. The reeds closest to the inflow leaned over moving water, their bases clean. One small snail traveled along a wet stone with no opinion about the survey. "No additional control," Amara said. "The corrected path is carrying what it should." Aaron wrote the sentence on his tablet, then looked at it. "That sounds like something a plaque might say. Please do not make a plaque for the spillway," Mira said. "It would help us find it. So do the 2 pale stones, and they are quieter." They climbed from the pool to Lavender End. By then, the bed's surface color had evened. The lower corner remained slightly darker than the inlet, but no longer looked polished when the light crossed it. Amara opened a final shallow sample at the same marked point used in the morning. The spoon entered with less resistance. The soil held together when first lifted, then separated into coarse crumbs with one gentle turn of her fingers. She offered it to Mira. Mira smelled it before touching it. Mineral first, lavender after. This morning, green first. Like crushed stems kept under a wet cloth, Amara smelled the sample. The difference was delicate but present. Cooler wet soil had enclosed the plant scent. Drying soil let the lavender rise cleanly above it. She checked the crowns of the 3 nearest plants. Air moved freely beneath them. No mulch pressed against the wood. The reopened apron lay bare. At the spillway, the central thread continued toward the pool. "Proper condition," she said. Mira exhaled as if she had been politely holding a breath all day. "Then tomorrow's turn remains as scheduled." As scheduled. Same gate setting, same duration. Check the apron before opening. and after the turn, listened for the tapping. No plaque? No plaque. Aaron looked disappointed for the space of half a smile. Amara entered the closure in her book. The leaf-packed spillway had been cleared. Drainage had been observed from bed through pool to lower runow. The soil had returned to the desired moisture range. No gate alteration was needed. The task was complete while amber light still lay across the terrace wall. They did not announce the completion to anyone beyond Mira. There was no bell for a restored spillway, and no reason to interrupt the village's late afternoon work, yet the settled condition made itself present in ordinary details. Mira could walk beside the lower row without stopping to press every dark patch. Aaron put the wax tablet away instead of holding it ready. Amara moved the survey basket from the center of the path to the wall, a small acknowledgement that no tool would be needed again. With the record closed, they took the long path through Fennel Reach. The channel there sounded as it had all day. That constancy mattered without requiring another check. A gate alteration at Lavender End might have affected the patient shallow run above it during shared turns. By leaving the inlet untouched, they had restored the final bed without shifting another garden's measure. At the Fennel split, Amara paused where the branch made its bright, narrow sound. A seed had leaned over it, scattering a few anise-scented grains on the dry bank. She moved the stem aside but did not cut it. "You had expected to spend the afternoon at the gate," Mira said as they walked. "I had expected to spend less of it walking. Was the long way useful?" Amara looked down through the terraces. From this height, the spillway was invisible again, but the two pale markers made a small bracket under the lavender. Beyond them, the pool held a patch of amber sky. "The short way would have shown us the leaves," she said. "The long way showed us what they interrupted." Aaron shifted the basket to his other hand and supplied a feather. He had tucked it into the weave near the handle. Mira admitted that this improved the survey's yield. Mira fetched 3 narrow drying mats and spread them on the upper terrace. They helped lay fennel stems across them in alternating directions, so air could pass between the cut ends. The anise scent strengthened wherever a stalk cracked. Lavender rose beneath it, warmer now as the bed released the day's last stored coolness. No one hurried. The shadows of the drying racks lengthened over the path. A bee visited the faded lavender heads, chose among them with slow persistence, and went toward the savory bed. Water sounded at 3 distances, the thin branch at the inlet, the centered fall at the spillway, and the broad whisper where the pool continued seaward. Amara noticed that she could distinguish them all again. She let the 3 sounds remain separate without counting their intervals. When the mats were arranged, Mira brought a small wooden stool and sat at the upper edge of the bed. She looked across the plants rather than down into their soil. "They seem no different," she said. "That is the favorable outcome," Amara replied. The plants had never needed to wilt in order to validate the repair. Their comfort before and after was evidence that the correction had arrived within the quiet margin where good tending usually occurred. The only visible transformation belonged to water and soil, a hidden passage open, a lower corner loosened, a pool edge moving again. Mira picked one dry flower head and rolled it between her fingers. "Tomorrow I will know where to listen." Amara nodded. The marker stones would help her see. The restored tapping would help her hear. The scent of soil would offer a third confirmation without asking the bed to be opened repeatedly with a spoon. They remained until the sun touched the upper fennel seed heads and left Lavender End itself in softened light. Only then did Mira collect the compost bundle and tools. The survey had narrowed all day from a proposed change to the whole inlet, from the inlet to the terrace, from the terrace to a leaf mat, and finally from work to simple observation. There was nothing left to narrow. Amara folded a careful gate adjustment plan without using it. She sat above the reeds with the field book across her knees. The sketch showed how she had intended to narrow the Lavender End inlet, but the cleared downstream spillway now released its ordinary silver thread. The bed had settled into its proper moisture range. Its surface was loose, its lower corner cool without binding, and its crown stood in open air. Amara wrote beneath the drawing, superseded by outlet evidence. She folded the page inward along its existing crease. Aaron sat beside her, looking toward the lavender rather than the book. "It smells drier," he said. Amara closed the cover. The upstream gate remained exactly where it had been that morning. She accepted his scent test as the final confirmation and made no further measurement. The folded sketch retained its present gate line, proposed gate line, new peg position, expected reduction, and every measurement that had argued for leaving the gate unchanged. Amara did not tear it out. A plan could be unused and still record a useful beginning. Below them, water crossed the stone lip, entered the reed resting pool, and continued beneath the small footbridge. Nothing waited behind the wall. Mira had already carried the rake and sieve home. She had left them 2 cups and the last of the Fennel tea in its bottle. Though the tea had cooled completely, Amara poured it anyway. The flavor was softer than before, with a faint bitterness from the peel. They sat where the terrace wall widened above the reeds. The stone retained a little of the day's warmth. Behind them, lavender stems moved in the evening breeze, brushing one another with a dry, minute sound. Below, water entered the pool too quietly to separate from the reed rustle unless Amara listened for it. She did not listen for it. The light faded by degrees. Amber withdrew from the upper walls first, then lingered on the fennel seed heads and the pale edges of the sea path. The pool kept a small piece of sky after the surrounding gravel had gone gray. Aaron lifted his cup toward the bed. This morning, the scent was cooler. A scent cannot be cooler. Then greener. That I believe. Now it smells like the bundles in Mira's drawing room, Amara breathed in. The living plants were sharper than the bundles, but the heavy green note had lifted. Lavender came cleanly through the mineral damp, followed by fennel from the terrace above and salt from the path below. Almost, she said. They made no contest of the difference. Aaron drank the rest of his tea. Amara tucked the field book into the survey basket and laid the soil spoon on top without wiping it again. A small crescent of clean earth remained in its brass bowl. Across the pool, reeds leaned together and separated. Their reflections no longer offered clues. They were only green lines becoming dark ones in the water. Mira appeared at the upper path long enough to call good night. She did not come down for another check. Amara raised one hand, and Aaron raised his cup. Mira went toward the village carrying a bundle of dry fennel under her arm. The ordinary thread at the spillway narrowed as the bed completed its release. Amara could tell from the changing sound, but she let the knowledge remain unrecorded. They had watched the drainage to completion. The remaining water belonged to the pool's evening rhythm, not to the day's repair. When the first lamp showed in a house above Fennel Reach, Aaron stood and offered his hand. Amara took it, more to share the movement than because she needed help. The warm stone had pressed a shallow line into her palm. They packed the cups in the basket. The feather Aaron had found still rested in its weave. He left it there. Instead of climbing through the gardens, they returned by the sea path. It was longer and nearly level, pale enough to follow in the remaining light. The lavender wall accompanied them for a while on their left. On their right, the slope opened toward the sheltered water beyond the roofs. Neither spoke about gates. Their steps made soft sounds in the dust. Once, Aaron paused where the path crossed the lower runnel. Water moved under the flat bridge stone with its usual small murmur. He did not bend to look. Amara did not take out her book. Beyond the bridge, the scent of lavender thinned. Sea air took its place, cool against their faces. The day's warmth remained in the whitewashed walls they passed, and a few doorways held rectangles of lamplight. Someone had set bread to cool on a sill. Somewhere higher in the village, dishes touched lightly as a table was cleared. Amara thought once of the folded sketch. In the morning it had felt like preparation. By evening it had become evidence of a choice not made. She was glad she had drawn it carefully. She was gladder she had not needed to make the terrace obey it. At the turn where Aaron's path rose toward his house, they stopped. "Mineral first," he said, recalling Mira's description. "Lavender after," Amara replied. "And no plaque. Especially no plaque." He went uphill with the empty tea bottle. Amara continued along the sea path with the basket against her hip. Behind her, Lavender End rested above the reeds. Its inlet gate remained open to the established mark. Its spillway remained visible between two pale stones. Its soil held the amount of coolness the plants preferred and no more. She reached her courtyard after the last amber had left the sky. She set the basket beneath the covered bench, where it could wait until morning. The field book stayed closed. For the rest of the evening, no one measured the water. Amara washed her hands at the courtyard basin, using the water already there. Fine soil loosened from the lines of her fingers and settled in the bottom. The scent of lavender remained even after the mineral coolness was gone. She dried her hands on the cloth by the door and carried the basket inside. Usually she would have opened the field book again at the table. Evening offered clean margins and enough quiet to copy rough figures into orderly columns. That night she left the book beneath the brass spoon. The note about the cleared spillway was complete. The folded gate sketch required no revision, and the day required no second ending. She opened the shutters toward the sea. The path below was mostly hidden, but she could see one pale curve where it passed between houses. Aaron would already have reached his turn uphill. Mira would be setting the Fennel mats under cover before night damp gathered. Lavender End lay beyond both views. The room cooled. Amara lit a small lamp, then turned its wick low. She cut bread, set out olives and a piece of white cheese, and ate at the end of the table nearest the window. The meal carried no conversation except the faint domestic sounds traveling between courtyards. A latch lowered, a chair moved, a short laugh from a neighboring kitchen. Once, a breeze brought lavender through the shutters. It was impossible to know whether the scent came from Lavender End, from bundles drying elsewhere in the village, or from the sprig hanging beside her own cupboard. She did not try to decide. After eating, she folded the meal cloth and swept 3 crumbs into her palm. She watered the basil pot with the last swallow from her cup, a quantity too small to need thought. The basil leaves shifted and returned to stillness. The day's unused plan remained inside the closed book. Amara remembered the satisfying geometry of it, a gate narrowed by a precise distance, a future flow predicted, a neat cause placed beside a neat correction. The actual repair had been less visible. They had walked around a terrace, noticed one still reflection, lifted wet leaves, and waited while gravity resumed an old arrangement. There was precision in that too, though not the kind shown by a new peg mark. They had distinguished damp from harm, supply from release, temporary response from completed drainage. They had known when to touch the channel and when to sit above it. Most of all, they had allowed evidence from the quiet end of the system to overrule the clear device at its beginning. Amara did not phrase any of this for the book. Thoughts could remain useful without becoming rules. She carried the lamp into the courtyard. Above the roofline, the sky held a deep blue that would soon become black. One star showed over the island shoulder. The basin water had stilled, and the soil from her hands made a soft crescent at its bottom. From far down the slope came the sea's small, regular breathing. The garden channels were too distant to hear individually. Without their sounds, she pictured none of their measures. She saw instead the last amber light on reeds, Aaron's cup balanced on his knee, and the lavender stems moving after the wet heaviness had left the ground beneath them. She sat on the courtyard step until the lamp attracted a pale moth. It circled twice, settled on the wall, and folded its wings. Amara moved the lamp farther from it and lowered the wick again. No one came with another question. No delayed concern arrived from Lavender End. The absence felt neither suspenseful nor empty. It was simply the shape of a finished task. Before going inside, Amara looked once toward the unseen southern terraces. She offered them no calculation, only attention held briefly and then released. The plants would pass the night in soil that could breathe. The pool would receive the remaining thread and send it onward. By morning, Mira would hear the inlet begin its customary turn, and would know the outlet was ready for it. Amara shut the shutters partway, leaving room for the cool air. She placed the lamp beside the bed, and did not reopen the field book. Night settled over the channels without requiring anything from her. The Measure of Quiet Water, Episode 6. Lessons at Three-Lip Divide. By the time Amara Day reached the Three-Lip Divide, the morning sun had warmed the top of the divider stone, but not yet the narrow channels beneath it. She rested one palm on the broad, pale slab and felt the difference: warmth above, night coolness lingering along the waterline. The divide stood at the upper edge of the village gardens, where one clear run from the upper measure met a stone nose and separated into three branches. East went toward the terraces. Center wound between kitchen plots and the dye beds. West curved down toward Mint Bend before serving the lower gardens. Each branch began beneath a lip cut into the same old block. When the allocation was right, the lips gave the water three distinct notes that held a quiet relation to one another. This morning the relation was almost right. Almost was the reason they had come. Nico Sai arrived first, carrying a shallow basket against his hip. Three glazed bowls sat inside it, nested in folded cloth so their rims would not knock together. He had chosen bowls of the same size as Amara had asked. The one was blue, one amber, and one the mottled green of a duck's egg. I tested them from the same measured jug, he said. Filled to the line, they hold the same. And emptied? Amara asked. Nico smiled. Also the same. Useful quality in a bowl. He set the basket on the flat bank. Behind him came Lavender with a roll of brushes wrapped in canvas, and Aaron Vale carrying a small kettle, 4 cups, and a bundle of mint tied with grass. Aaron lifted the kettle as if it explained his presence better than any greeting could. For after, he said. Then we had better do something worthy of tea, Leela replied. Amara had brought her survey satchel. Its strap had shaped itself over years to the curve of her shoulder. Inside were a folding gauge, chalk, string, a thin brass probe, clean cloths, a stub of wax pencil, and the shared survey cards held between 2 cedar boards. She set the satchel beside Nico's basket, but did not open it. Instead, she took 3 pebbles from her pocket and laid them on the sun-warmed stone. She had chosen them from the same gravel shelf below the upper measure. Each was flat enough to sit without rolling. One bore a single white line, one 2 lines, and one 3. East, center, west, Aaron asked. Not yet, Amara said. She placed the 3 bowls along the bank, one near each outgoing channel. Then she moved the pebbles into a row above them. The white marks caught the sun. Nico crouched at the divider. You said this was a routine rebalance. It is. So nothing is wrong? Routine wear can make something wrong by a little. We are here before a little becomes enough to trouble a garden. Leela shaded her eyes and looked upstream. The feed from the upper measure came cleanly around the last bend. Its surface carried thin flashes of sky, broken now and then by the shadow of an alder leaf. No twig mat pressed against the intake. No mud plume drifted from the bank. And we're certain it is the divide? We aren't certain of anything yet, Amara said. The gardeners at Mint Bend noticed their morning line arriving later than it did a month ago. The terrace keepers have noticed no excess. The center beds look ordinary. That is enough reason to compare, not enough reason to decide. She watched them look toward her satchel. They knew the gauge was there. On other mornings, she would already have unfolded it, seated its feet against the measuring notches, and given them 3 numbers. Numbers were comforting. They seemed to arrive without opinion, but a gauge answered only the question it had been made to answer, and Amara wanted the 3 of them to learn the questions that came before it. She sat on her heels beside the stone. Today the rebalance is a shared lesson, she said. I will show you every check I would make. Before that, you will show me what you already know. Aaron looked mildly alarmed. I know how to make tea. You know more water than that. Tea has been my most successful use of it. Then listen as if the divide were a kettle. The west branch slipped under its lip with a low, damp whisper. The center struck a shallow seam in the channel floor and made a quick, hollow tapping. East poured over a smoother drop, its note thinner but continuous. Together the sounds occupied the stone hollow like 3 people humming in neighboring rooms. Amara placed one finger against her lips. They listened. At first Nico's attention moved visibly. His eyes followed flecks of foam. Leela leaned closer to the western opening, then drew back to hear all 3 at once. Aaron closed his eyes. Leaf shadows passed over their hands and over the 3 marked pebbles. The upper measure pressed on behind the divider with a steady hush. Rookie Luke. S4E06H1 start. 3 people listened to the same divider and reported 3 different things. The west note breaks, Aaron said. Not often. It holds low, then catches as if the kettle were just short of boiling. The center depth is steady against the second chisel mark, Leela said. East is a finger's width below its moss stain. West is harder to see, but its surface trembles under the lip. Nico pointed to 3 alder leaves that had entered the branches together. The center leaf reached that pale stone first. East is close. West is still turning in the first pool. They were learning to compare the village's 3 main water branches, and none of the observations sounded alike. Amara did not correct them. She opened her satchel, seated the folding gauge across the lip notches, and waited for its 3 floats to settle. Sound says the west flow catches, she said. Depth says the branches are near their familiar levels, with a small uncertainty at west. Leap speed says west is carrying less energy past the first pool. My gauge says the western share is low by a narrow measure. She folded the gauge again. Different readings. One diagnosis. Ick. S4E06HE1END. Nico looked pleased, then thoughtful. If you had used the gauge first, we might only have known the number. We would have known what the gauge did, Amara said. We would not yet know whether the branch agreed. Leela put her fingertips against the stone just above the west lip. And the broken note might tell us where to look. Perhaps. Or it might tell us only that we need to look. Amara assigned the pebbles at last. 1 white line belonged to east, 2 to center, 3 to west. She asked each person to turn one over in a palm, feel its edges and replace it. The markers were not labels for the people. They belonged to the branches and would move between hands as the work proceeded. Why pebbles? Nico asked. Because wet paper tears. Chalk washes away, and memory enjoys improving a result after the fact. Pebbles don't. Pebbles are very poor storytellers. Aaron picked up the 3-line stone. This one says it would like to visit Mint Bend. Later it will. They began with the bowls. Amara showed them how to rinse each twice in branch water so a dry bowl did not steal the first drops. They agreed on a count. Aaron would tap a wooden spoon against his palm 20 times slowly and evenly, while the others held the bowls beneath the lips. They would rotate the bowls and repeat, removing any difference among the vessels from the comparison. On the first run, center collected most, east a little less, west least. On the second, the colors changed places, but the order did not. On the third, a gust rattled the alder and Aaron lost his beat when a leaf landed on his nose. They discarded that run without debate. A result can be charming and useless, Leela said. Aaron removed the leaf. I thought it had great character. The next run held. Amara asked Nico to arrange the bowls from fullest to least full without naming the branches. He did. She asked Leela whether the difference between east and center would concern her. Leela studied the meniscus against a thread stretched between two twigs. Not alone, she said. Their downstream needs aren't identical and the difference is slight. West? Enough to investigate because Mint Bend already reported lateness. Amara turned to Aaron. What would make you stop the whole flow? He glanced upstream, then beneath the lips. A crack changing under pressure. A stone loose enough to drop. Something wedged where a hand can't safely reach while water runs. Do you see any of those? No. Then we keep the branches watered while we learn. This was the ordinary grace of maintenance, Amara thought, not the dramatic closing of a gate. Not villagers waiting with dry ditches while an expert fought the system, but 4 people kneeling in sun and shade while water continued on its useful way. The divide had worked through spring grit and early summer growth. It asked now for attention, not rescue. She finally handed out tasks. Each of them would follow one branch far enough to see how the share behaved beyond the first turns. They would observe 3 things: sound at a known stone, depth at a fixed mark, and the response of a garden or planted bank. Amara would remain at the divide for the first interval, watching the source and checking whether the incoming flow changed while they were gone. No adjusting anything downstream, she said. Lift no little gates. Pull no weeds unless they are floating free and you can remove them without changing the channel. We're reading before we write. Nico took east and the 1-line pebble. Leela took center and the 2-line pebble. Aaron received west and tucked the 3-line pebble into the smallest pocket of his vest. What if the garden response disagrees with the depth? Nico asked. Bring back both. What if I don't know what a sound means? Aaron asked. Bring back the sound. Leela lifted her chin toward the unopened roll of brushes. What if I find the answer? Bring it back without fixing it. She gave Amara a look that admitted this would be the hardest instruction. They set off. For a few moments their footsteps traveled together along the bank. Then Nico crossed the narrow plank toward the terraces. Leela followed the center run between low stone borders, and Aaron walked west beneath the mint and alder. Their colored sleeves appeared and vanished behind leaves. Amara stayed beside the 3 empty bowls. The divide sounded larger without their voices. She set the gauge once more, recorded the 3 positions on a scrap slate, and lifted it away. Then she listened as Aaron had listened. The west note held low, caught, and resumed. She looked as Leela had looked. The surface under the western lip trembled, though the downstream depth did not collapse. Finally, she watched an alder leaf choose the west branch and hesitate in the first pool. 3 methods, she thought. Not rivals, neighbors. When the others returned, they placed their marked pebbles on the warm stone before they spoke. Nico reported a clear run at the terrace stair, depth just under the old blue mark, and bean leaves lifted rather than drooping. Leela reported an even murmur at the center footbridge, water touching the lower edge of the carved square, and damp soil at the dye bed inlet. Aaron reported that the west channel grew quieter after the first pool, ran shallow over the copper-colored step, and reached the nearest mint roots without quite filling the familiar side hollow. Amara repeated each report back to them, not smoothing away the differences in language. Nico had measured movement. Leela had measured position. Aaron had measured voice and reach. Together they had collected a picture with more dimensions than her gauge could provide. Now, she said, setting the bowls back into the basket, we make the first full round. For the second inspection, nobody kept the branch first assigned. Amara gave Leela the eastern pebble, Aaron the center, and Nico the west. Changing readers mattered. A person who expected to find a shallow line could persuade every ripple to confirm it. A fresh pair of eyes had fewer promises to keep. Amara walked with them as far as the place where the channels separated beyond sight of one another. The east branch climbed visually, though it descended in fact, tracing the terrace wall toward higher ground. The center branch slipped under a little bridge made from one slab. West widened beneath overhanging mint, curved around a fig tree, and vanished toward Mint Bend. "Meet at the pale stepping stone," she said. "Take enough time that you stop trying to be quick." Leela turned east. Aaron ducked under the center bridge, even though there was room to walk around it. Nico followed the west bank with a 3-line pebble in one hand. Amara chose no branch. She went upstream to the upper measure. The upper measure was a long stone basin fed through a grated throat. It steadied the supply before the water descended to the divide. At its shaded end, 2 lines had been cut into the wall, one for the usual summer morning level, another for the lower allowance used in the hottest weeks. The water stood between them, where it should. Amara cleared 3 needles caught against the grate, laid them on the bank, and watched for a full minute. The level held. This mattered because a changing supply could imitate a faulty division. If the upper measure had been falling during their bowl tests, the last bowl might appear to belong to the weakest branch, simply because it had been filled last. They had rotated the bowls in the order, but no method became worse by knowing its source. At the pale stepping stone, Leela arrived with a sprig of bean blossom she had found on the path, not plucked from a vine. Aaron arrived carrying nothing and looking damp at one knee. Nico came last, his gaze still turned toward the west branch. "Upper, measure steady," Amara said. Leela put down the 1-line pebble. At the terrace stair, east made a thin singing sound where it crossed a diagonal groove. The depth sat below the blue paint but matched the moss edge. The nearest bean bed showed dark soil along its feeder furrow, while the farthest corner was merely cool. She had pressed 1 knuckle into the soil beside, not inside the root line. "Would you call the branch short?" Amara asked. "No, I would call it supplied without excess." Aaron placed the 2-line pebble beside hers. Center sounded brisk below the footbridge. Its depth reached the carved square exactly on the upstream face and fell a little below it downstream, as the old card said it should. The madder bed had taken water along both sides. 1 loose leaf had circled at the inlet. But he had left it because it was not blocking anything. "I admired it without interference," he said. "Growth," Leela said. Then Nico set down the west pebble. He had listened at the copper-colored step. The branch sounded soft there, with none of Aaron's intermittent catch, because the troublesome note lived closer to the lip. Depth ran a thumb below a dark mineral stripe. At the first mint patch, water reached every root. At the side hollow Aaron had mentioned, only the bottom shone. "And I tried something," Nico said. Amara waited. "I didn't adjust anything." "What did you try?" He had chosen 2 fallen leaves of nearly the same size from the damp edge, returned to the first place where west ran close beside center, and released them together. He had marked a downstream line with 2 pebbles already lying on the bank. The center leaf crossed first, the western leaf took longer. But Nico had no count because his own steps were uneven, and he had tried to watch both leaves. "Then the method needs a steadier count," Amara said. "The idea does not." They returned together to the divide. The sun had moved high enough to brighten the water beneath the east lip. Small wavering nets of light covered the channel floors. Amara let them drink from the jug Aaron had brought for that purpose, not from the kettle reserved for tea. Then Nico searched the bank for another matched pair of leaves. He rejected a curled fig leaf and 2 mint leaves of unequal lengths. At last, he found 2 narrow alder leaves, both newly fallen and still supple. He laid them side by side on the divider stone. Their stems differed, So Leela pinched each stem off at the same point. That changes them equally enough, she said. Nico chose the neighboring stretches of center and west just after their first curves. The channels there were similar in width for 6 paces, and each crossed a line of pale mortar. Aaron stood at the mortar line to call the arrivals. Leela crouched where she could see both routes. Amara took the folding gauge from her satchel but kept it closed against her knee. Leacock, S4E06, HDU. Start to. Nico released 2 leaves into neighboring channels at once. The leaves floated flat, one on the center branch and one on the west. Their travel time offered a simple comparison of branch flow. Nico counted aloud. 1 calm number for each tap of Leela's finger against the stone. The test did not measure the whole allocation by itself. It compared 2 similar 6-pace stretches while the supply from the upper measure stayed steady. If 1 leaf snagged or spun, they would repeat the trial. This first pair could show a difference clearly enough to investigate, but it could not command a gate change. The center leaf crossed the pale mortar at 12. Aaron called, "Center." The western leaf turned once in a shallow eddy, straightened, and crossed at 15. Amara opened her gauge at the divide. Its center float held at the ordinary mark. The western float settled a narrow measure lower. "Same answer," Nico said. The slower western leaf had confirmed the same slight imbalance as Amara's gauge. Her brass instrument supplied a scale. His 2 leaves had made the difference visible without one. And Mon. And Mara said. Nico looked surprised. "You believe it. Belief is not the same as a repeat." They found 2 more leaves and switched which one entered which channel, in case one shape traveled more readily. Center again arrived first, this time by 2 counts. A third pair gave nearly 3. Nico placed the spent leaves on the bank above the water so none would drift into a grate farther down. Amara showed him how to note the comparison without pretending it was more precise than it had been. On the slate he wrote, "Center ahead of west by 2 to 3 slow counts over 6 paces. 3 trials." He did not convert counts into a flow volume. The leaves could compare. They could not tell him liters. A method should say what it knows, Amara said, and also where it becomes quiet. They now had evidence that west received slightly less useful movement near the divide. The downstream observations agreed. The incoming supply held steady. The question became where the difference began. Amara asked them to inspect the 3 lips without touching. They lay flat on their stomachs across the warm slab, heads over the downstream face, while she stood ready to catch a belt or ankle if anyone leaned too far. The arrangement made Aaron laugh until a splash struck his cheek. East showed a smooth underside, dark with water and green only at the outer corner. Center had 1 pale streak, where a grain of quartz ran through the stone. West appeared much the same from above. Yet its note caught again. Low, steady. Then briefly rough. Leela shifted until the leaf shadow no longer crossed the opening. "The edge isn't even." "Worn?" Nico asked. "Maybe." Amara passed her a little square of polished metal to use as a mirror. Leela held it below the lip, angling reflected sunlight upward. A pale crust showed for an instant beneath the shadowed edge, then vanished when the mirror trembled. "There," Leela said. "Something light beneath west." Aaron took a turn with the mirror. "I see it, like a tooth." Nico looked and frowned. "I see glare." "Glare is an honest report," Amara told him. She used the brass probe only as a pointer, keeping its tip clear of the flowing slot. A roughened lip can disturb the thin sheet of water. It can also collect scale. Either may narrow the effective opening. We still do not know which came first. Does it matter? Aaron asked. It matters to the correction. If the stone itself has worn into a bad shape, cleaning will not restore it. If scale makes the shape look worn, changing the gate would correct the wrong thing. There was a small upstream shutter that could alter the pressure across all 3 lips, and removable stone slips could narrow an individual opening. Seasonal rebalancing sometimes required resetting one of those slips. Such a change was easy enough to make, and troublesome to undo after gardens had adjusted to it. Amara wanted them to feel the attraction of a decisive action and resisted until the evidence required one. She asked each trainee to state a provisional explanation. Nico thought west was impeded close to the divide because leaf delay appeared immediately and stayed visible downstream. Leela thought a deposit beneath the lip was more likely than structural wear, because the upper edge remained aligned with the other 2. Aaron thought the broken note meant water struck something uneven, but he could not tell whether the unevenness was stone or scale. Mine is that the western lip deserves a dry inspection, Amara said. Notice that mine is not yet an explanation. To inspect beneath it, they did not need to stop all 3 branches. A small maintenance paddle could divert the west share into center for less than a minute, long enough to wipe and look, while Aaron watched the center bank for overtopping. Amara described the maneuver, but did not perform it. Who calls the beginning? She asked. The person at center, Aaron said, because he knows whether it can accept the extra water. Who calls the end? Leela answered. Either center if the level rises too far, or the inspector when the lip has been seen. Who moves the paddle? Nico glanced at Amara's hands. I can. They rehearsed with the paddle held above water. Aaron took position where the center branch narrowed. Leela knelt downstream of west with a dry cloth ready. Nico set both hands on the paddle grip. Amara stood beside him, close enough to intervene but not touching. Aaron called ready. Nico lowered the paddle into its shallow guide. The west sheet thinned and stopped. Center deepened. Leela wiped once beneath the western lip, looked, and called clear. Nico raised the paddle. Aaron reported that center had stayed within its bank. The interruption had lasted 17 of Leela's steady finger taps. On the cloth lay a faint cream-colored grit. With the water restored, the western notes sounded as before. The quick wipe had removed loose sediment, but not the pale ridge beneath the lip. Leela held up the cloth. Tiny grains flashed against the weave. Mineral, she said. Likely, Amara replied. Now we find out how much of it is attached. They sat back from the edge. Nobody suggested moving the gate. The 3 bulls waited on the bank, their rinsed interior shining. Nico's leaves rested beside the slate. At the upper measure, the surface remained calm between its marks. The western lip was slightly roughened. Whether the roughness belonged to ancient stone or this season's scale was now a question small enough to answer with their hands. Leela unrolled the canvas bundle. Her brushes lay in stitched pockets, soft fiber, stiff root, narrow reed, and one old toothbrush whose blue handle had faded almost gray. She also carried a flat wooden scraper, a lump of chalk, and a short spool of undid thread. No metal scraper? Aaron asked. Not on a measured edge. Amara nodded. A tool harder than the deposit but softer than the stone reduced the chance of turning maintenance into damage. The brass probe could test a surface, but they would not pry with it. They needed a longer look than the first interruption had allowed. Before diverting west again, Amara sent Nico to check the nearest Mint Bend inlet and tell its keeper that the branch would pause briefly twice. He returned with permission and a message. The keeper had already watered the most sensitive seedlings, and 10 quiet minutes would do no harm. Leela prepared the workplace while he was gone. She spread a folded cloth in the shallow west channel to catch loosened scale, anchoring its upper corners with clean stones outside the main flow. She set the soft brush and wooden scraper within reach. Aaron shifted the 3 bowls well away from elbows and feet. Amara checked the maintenance paddle's edge for grit. What softens the scale? Nico asked when he returned. Water, patience, and sometimes mild vinegar, Leela said. We begin with the first two. Mint tea, Aaron offered. For the workers, not the stone. They diverted the west share again. This time Aaron counted centers rising depths against a chalk mark Amara placed safely below the bank top. Nico held the paddle. Leela lay across the slab with the mirror in one hand and the soft brush in the other. Without water darkening the underside, the deposit became plain. A cream ridge followed the inner half of the western lip. It was no thicker than 2 stacked leaves at its broadest point, but the sheet of branch water was thin enough for that to matter. At one place the ridge had built around a rough grain in the stone, making the little tooth Aaron had seen. Leela touched it with the soft brush. Powder came away from the outer surface. Beneath, the ridge remained firm. Scale, she called. Attached, not stone. Enough, Amara said. Nico lifted the paddle and west ran again. The caught powder drifted into the cloth instead of downstream. Leela sat up, a damp strand of hair stuck to her forehead, and looked satisfied in the quiet manner of someone whose suspicion had accepted examination. The discovery reduced the size of the problem. They did not need to reshape a lip or change a stone slip. They did not need to alter the upstream shutter. They needed to soften a narrow mineral deposit, remove only what had accumulated, and compare the branches again. Amara drew 3 possibilities on the slate. Change the gate, dress the stone, clean the scale. She crossed out the first 2. Why not leave them written? Nico asked. So anyone reading the card later knows we considered them, she said. She rewrote the 2 options under a line marked considered, then added not indicated. A crossed-out thought can look like a mistake. This was reasoning. Leela measured the ridge with thread against the mirror's reflection, marking its length between her fingernails. It covered less than half the lip. Aaron listened once more and located the catch at roughly the same place by moving his head slowly along the downstream face. Nico floated a single leaf into west and watched it turn at the first pool. Small thing, he said. Small things are allowed to have consequences. Amara replied, they are not allowed to frighten us into large corrections. They agreed on the minimal adjustment. Leela would hold a cloth soaked in warm water against the deposit during several short diversions. Nico would operate the paddle. Aaron would watch center and keep the timing. Amara would supervise the first cycle and then exchange places so each person understood more than one role. Once softened, they would use only the soft brush. The wooden scraper would remain unused unless the brush failed, and any use of it would begin with a new inspection. Aaron filled the kettle from the clean jug rather than the channel and poured a little heated water into a spare cup. He left the mint bundle tied. For stone, he said solemnly. Leela tested the water with a fingertip. Warm, not hot. The divide approves. Amara looked at the old stone. It had no opinion she could hear, but care often benefited from being spoken aloud. Instructions became easier to remember when attached to a little ceremony. They took shade for a few minutes while the kettle heated another cup. Leaf shadows shifted over the bank. Nico copied the upper measure level onto the slate. Aaron drew 3 little waves beside the branch reports. A thin, unbroken line for east, quick arcs for center, and a low line with 1 notch for west. Leela did not laugh at the notation. That is almost clearer than writing intermittent catch, she said. Almost? Your wave looks like a sleeping caterpillar. A caterpillar can be intermittent. Amara added the symbol to the edge of the slate. A shared record did not require every observer to become the same kind of observer. It required their marks to be understood by the next person. Before work resumed, she asked them separately what success would look like. Nico said the west leaves should travel closer to the center leaves. Leela said the underside should return to a continuous stone edge without gouges or loose scale. Aaron said the west note should hold without catching. Then all three added that the bowl volumes and downstream garden checks must agree. And if one does not? Amara asked. We don't call it balanced, Leela said. We find out why, Nico added. Aaron touched the kettle. The tea waits. Their answer pleased Amara, though she kept the pleasure from becoming an instruction. She had spent years being the person whose final look turned uncertainty into permission. The village trusted her because she returned to checks others considered finished. That trust was useful. It could also become a narrow gate through which every judgment had to pass. Today she wanted the evidence to pass among 4 people and arrive whole. The West Branch carried its slightly diminished share toward Mint Bend. Nothing downstream was failing. No leaf wilted while they considered the correction. The scale beneath the lip was ordinary seasonal wear, minerals left behind where thin water met warm air, gathered around one rough grain, slowly changing the edge. It was the kind of fault that rewarded restraint. Leela rolled the unused stiff brush back into its pocket. Soft first, she said. Nico set his palms on the paddle. Aaron moved to the center mark. Amara took the warmed cloth. The group had found the smallest cause that fit every reading, and they had chosen the smallest work that could remove it. The first softening cycle lasted 20 counts. Nico lowered the maintenance paddle only after Aaron called ready from center. Wes thinned to a silver cord and disappeared beneath the lip. Amara folded the warm cloth twice, pressed it against the cream ridge, and held it there while Leela counted. At 18, Aaron warned that center had reached the chalk mark. At 20, Amara removed the cloth, and Nico restored the branch. They waited for center to settle before repeating the cycle. The water carried no hurry, although their work required attention. Each time the paddle descended, center accepted the extra share and rose toward the chalk. Each time it lifted, the 3 branches found their separate courses again. On the 3rd cycle, Amara handed the cloth to Leela and went to watch center. Aaron took the paddle. Nico counted. The change of roles made their calls less polished for a moment. Ready, Amara said. Aaron lowered too slowly, and the West note descended through several tones instead of stopping cleanly. That's a haunted door, Nico said. Count. Leela reminded him from beneath the slab. He counted. At 16, Leela called that the cloth had cooled. At 17, Aaron lifted. Amara checked the center bank and found it safely below the chalk because the gradual diversion had sent less extra flow during the interval. Was that wrong? Aaron asked. It was controlled, Amara said, but a clean movement gives the person below a more predictable window. On a second attempt, the paddle seated in one smooth motion. Leela held the newly warmed cloth against the ridge for 20 counts and withdrew. When water returned, a pale flake loosened and settled onto the catchcloth downstream. They all saw it. Amara felt the familiar impulse to take the brush, test the deposit, and finish the delicate part herself. The impulse was not distrust exactly. It came from long practice, from knowing in her muscles how a softened ridge felt just before it released, and how quickly a careless bristle could scatter grit. Yet she had brought Leela because Leela understood surfaces. A lesson in shared judgment that reserved every consequential touch for the teacher would teach its own, narrower truth. What next? Amara asked. Leela examined the flake in her palm. One more warm cloth. Then soft brush from the outside toward the catchcloth. No scraping. Do it. This time Nico watched center. Amara moved the paddle, and Aaron counted while Leela worked. After the soaking interval, Amara kept the west flow diverted. Leela brought the soft fiber brush under the lip and drew it along the ridge with strokes so short they barely seemed to move. Fine cream dust fell onto the damp cloth. She stopped after 3 strokes. Inspect, she said. Amara restored the flow. They let the branch rinse itself for half a minute, catching what it carried. The western notes still caught, though less sharply. Nico sent an alder leaf through. It did not turn fully in the first pull, but it drifted close to the eddy before moving on. "Better is not finished," he said. "Good," Amara replied. The next inspection showed the outer ridge gone and a firm patch remaining around the rough grain. Leela proposed warming only that patch. Aaron folded a smaller cloth pad. Nico suggested shortening the diversion because the area was smaller. They agreed on 15 counts with a warning at 12. Amara listened to them decide. She asked one question. "What would make you stop brushing?" "If the material underneath changes color," Leela said. "If the brush begins catching on stone. If a piece larger than scale moves." They proceeded. The patch softened. Leela brushed twice and stopped at a darker line. She showed them the underside in the mirror. The cream deposit had vanished. Beneath it lay the original stone, slightly rough where a quartz grain rose from the cut surface, but continuous with the lip. "That grain started the collection," Nico said. "Likely," Leela answered. "Do we smooth it?" Amara did not answer for them. Aaron studied the reflected edge. The lip worked before the scale grew, and dressing the grain would remove stone, Leela said. "We can't put it back." Nico nodded. "Leave it. Note it for the next seasonal check." Amara looked from one face to another. Agreed. They removed the catchcloth carefully, folding grit inward. No deposit went down toward Mint Bend. Aaron poured the dirty rinse into a patch of bare gravel well away from the channel. Leela washed the soft brush over the same place, and Nico returned the anchoring stones to the bank where he had found them. The western lip had needed correction. The other two still needed the routine cleaning for which the seasonal visit allowed. They began with east. Leela set a fresh catchcloth below it, and Aaron watched west while Nico used the maintenance paddle to send east share briefly into the other branches. Amara held a clean damp cloth against the underside for 10 counts. Only loose green film came away from the outer corner. Leela followed with one light pass of the soft brush, then inspected the smooth stone in the mirror. There was no attached ridge and no reason for a second pass. They let all 3 flows settle before cleaning center. This time Leela held the damp cloth, Amara watched the receiving branches, and Aaron moved the paddle at Nico's call. The pale quartz streak remained part of the stone, as their earlier inspection had shown. A thin wash of ordinary silt lifted beside it, under 2 gentle brushstrokes and collected in the cloth. Leela stopped as soon as the original surface showed. No one scraped, dressed, or widened either opening. When center ran again, they rinsed both fresh catchcloths onto the same bare gravel used for the western scale and washed the brush there. East, center, and west had now each received an appropriate seasonal cleaning: light film from east, loose silt from center, and the softened mineral ridge from west. Only west had required corrective work. The 3 stone lips remained unchanged in shape and setting. Now came comparison. They reset the 3 bowls beneath the lips and repeated the timed fills, rotating colors through east, center, and west. The first run showed west closer to the others but still a little low. The center bowl held the most. Aaron drew his 3 wave marks on the slate, putting no notch in west this time. "The sound has steadied," he said. "But the bowl says, wait." On the second run, east and west were nearly equal, center a little above. On the third, west appeared above east by the width of a fingernail at the rim. Nico frowned. "Did we overshoot?" "Cleaning cannot overshoot unless we removed stone," Leela said. "Or unless the bowls and count vary," Amara added. "What do we do with close readings?" "More of them?" Aaron said. They changed the filling order and the person holding each bowl. They checked that the bowls sat at the same angle under the thin sheets of water. They stretched the thread level between 2 upright pegs and compared the menisci against it on flat ground. Across 6 valid runs, the order varied by tiny amounts, but no branch remained consistently least. The gross difference that had marked west before cleaning was gone. Nico repeated the leaf trial between center and west. One pair reached the mortar line together. In the next, west arrived 1 count ahead. In the third, center arrived 1 count ahead. Within the leaves, he said, their shapes matter more than the branch difference now. Leela examined the 3 familiar depth marks. West had risen to its dark mineral stripe. East held at the moss edge. Center touched the second chisel mark. None showed a sudden surge. Aaron moved along the face of the divide, listening with his head turned. East gave its thin, continuous note. Center tapped lightly over the seam. West held low and even. 3 sounds, none identical, none interrupted. Amara unfolded the gauge and placed it within reach. Then she left it there. "What does the group read?" she asked. Nico looked at the slate. "The leaf difference has disappeared within the variation of the leaves," Leela said. "All 3 depths have returned to their familiar marks, and the western edge is clean without being reshaped." Aaron said, "The 3 notes are steady. West no longer catches." "The bowls?" Amara asked. They reviewed the 6 runs. Each branch had been highest at least once, and lowest at least once, but the spread remained narrow. There was no consistent deficit. They discussed whether center's average might still be slightly greater. Leela reminded them that perfect equality at the lips was not necessarily correct allocation, because each downstream channel differed in length, loss, and demand. The old summer settings were designed so the branch marks, not the bowl rims alone, formed the useful balance. "Then the bowl test says no lip is being starved," Nico said. "The depth marks say the intended shares are restored." Aaron touched the slate beside his unbroken wave. "And the sound says the obstruction is gone." Amara waited. She did not reach for the gauge. The pause lengthened until they understood that she was not withholding an answer. She was leaving room for theirs. Leela looked at Nico. Nico looked at Aaron. Aaron gave a small, serious nod. "We declare the divide balanced," Leela said. Nico added, "Pending downstream confirmation." "A wise footnote," Aaron said. Amara picked up the gauge at last. "Would you like this reading?" They did. Trusting their judgment did not require refusing another instrument. She seated its feet in the old notches and let the floats settle. East, center, and west stood within the accepted summer bands recorded on the survey card. The gauge agreed with them. It was the final reading, not the first command, before they prepared for the downstream walk. Amara asked them to perform one last blind comparison. She turned the slate face down and covered the gauge marks with its folded legs. Leela moved the bowls out of their familiar color order. Aaron chose the count, 17 taps this time, and Nico decided who would hold each vessel. Amara would hold west, Leela east, and Nico center. They took their positions without speaking the branch names. Aaron began. The spoon touched his palm with a dry, patient sound. Water rang differently in each bowl as the levels rose. Amber gave a deepening plink, blue answered more brightly, and green muffled the falling sheet. At 17, all 3 holders withdrew together. They placed the bowls on flat stone. Nico turned his back while Leela changed their positions. Then he faced them and studied only the water lines. "No meaningful least," he said. "Amber may be a breath below blue, but green has a wider glaze line and makes the rim hard to compare." Leela laid the thread across the reference pegs. The apparent difference narrowed further. A bead clung to the inside of amber above the meniscus, making its level look lower from Nico's first angle. "Would you keep the run?" Amara asked. "Yes, with a note that the difference is below a confident reading. Not discard it because it is inconvenient. No. It tells us the bowls cannot separate the branches at this scale." They ran the test again with different hands. This time, green appeared lowest until Aaron noticed that the holder's thumb had shaded the meniscus. In full light, the lines were almost indistinguishable. "There is a useful end to an instrument," Leela said. Amara uncovered the gauge. "And what happens when one tool reaches it?" "Another kind of reading carries the question," Aaron replied. They moved downstream only a few paces and read the fixed marks once more. Those marks did not show equal heights. East rested at its moss edge, center at the second chisel, and west at the dark stripe. Their visible differences belonged to different channel shapes. Nico crouched so his eyes were level with each surface instead of comparing from above. "If I had aimed for the same depth in all three," he said, "I would have changed at least 2 settings, and perhaps deprived a garden while making the divide look tidy," Leela said. Amara asked them why the old marks deserved confidence. Together they built the answer. The marks had been observed across seasons. Their associated branches had known destinations and needs. Today the gardens gave current evidence, the upper measure gave current supply, and the repeated comparisons showed no persistent shortfall. The marks were not magic cuts. They were compressed memory. Useful because fresh observations unfolded and tested that memory. Aaron drew a line through the chalk warning on the center bank, then stopped. "Should we leave it for the next crew?" "What did it mark?" Amara asked. "The highest safe level during our temporary diversion." "Will it mean that tomorrow?" He looked at the drying bank. "No. Supply could change. Someone might mistake it for an ordinary depth." He washed the chalk away with a damp cloth and squeezed the cloth onto bare gravel. The permanent chisel mark remained. The temporary working mark vanished when its purpose ended. Nico made a final sketch on the slate showing the 3 paths from the upper measure. His first lines made west shortest because the page edge crowded him. He erased them and began again, drawing only enough of each branch to locate the observation points: terrace stair, center footbridge, copper step, bean furrow, dye bed square, mint bend hollow. "A map can lie from lack of room," he said. "So can a sentence," Amara replied. Leela labeled the sketch not to scale. Aaron added his sound marks beside the 3 lips. The slate now held numbers, waves, root lines, and short phrases in several hands. It would be copied selectively to the shared card later, but for the moment it showed the full mess of arriving at a clear judgment. Amara had once believed teaching meant arranging knowledge in the order another person ought to receive it. Today, the order had gone the other way. Nico's leaves had made her gauge easier to understand. Leela's surface reading had prevented a needless structural change. Aaron's listening had located the disturbance before anyone saw it. Their methods did not decorate her conclusion. They formed it. She said this aloud. Nico ran a thumb along the edge of the slate. "Then what did you teach?" "To compare before correcting. To know what each observation can and cannot claim. To make the smallest change that fits the evidence." Leela nodded toward the cleaned west lip. "And a stop. Especially that." The branch notes continued steadily while they packed the immediate tools. Nothing in their conversation improved the allocation further. That was another kind of proof. They could discuss the work without reaching toward the settings. They rinsed the bowls and set them upside down on a clean cloth. The western lip shone dark beneath the passing sheet. Sun had reached the lower stone now, and warmth rose from the bank around their knees. Crushed mint scented the air where Aaron had stepped near, but not on the planted edge. Amara asked them to reconstruct the work without looking at the slate. They named the reports for mint bend, the steady upper measure, the rotated bowl tests, the downstream sound and depth observations, the leaf trials, the dry inspection, the cream ridge, the warm cloth, and the soft brush. They also named what they had not done: no gate change, no dressing of the stone, no prolonged shutdown, no assumption that one measurement told the whole story. "And who decided it was balanced?" Amara asked. For a moment they were quiet. "We did," Nico said. The words settled as naturally as a pebble placed on warm stone. Amara assigned the final check. Each branch would be walked again, farther this time, to a downstream point where its water entered a working garden. The checkers would go separately and return separately. No one would share a conclusion along the way. Each would carry the branch's marked pebble and bring it back only if the allocation worked throughout the run. If it did not, the pebble would remain at the first doubtful place, and the checker would return empty-handed. "You aren't taking one?" Leela asked. "I am staying here." "With the gauge?" Aaron asked. Amara folded it and put it inside the satchel. "With the divide." The practical work at the lips was complete. The group had cleaned all 3 openings while concentrating correction on West, tested the bowls, listened to the notes, read the depth marks, and restored the intended allocation. What remained was not another adjustment. It was an honest chance for the system downstream to disagree. Amara waited while 3 marked pebbles traveled down 3 separate paths. Nico carried the 1-line marker east toward the terraces. Leela took the 2-line marker along center to the dye beds. Aaron closed his hand around the 3-line marker and followed west toward Mint Bend. Their footsteps separated, then faded beneath water sound and leaves. The afternoon had begun to soften. Light no longer fell straight into the channels. Alder shadows lengthened across the divider slab, making the 3 empty places where the pebbles had rested alternately bright and dim. Amara washed the wooden paddle and laid it to dry. She folded the catchcloth around the removed scale. She checked the 3 lips once with her bare eyes and did not take out the mirror. The east note ran thin. Center answered with its shallow tapping. West held the low, steady tone Aaron had wanted to hear. Then there was nothing to improve. She sat on the bank. Waiting was part of measurement, though it rarely appeared on a tool. The divider might balance for 5 minutes and drift when a loosened grain moved. A branch might look full near the lip and lose water through a cracked side farther down. A garden could receive the expected depth at its inlet while a mat of roots slowed the last reach. The walkers would test those possibilities. Amara's work was to leave the settings alone long enough for their findings to mean something. At first, she kept tracing the route each person would take. East would pass the terrace stair, cross the pale mortar, and enter the bean furrows. Center would go beneath the slab bridge, around the madder beds, and reach the square-marked settling pocket. West would pass its first pool, the copper-colored step, the side hollow, and the mint roots. She knew every turn well enough to imagine the water touching it. After a while she stopped imagining. The upper measure fed the divide with its broad hush. An insect landed on the amber bowl and walked around the rim. Amara moved nothing. Warm stone pressed through the cloth at her hip. Somewhere down center, a bird gave 2 short calls. No voice answered. This was quieter work than cleaning, and harder in a different way. If she walked after them, she could see what they saw. If she called instructions, she could protect the final judgment from error. She could also make it hers again. She remembered early seasons when she had carried every marker herself. She would test east, return, test center, return, then go west, keeping 3 strands of evidence in her head. It had seemed efficient because nobody needed to explain an observation to her. Yet the village system did not belong inside one person's head. Channels outlasted knees, eyesight, confidence, and any single keeper's working years. The divide sounded 3 notes under the leaf shadows. Amara waited. Amara waited. Amara waited while 3 marked pebbles returned from 3 separate paths. Each pebble represented an independent downstream flow check. Nico came first from the eastern terraces and placed the 1-line stone on the divider. Depth held at the stair, and the far bean furrow filled to its stop stone. Leela returned from center and set down the 2-line stone. The carved square was met on both faces. The dye bed soil took an even edge. Aaron emerged last from Mint Bend. He opened his hand and laid the 3-lined stone beside the others. The copper step sang, the side hollow filled, and water reached the last mint roots. Amara kept her hands in her lap. 3 markers had gone out under one rule and returned on 3 independent reports. Sound, fixed depth, and garden response agreed from the lips to the tested ends. All 3 reports agreed. The rebalance was complete without another adjustment from Amara. Amaspark, HOX 4E06, H3END. She looked at the row of pebbles. 1 line, 2, 3. None had been left beside a doubtful reach. None had returned in her own pocket. Did anything complicate the reading? She asked. Nico had found one bean furrow slow because a clod had fallen from its edge. He had not moved it until he confirmed the main branch level at the stair. Then the gardener beside the plot had broken the clod with a hoe, an ordinary garden correction unrelated to the divide. Leela had seen a dark patch at the far side of the madder bed and checked whether it meant excess. It was shade, not standing water. Aaron had heard a faint ticking below the copper step and discovered 2 dry reed stems tapping together above the channel. I removed one, he said, and then I put it back. Leela raised an eyebrow. The sound wasn't in the water. It was not mine to correct. Amara smiled. Good. They did not rush in to talk after that. Each had walked alone beside moving water long enough to bring some of the quiet back. Nico sat on the bank and rubbed dust from his ankles. Leela rinsed her fingertips. Aaron untied the mint bundle and chose several stems for the kettle. The practical result now extended through the system. East served the terrace beans to their stopstone. Center met both faces of its carved square and fed the dye beds evenly. West filled its side hollow and reached the last roots at Mint Bend. The source at upper measure remained steady. The cleaned lips held their shares. Amara drew the 3 pebbles toward the shared survey card but did not yet write. Tell me the check in 1 line each, she said. Nico considered. Movement near the divide matched arrival at the far furrow. Leela said, known depth marks agreed with the garden edge. Aaron said, the branch kept one steady voice from lip to last roots. Those were not the phrases Amara would have chosen. That was precisely why she wanted them. Aaron poured water into the kettle. While it heated, Leela returned the brushes to their canvas pockets. She separated the soft brush they had used so it could dry before being rolled away. Nico collected the comparison leaves and carried them to the dry litter beneath the alder, where they would not re-enter a channel. No one touched the divider settings. The 3 marked pebbles stayed in their row. Their work as traveling questions was finished for the day. Soon they would return to Amara's pocket, but not yet. Against the pale slab, they made the evidence visible. 3 paths taken, 3 independent readings brought home. Amara realized she no longer felt the urge to walk west herself. Mint scent rose as Aaron bruised the leaves between his palms. The kettle began its first quiet murmur. Around them, gardens accepted the restored flow without announcement. Aaron made the tea on the broad downstream corner of the divider, where the stone was level and no cup could fall into a branch without first crossing his knee. He rinsed the pot with a small pour, tipped that water onto the bare gravel, and packed the warmed leaves loosely inside. The rest of the water went over them in a clear stream. He set the lid in place and turned the spout away from everyone passing. How long? Nico asked. Until it smells like enough. A calibrated method. As precise as your leaves. Nico accepted this. They sat in a half circle facing the 3 lips. Nobody occupied the place directly opposite Amara, as if awaiting a lesson. The lesson had become the work behind them, and the work had become water moving out of sight. Amara opened the cedar boards that held the shared survey cards. The top card was thick cream paper ruled by hand. Earlier entries crowded its front: spring clearing, first warm week reading, a note about moss lifted from east, a center bank patch after a burrowing animal disturbed it. Different hands had made the marks. Some letters stood narrow and upright. Others leaned forward. Her own writing was small, compressed, and exact. She turned the card over to the blank lower half of its back. At the top, she wrote the date and the place, 3-lip divide. Beneath that, she wrote routine seasonal rebalance. She paused before the next line. Ordinarily, she would have recorded the upper measure level, the 3 gauge values, the finding beneath west, the cleaning method, and the final values. All of that still belonged. But the day had produced methods that could help the next group notice trouble before a gauge arrived. "Nico," she said, "give me your leaf check as an instruction for someone who was not here." He leaned back on his hands and watched the branches. "Choose 2 fallen leaves close in size and shape. Remove unequal stems. Release them at the same moment into neighboring channels with similar runs. Count to a fixed downstream line. Repeat at least 3 times and switch the leaves if you can." Amara wrote, leaving room between clauses. "And what does it prove?" "It compares travel over that stretch. It doesn't give volume. A slow leaf can catch an eddy, so one trial proves very little." She added those limits. The tea scent deepened. It mingled with the living mint along the west bank, though the 2 scents were not quite the same. Leaves in the pot smelled rounder and warmer. Leaves beside the channel smelled green and sharp where water cooled their roots. "Leela?" Amara asked. Leela described reading fixed depth marks only after checking what kind of mark each one was. Paint, moss, mineral stain, and carved stone did not have equal authority. Paint might fade. Moss might grow upward during a wet month. A stain showed where water had often rested, but not why. A carved mark belonged to an intended setting, yet even that had to be checked against the current season and the downstream garden. "Write that last part," she said. "A familiar mark is evidence, not an order." Amara wrote it. "And the lip? Inspect before reshaping. If pale material sits proud of the stone, test whether it softens. Use a tool softer than the measured edge. Catch what comes away. Stop when the color or texture changes." Amara recorded the warm cloth and soft fiber brush. She noted that no scraper had been needed and no stone had been removed. Beside the note about the quartz grain, she drew a small circle so the next seasonal crew would know where scale was likely to gather again. Aaron poured the tea. He filled Amara's cup last because it stood farthest from the pot, not because of rank. Steam crossed the leaf shadows and disappeared. "Your method," Amara said to him. He held the cup under his nose before drinking. "Know the ordinary voices first." She waited with the pencil touching the card. "East is thin and even at the lip," he continued. "Center taps because of the seam below. West is lower. A change in voice tells you where to listen again, not what to fix. Today West caught near the divide but sounded only soft at the copper step. That put the disturbance above the step. And after cleaning, 3 steady notes. Different notes, which matters. If someone tries to make them sound identical, they may unbalance the branches." Amara wrote that too. The card filled with their ways of noticing. Her gauge readings occupied 4 short lines near the bottom. Before, after, accepted summer bands, upper measure steady. For years those numbers might have formed the center of her report. Now they sat among the leaf trials, depth marks, garden responses, and water notes. The brass gauge remained in her satchel, useful and quiet. She passed the card to Nico. "Read it for anything I have made clearer than it really was." He took the card in both hands. His lips moved slightly as he followed the lines. At the phrase "equal leaf pair," he stopped. "Close pair," he said. "We never had equal leaves." Amara changed the word. Leela read next. She asked Amara to replace mineral obstruction removed with seasonal mineral scale, softened and brushed from underside of western lip. The first phrase sounded as if they had pulled out a stone blocking the channel. The second preserved the smallness of the discovery. Aaron read last. He tapped the note, 3 branch voices steady. Could say steady at final check, he suggested. Someone reading next month shouldn't think the sound can never change. Amara added the words, no correction stung. Each made the record more faithful. She had asked them to review it, and they had not treated her handwriting as a finished authority. They drank. The tea was light and clean, without sweetness. Warmth from the cups met warmth stored in the stone. Nico stretched his legs toward the east path. Leela sat cross-legged, the brush roll beside her. Aaron cradled his cup in both palms. For a while their talk moved away from the divide. Nico had promised to help reset a bean string before evening. Leela needed to return the borrowed kettle brush to the bakery. Aaron wondered whether the first late figs would be ready by the week's end. None of these matters asked for a decision from Amara. Water continued below them. The center branch caught a seed husk, spun it once and released it. East carried a tiny feather through a band of light. West darkened as the alder shadow crossed its opening, but its low note did not change. Amara turned the survey card sideways and drew 3 small symbols at the margin. A leaf beside Nico's comparison. A short-ruled mark beside Leela's depth reading. 3 curved lines beside Aaron's listening method. Below them she drew the familiar outline of her folding gauge, one tool among several. She looked at the arrangement. The gauge did not vanish. Its symbol was not smaller than the others. It simply no longer stood alone. We should give the bowl rotation a line, Nico said. Amara handed him the pencil. He hesitated. On the card? There is room. He wrote slowly. Same bowls, same count, change order and hands. Keep only clean runs. His lettering slanted upward. When he finished, he passed the pencil to Leela without being asked. Leela added, compare intended branch marks and downstream need, not equal rims alone. Aaron accepted the pencil next. He considered for so long that Nico finished half his tea. Then he wrote, if the 3 readings disagree, wait before changing the stone. The sentence sat at the bottom of the card, plain and spacious. Amara signed the entry with her initials. Then she placed the pencil beside Nico. All of us? He asked. All of us made the reading. Nico signed. Leela signed. Aaron made his initials with a flourish too large for the remaining space and had to curl the last stroke beneath the others. The shared card now looked shared. The light shifted another handspan across the divide. The upper surface of the stone began to lose its heat. Along the west bank, mint leaves moved without wind as water pressed softly through their roots. Farther down, someone called once from a garden and received an answer too faint to make out. Leela rose first. She carried her empty cup to the gravel rinse place, poured a small splash through it, and returned the clean cup to Aaron. Then she lifted the 2-line pebble from the row. Center belongs back? She asked. The pebble belongs in my pocket, Amara said. The method belongs wherever you carry it. Leela turned the stone over once and placed it in Amara's open hand. Before leaving, she walked to the center lip and crouched without touching. She watched the depth at the second chisel mark. The quick tapping sound continued under the seam. Steady at final check, she said. Then she tied the brush roll, tucked it beneath her arm, and set off along the center path. Her shadow crossed the branch before she did. At the slab bridge she looked back, lifted one hand, and disappeared between the dye beds. The group became 3. Nico gathered the bowls. He nested them with the same folded cloth that had protected them on the way up, but he left the blue bowl out for a moment. He filled it beneath East for one slow count, tipped the water back into the channel, and watched how quickly the last film ran from the glaze. Not a measurement, he said when he noticed Amara watching. What was it? A goodbye to the bowl. A result can be charming and useless. He smiled. This one only needed character. He dried the rim, nested the bowl, and lifted the one-line pebble. The white mark had picked up a faint smear of damp soil from the terrace path. He rubbed it clean with his thumb before returning it to Amara. Next time, he said, could the leaves compare east and west first? Or should the neighboring runs always be used? Neighboring runs remove some differences in width and shade. But if you repeat enough and record the stretch honestly, east and west can be useful too. And if there are no close leaves, use bowls, use depth, use sound. Or wait for a tree to help. He nodded as though this were a complete and reasonable inventory of choices. At the branch split, he turned east. His basket rested easily against his hip, now that the bowls no longer held water. Amara heard his steps across the narrow plank, then the brief rustle of bean leaves as he took the terrace path. The group became two. Aaron poured the last tea evenly between his cup and Amara's. A few softened mint leaves clung to the inside of the pot. He added no more water. They sat without needing to fill the space Leela and Nico had left. Aaron watched the shadows. Amara listened to the divide. The sounds had seemed pronounced during the inspection, each note a piece of evidence. Now they settled back into the place's ordinary presence. Thin east, tapping center, low west, no note asked to be named. Was it difficult? Aaron asked after a time. The scale, waiting for us to say it was balanced. Amara considered giving him an easy answer. The quiet made that feel wasteful. Yes, she said. Not because I thought you would be careless. Because I know exactly how my own certainty feels, and I do not yet know yours from the inside. Aaron turned his cup between his hands. You knew the readings. I knew what I would conclude from them. Isn't that the same? It has been, often enough. She looked at the signed card. It cannot always be. The 3 independent reports had not become trustworthy merely because they matched her expectation. They were trustworthy because each person had carried a defined question down a different branch, observed a fixed point and a living response, and returned without consulting the others. Their agreement had structure. It was not a chorus trained to repeat her note. Aaron drank the rest of his tea. I nearly came back without the pebble. Amara looked at him. The side hollow took longer to fill than I expected. I thought west was still short. Then I remembered we had arrived earlier in the day last month, when the upstream shade was different. I waded through another little cycle. The hollow filled to the stain and stopped. Why didn't you mention that in the report? I said it filled. The doubt belongs too. He nodded. Amara reopened the card and gave him the pencil. Beneath the west check he added, side hollow appeared late, held long enough to confirm it reached its usual stain. He put a small dot after the sentence. Better, Amara said. Would you have waited? Yes. Then I borrowed your method. Or learned it. He considered this, then seemed to prefer it. Aaron rinsed the pot and cups on bare gravel. He shook the mint leaves into a little cloth to carry home for compost, rather than dropping them into the channels. The kettle had cooled enough to pack. He wrapped it in its carrying cloth, tied the corners, and stood. Only the 3-line pebble remained on the divider. He picked it up, closed his fingers around it as he had before walking to Mint Bend, and then returned it to Amara. The kettle says west is balanced, he said. Did it boil? No. It listened. He left by the west path. Mint brushed his trouser leg at the bend. For a little while the pale cloth around the kettle remained visible through the alder branches. Then it too was gone. Amara was alone at the divide. The group had dispersed along separate branches for silent checks and reunited over tea. Now they dispersed again toward the rest of their day, carrying no assignment except what they had noticed. Amara put the 3 pebbles into her pocket. They clicked together softly, their white lines hidden. She slid the signed survey card between the cedar boards and tied the cord around them. The board went into her satchel beside the gauge. She made one final round of the immediate workplace. The maintenance paddle was clean and dry. Leela's brushes were gone. No thread, leaf, chop chip, or cloth remained near enough to wash into the channels. The cream scale was folded inside the waistcloth in her bag. The 3 bowls had left with Nico. Erin's rinse place held only damp gravel. At the western lip she knelt. The clean underside showed as a dark line beneath flowing water. The quartz grain remained as it should. No gate setting had changed. No fresh scratch crossed the measured edge. West passed under the lip, filled the first pool without turning back on itself, and continued toward the copper step and mint bend. She did not unfold the gauge. Instead, she listened once in each of their ways. For Erin, she heard the 3 notes: east fine and continuous, center lightly tapping, west low and whole. For Leela, she watched the surfaces meet their marks: moss edge, second chisel, dark mineral stripe. For Nico, she followed 3 small leaf shadows rather than leaves. They slid along the channel beds as the alder moved above, each shadow traveling at the pace of the same evening wind, while the water beneath took its separate course. Then she listened in her own way, which was no longer a way she needed to keep apart from theirs. The upper measure remained between its summer lines. The divider lips were clean. The bowls had varied within a narrow range. Leaves had matched over repeated runs. Downstream marks and gardens had confirmed the allocation. 3 pebbles had returned. 4 names stood on the card. Sufficient, she thought. The word did not mean careless or approximate. It meant the evidence had reached the point where more checking would serve her reluctance rather than the water. She closed the satchel. Evening gathered first in the west channel because of the alder. Mint bend beyond it turned green-gray. Center still held a strip of amber sky under the slab bridge. East flashed between terrace stones each time a leaf moved overhead. The sun-warmed divider released its heat slowly beneath Amara's palm. She stayed until the warmth had nearly gone. No one came to ask whether the repair was finished. The gardens already knew in the darkening soil along their furrows. No signal marked the end of the lesson. It rested in a soft brush drying inside Leela's roll, in the possibility that Nico would never again see 2 fallen leaves as merely litter, in Erin's memory of a low note losing its catch, and in a survey card where the gauge had become 1 symbol among 4. Amara rose and settled the satchel strap on her shoulder. At the path she looked back. The 3 outgoing branches were less visible now than the moving reflections upon them. Their voices remained clear. East held its thin note. Center kept its bright, shallow tapping. West sounded low beneath the mint. 3 steady notes, different and balanced. Leaf shadows lengthened across the pale stone until the marked places where the bowls and pebbles had stood disappeared into shade. Amara left the divide working quietly behind her, its water already well along 3 separate paths. The Measure of Quiet Water. Episode 7. An Evening for Every Branch. By the time the western wall of Andhra began to turn honey-colored, 7 small bells lay in a row on the cool sill of Amara Day's survey house. They were not alike. One had a dark wooden handle polished by many hands. Another wore a loop of red cord, and the smallest was made from a shallow brass cup that gave a surprisingly certain note. Amara had tested each of them after the midday rest. She had listened from the lane, from Mint Bend, and from the first turn above the square. Then she had put them back in their row and resisted testing them again. Beside the bells lay 6 local branch cards cut from stiff cream paper and marked in charcoal and blue pencil, with Amara's distinct coordinator card set crosswise below them. Each local card named a place, a starting condition, the range that would count as balanced, and the signal to send when the local reading held steady. Nothing on them said which hand should lift a gate, which foot should stand on which stone, or how many breaths a person ought to wait before deciding that a surface had settled. Those details had been on Amara's first version. She had copied them out neatly that morning, looked at the close black rows, and understood that she had made 6 sets of instructions for becoming Amara. She had turned the cards over and begun again. Now the new cards left broad white spaces around 4 useful lines. At Cloud Step Spring, Leela would confirm that the settling bowl stayed between its 2 old line marks. At the 3-lip divide, Amara would hold the head flow and listen for all branch signals. Nico would compare the timing board at Mint Bend with the fill mark at Hearth Cistern. Tomas would attend the household overflow and the central lower run. Aaron would read Fennel Reach and Lavender End. Mira would observe the reed resting pool and carry any reports that could not be heard cleanly. Suri, who had volunteered before Amara had decided there was a role to volunteer for, would keep the square bell, note ordinary household draws, and make sure nobody mistook an empty stomach for an engineering problem. The practical work was familiar in pieces. Once each year, near the end of the gentler season, the village tested the full water network in one continuous cycle. They checked the spring's steady supply, the 3 principal divisions, the household cistern, the garden turns, and the final resting pool. Most weeks, each neighbor knew the nearby water better than anyone walking down from above could know it. The annual test was different only because all those local understandings had to agree at once. Amara had coordinated the previous 3 tests by walking nearly every channel herself. Each had been completed accurately. Each had also ended after dark, with Amara carrying a cold piece of supper home and remembering almost none of its taste. A broom whispered over paving outside. The scent of fennel and bread moved through the open window before Suri appeared at the door with a covered basket on one hip. "You have made the bells look as if they are awaiting judgment," Suri said. "They are awaiting distribution." "That is kinder." Suri set the basket on the long table. Beneath the cloth were 2 round time loaves, a row of small fennel rolls, mild cheese wrapped in leaves, and a jar of chopped herbs shining in oil. Amara looked at the quantity. "This is more than a test meal." "It is exactly a test meal. It is exactly a test meal. If the channels fail completely, we will have bread. If they perform beautifully, we will have bread. I appreciate a plan with reliable boundaries." Amara smiled and handed her the square card. "You are noting draws from Hearth Cistern. Buckets, pitchers, wash basins, anything more than a cup. Ring once when Tomas confirms the fill mark. Ring twice if a draw changes it before the next comparison." Suri read both sides, though the back was blank. "And if a child fills a cup? Ordinary use. No need to note it. If Mira fills a teapot large enough to serve the square, Mira will tell you whether it is a cup or an event. Good. Outcomes, not philosophy." Suri slipped the card into the pocket of her apron. "I can do this without knowing how you would hold the pencil." The words were lightly said, but they landed where Amara could use them. She tied the red cord bell to Suri's basket handle. The others arrived by the upper lane in loose succession. Tomas came first with a measuring rod over one shoulder, and pale stone dust still settled in the creases of his hands. Mira followed with 2 stoppered tea jars and a bundle of cups that clicked softly in a cloth bag. Aaron brought no tool except his pruning knife and a strip of woven reed marked at finger-width intervals. Nico hurried the last few steps, then made himself slow down before entering, a habit so visible that Leela, arriving behind him, raised one eyebrow. "I was not late," Nico said. "No one suggested it," Leela replied. "Your eyebrow did. My eyebrow was observing your excellent arrival." Their voices settled around the table, through the back door. The listening channel beside the house kept up its narrow, even murmur. Amara poured spring water into cups and waited until everyone had found a place. She had put the rolled network map on the table in case it was needed, but she left it rolled. The full test will take one baseline round and one final round, she said. Between them we will adjust only what the reports show needs adjustment. The acceptable ranges are on your cards. You each choose how to reach and hold them in your section. Nico looked down at his card, then up. If my timing and Thomas's mark disagree, report both. Do not correct either one until we compare their moment in the cycle. And at Lavender end, Aaron asked. The useful flow should cross the second read mark without flooding the old lavender roots. The resting pool should show a continuous inlet, but it need not be deep. You know the lower beds. Set them as you judge best. Aaron rubbed the edge of the woven strip with his thumb and nodded once. Leela read aloud from her card. Cloud step spring. Bow between white marks. Head channel clear. First bell after a steady count of 20. Am I allowed to count at my own speed? Within reason. Then I will resist composing a very long song. The group laughed, and something in Amara's shoulders eased. She showed them the signal sequence without adding a lecture. One bell from the spring meant the source was steady. The three-lip divide would answer with one note to begin release. The Eastern Gardens, Central Homes, and Western Gardens would each answer when their first readings were usable. Two quick notes meant a temporary variation or an ordinary interruption, not an alarm. Three slow notes meant stop and hold the present settings while someone carried a spoken report. They did not expect to need three. Mira lifted the smallest bell. This one sounds farther than it looks. It is for the resting pool. The lower air carries upward in the evening. And if it does not, bring the card to the square. We are testing communication too, that we needn't turn it into another ceremony. They took the cards and bells. Tomas chose the plain iron bell because he said it sounded like a spoon against a mixing bowl, and therefore could not make him nervous. Leela took the wooden-handled one. Aaron tied his to a belt loop. Nico tucked his card carefully inside a thin writing board, protecting it from spray. Mira put hers in the same bag as the cups, and promised not to pour tea over the annual record. Amara finally unrolled the map. It showed the water paths in blue and the terraces in soft blocks of gray, green, and faded violet. At its center, the three-lip divide looked like the simple thing it was: one approach and three departures cut into a broad limestone table. On a map, no distance had heat, stairs, loose gravel, neighbors, or the temptation to change a gate while passing it. Amara placed one finger on the divide. I will remain here for the baseline unless a stop signal is sent. During the final round, I will remain here through the entire cycle. Reports come to me. I do not come looking for reports. Thomas leaned over the map. Shall we write that on your card? Amara turned her own card around. In Suri's square hand, written some time while Amara had been speaking, were the words "Stay at the Divig." It appears to be covered, Amara said. They left the survey house together and separated at the first lane. Leela and Nico climbed toward the spring. Leela for the source and Nico to begin his timing at Mint Bend on the descent. Thomas and Suri went toward the square. Mira and Aaron followed the western path until one would turn down through the homes and the other continue toward the lower terraces. Amara walked alone toward the three-lip divide. The late afternoon warmth remained in the white walls, but shadows had begun to stretch across the narrow path. Rosemary brushed her skirt at one bend. Somewhere below, Suri's bakehouse door shut with a familiar wooden thump. The whole village seemed neither expectant nor solemn. A woman folded a rug over a courtyard rail. Two children carried an empty blue bucket between them, pausing to examine a beetle on the handle. The annual test belonged inside ordinary evening, as water did. At the divide, Amara laid her card on a dry stone and set the central bell beside it. She checked the three lips once. The eastern lip was open to the charcoal notch Leela had used all week. The central lip sat a hair below its summer mark to account for the cooling cistern. The western lip held the patient opening Aaron preferred for Fennel reach. Amara touched each gate handle, not to move it, but to know that it was seated. Then she sat on the low upstream wall. Cloud step water crossed the flat measure in a clear, ankle-deep sheet and divided. The three notes differed: a quick, bright ripple eastward, a quieter hollow run toward the homes, and a broad, low whisper west. She could identify them separately. The work of the evening was to let them continue together. Far uphill, a bell had not yet rung. Amara rested both palms on the cooling stone and waited for someone else to decide when the system was ready. Each. HE07H01 starty. A small bell rang uphill, then another answered far below. The first note came from Cloudstep Spring, clear and rounded in the open evening air. Leela had watched the settling bowl hold between its two white marks, and had counted her chosen 20 before sending the signal. Amara answered from the three-lip divide with one firm stroke. She lifted the eastern, central, and western gates, only to the starting marks already agreed upon, then set the bell down. Water changed its voice over all three stone lips. For several breaths there was only the nearby rush. Then Tomas's plain iron bell sounded from Hearth's cistern, its homely note rising between the roofs. From Saffron's steps came Nico's quick reply, relayed for the upper gardens before he continued down to Mint Bend. Farther west, Aaron rang once from Fennel Reach. Last came the surprising brass clarity of Mira's bell at the reed resting pool. Between the notes, Amara heard each branch settle, and waited without leaning toward its path. The replies had traveled out of sight along separate branches, yet they arrived in order: Spring, Divide, Upper Gardens, Homes, Western Reach, Resting Pool. Every section had received water on time. Distant voices followed the notes, too soft to make out his words, and Amara heard the village acknowledging the same continuous flow. Idhoke S4E07, H01. Ind. She marked the times on her card. There was no need for them to match the previous year's figures to the breath. The spring was slightly fuller this season, the time beds had been widened, and 3 households now drew from the east face of Hearth Cistern instead of the north. Balance meant that the present network served its present uses within the ranges everyone had agreed to. Nico's second signal came from Mint Bend. 1 note, a pause, then 1 note again. His card defined that pattern as baseline recorded, proceeding downhill. Amara pictured him setting the little floating cedar chip at the upper scratch, following it around the shaded curve, and noting its time at the lower scratch. She did not picture where he placed his feet. That was not part of the result. At the divide, the central branch deepened by the width of a fingernail as Hearth Cistern accepted its first fill. Amara crouched, held the end of her measuring strip at the dry reference line, and wrote down the depth. The western branch kept its low note. A pale leaf turned once at the lip and went on toward Fennel Reach. From the upper eastern path, Leela called, "Spring steady, head bowl clear." Her voice carried better than Amara expected. Amara raised a hand, though Leela could not yet see her around the bend. "Received," she called back. Leela soon appeared above the divide, walking at the measured pace of someone who knew the water behind her would not improve through hurry. She carried her branch cart under one arm and the bell loosely in one hand. "The bowl is near the upper mark," she said, "but it remained there through my count and through the release. The first time gate is taking cleanly. I marked the bed edge and will ring if it darkens past the stake." Amara looked toward the eastern path. "It would take less than 3 minutes to go see the stake." "Within your range?" she asked. "Comfortably. The rosemary bed is thirstier than the thyme, so I gave its firstier than the thyme, so I gave its first gate a little more, and the lower sage a little less. The branch itself remains at its card mark. Good. Record the local settings in the white space. Leela sat at the opposite end of the wall and wrote. Her notation consisted of 3 plant names, 2 arrows, and a small drawing that might have been a leaf or a bird. Amara's own notation would have used gate fractions. She could still understand Leela's. You are looking at my drawing, Leela said. I am verifying that it is a drawing. It is rosemary leaning toward water. Future historians will be grateful. The iron bell rang twice from below. Amara stood. 2 notes meant a variation, not a stop. She listened for a third. None came. The central branch continued without a sudden rise or fall. Tomas will report, Leela said. Yes. Amara remained standing until she noticed that remaining standing was a kind of beginning. She sat again. Mira arrived first, climbing from the square rather than from the resting pool. She had left her bell with Aaron's niece at Lavender end, and carried 2 of the cups filled with pale mint tea. The resting pool inlet is continuous, she reported. The first reed is wet, the second is dry, and the surface has begun its usual circle at the south edge. Aaron says the lavender branch is crossing his lower mark a little later than last year, but it is crossing. He is watching one uneven run beside the old purple bed. How much later? He said. Less time than it takes Mira to persuade a cautious person to drink tea. Amara accepted a cup. That is not a standard unit. I asked for clarity. He added, about half a cup. Leela took the other cup. At Mira's rate or mine, he may be forced to use numbers when he comes up. The tea was still warm. Bruised mint rose with the steam, and the cup warmed Amara's fingers where the stone wall had cooled them. She wrote, Lavender arrival slightly late. Flow continuous. Lower pool normal. Usable, she thought. The report was usable. Tomas came up the central path carrying his measuring rod like a walking stick. Nico followed a few paces behind, reading his timing board as he walked, and nearly passing Tomas when the mason stopped to let a pair of neighbors cross with washing baskets. The cistern reached its baseline mark, Tomas said. Then it fell a small thumb before the comparison interval finished. I rang twice because Surrey recorded no large draw at that moment. The overflow returned, but 9 breaths later than the card's range. Nico held up his board. And Mint Bend ran 8 breaths faster than the usual comparison. That is 1 variation above and 1 below. Amara put down her cup. The easy impulse was already laying out a route. Central path to the cistern. East turn to Mint Bend, perhaps back to the divide to compare the lip. She looked at the 3 water voices in front of her instead. Tell me what you observed, not what you think I should inspect, she said. Tomas rested the rod against the wall. The cistern inlet was clear. The float rose without sticking. When the level fell, the inlet did not change note. The overflow lip remained wet, then dried for those 9 breaths, then ran again. Any bucket sounds? One small one from the west steps, before Surrey's second look. Nothing large enough to explain a thumb. Nico? My cedar chip traveled cleanly. No leaves at the bend, no garden gate opened while I watched. The branch seemed slightly deeper at the first scratch, then ordinary at the second. I timed twice. The second run was only 4 breaths fast. Amara drew 2 lines on her card, 1 for time and 1 for depth. The variations could be connected. A brief larger release through Mint Bend might have reached the cistern early, filled it, and passed on. But it would not explain the later drop unless a draw occurred, or the central lip at the divide might be giving a pulse when the other gates changed. Yet she had been sitting beside it. Its note had remained steady. Was the household feed gate in its normal position? Leela asked. Tomas nodded. At the old chisel mark. Normal according to the stone, or normal according to Sari? Mira asked. I did not ask the stone about breakfast, Tomas said. So the chisel mark. Amara appreciated the question. Household use rarely followed a testing schedule merely because the annual record had a tidy grid. We will not adjust yet. Nico, compare your next mint and bend timing to the actual cistern fill mark, not to last year's interval. Thomas, watch the west draw steps as well as the float. Surrey's card should tell us any ordinary use she sees. Do you want me to close the feed for the comparison? Thomas asked. No. We are testing the village's water, not an empty model of it. Leave household use open. Nico turned his pencil around between his fingers. So my outcome is a paired time. Start when the divide rings, mark mint bend, then mark when hearth reaches the line. Yes, report both even if one looks wrong, and if the first looks wrong but the second explains it, then you will have brought us an explanation. He nodded, visibly pleased by the shape of the responsibility. He and Damas went back down together. Mira took the empty cups and followed as far as the square. Leela returned toward Saffron Steps to collect the garden baseline. Amara remained with the divide. The western water had changed pitch slightly, a roughness under the low whisper. She leaned close. A sprig of thyme, probably washed from an upper basket, had caught against the side of the lip. The water passed around it freely. She could lift it out in one motion. Instead, she watched. The sprig loosened, turned lengthwise, and slipped through. On the dry edge of her card, she wrote the eastern depth, central depth, and western depth. Then she added what the reports had already established: source steady. All branches received. Household variation temporary. Lower arrival late, but continuous. 2 minor variations, neither large enough to stop the test. The sun lowered until its reflection lay in a bright strip across the upstream sheet. Each ripple broke the light and remade it. Amara heard neighbors calling from terrace to terrace, not for her but to exchange their local numbers. At Saffron Steps, Leela called out the darkened soil mark. Near the square, Surrey called something about a blue bucket. Aaron's voice rose from far below, answered by Mira. The reports came in different styles. Leela drew plants. Tomas measured in thumbs and then translated them into marks. Mira carried comparisons shaped like cups. Aaron trusted a reed strip and the dark line in soil. Nico counted breaths with great care. Surrey kept a household list that probably included the purpose of every bucket, whether Amara needed it or not. Together, they described one network. When the next double note came from Hearth Cistern, Amara heard no uncertainty in it. It announced a variation to be understood. It did not ask her to take over. Nico reached the divide with his board held flat in both hands. He had climbed quickly enough for color to rise in his cheeks, but he stopped below the water table and took one full breath before speaking. Mint Bend was 6 breaths fast from the release signal, he said. Hearth Cistern reached the fill line within range, then the level fell at the same moment the west step household pipe sounded. Thomas saw no one at the steps, but Surrey rang twice and is coming with her card. So the quick bend did not make the cistern early, Amara said. No, the central run below the bend took longer than usual. Not blocked, just full along the edges. It balanced the time. Nico had drawn a clean sequence across his card. Divide bell. Upper scratch. Lower scratch. Cistern mark. Level change. Beneath it he had added the depth of the branch at each point. Amara could see his original expectation in a faint erased line. He had corrected the line instead of the water. That is a good comparison, she said. He glanced down, pleased and trying not to show it. The numbers only became useful together. They often do. Footsteps approached around the central turn. Amara waited with Nico's timing board open beside the cistern readings. OCS 4E07HO starred. One branch reading appeared wrong just as a household bucket was lifted. At Hearthcestern, Tomas had watched the float fall a thumb below its expected mark, while Nico's timing from Mint Bend ran fast. the annual test compared such temporary measurements across the network, and together these two seemed to call for a correction. Now the blue bucket and Suri's household card supplied the missing part of the sequence. The draw began through the bakehouse pipe, she explained. I opened it before the signal, but the long pipe did not deliver until the cistern reached its mark. This bucket is exactly one kneading trough and one rinsing cup. Nico set his timing board beside her record. The pipe's delayed delivery matched the falling float. Mint Bend had run fast. The fuller lower channel had softened that gain, and the ordinary household draw had caused the brief drop. Amara crossed out the correction she had not made. Then the cistern branch stays where it is, Thomas smiled. A very accurately washed trough. No gate needed changing. The recorded water draw explained the variation before anyone disturbed a balanced branch, and the test continued with the bakehouse pipe left open. Smock. Icux. 4E07H02END. Suri set down the bucket. I did not see the water leave because I was covering the dough. I heard the pipe, marked the draw, and rang when the bucket filled. Your signal crossed mine on the air. That is why the first report had no recorded draw, Thomas said. The pipe had begun, but the bucket had not. Amara looked from Suri's blocky notation to Nico's sequence, and Thomas's smaller mark beside the float depth. None of the three records would have explained the change alone. The system included the length of a household pipe and the time between turning a handle and hearing water strike a bucket. It included dough resting under cloth. It included the fact that Suri listened while her hands were occupied. Keep the draw on the annual sheet, Amara said. Not as an exception, as part of the condition under which the branch passed. Household allocation verified by bread, Suri said. At last, a formal recognition of the bakehouse. The bakehouse has never lacked recognition, Leela said as she returned from the east. Sometimes we can smell its importance from the spring. She handed Amara the eastern card. All three upper garden beds were within their soil-darkening ranges. The rosemary had taken slightly more of the first release, as Leela expected, and the sage edge had reached its marker 2 minutes later without any local flooding. That leaves Lavender End, Amara said. Aaron's bell sounded once from the western lower path, followed after a pause by Mira's brighter bell. A few minutes later, Aaron climbed into view with his reed strip tucked behind one ear. Mira walked beside him carrying the pool card. The resting pool is exactly unexciting, Mira said. Continuous inlet, both planted edges calm, no clouding. Aaron took the reed strip from behind his ear and laid it across Amara's card. A wet line darkened the lower half. Lavender End crossed the second mark, but the old purple bed took too much of the edge flow at first. I checked the little lip above it. The left corner has settled since spring. Not broken. It only favors that bet by about this much. He placed his thumbnail against less than a finger's width on the strip. What setting do you want for the final round? Amara asked. Aaron considered. A clay shim under the left of the lip, thin as 2 folded leaves. That will send a little more along the straight run. Or I can lower the right pebble and get nearly the same outcome. The shim will be easier to record and secure. Amara knew the lip. It was a palm-wide piece of old limestone set where Fennel reach divided between Lavender End's 2 longest beds. She could have specified a thickness in parts of a finger and an angle relative to the terrace wall. Aaron had watched the soil receive the water. His proposed outcome was clear. Use the shim you judge will bring both runs across their first marks together, she said. Do not change the main western gate. I had no wish to walk all the way back up and change it, Aaron replied. A principled local decision, Thomas said. A hill-shaped one. They gathered around the divide while Aaron cut a small clay piece from the damp plug Thomas kept wrapped around the end of his measuring rod. He pressed it between thumb and palm, judging thickness by feel. Then he laid it on the dry wall for everyone to see. 2 folded leaves, Nico said. 2 leaves after a modest lunch, Aaron corrected. Amara almost asked him to measure it against her strip. The question reached the back of her teeth. She looked instead at the marked reed, showing the desired lower outcome. Bring back the final wet marks, she said. I will. Aaron and Mira headed downhill to place the shim. Suri took the empty bucket toward the bakehouse and promised not to produce another delayed trough without ringing. Tomas returned to the cistern to reset the float observation, and Nico went with him to prepare the paired timing. Leela remained for a moment, drinking the last cool mouthful from her cup. One small lip, she said. One small lip. You used to look disappointed when a whole system test found so little to repair. I did not. Leela waited. I may have looked insufficiently occupied, Amara amended. A grave condition. Amara folded the baseline cards beneath a smooth stone. The test had done what it was meant to do. It had found the difference between a temporary reading and a setting that needed adjustment. It had verified the household allocation while ordinary water was being used. It had shown the garden branches reaching their markers. There was nothing disappointing in the absence of unnecessary work. They walked 10 paces upstream together to check the approach from Cloudstep Spring. The water reflected the sunset so strongly that its clear surface looked copper. Leela crouched and put 2 fingers against the channel wall. Cooling, she said. The stone had begun to release the day's warmth. Amara touched it beside her. A narrow band at the waterline was cold. Above it, the limestone held a gentle heat. The source may rise a fraction as the air cools, Amara said. It usually does. My card allows it. Yes. Leela stood. Then I will manage my terrifying fraction. She returned uphill for the final source check. Amara went back to the divide and read all the cards once. The baseline had identified 2 variations. The central discrepancy, now explained by an ordinary household draw, and the uneven lower distribution, now reduced to 1 local lip setting. Nothing else needed correction. When Aaron's distant bell rang twice and then once, Mira relayed the message from halfway up. Shim placed, both dry channels ready for the final release. Amara wrote the final round limits on her card. Source between marks. Eastern beds within stakes. Hearth cistern to fill mark while household feed remained open. Western lower runs to cross first markers together. Lavender end to reach the second read. Resting pool inlet continuous. The outcomes fit in 6 lines. Above the village, Cloudstep Spring continued to send water into the approach. Below, neighbors took their places within the responsibilities they had already bounded for themselves. Amara set the central bell on the stone and waited for Leela's signal. The first preparation note traveled down from the spring as the sun touched the sea haze beyond Lavender End. Amara answered with 2 measured strokes, the signal for every section to set its local branch and hold. She did not touch the 3 principal gates yet. Around her, the divide gathered water behind its lips. It did not gather much. The upstream sheet deepened perhaps half a finger, but its sound became rounder, less broken. Amara checked the approach mark, made 1 notation and put the pencil down. The final test required a full cycle held steady. Once begun, no one was to improve a passing reading merely because another setting looked elegant. From the east came a faint wooden knock as Leela seated a guarding gate. From below came Thomas's iron bell, 1 low note confirming the cistern float was reset. A voice at the square repeated the signal for someone behind a wall. Far west, the lower branch went briefly quiet while Aaron placed his adjusted lip and returned the small gates to their start marks. Mira's brass bell sounded last. Amara lifted all 3 gates to the agreed openings. The water entered the branches with a smooth, simultaneous change of pitch. She rang once to begin the timed cycle. Her task now was to hold the shared boundary. She watched the approach, the 3 depths, and the color of the water. She listened for the signals. Everything else belonged to the sections beyond her sight. That understanding did not make the past disappear from her mind. The eastern path waited a few steps away, climbing past thyme and rosemary. The central path curved downhill to Mint Bend and Hearthkistern. The western path crossed an easy shelf before beginning its long descent. From where she stood, Amara could take 3 minutes to inspect the first eastern stake, 5 to reach the cistern, or 7 to see the top of Fennel Reach. She had walked each distance so often that her body seemed to know how long to lean toward it. Leela's bell rang once. Upper source steady. Nico's reply came from the eastern timing point. First garden branch within range. Amara wrote both, then looked up, instead of down a path, at the western lip. A wavering thread of foam appeared and vanished. The depth held. At the central lip, reflected sunlight had faded from copper to rose. The stone beneath Amara's palm cooled as the air moved downslope. The first long interval began. During it, the head release had to remain unchanged while local branches took their allocations. It was the portion of the annual test Amara had once considered too important to observe from only one place. And earlier she had asked Thomas to mind the divide while she went down to check the cistern, then asked Leela to watch it while she crossed to the western gardens. Each exchange had introduced a different hand at the most consequential gates. She had collected more observations and created less continuity. This evening she stayed. Thomas rang once from Hearthcistern. The fill mark had been reached within the range. A moment later, Surrey's red cord bell answered once from the square. Household feed open. No unrecorded large draw. Nico's 2-note timing signal followed. Not a variation this time, but the paired mark agreed during the discovery. Amara entered the times. Mint Bend remained slightly quicker than last year's annual figure, yet the cistern reached its proper level at the proper point in this cycle. No number needed to be made lonely by comparison with a vanished season. Voices drifted upward. East step wet, someone called. Received, Leela answered. Then, Thomas, overflow begun. Surrey called, household line clear. The reports were not addressed to Amara, and she did not turn them into questions. Neighbors confirmed one another within their sections. Her own card asked only whether the shared system stayed inside its boundaries. The eastern depth dipped by a sliver as the rosemary bed opened. It remained above the lower charcoal line. Amara watched it settle and made no correction. Soon Leela's bell rang once again. The card's signal that all 3 upper beds had received their set portions. The eastern branch passed. The western signal took longer. It was supposed to. Fennel Reach rewarded a patient release, and Lavender End was the farthest useful branch. Amara listened past the near central water for the lower note. She heard a laugh from the square, a cupboard door, the scrape of a bench. Bread and fennel seed moved uphill on the breeze. The smell made the remaining test interval feel less like an empty duration and more like part of the evening everyone was already entering. Mira rang twice from the lower terraces. Amara's hands stopped above the card. 2 notes at that stage meant a local comparison, not a failure. She waited. Aaron's bell answered once. Then Mira rang once. The sequence was the one they had improvised on their section card. First lower run at its mark. Second lower run at its mark. Resting pool receiving. Both branches had arrived separately, close enough in time to satisfy Aaron's outcome, and the water beyond them remained continuous. Amara noted the sequence. She did not go to see the clay shim. The full cycle hold still remained. Each section would keep its settings while a final measure passed from the source to the resting pool. The village used a song-length interval for ordinary rotations, but for the annual record they used the travel of a marked float through the upper measure and a sand glass at Hearthkistern. Leela would release the float. Thomas would turn the glass. Their final signals had to agree within the wide margin on the cards. At Cloudstep Spring, the wooden-handled bell rang 3 quick, bright notes. Not the 3 slow stop notes, but the familiar float-release pattern. Amara saw the marker arrive less than a minute later, a disc of pale cork with a blue edge, moving in the center of the approach. It turned gently as it crossed the reflected sky. She knelt near the central lip, but kept her hands on the dry stone. The marker passed the reference scratch. She rang once. Water carried it toward a shallow catching grate before the divide. It bumped the first reed, slipped sideways and lodged for half a breath against a wet leaf. Amara felt the old instinct rise. Free it, restart. Protect the comparison. The leaf shifted under the flow. The disc passed through the grate and settled in the little catching bowl exactly as designed. She rang once more. Below, Tomas turned the sandglass. The system held. Upper water entered. 3 shares left. The gates did not require hands to remain true. Amara stood at the center and listened to the separate notes settle into something she could no longer divide without concentrating. Nico came into view on the central path, then stopped at the last turn below her. His card required him to remain between Mint Bend and the cistern during the hold, able to hear both signals. He lifted one hand in greeting but did not climb farther. Amara returned the gesture. The first temptation had been to walk every path. A subtler one was to call down and ask for details before they were due. She did not call. Nico leaned against the terrace wall and listened. When the cistern's overflow note changed, he looked downhill, checked his board and wrote. His responsibility had edges. Within them he did not need Amara's permission to observe or decide. At the east, Leela moved between the beds. Amara could see only the top of her straw hat at intervals above the rosemary. Once, the hat remained still for so long that Amara imagined Leela had found a gate displaced. Then Leela stood, checked the soil against her marked stake, and continued. No variation signal came. The final sunlight left the divide. Blue shade collected first in the narrow channels, then over the pale terrace walls. Water held the last brightness longer than stone did. Tomas's bell rang once, half interval, cistern steady. Suri's rang once, household allocation normal. Aaron's sounded far below, Lavender second mark reached. Mara's brass answer rose from the resting pool, inlet continuous. Amara read the column on her card. Every current value stood between its 2 acceptable boundaries. She did not yet mark the test complete. The full sand interval had to finish, the gardens had to close their measured turns, and the final resting flow had to remain clear after the gates shifted back to evening allocations. She breathed with the water for a time, not counting. The divide had its own balance beneath the numbers. When the western branch took slightly more over a ripple, the next ripple favored the central lip. Small changes moved through the common sheet and averaged themselves before anyone became a need. From the square, Suri began ringing a slow series unrelated to the formal code. 1, pause, 1, pause, 1, 1. Amara frowned until she heard Suri call, not a signal. I am persuading children to stop testing the supper bell. Thomas called back, is the persuasion within range? Results are pending. Laughter moved up the terraces. Amara wrote nothing about it on the annual card. At last the iron bell gave 2 firm notes. The sand had run through. Nico checked the paired time and raised his hand. Leela signaled the upper hold complete. Aaron and Mira answered from below, their bells separated by the travel time they had already established. Amara closed the 3 main gates only as far as the evening allocation marks. The water sounds softened but did not cease. Each section now had to return its local gates to ordinary use and take 1 closing reading. She waited at the divide. The closing readings did not all return immediately. That interval belonged to the test as much as the louder release had. Local keepers needed time to see whether reduced evening flows settled cleanly after the full cycle. Amara laid the 3 passing cards side by side and kept the principal lips at their evening marks. Nico returned down the central path to listen at Mint Bend. Tomas followed only as far as the cistern, where he leaned the measuring rod against the float housing and waited for its small wooden pointer to stop moving. Leela remained near Amara until the eastern depth reached a stable line, then walked up toward the sage bed without asking Amara to mind anything beyond the divide. Aaron and Mira were still below. Their final confirmation required the longest travel because the lower channels had to empty from test depth into ordinary depth without leaving one lavender run dry. The clay shim had corrected the distribution during the fuller release. Now it had to remain useful when less water crossed the lip. Amara could not see that small division from above. She could only hear the main western run and wait for the people beside it to judge the result. Mira came along the western shelf carrying her empty cup bag. She stopped on the far side of the channel and looked at Amara, then at the cards. "Are we still holding our kitchen branch?" she asked. Amara checked the time. The kitchen branch belonged within Aaron's section, and his outcome card allowed household use to resume after Lavender N's first closing signal. That signal had not come until Aaron rings once, Amara said. "Then you may take the ordinary evening amount." Mira nodded. She did not ask what width the gate should be. Aaron marked the ordinary setting at the second nick on the handle. "Use the mark you and Aaron set." Mira rested her cup bag on the wall and waited. The fennel beds below gave the air a sweet green scent. After a little while, the lower bell sounded once. "There it is," Mira said. She went down the side stair. Amara heard a wooden gate settle. Then a narrow new thread joined the western water. Its draw lowered the depth at the divide by less than the thickness of the pencil line. The branch remained within range. Mira returned with damp fingers and lifted her cup bag. "Second nick. The basin is filling. Thank you. I will close it when the shadow reaches the lower step." She went back down toward the resting pool. The kitchen branch did not appear separately on the annual sheet. It was one of the small household and garden uses gathered under the Western allocation. Yet the full system was balanced only if those ordinary marks worked after the formal release. Amara added a small notation beneath Aaron's result. Western kitchen branch resumed its second nick. Western main held. From above came the rub of Leela's sandals on stone. She did not ring, because the closing garden confirmation was meant to arrive only after all 3 beds had settled. Amara heard her speak aloud to herself somewhere behind the rosemary wall. "The upper edge," Leela said. "Dart to the stake. No farther. And sage still taking. Let it take." Their voices faded. Amara looked at the eastern lip. It held a bright, quick current even at the smaller setting. She had once treated every moment between a question and its answer as unused time. Now she could feel how much local work occupied it, watching a soil edge darken, waiting for a float to settle, letting a long, shallow channel find its level. Tomas rang from the cistern, one note followed by a soft accidental clink as the bell touched the measuring rod. A few breaths later, Nico replied from Mint Bend. The central closing values agreed. Nico called uphill. "Ordinary time at the bend," Thomas answered. "Evening mark at Hearth." Amara wrote both. Central closing received. The words traveled down but did not summon either man to her. They continued their own reset. Tomas checked that the float cover was seated. Nico retrieved the cedar chip from its catching screen and drained it on the wall. Those details needed doing, and neither required coordination from the divide. Leela's garden bell rang once. The east section had settled. Only the west remained. The sunset had gone from the channel surface, leaving a pale band of open sky reflected upstream. Amara could now hear the different heights of the village more clearly than she could see them. Nearby, the divide ran over stone. Halfway down, Hearth Kistern added its hollow overflow. At the lower limit of hearing, water touched something softer soil, reeds, or both. Mira's brass note rose through that layered sound. One note meant the resting pool still received. Aaron answered with one from Lavender end. After the formal patterns of the evening, the two simple strokes felt almost conversational. Amara entered the last closing values. No branch had fallen outside range during the return to ordinary allocation. The local shim worked at both test and evening depths. Household draws at the cistern and on the western shelf had occurred without breaking downstream continuity. The annual test had not merely filled an empty network. It had balanced a network while the village used it. Nico and Tomas began climbing back. Leela appeared at the eastern turn carrying a shallow herb basket against her hip. Aaron and Mira would take longer, and nobody called for them to hurry. Amara placed her palm once more on the broad stone between the three lips. It was fully cool now. The water above it approached as a common sheet met the boundaries the village had set and became three useful directions. Nothing in that division suggested that one branch mattered less because another was farther away, or that the hand at the center knew more than the hands at the ends. When the returning neighbors gathered, Amara did not read their details back as commands. She asked each for the outcome on the card, accepted the local notation that supported it, and marked the shared result. The gentle work of the final test had been less a sequence of her decisions than a period in which many good decisions held together. Leela came first, as the upper distance was shortest. Spring bowl between marks. East gardens received their portions, all gates at evening positions. Any local change during the hold? I narrowed the sage by 1 leaf width when it reached its stake, as allowed on my card. I left rosemary open until the last signal. Amara checked the outcome, not the technique. All 3 soil marks were recorded within range. Eastern section passes. Tomas and Nico arrived together. The cistern card showed the start mark, fill mark, household draw, overflow start, half interval, and full interval. Nico's times linked Mintbend to each. The two used different handwriting and had written around one another without confusion. Central section passes, Amara said. Thomas looked at the main gates. You have not moved from here. I moved from sitting to standing several times. A vigorous test. They remained while the lower signals completed. The western branch took on its evening whisper. Far away, one bell rang, then another. Aaron's voice eventually carried from the path. Both lavender runs holding. Pool clear, Mira added. And the cup comparison was half a cup, for the record. Whose cup? Leela called. Mine, which is the only cup comparison under responsible management. Aaron and Mira climbed slowly, leaving local gates in the care of the households and growers who used them. Aaron's reed strip bore 2 wet lines nearly level with one another. The clay shim had stayed seated. Lavender end received its useful flow, and the reed resting pool took the remainder without clouding or a dry break. Western section passes, Amara said. For a moment nobody spoke. The water did. At the divide it crossed all 3 lips in the reduced evening measure, continuous and plain. Amara drew a line beneath the final column. Every branch had entered the agreed range. The coordinated test was complete. What remained was return, confirmation, and signatures. She picked up the central bell and rang the last formal signal. One long note traveled over the terraces. From the spring to the resting pool, neighbors answered it in sequence. Not because another adjustment was needed, but because their sections were finished. The group left the 3-lip divide by their own routes. Leela went uphill for the spring card. Tomas and Nico descended by Hearth Kistern. Aaron took the western path, and Mira carried the used cups toward the square. Amara gathered the central bell, her pencil, and the baseline cards. She did not follow any of them. Their closing reports had already arrived, and the smell of time bread had begun to rise through the cooling lanes. By the time she reached the square, the returned cards were gathering beneath the plane tree. The annual sheet waited on a square table beneath the plane tree. Surrey had brought it from the survey house and weighted its corners with 4 smooth pieces of oven brick. The sheet held a diagram simpler than Amara's wall map. Source: 3 main branches, named destinations and blank boxes for results. Around it gathered the returning participants and several neighbors who had managed individual garden gates. Leela arrived from above and placed the cloud step card in its box. Final bowl level below the upper white mark and above the lower. Settling water clear. Head gate returned to evening flow. Leela signed beside her plant-shaped notation. Thyme, rosemary, and sage all reached their stakes. No edge wash. Surrey gave them each a piece of fennel roll but did not uncover the larger loaves yet. This is administrative bread, she explained. Supper bread begins after signatures. Mira came up from the lower lane with the brass bell wrapped in its cloth. Reed resting pool remained clear after the evening setting. The inlet narrowed as intended, but never broke. Aaron followed with damp clay still marking his fingertips. Lavender end passed at the test setting and at the evening setting. The shim remains seated under the lip. I wedged its outer edge and tied it to the gate cord, so it cannot wash into the run. His report settled the physical detail without handing Amara the whole responsibility. Which will be more stable without making the lip difficult to reset? She asked. The clay now in place? A fired piece roughened on both faces might last longer, but this one will hold. Then record the installed clay as the final setting. If you later make a like-for-like fired piece, treat that as ordinary maintenance, not unfinished correction. Aaron wrote the installed thickness, its tie, and its 2 validated depths on the lower card. The clay stays where it passed. Good. That was the last minor setting. No concealed correction waited in a channel bed. No one produced a gate they had adjusted without reporting. The cards returned with wet thumbprints, herb sketches, timing columns, masonry symbols, and household notes. Their surfaces looked nothing like Amara's old uniform forms. Their outcomes agreed. At Lavender end, the proven setting remained physically in place. Seated, secured, and carrying the same balanced evening flow the Western team had measured. She laid them in geographic order around the annual sheet and read each closing result aloud. Cloud Step Spring, source stable, through baseline and full cycle. Eastern Gardens household independent branch allocation received by all 3 of our beds. Mint bend, timing within current seasonal range, with the faster clean bend noted for ordinary monitoring. Hearth cistern, fill, household draw, and overflow verified under active use. Fennel reach and lavender end, final useful flows within marks after 1 local lip adjustment. Reed resting pool, continuous clear remainder at test and evening settings. Nico traced the diagram without touching the paper. Every branch. Every named branch in every allocation required by this test, Amara said. She checked the completion boxes. Source: Eastern Gardens. Central Homes. Western Gardens. Central Homes. Western Gardens. Lower settling. Signals. Evening receipt. The annual record required signatures from the coordinator and at least 1 keeper from each principal branch. Amara signed first, writing the date and the start and completion bells. Leela signed for the Eastern branch. Tomas started to sign for the Central branch, then pushed the pencil toward Surrey. You explained its only interesting behavior, he said. Surrey took the pencil. And I represent the determined use of water for flower. They both signed. Aaron signed for the Western branch, and Mira added her name beside the resting pool result. Nico signed the timing comparison as recorder. Amara placed the pencil at the bottom line and wrote, Annual full channel balance test complete. All household and garden allocations verified. 1 lavender end lip setting finalized locally. No further system correction required. She read it once, then put the pencil down. The practical task was finished. Surrey removed the 4 oven brick weights. May I now recognize as completion with non-administrative bread? You may, Amara said. The cloth came off the basket. People began carrying cards and bells toward the survey house in twos and threes. Amara slid the signed annual sheet between two clean boards. She did not make a second copy at the square. The figures would still be there tomorrow. For a little while, the square loosened around the finished record. Siri carried the 4 pieces of oven brick back to the low wall by the bakehouse, then folded the administrative cloth into a small square and tucked it beneath the breadbasket. Tomas turned the pencil once between his fingers before setting it beside the boards, where it no longer belonged to any particular branch. The gestures were ordinary and unhurried. Nothing waited behind them. Leela sat on the rim of the dry planter and finished the piece of fennel roll Suri had given her. Aaron washed the last pale trace of clay from his fingertips at the basin. Mira poured the unused water from the field cups around the roots of the plane tree, moving from one side to the other because the earth there was dusty. Nobody called these things part of the test. The bells lay together in their cloths. Without distance between them, they looked smaller than they had sounded across the terraces. The plain iron cup rested against the wooden-handled bell. The brass one caught a narrow reflection of the western sky. Their replies had crossed walls, gardens, roofs, and bends that no one person could see at once. Now they needed only to be put away. Nico picked up one end of the clean boards. Amara took the other. Around them, conversation had already changed its shape. Mira asked Leela whether the late time would be ready for cutting in 2 days. Thomas wanted to know who had moved the long bench under the fig tree. Suri answered that the bench had moved because 6 people had carried it, which was the most reliable known cause of a bench changing location. They started toward the survey house at a pace slow enough to keep the signed sheet level. The lane had lost its afternoon glare. Window ledges held shallow bands of blue shadow, and the white walls gave back the day's warmth through Amara's sleeve. When the boards brought her close to them, below the houses water continued in several notes at once. No note asked them to turn aside. The lane to the survey house had grown blue by the time Amara and Nico carried the boards inside. The room kept the last of the day's warmth, though the sill beneath the bells was cold. They returned each bell to its place. Dark wooden handle, plain iron cup, red cord, small brass, and the others between them. Their notes were finished for the year. Nico stacked the branch cards beside the annual record. He aligned their bottom edges, considered the uneven sides, and left them uneven. They will not fit neatly in the old envelope, he said. We can use the wider folder. The one for repair sketches? These are sketches of how the system worked. He found the folder and tied it with soft blue cord. Amara wrote the episode's date only, the date, not a summary on its outer flap. The signed sheet went in front, Amara's coordinator card behind it, and the 6 local cards behind that. No loose paper remained on the table. They washed the cups and the measuring strip in the little basin. Nico wiped the cedar timing chip and set it on the window ledge to dry. Amara sharpened the pencil with 3 turns of a small knife, stopped before the point became perfect, and returned it to the jar. Outside, voices had begun to gather beneath the plane tree. They were quieter than the working calls that had crossed the terraces. A bench scraped once. Cups touched the tabletop. Suri laughed at something Thomas said, and the sound softened as someone opened the bakehouse door. Will you check the listening channel before we go? Nico asked. Amara heard no dependence in the question. He was looking at the narrow water beside the house because it was pleasant, not because the signed record had failed to convince him. We can listen to it, she said. They stood at the back threshold. The small channel received a thread from the central branch and carried it past a row of flat stones before returning it downhill. Its note was clear and low. A moth hovered over one reflected patch of sky, touched nothing, and moved into the mint leaves. Nico listened for a few breaths. It sounds ordinary. Yes, that seems like a good result. He went ahead to the square. Amara closed the survey house door but did not latch the shutters. Night air could pass through the room and dry the damp corners of the cards. At the lower end of the return lane, Amara slowed. SOH Oak H4E07H03 start. Amara reached a fork where she could inspect 3 gates and instead turned towards supper. The eastern path would have shown her Leela's evening setting among the rosemary. The central steps led to the cistern float, and the western stair offered a last view of the adjusted lip above Lavender End. All 3 branch teams had already returned their cards. Every final reading lay inside its agreed range. Every household and garden allocation had been confirmed, and the annual record was signed complete. She left the gates to the neighbors who had set them. From uphill came the bright thread of cloudstep water crossing the upper stones. The central run answered under the lane, fuller and more hollow near Hearth Cistern. Far below, the western branch whispered through Fennel and Lavender before entering the reeds. No bell interrupted them. The sounds overlapped without a break. Amara took the path to the square. Behind her, the uninterrupted water continued through all 3 branches, confirming the completed test as she walked away. Nifricas 4E07 H3E. She did not hurry. Cooling limestone gave back the warmth it had held all afternoon when her hand brushed the wall beside the path. The top stones were still faintly warm and the shaded joints were cool. Lavender scent rose from below, no longer sharp with sun. It mingled with bread, thyme, and the green smell of water moving under leaves. At the square, no one had arranged a formal meal. The annual sheet was already gone, and the table beneath the plane tree had become an ordinary supper table. Suri had torn the thyme loaves into broad pieces. Mira poured mint and lemon balm tea from one jar and cool spring water from the other. Tomas cut the cheese with the same small knife he used for clay string, after cleaning it under Suri's direct supervision. Amara sat between Leela and Aaron. Someone passed her bread before she asked. The crust cracked under her fingers, and the inside released warm thyme and a little steam. The eastern rosemary will want a shorter turn tomorrow, Leela said, spreading herb oil on her bread. Not because of the test, because it drank well today. You know its range, Amara replied. Leela glanced at her. I do. That was all they said about the eastern branch. Across the table, Aaron mentioned that a fired shim might someday make a durable like-for-like replacement. Thomas suggested 2 crossing grooves so it would hold without sticking. They compared the likely texture of 2 local clays, but there was no corrective work waiting for morning. Neither asked Amara to choose between them. After a while their discussion wandered toward a cracked flower pot, then toward whether the pot's owner had planted basil in it precisely because the crack provided drainage. It is possible to call almost any crack a feature after adding basil, Mira observed. Suri handed her cheese. That sentence explains half the village. Nico had brought the blue bucket to the edge of the square. It rested upside down near the cistern steps, a plain object again. He told Leela how its delayed fill had crossed his first timing report. I thought 2 wrong numbers had found each other, he said, but one number was only early in the story and the other had a bucket attached. Leela nodded as if this were a useful way to understand both channels and neighbors. Most numbers improve when you learn what they were doing. Amara ate the bread slowly enough to taste the fennel seed in its crust. During previous annual tests, supper had often become another review. She would unfold the map between plates, compare the figures while everyone remembered them, and circle tasks for morning. Tonight the record was stored. No corrective task waited for daylight. The plane leaves shifted overhead. Their dark shapes crossed the lamplight on the table. Beyond the square wall, Hearth Cistern overflowed with a low, rounded note. Now and then a household pipe sounded briefly as someone filled a night pitcher. The cistern level accommodated the draws and continued toward the gardens. Suri poured Amara more water. Did the system pass? You signed the sheet. I signed for a bucket and a branch. I am asking whether the person who sat at the middle believes the whole thing passed. Amara looked around the table. Leela was listening to Mira describe a tea blend. Thomas turned a fennel rollover in search of the crispest side. Aaron rubbed a bit of dried clay from his cuff. Nico had stopped talking about timings and was showing Suri how the cedar chip spun when released too close to a channel wall. It passed, Amara said. And did you inspect every gate? No. Suri drank from her cup. Then perhaps next year we can begin supper before midnight with no sense of reckless innovation. It is not yet fully dark. We should not become proud. The conversation thinned naturally as people ate. No one filled the quieter spaces simply because they had opened. The sounds beyond the table came forward. A broom on paving at the far side of the square, an evening insect beneath the cistern wall. Water slipping through the overflow notch, a cup set down on wood. Someone at the end of the table began peeling a late pear with a little horn-handled knife. The skin came away in one wavering green ribbon. When it broke, Mira divided the fruit into narrow pieces and passed the plate without asking who wanted one. Amara took a slice. It was cool, faintly grainy, and sweeter near the peel. The plate traveled around the table and returned with a single piece left for Suri. A pair of children crossed the upper edge of the square carrying the blue bucket between them. It was empty now and bumped softly against each of their knees. They had used it to gather fallen plane leaves, though most of the leaves escaped whenever they tried to tip them into a heap. Suri watched one yellow leaf sail back across the paving and made no suggestion about a better method. The children followed it, whispering as though the leaf might hear them. Beyond the awning, the reflected sunset withdrew from the cistern wall by slow degrees. Gold became rose. Rose became a pale strip of gray. And then the stone held only the small amber lamps from the square. Amara did not notice the exact moment of change. She noticed afterward that everyone's faces had softened into the same low light. Leela leaned back against the trunk of the plane tree. The spring bell sounded very near from up there, she said. I knew it must be carrying all the way down, but it felt as if I were ringing for the bowl and the two of us. At Lavender End, it sounded like a spoon dropped in another street, Aaron said. A dignified spoon, Thomas reminded him. They smiled, and the subject passed. No one reconstructed the order of the replies. The bells were already on their shelf, and the evening had no need to perform itself again. Leela broke the last fennel roll in half and gave one piece to Amara for the uphill walk. I am walking downhill. Then it will be less strenuous bread. Amara wrapped it in a corner of cloth. The lamps burned lower. One by one, neighbors carried cups to the basin and left by the lanes nearest their homes. Aaron went west with Thomas, still speaking quietly about clay. Mira took the tea jars to her house across the square. Nico and Leela climbed toward the herb terraces, their footsteps fading above the plane tree. Suri folded the bread cloth and shook crumbs into her palm. There is a heel left. Keep it for morning. A sensible allocation. Together they moved to the bench under the awning. Amara carried the cups inside the bakehouse while Suri covered the cheese. The ovens had cooled, but their bricks still held a deep, dry warmth. A faint dusting of flour lay on the kneading trough that had caused the evening's only apparent discrepancy. Its clean wood smelled of grain and water. They did not discuss the test again. When the square was set in order, Suri took the north lane, and Amara took the lower path toward home. The village walls had turned pale blue under the first stars. Small lamps glowed behind shutters. From an open courtyard came the soft clink of someone washing supper dishes. From another, the murmur of a story already halfway told. Amara passed Hearth Kistern without climbing its steps. She could hear the overflow. That was enough. At the next bend, the central channel divided into smaller household runs. One slipped beneath a stone cover and emerged beside a fig tree. Another traced the outer wall of a quiet courtyard. Their notes were thinner than the water at the three-lip divide. but they belonged to the same unbroken evening sound. She followed it without measuring. The lane descended in shallow steps whose centers had been polished by generations of feet. Amara knew where the third step leaned, and where the seventh held a little coolness after sunset. She let her pace find them without looking down. The wrapped bread in her hand gave off a last trace of fennel whenever the cloth moved. At a courtyard opening, an old woman sat combing her hair beside a lamp. She lifted 2 fingers in greeting, and Amara answered with a hand that held the bread. Neither spoke. From inside the house came the rustle of bedding shaken out for the night. A shutter settled into place across the lane, then another farther below, each sound separate from the water and briefly held within it. The fork toward the eastern gates appeared between 2 walls. Amara passed it. The narrow stair to the cistern's lower ledge appeared after the fig tree. She passed that as well. When the western viewing step opened beside the lane, she kept to the worn center of the path. Reflected lamplight moved along the channel covers at her side, appearing in one gap and vanishing beneath the next stone. There was relief in not turning, but it was not the relief of escaping unfinished work. It was the quieter ease of knowing where the work now rested. In Leela's evening turn, Thomas and Suri's household marks, Nico's timing notes, Aaron's settled clay, Mira's clear pool report, and all the small local judgments that had returned on cards in different hands. Amara did not need to gather those hands into her own in order for them to remain connected. The path crossed above Fennel Reach, where the long, shallow run made almost no noise over its smooth bed. Amara heard it only when a stem touched the surface and tapped lightly against the wall. Farther down, Lavender End gave back a softer whisper. The terraces were mostly dark, their rows suggested by scent, Fennel's green sweetness, lavender cooling in the night, a trace of sage where the air rose from the east. No lamp moved among the gates. No one was checking after the check. Amara reached the low wall above the sea path and paused. Reflected starlight trembled in the narrow western channel. It passed the branch toward the old purple bed, crossed the straight run beside it, and went on beyond her view. She did not step down to compare the two. Aaron's wet marks were in the folder. The lavender had received its share. The resting pool inlet was continuous. Below, reeds shifted in the evening breeze. Their dry leaves made a hush around the quieter sound of water settling among their roots. Amara continued toward her house. She carried no measuring rod and no cards, only the wrapped half-roll Leela had given her. Her hands smelled faintly of cool limestone, mint tea, and bread. At her gate, she could still distinguish the network if she chose. Spring water high on the slope, the central hollow near the cistern, the long western thread at the lower terraces. Yet as she listened, the parts joined. Distant voices had faded. The last bell had long since stopped. What remained was one continuous evening murmur traveling from Cloud Step Spring through the divide, past homes and herbs to the reeds below. The sound did not ask to be inspected. Amara opened her gate, went inside, and left the balanced water to the many hands that knew its branches. The Measure of Quiet Water, Episode 8, Water After Lamplight. On the long table in Amara Day's survey house, the village water had become blue ink. It began at Cloud Step Spring in the upper right corner of the largest sheet, past the oval of the settling bowl, and narrowed through the upper measure before reaching the dark, 3-pointed mark of the divide. From there it traveled in lines of different widths among pale shapes for walls, terraces, lanes, and houses. The eastern line stepped through rosemary, thyme, and sage. The central line curved past Mint Bend and into Hearthchistern. The western branch crossed the long descent to Fennel Reach. All three found their relations again below the square. passing Lavender End before the last thin line opened into the green-washed reeds of the resting pool. Amara had drawn every measured length to scale. She had marked every gate, spillway, settling bowl, cistern, and stone lip. Fine numerals stood beside changes in fall. Small arrows showed the customary direction of flow. Dotted blue lines recorded buried passages beneath lanes and courtyard paving. In the lower corner she had ruled a key so exact that even the spaces between its symbols matched. The map was accurate. It was also, she had begun to understand, unfinished. Morning light entered through the east window and disclosed the grain of the paper. The sheet had been made in the village from linen scraps and reed fiber, and its surface rose in faint ridges beneath the ink. Where Amara's pen had crossed one of those ridges, the line broadened almost too little to see. She ran a clean finger beside the course from Mint Bend to Hearth Cistern without touching it. For 3 evenings she had reviewed the drawing against her field books. Each figure agreed. Each reach connected properly to the next. Yet the map still seemed to describe a system empty of the people who used it. She moved 7 chairs around the table. The survey house had rarely held 7 visitors at once. It was one broad room with shelves along 2 walls, a washstand, the long table, and a narrow desk beneath the west window. Gauges hung from pegs in ascending length. Rolls of earlier plans rested in labeled pigeonholes. A cabinet held inks, string, spare gate markers, chalk, and the small tools needed for adjusting instruments. Beside the back wall, the listening channel passed through an open stone trough before disappearing under the lane toward Mint Bend. Its low voice lay beneath every other sound in the room. Amara opened both shutters. Cool air brought mint from the shaded beds and the warmer, sharper scent of thyme from above. She set stones at the corners of the map, placed pencils and small slips of paper within reach of every chair, and put her field books on the sill rather than on the table. That last choice required more thought than it should have. The first knock was Surrey's elbow against the open door. Her hands were occupied by a round tray bearing a teapot, 8 cups, and a cloth-covered bowl. "If this is the final map," Surrey said, "it ought to survive breakfast. The ink is dry. I was thinking of the map makers." She set the tray on the washstand, safely distant from the paper, and uncovered a bowl of small fennel biscuits. Steam lifted from the pot with the scents of lemon balm and bruised mint. Amara had prepared pencils, blotting cloths, spare paper, and 2 kinds of ink. She had not prepared tea. Surrey poured the first cup and put it at the empty place nearest the listening channel. "That one can cool for you," she said. "You prefer it after it has stopped being tea in everyone else's opinion." Mira arrived carrying a narrow box of colored pencils and 3 folded notes from customers at the tea house. Thomas followed with a flat mason's board tucked under his arm, explaining that it was useful for supporting paper outdoors, and also for discouraging anyone from rolling the map before they had finished with it. Leela brought a sprig each of rosemary, thyme, sage, mint, lemon balm, fennel, and lavender, their stems wrapped in damp cloth. Aaron came with a coil of fine basket fiber and 2 branch cards from the lower terraces. Nico arrived last, not late, bearing the rotation board under one arm and a sharpened pencil behind each ear. They filled the little room without crowding it. Bags went beneath chairs. Thomas leaned his board against the wall. Mira placed her notes beside the colored pencils. Leela arranged the herbs along the windowsill as if setting out a second, fragrant map. Amara remained standing at the head of the table until everyone had found a place. In earlier seasons, she would have begun by explaining the drawing. She would have named its scale, its symbols, and the sources of its measurements before inviting questions at the end. The words waited in their familiar order. She let them wait. "This is the village flow map," she said instead. "It is the final draft only if all of you can use it. I know where the measurements belong. You know what the water is like where you meet it. Today we put both kinds of knowledge on the same paper. Corrections first. Explanations after, if we need them. Nico took one pencil from behind his ear. Can we write on it? Please do. He looked at the clean sheet, then at Amara. Directly? Amara slid the pencil slips toward him. A slip if you are uncertain, the map itself when you are not. Suri chose a biscuit. We may be here until winter if you keep asking permission to obey her. Nico smiled, bent over the lower edge of the map, and wrote rotation board beside the small square Amara had used for its post. His lettering slanted uphill. It was the first mark on the sheet not made by Amara's hand. Conversation began slowly, then gathered as water did after a gate lifted. Leela found that the upper terrace footpath was shown 2 paces too far east of the sage wall. Thomas added a small culvert beneath the lane above Hearth Cistern, built before Amara had begun surveying and hidden by later paving. Mira marked the side of the square from which a person could read the cistern gauge without standing in the path of household pitchers. Aaron drew a woven symbol beside a low willow screen at Fennel Reach, where branch cards stayed dry in light rain. Suri added the bakehouse oven, not because it touched a channel, but because the smell of bread told people on the early household turn that the cistern had had time to recover after dawn use. Amara nearly asked how many minutes after the oven was lit that recovery usually occurred. Then she remembered the point of the morning and asked a different question. Is the smell reliable? More reliable than the bakehouse clock, Suri said. The clock loses time whenever Thomas oils it. It gains character, Thomas said. It gains 7 minutes. Amara wrote bread and Fennel morning recovery in the margin of her field slip. The words looked peculiar beside her columns of depths and intervals. They also named something true. Mira unfolded the notes from the tea house. One customer had reported that the central branch could be heard beneath the fig leaves before it could be seen from the upper lane. Another said the air cooled noticeably at the turn toward Mint Bend. The third, written by a child in large, careful letters, said that the reed resting pool was reached when the frogs sounded close enough to be under one's shoes. There were no frogs beneath the shoes. There were no frogs beneath the shoes, the note added. Seasonal, Aaron said. Useful in spring and early summer. Less so after the dry month. Mira added when frogs are calling and placed the note near the pool. Leela took the thyme sprig from the sill and laid it beside the eastern branch without touching the paper. This boundary is hard to find from above when the beds have been cut back, she said. But the thyme changes scent after the little drop. Upstream, the wall holds the morning shade and the leaves stay cool. Downstream, they warm sooner. If you smell warm thyme, you have passed the second gate. Amara looked at the precise gate symbol. A stranger following the map might count walls and still choose the wrong narrow turning. Warm thyme would correct them. Put it in, she said. Leela wrote in small upright letters. Soon the map held phrases Amara would never have invented. First silver of water under the fig leaves. Pause here after 3 household buckets. Lavender stronger on the return path. Stone feels cool even at midday. Listen before lifting. Thomas leaned over the reach between the central lower run and the western branch. You have the fall exactly right here. I measured it twice. I know. But the easiest landmark is not the fall. He touched a blank place beside a minor bend. No structure was drawn there, only a contour and the blue thread of water. What is? Amara asked. Hook! S408, HDev1. Start. A precise map gained a note that simply said, Listen for the hollow stone. Thomas printed the words beside the bend while Amara and her neighbors leaned over the shared guide to the channels. The note had no distance, depth, or angle. It referred to a flat limestone slab under which an old pocket in the wall made the current sound deeper than it looked. You hear it before the turn, Thomas said. If you see the split alder, you have already gone too far. Amara considered adding the measured distance from the culvert. Instead, she drew a small ear beside his words. We will test it on the route. If it leads us cleanly, it stays. Later, below the square, Mira heard the low talk through the wall before anyone saw the bend. She stopped at once and pointed to the narrow path hidden behind fennel stems. The measured marker lay beyond sight, but the sound had brought all 7 of them to the correct turning. Back at the map, Amara inked Tomas's phrase exactly as he had written it. Listen for the hollow stone remained among the levels and gate marks, not as decoration, but as one of the surest directions on the page. It cook. S4E08H01E end. It will lead us, Aaron said. That stone announces itself to every basket I carry past it. Then we will hear whether the announcement is clear, Amara replied. By the time the tea had cooled, the map was covered by 23 pencil notes and 9 paper slips. None disputed the main course of a channel. 3 corrected paths. 4 added structures too small or too familiar to have reached Amara's field book, and the rest described ways to recognize a place or wait for a change. Amara drew a route on a separate sheet. They would begin at Cloud Step Spring, check the settling bowl and upper measure, follow the head channel to 3 Lip Divide, take the eastern branch through Saffron Steps, cross by the service path to Mint Bend and Hearth Cistern, then descend the western line through Fennel Reach and Lavender End to Reed Resting Pool. On the return, they would pass the hidden connections below the square and confirm the central household overflow. Every named reach would be seen from its useful approach, not merely from the easiest walking path. She started assigning who would verify each section, then stopped with the pencil above the paper. Leela leads from the spring through Saffron Steps, she said. After that, whoever knows the next reach best takes us through it. If 2 of you disagree about who that is, both lead. And you? Nico asked. Amara folded the route sheet once and put it into the outer pocket of her satchel. I carry the map. Suri passed her the cup that had been cooling beside the channel. It was exactly warm enough. Cloud Step Spring emerged from the island's shoulder beneath a shallow cap of stone, clear enough that the pale grains at its bottom appeared enlarged. Mist still rested in the hollow when the group reached it. The village below showed in pieces through the trees. White walls, red roof tiles, strips of green terrace, and a small bright square of sea beyond Lavender End. Leela did not begin at the spring mouth. She led them to the moss-dark stones at the rear of the settling bowl and asked everyone to stand still. What are we checking? Nico whispered. Whether you can hear me if you speak that softly, Suri said. Leela smiled but kept listening. Water entered the bowl with a rounded, unhurried sound. It circled once before passing beneath the low lip into the head channel. A few grains of pale sand moved along the bottom. Nothing clouded the surface. After wind, Leela said, needles collect at the spring mouth. After rain, sand collects here. Today there was neither, so the useful first sign is the note. If it is smooth before we look, we know there is no twig held crosswise under the cap. Amara had always looked before listening at Cloudstep. The stone cover made the mouth easy to inspect. Yet with her back turned she could hear the difference Leela meant. The sound contained no thin hiss or irregular tap. She marked an ear beside the settling bowl and wrote smooth note before inspection. They checked the lime marks. The surface rested between them. Nico lifted the small leaf screen. Leela brushed 2 needles from its edge, and Tomas confirmed the bowl's outlet stone sat firm. No work was needed. The absence of repair felt like part of the verification rather than a gap in it. At the upper measure, morning light reached across the marked stone in a narrow band. Amara unfolded her gauge, but Leela put one hand out. First, the dark line, she said. the water had left a soft mineral trace on the channel wall over many years. Its upper edge showed the ordinary range more generously than the brass gauge could. Nico compared the flowing surface with that trace. Aaron watched how a bay leaf traveled through the reach without catching. Suri stood on the footstone and listened to the note at the lower notch. Only after each had given an observation did Amara seat the gauge. The number agreed with all of them. "That is almost disappointing," Tomas said. "You wanted the gauge to object?" Mira asked. "A courteous difference of opinion would give it character." Amara dried the gauge and returned it to her satchel. "Its character is accuracy within a narrow purpose." "You see," Tomas said to Mira. "She defends it like family." They continued along the head channel with Leela in front. She knew where rosemary roots pressed near the outer wall without disturbing it, where late shade kept a film of green on one footstone, and where a person carrying a full basket needed to cross on the upper side. At Three-Lip Divide, she yielded the lead to Nico. The 3 water notes met beneath the divider block. East was bright and quick. Center held a lower thread. West made the broadest sound, shallow over its lip, and fuller beyond. The system had settled after the whole branch test of the previous evening. The gate handles sat in their grooves. Chalk marks from the test remained on the dry stones, each beside a date and the initials of the person who had observed that branch. Nico checked the marks against his rotation board. "The map shows the east gate opening from this side. Most people stand there." He pointed to the outer bank. "But when the rosemary is tall, you cannot see the lip. I stand on the center stone." "Is it safe for the paper to say so?" Amara asked. Nico considered. "The stone is broad and dry unless the center gate is being cleaned. We could show both places and say why." He spoke without waiting for her decision. Leela agreed about the seasonal obstruction. Tomas added that the center stone had been reset 2 winters ago and bore weight evenly. Amara drew a small open circle at each viewing point and let Nico write clear view when rosemary is high beside his. From the divide they followed the eastern branch into Saffron Steps. The name had outlasted the small saffron plot that once occupied its upper ledge. Thyme now grew there in gray-green cushions, with rosemary above and sage below. The channel descended beside the terraces in short level runs connected by small stone drops. Each drop took brightness from the sun and broke it into moving scales under the leaves. Leela walked slowly enough for the group to experience the branch as a sequence rather than a line. At the first terrace, she rubbed one thyme stem lightly between finger and thumb. Its scent was cool and faint. At the next drop, the sun had reached the wall. The same gesture released a warmer, almost peppery scent. "Second gate," Nico said. "Without counting walls," Leela replied. They found the gate beyond the warm thyme and checked its branch against the map. The bed labels agreed. The bypass groove was clear. A repaired corner Tomas had set early in the season showed no dampness along its outer seam. Amara added a tiny sun symbol beside Leela's scent note to show that it applied after morning light reached the wall. At the lowest sage bed, Leela passed the lead to Mira, whose route to the tea house crossed the service path toward Mint Bend more often than anyone else's. Mira chose a path Amara would not have selected for an inspection. It turned behind a wash courtyard, passed beneath 2 fig trees, and approached the central channel through a screen of leaves. "The main path is shorter," Amara said. "For people coming from the survey house," Mira replied. "Half the village comes from the square." The water announced itself beneath the fig leaves with quick reflections on the pale courtyard wall. The channel itself remained hidden for another 6 paces. Mira stopped at the first silver flicker. "If the wall stays still on a bright day, I ask Nico whether the branch is late," she said. "I have never needed to know its depth from here." Amara looked from the moving light to the map. She added a small radiating mark at the courtyard wall. Her key had no symbol for reflected water. It had one now. Mint Bend waited in a pocket of coolness below. The channel curved around an old retaining stone, narrow and dark beneath leaning mint. Lemon balm occupied the inner bed. Even before they descended the last step, the layered scents changed. Mint sharp where feet brushed the path. Lemon balm soft and green beneath it. Wet limestone holding both. Nico took the lead again. He showed them the timing peg, the shallow groove that carried a garden turn, and the place where a leaf often circled once before choosing the outlet. The map showed the curve correctly, but placed the timing peg on the outer bank. It used to be there, Amara said. We moved it after the rainy week, Nico replied. The outer bank stayed soft. Aaron suggested the flat stone. Aaron pressed his heel against the new position. It does not lean now. Nico erased the old square and redrew it. The correction left a faint gray shadow, visible evidence that the map had changed because the channel keepers had. They watched one mint leaf circle and pass onward. No one timed it. The line toward Hearth's cistern ran beneath a lane for a short distance, and Thomas led them through the culvert's history with the pleasure of a mason describing work that had stayed put. He tapped the paving above the inlet, then the stones above the outlet. The first sounded compact, the second slightly more open because of the channel chamber underneath. Do not put that on the public map, Surrey said. Someone will spend every quiet afternoon tapping the lane. It would improve village percussion. It would improve your repair list. At Hearth Chistern, household morning use had ended. The broad stone basin held water just beneath its recovery line. A narrow overflow continued from the opposite side toward the lower connections. Surrey checked the bakehouse wall visible across the square, then the watermark. The second oven batch went in before we left, she said. Recovery is where I would expect it. Amara checked the gauge and found it so. She wrote the customary pause after heavy household draws beside the cistern symbol. Mira added the best place to stand without blocking pictures. Thomas drew the forgotten culvert. The page was becoming dense near the square, but it no longer assumed that every reader approached from the survey house. They paused for bread and cheese on the cistern wall. The tea Mira had carried in stoppered jars was warm, not hot, and tasted of mint with a little fennel seed. Cups passed from hand to hand. Below them, the village descended in green and white bands toward the sea. Their route remained visible in sections, never as a whole. Aaron led after the pause. He took them west through the lower garden connection, where the central overflow and the long branch related through two small settling pockets. The path narrowed between Fennel taller than Nico's shoulder. Woven screens protected young stems from the strongest afternoon breeze. Aaron touched each screen as he passed, reading tension through his fingertips. At the minor bend, he lifted one hand. From within the wall came a low, regular talk-talk. Water speaking through the pocket under a limestone slab. Hollow stone, Mira said. She turned before the split alder came into view and found the narrow path behind the fennel. Everyone followed without looking for Amara's measured marker. The sound brought them exactly to the junction where the lower connection met Fennel Reach. Amara drew a firm line beneath Thomas's pencil note. Fennel Reach was long and shallow, more patient than dramatic. The channel crossed the western terraces and a nearly level run that distributed water through small clay-lipped openings. Frequent gate changes made its far end hesitate. A steady release allowed the whole reach to fill. Aaron showed them 3 places where surface shine revealed whether the release had arrived evenly. The first lay under open sky. The second appeared between fennel shadows. The third could be seen only by crouching beside a basket shelf and looking back uphill. Most new keepers stare at the far gate, he said. By the time that tells them anything, they have already changed the upper gate twice. What do you watch instead? Nico asked. Aaron pointed to a triangle of water trembling beneath 2 crossed stems. That. When it holds its shape, the far end is filling. Then I wait. Nico drew the triangle on a slip. Amara added customary pause, do not chase the far gate. The water continued toward Lavender End, where the terraces opened to the southern light. Lavender bushes stood in ordered rows on both sides of the final useful channel. Their flowers had mostly been cut, but the stems released a clean, dusty sweetness in the sun. Aaron checked the last garden opening. Mira compared the return spill with the color of the wet stone. Thomas pressed the retaining edge. Leela looked back uphill and confirmed that no upper bed had changed while the lower reach filled. At the end, the channel broadened and lost its constructed straightness. Water entered reed resting pool among reeds and rounded stones, settling before it seeped into the coastal ground. Insects made brief stitches of sound above the surface. A frog called once from the far edge, too distant to be beneath anyone's shoes. The planted basin was clear. No direct path had been omitted. Every branch relation agreed with the observed flow. 2 gate symbols needed moving, 1 bypass required adding, and the concealed culvert needed a dotted line. The changes were small enough to fit in pencil and important enough to keep. Amara stood at the lower edge with the map supported on Thomas's board. For the first time she could look at the sheet and know that every named reach had been checked not only by her route through it, but by the person who met it most often. She placed a small check beside Reed resting pool. All water paths verified, she said. Nico looked back up the terraces. We still have the observations. Yes, Amara said. Now we learn how to put them where they can be found. They did not climb directly back to the survey house. The afternoon remained mild, and the map was already out on Tomas's board. Amara suggested that they return by the central and lower connections, stopping wherever a note required a symbol the key did not yet contain. Mira called this the second map of the same walk. At Reed Resting Pool, the first map had shown water entering, settling, and seeping onward. The second began with shade. Aaron moved a pencil across the green-washed edge of the basin to show where the reeds cast shadow in the morning and where the terrace wall protected the water late in the day. The shade affected which plants established themselves along the rim and how readily a keeper could see cloudiness. If you check from this side at dusk, he said, everything looks darker whether it is clear or not. The flat stone gives the truer view. Amara added an eye symbol to the key and marked the flat stone. Beside it, Mira wrote, "Look with light behind you." The map had possessed north, scale, fall, and direction. It had not possessed time of day except through rotation notes. Amara drew a half-sun and a small crescent, then paused. More symbols could make a map less useful as easily as too few. Would words be clearer? She asked. Surrey, who had been holding the herb sprig since Leela needed both hands at the pool, looked over her shoulder. Words are excellent when they say what they mean. A radical view, Thomas said, so they used short phrases when a symbol would require explanation. Morning shade, clear view before dusk. Listen after lifting. Amara made a separate field card for the few symbols that repeated often. An ear for a listening point, an eye for a useful view, a hand for a touch check, an open cup for a customary pause. Why a cup? Nico asked. Mira answered before Amara could. Because a pause long enough for tea is understood everywhere. Some of your pauses require a pot. Then draw a pot where patience is especially important. They settled on the open cup because it looked simple at small scale. At Lavender End, Aaron placed one beside the final garden gate. A keeper arriving immediately after release should wait there until the wet color reached the third pale stone. The pause was not a fixed number of minutes. It shortened slightly after rain and lengthened when fennel roots drew heavily. The stones and water answered the practical question better than a clock. Amara thought of all the times she had translated such pauses into expected intervals. The intervals remained useful for comparison across a season. They did not need to replace the thing observed. As they climbed beside Fennel Reach, Each person tried following the new marks without explanation from the person who had offered them. Nico found Aaron's triangle of reflected water. Leela located the hollow stone by sound even while Sari and Thomas continued a conversation behind her. Mira used the cool hand mark to find a shaded outer wall where seepage would reveal itself before wetness became visible on the path. At that wall, the stone felt uniformly cool and dry. No seep, Mira said. Amara touched it after her. The check required no gauge and no special vocabulary. Anyone with an uncovered palm could make it. Genuine survey data, she said, mostly to herself. Thomas heard her. Did the stone pass its examination? The map did. I have treated observations like these as notes beside the survey. They are part of the survey. Leela tucked the rosemary sprig more firmly into its damp cloth. A measurement is also an observation. It merely arrives dressed for a meeting. Amara laughed, and the sound moved briefly ahead of them along the wall. At Hearth Cistern, they tested approach instructions. Suri went around the bakehouse side and read the recovery line from the position Mira had marked. Nico approached from Mint Bend and found the household overflow by its narrow bright line beneath the lip. Tomas came through the square and demonstrated the difference between ordinary water sounds and the soft drumming produced when the cistern was receiving a heavy upper flow. Children crossed the square carrying a hoop. 2 neighbors filled pitchers. A broom moved over paving. The cistern changed slightly with use, never becoming a still object for their convenience. Amara watched the map's marks prove themselves amid the ordinary movement. Suri returned from the bakehouse with a small piece of charcoal. There is one pause. Nobody has named. She drew a short bench against the square wall. When someone has walked down from Cloud Step and starts giving 3 instructions at once, they sit here before changing a gate. Is that customary? Amara asked. It will be, if necessary. Does the instruction apply to anyone in particular? Mira asked. Suri examined the charcoal. The map is communal. Amara left the bench on the sheet. It stood near the open cup symbol, an ordinary place to pause and look at the cistern while the system settled. Earlier in the season, she might have called it imprecise. Now she could name what it protected, a decision made after arrival but before attention had caught up. They turned toward Mint Bend. The day had warmed the upper paths, but the central curve remained cool. Mint brushed their ankles. Lemon balm breathed its softer scent from the inner bed. Nico asked Mira to close her eyes at the last fork and choose the channel path by smell. That seems unfair to the map, Mira said. But she did it. At the fork she turned left without hesitation. Mint first. Lemon balm after the low step. Nico marked the sequence. Amara added a note that strong wind could mix the scents and make the cue less dependable. Every local observation had conditions. So did every measurement, though instruments often hid theirs in neat tables. The listening channel beside the survey house joined the central branch just below Mint Bend. Amara had drawn it as a thin blue spur running through the back wall of her workroom. Thomas stopped at the junction. You call this the listening channel, he said. The map calls it a monitoring spur. Amara looked at her label. He was right. Change it, she said. Nico erased monitoring spur and wrote listening channel. The new words took more room. They also told a reader what to do there. They sat for a while on the low wall outside the survey house and sorted the notes by kind. Waterpath corrections formed one group. Recognition cues formed another. Customary pauses, branch responsibilities, and seasonal differences each had their own stack. Leela laid the matching herb sprig atop each scent note. The afternoon air around the wall became a layered garden. Rosemary resin, dusty sage, warm thyme, green mint, lemon balm, fennel, and the clean sweetness of cut lavender. Amara opened her field book to make a formal list. then saw Nico arranging the slips in an order that followed the water rather than her categories. He began with the smooth note at cloud step, moved through the upper measure's dark line, then placed warm time at saffron steps, reflected light on the fig wall, cool air at mint bend, the cistern bench, the hollow stone, Aaron's triangle, lavender on the return, and the viewing stone at the pool. Keep that order, she said. A reader will meet them that way. They walked the remaining ascent by those cues. At the hollow stone, the sound reached them before the visual marker. At the square, bread and fennel drifted from Surrey's open bakehouse door while the cistern stood at recovery level. Beneath the figs, light moved on the wall. At saffron steps, warm time confirmed the second gate. Each cue answered in its place. At the three-lip divide, they stopped for the longest customary pause. The branch notes held their relation. No gate needed moving. Leela poured the last of Mira's tea into 7 cups. It had cooled almost to the temperature of the spring water, and the mint tasted clearer for it. Amara spread the map on the divider stone. Measurements remained its bones, the slopes, structures, connections, capacities, and marks by which change could be compared. Around them now lay the knowledge that helped a person arrive, recognize, wait, and decide. Neither kind weakened the other. She drew the last symbol in the key and open hand, and beside it wrote, "Local observations belong to the map. Add date and keeper name when they change." The practical guide could now be read by a person carrying a gauge, a basket, a teapot, a loaf, or nothing at all. Before leaving the divide, Amara asked each of them to choose one reach. They did not usually tend and describe how the map would bring them there. It was a final test of whether local knowledge had truly become shared knowledge rather than a collection of private instructions. Surrey chose Cloud Step Spring. She began at the bakehouse, crossed the square, followed the central path past Mint Bend, and used the rosemary wall to find the upper ascent. From there, the head channel itself led to the settling bowl. She knew to listen for the smooth note before touching the screen and to compare the surface with the 2 lime marks. "And if the note is not smooth?" Leela asked. "I look for a needle or twig at the mouth. If I find nothing obvious, I leave the gate as it is and find you or another upper keeper." Leela nodded. The answer did not turn Surrey into an upper terrace specialist. It gave her enough understanding to notice usefully without making an uninformed change. Tomas chose Reed Resting Pool and described approaching with the evening light behind him, checking clarity from the flat stone, and remembering that frog calls were seasonal. Mira chose Fennel Reach, found the hollow stone in the sequence of directions, and named the reflected triangle as the reason to wait. Aaron chose Hearth Kistern and included both household recovery and the clear standing place beside the square. Nico chose Lavender End, following the lower branch past the patient release rather than treating it as an isolated final gate. Leela chose the listening channel and used its changed name naturally. When it was Amara's turn, she chose Saffron Steps. She could have recited every measured fall. Instead, she began with the cool time, walked in words until the herb warmed, and stopped at the second gate. No one had become replaceable. That was not the purpose. They had become reachable to one another through the record. Late afternoon light filled the survey house when they returned. It entered from both open windows, crossed above the listening channel, and rested in a broad honey-colored shape on the table. The tea things were where they had left them. Amara's cup held one cool mouthful. Surrey's bowl contained 3 fennel biscuits and a scatter of crumbs. They washed their hands, weighted the map again, and began the careful work of making a traveled page into a finished record. Amara assigned no stations. Leela chose the upper reaches, and began inking pencil corrections with a fine black pen. Tomas took the dotted culvert and structural symbols. Aaron copied lower terrace notes in his large, steady lettering. Mira refined the recognition key, making the ear, eye, hand, and cup distinct, even when small. Suri checked every public landmark against the paths people actually used. Nico sat beside Amara with the rotation board and wrote keeper names on a separate strip. Amara mixed blue ink in a shallow dish. The color needed to remain legible under lamplight without becoming so dark that it resembled a wall line. She tested 3 strokes on scrap paper. The third dried to the clear muted blue she wanted. Then she passed the pen to Nico. "Trace the moved timing peg and the mint bend garden turn," she said. He accepted it carefully. "You usually do the water lines. Today you moved that mark because you knew where it belonged. Your hand can finish it." He drew slowly at first. The paper grain pulled a little ink from the pen, making one edge uneven. He stopped. "It is still the correct channel," Amara said. Nico continued. By the end of the curve his stroke had settled. He added his initials in tiny letters beside the correction. The room took on the hush of useful concentration. Pens moved with faint scratches. Paper shifted under palms. Outside, feet passed on the lane and water kept its low sound in the stone trough. Herb sprigs on the sill warmed and released their scents. Mira reheated no tea. Everyone drank it cool when they remembered their cups. They worked first on the master sheet. Pencil corrections became ink. Unneeded marks were lifted gently with breadcrumb and a smooth eraser. Each edition received either a date, a keeper's initials, or a seasonal condition. Amara checked that no note covered the measured reference marks needed for future comparison. When the master was clean, Tomas placed 3 fresh sheets on his mason's board and fastened their corners with small wooden clips. The village did not own a press large enough for the map. They would make copies by laying thin paper over the master against the window, tracing the fixed lines, then transferring the local notes by hand. 3 copies, Suri said. 1 here, 1 in the square, 1 at the upper store. And branch cards, Nico added. 9 reach cards, Amara said. 1 for every named reach from Cloudstep Spring to Reed Resting Pool. The divide card includes all 3 outgoing branches. Tomas counted the names on his fingers. 9 reaches, 9 cards. Even a mason can defend that arithmetic, and 1 separate structure card for repairs across the system, Nico said. 10 cards altogether, Amara agreed. 9 for reaches, 1 for structure. They traced in pairs. 1 person held the sheet against the west window, while another followed the visible lines. Then they traded. Amara and Suri copied the first. Leela and Nico copied the second. Thomas and Aaron copied the third while Mira read notes aloud from the master. The process was slower than Amara's usual drafting and more companionable. Small differences appeared. Suri's terrace walls leaned very slightly toward the sea. Nico's reeds were careful upright strokes. Aaron's channel widened wherever his hand relaxed. None altered the map's meaning. Amara checked scales and junctions, not personality. When the fixed lines were complete, they laid all 4 maps across the table. The original occupied the center. Copies surrounded it like views of the same water under different light. They transferred the observations reach by reach. Mira read each phrase, the group confirmed it, and one of them wrote it on every copy. Smooth note before inspection. Dark line shows ordinary range. Warm time after sun reaches wall. First silver on the fig wall. Mint first. Lemon balm after the low step. Pause after 3 household buckets. Listen for the hollow stone. Wait for the reflected triangle. Lavender stronger on return. Look with light behind you. The phrases became more certain through repetition. By the 4th writing, they belonged to no single speaker. Nico cut 9 reach cards from stiff cream stock. Each card carried 1 reach name, the related upstream and downstream places, 2 or 3 recognition cues, the relevant keeper names, and a blank line for dated observations. Tomas cut a 10th card for structural repairs across the system. Aaron punched holes in their upper corners. Thomas threaded the holes with waxed cord. Leela matched all 10 cards to weatherproof wooden covers saved from the old rotation set. Amara wrote current keeper names from the strip. Leela at Cloud Step Spring, Upper Measure, and Saffron Steps. Nico at Three Lip Divide and Mint Bend. Suri and Mira as square observers at Hearth Cistern. Aren at Fennel Reach, Lavender End, and Reed Resting Pool. Tomas as repair contact for structural changes across all reaches. Her own name belonged under survey comparison and seasonal review, beside those of anyone trained to take the same readings. It did not sit at the top. She checked the cards for space. Each had room for 4 routine notes. Her first design had included boxes for every likely change she could imagine: rain, shade growth, root pressure, household festival use, gate wear, silt after wind, and repairs. The boxes had made the cards look complete before anyone used them. They had also left no room for the thing she had failed to imagine. Hook S4EOH, H Thort Start. Amara deliberately left a clean blank margin on the finished map. Nico watched her rule a line around 3 sides and lift the straight edge before closing the 4th. Did you miss the edge? No. She turned the shared flow map so everyone could see the open band of paper. The gardens would change. Shade would move, stones would settle, and neighbors would learn cues none of them knew today. A finished record had to remain useful through those gradual changes. Amara wrote one small instruction at the top of the margin. Future keepers add what helps the next person notice. She did not fill the space with predictions. She did not divide it into approved categories. The clean paper remained an invitation, wide enough for another hand, another season, and knowledge the present room could not supply. Then it is finished, because it has somewhere to continue, Nico said. Amara looked at the unmarked grain beside the blue channel lines. Yes, she said. That is exactly why. SOAHOHH02E end. They repeated the open margin on all 3 copies. Mira drew no decorative border around it. Tomas suggested no additional key. Suri placed 1 fennel biscuit at its edge, then ate the biscuit when Amara looked at her. Testing whether the space was truly available, she said. Amara left it available. As daylight thinned, they lit 2 lamps. Honey-colored circles took the place of the sun on the table. Ink shone briefly when wet and turned matte as it dried. The paper grain became more visible in the angled light. Shadows of moving hands crossed terraces and channels without obscuring them. They compared every copy to the master. Leela read place names from Cloud Step down. Nico followed each waterline with the blunt end of a pencil. Thomas checked structures. Aaron checked branch relationships and lower garden weights. Mira read sensory cues. Suri checked access notes and public locations. Amara verified scale, fall marks, dates, and the relation of every copied symbol to the key. At the hollow stone note, all 7 said present at once. At the listening channel, Nico found that the survey house copy alone used the old label beneath the new one. Amara lifted the last trace of monitoring spur and wrote listening channel cleanly. At Reed Resting Pool, Mira found one missing seasonal phrase. Aaron added frog cue in calling months. At the future margin, no one added anything. Mira then proposed what she called the Lamplight test. She carried 1 copy to the far end of the room while Thomas lowered the wick of the 2nd lamp. The map would often be read early or late, when terrace work began before full sun or an evening note arrived after supper. A symbol legible only at noon was not yet a useful symbol. One by one, they stood where a future reader might stand. The muted blue water lines remained distinct from black walls. Dotted culverts could be distinguished from paths. The ear did not resemble a cup, though Thomas said this proved more about Mira's drawing than about ears or cups. Keeper names remained large enough to read. Only the pale green wash at Reed Resting Pool vanished in the lower light. Aaron outlined the reeds with 3 sparse black strokes. The pool returned without becoming crowded. They also rolled and unrolled each copy around its cedar rod. No ink transferred. No corner buckled. Suri carried the square copy through the doorway beneath its cloth and returned without catching it on the jam. Nico tied and untied each branch card cover with cold fingers after rinsing his hands at the trough. The waxed cords yielded without slipping loose. Amara recorded these checks on the back of the handover card, readable in low lamplight. Copies dry and portable. Branch covers accessible. All symbols matched to key. They were humble tests. None would appear as a mark on the public face of the map. Together they meant the finished artifact could survive actual use rather than merely look complete across a well-lit table. The 9 reach cards were checked against the maps, followed by the separate structure card. Each keeper name was current. Each related reach agreed. Each card had its cord and cover. Amara stacked the reach cards in root order, placed the structure card beneath them, and tied all 10 loosely with basket fiber. Finally, they signed the master along the lower edge. Not as owners, Amara wrote above the line, but as the people who had checked this version together. Leela signed first in her upright hand. Thomas made a broad T and a patient row of smaller letters. Nico's name climbed slightly. Mira's curved like steam. Aaron's looked woven. Suri added a tiny loaf beside hers. Amara signed last, the same size as the rest. 4 finished maps lay beneath the lamps. 1 master and 3 accessible copies. 9 covered reach cards and 1 covered structure card rested beside them. The ink was dry. The corrections had been checked. The keeper names were attached. No copying remained for morning. Amara washed the blue pen until the water in the cup ran clear. Ready for handover, she said. They carried the maps and evening beneath clean cloth covers. Thomas bore the square copy on his board. Leela and Nico carried the upper store copy rolled loosely around a cedar rod. Aaron held the survey house copy and the packet of branch cards. Amara carried the signed master. The village square had entered the hour between work and supper. Shop shutters stood half closed. A broom leaned against the tea house wall. Lamps glowed in 2 windows but had not yet been lit along the lanes. Hearth cistern received the blue of the open sky and returned a darker blue beneath its rim. A cedar notice case waited under the square arcade. Thomas had repaired its hinges that morning. Its glass front lifted upward and the backing board had been lined with dry woven mat so paper would not rest directly against stone. The case could be opened without a key during daylight. At night, a simple wooden pin held the front shut against wind. Amara removed the cloth from the square copy. Several neighbors paused on their way across. No announcement had been arranged, but a finished map on a mason's board had the quiet power of bread emerging from an oven. People noticed and came nearer. Nico fixed the copy inside the case with broad paper corners. He did not pierce the sheet. Mira placed the recognition key beside it. Suri added a small card and plain lettering, shared flow map. Read here or ask at the tea house for the table copy. Add routine notes on the rotation board. Report structural changes to any listed keeper. Any listed keeper, Amara repeated. That is what we agreed, Suri said. It is. I like hearing it. They attached the heart cistern branch card beneath the map. Mira showed 2 neighbors how the ear and open cup symbols worked. One recognized the cistern bench immediately. Another pointed to the bread and fennel note and looked toward Suri. A technical standard, Suri said. A fragrant one, Leela replied. Amara formally handed the square copy to Mira and Suri as public stewards. The phrase sounded grander than the act. She placed one hand beneath the map board. They placed theirs beside it. And then all 3 let the cedar corners hold the paper. Yet the small ceremony mattered. The map was not on loan from the survey house. It belonged where people filled pitchers, crossed paths, and asked questions. Nico turned to the rotation board. A narrow slate strip beside the day's water turns had been cleared for routine observations. He read the map, looked at the cistern recovery line and wrote, "Evening ordinary recovery after shared map walk. Central overflow clear. N. Say." He did not look at Amara before writing. He did not hold out the chalk for approval afterward. He set it back in its groove and explained the note to the neighbor nearest him. Amara felt the old impulse to compare his wording with the field book form. It rose, familiar and precise, then passed without requiring action. His note named the time, the condition, the observation, and the keeper. It was useful. More importantly, he knew why it was useful. "First note," Mira said. Nico glanced at the clean band on the map. "Not in the future margin yet. This is routine." "Correct," Amara said. He smiled at her, pleased but not relieved. They walked next to the upper terrace store. The path climbed past the fig courtyard, mint bend, and saffron steps. Evening cooled the herbs in layers. Thyme lost its sun-warmed sharpness. Rosemary held warmth longer in its woody stems. Mint rose cleanly wherever a hem brushed it. The group no longer stopped to verify. They were placing a record already verified. The upper store stood beneath the last rosemary wall, a whitewashed room used for hand tools, dry screens, spare clay gate pieces, and terraced ledgers. Leela opened its broad door. Inside, the air smelled of wood, dried sage, and limestone dust. They hung the upper copy in a second cedar case above the ledger shelf, low enough for Nico to read without lifting his chin. The Cloud Step spring card and the upper measure card hung on neighboring pegs by the spring screens. The Saffron Steps card hung with the terrace tools. The three-lip divide card stayed in a covered slot near the door because its keepers approached from several directions. Leela signed the store ledger, received shared flow map, current version, checked from spring to resting pool. Nico added the date. Amara handed the rolled copy to Leela, then stepped back while Leela placed it. "Accessible from first light," Leela said. "If the store is closed, the key hangs at my courtyard. And the square copy remains available," Nico added. There was no single locked location whose keeper could make the knowledge inaccessible by sleeping late, visiting family, or simply being elsewhere. They descended to the survey house by a path blue with dusk. Its door stood open, the two lamps still burning within. The master map lay on the table. The listening channel made the same low sound it had made throughout their copying, indifferent to whether it had been represented well. Aaron hung the survey house copy in the wall case opposite the gauges. Unlike the older technical drawings rolled in pigeonholes, this one could be read without asking Amara to retrieve it. Thomas tested the case latch. Mira placed a sharpened pencil and a small stack of dated note slips in the tray beneath it. They distributed the remaining reach cards. Mint Ben's card hung beside the listening channel on the peg by the back door. Her cistern's card went in the square note box. Fennel Reach and Lavender End went with Aaron's woven rain covers. Reed Resting Pool's card would stay in the lower tool shelter. Tomas kept the separate structure card listing repair observations and the locations of common stone, clay, and fiber supplies. Amara opened the map cabinet. The signed master went in the wide, shallow drawer with no fold in it. The drawer was not locked. On its label, Nico wrote, "Shared flow map signed master current season." Beneath it he listed the 3 copy locations. "If this house is closed?" Amara asked. "Square copy," Mira said. "If the square case is being repaired." "Upper store," Leela said. "If I am away when a routine note is made." "The keeper records it," Nico said. "If 2 observations disagree." "Both are dated," Aaron said. "We look together before changing anything. If a wall moves, someone finds me before it becomes philosophical," Tomas said. Suri folded the cloth covers. "If everyone is hungry, we go to the bakehouse," Amara said. "The system is complete." They stood around the table one last time. Amara read the handover statement she had written on a single card. The map had been checked at every named reach. Corrections and shared observations had been incorporated. Copies had been placed at the square, survey house, and upper terrace store. Branch cards had been attached or delivered. Keeper names were current. Routine notes belonged to the named keepers. Seasonal survey comparison could be performed by Amara or another trained neighbor. Future changes should be dated and added where useful. She had once written a longer version containing procedures for procedures. This one fit on the card. Each person confirmed their part. Leela accepted the upper reaches. Nico accepted the divide, mint bend, and rotation notes. Mira and Suri accepted square access and household observations. Aaron accepted the lower reaches. Thomas accepted structural reports. Amara accepted seasonal comparison without claiming routine approval. Then she placed the handover card in the open tray beneath the displayed map. The shared flow map is handed over, she said. Mira lifted the card and read the statement once more, this time as one of the people receiving it. At each responsibility she looked toward the named keeper, not toward Amara. Leela answered for the upper reaches. Aaron answered for the lower. Suri rested 2 fingers on the survey house tray when the public access points were named. Thomas confirmed that structural notes could begin with any keeper and travel to him without passing through a separate approval. Nico turned the card over and read the practical tests listed on its back. And if someone learns a new cue tomorrow, a routine cue goes on the branch card first, Mira said. If it proves useful across a season, we add it to the map margin with a date. Who decides that it proved useful? Aaron answered. The people using the reach compare what they noticed. Nico nodded. The exchange required nothing from Amara. The handover was already functioning in the room where it occurred. Suri took the pencil from the tray and wrote the date beneath the statement. Then she passed it around. Each keeper placed a small initial beside the responsibility accepted. Amara initialed seasonal comparison last. Mira returned the card to its tray. Face outward, where anyone entering the survey house could read both the work completed and the hands now carrying it. No task followed the sentence. No copy remained unplaced. No signature absent. No reach unchecked. No card waiting for a keeper. The season's practical work ended in a room that still contained people talking softly and putting pencils away. Suri distributed the last 3 Fennel biscuits by breaking each in half. Mira extinguished 1 lamp because 1 was enough. Thomas took his mason's board. Leela wrapped the herb sprigs to carry home. Aaron coiled the unused basket fiber. Nico checked the rotation board once through the window, not for permission but because he was passing it on his way to supper. They left in 2s and 1s. Their goodnights moved down the lane. Amara did not call anyone back. 1 lamp remained on the survey house table. Its circle of light did not reach the far shelves. The gauges there were narrow gleams against shadow. The displayed map held a soft cream color behind glass, its blue channels subdued but readable. Beneath it, the blank future margin looked neither empty nor unfinished. It looked quiet. Amara stood alone beside the table and listened to the channel pass through the room. The handover was complete. She did not repeat the statement aloud. She could feel completion in the absence of the next required movement. She carried the cups to the washstand. A skin of mint leaf clung to the bottom of her cup. She rinsed each one, dried it, and stacked it on Suri's tray. She wiped crumbs from the table into her palm. She capped the black and blue ink, returned the pens to their wooden box, and folded the blotting cloths. At the map cabinet, she opened the shallow drawer once. The signed master lay flat within it. 7 names crossed the lower edge. The clean margin weighted along one side. Amara read none of the notes. She closed the drawer without checking the copies against it again. Her gauges still needed cleaning after the day's route. That work belonged to the end of every completed survey, and she welcomed its familiar limits. At the stone trough she rinsed the folding gauge, the brass probe, and the 2 marked clips they had used at the cistern. Water moved over her fingers, cool and steady. She dried each tool with linen, touched a trace of oil to the gauge hinge, and hung it on its peg. The field books went into their ordinary pigeonhole. The old draft slips went into the reuse tray with their blank sides upward. She found one small pencil note reading "Ask who leads after saffron steps." The question had been answered by the walk itself. She set the slip with the others. Only blank paper went behind the cabinet door. Fresh map sheets, branch cardstock, and a narrow roll for gauge tables stood in their labeled places. Amara turned the key and put it on its hook. She locked away no completed knowledge, only clean material waiting for future work. Outside, the square lamp came on. Its light entered the survey house as a small, pale bar across the floor. Someone laughed near the tea house. A pan touched a bakehouse shelf. Then the village sounds softened into evening. Amara lowered the east shutter and left the west one open. She swept the center of the room, not the whole room twice. She checked the lamp wick, not the ink. She looked at the displayed map once, not at every reach. The paper grain showed beneath lamplight. Different hands occupied the same sheet. Leela's warm thigh note stood above Mira's reflected light mark. Tomas's hollow stone sat beside Aaron's patient pause. Nico's moved timing peg connected cleanly to Amara's measured channel. Suri's bench waited beside hearth cistern. None of those marks asked to be made identical. She took her shawl from the door peg and extinguished the lamp. Darkness entered gently. The open west window held a piece of blue night. The channel remained audible. Amara closed the window, stepped outside and locked the survey house door. Through the glass case beside it, the public copy inside the room could still be seen from the lane during daylight. Tonight it rested beyond reading. Nothing needed to be read tonight. She walked toward the square without her satchel. The absence of its weight altered her step. She had carried it on so many rounds that her shoulder expected the strap. Her right hand lifted once as if to settle it, found only the edge of her shawl and fell again. At the square, one lamp hung beneath the arcade. It illuminated the cedar map case and the upper half of hearth cistern. The lower basin remained in blue shadow. Nico's routine note was a pale line of chalk on the board. Amara could have crossed to read it again. She remembered every word and kept walking. Mira was stacking the last tea house chairs. Suri stood in the bakehouse doorway with flour on one sleeve. Neither called her over. Mira lifted one hand. Suri lifted her chin toward the lane home. Their good nights contained no question about the map. Amara paused at the cistern bench because it was there. The stone had released the day's warmth. She sat until she could distinguish the central overflow beneath the distant cups and doors. Water entered, balanced, and continued. A household pitcher disturbed the surface somewhere beyond the lamp's reach. The basin recovered by degrees too small to demand watching. She rose when she wished, not after a measured interval. The path from the square to Mint Bend was one she could have walked with her eyes closed. Tonight she did not count steps. She did not note the time at the first turning or compare the coolness beneath the fig leaves with the air at the square. The wall held no reflected water in darkness. Its pale surface gathered lamplight for a little way, then became gray. Her route passed the survey house from below. The closed building made no claim on her. Through its wall, the listening channel joined the branch and traveled toward Mint Bend. She followed because it was also the path home and because walking beside water was pleasant. Mint rose where her skirt brushed the edge of the bed. Lemon balm lay softer beneath it. Farther uphill, thyme and rosemary had blended into the dry, deep scent of night terraces. Lavender reached her only when the breeze turned from the south. The whole village map could be encountered in those scents. though no one smelled them all from one place. At Mint Bend, the last lane lamp hung from a whitewashed corner. Its light touched the upper stones of the curve and one moving strip of water. Beyond it, the channel passed under leaning leaves into darkness. Amara left the path and sat on the low stone beside the listening channel. The place was close enough to home that she could see the faint glow at her kitchen shutter through the trees. She did not go there yet. The day's warmth remained in the top of the stone. Its side was cool against her palm. Water rounded the bend with a narrow whisper, caught briefly at the shallow groove, and moved on. Once, a mint leaf entered the light. It turned at the curve, showed its pale underside, and crossed into shadow. Amara did not follow its time. She thought of the 4 maps resting in separate places. The signed master lay flat in the unlocked drawer. The survey house copy faced the gauges. The upper copy waited among tools and terrace ledgers. The square copy stood where anyone crossing for water could read it. 9 reach cards waited near the hands that would use them, and Thomas held the separate structure card. Nico's first routine note already existed without her approval. Tomorrow, someone might consult the warm thyme queue. A week from now, Aaron might date a change at Fennel Reach. In another season, a keeper not yet named might write in the open margin. Those acts did not extend today's task. They belonged to the working life the task had been meant to serve. The distinction settled in her as quietly as silt in a resting bowl. She remembered the first mornings of the season, when a renewed channel note had seemed to ask for one more adjustment, simply because she could still imagine one. Since then, the village water had offered her variations on the same patient lesson. A repair could belong to the hand that shaped it differently. A rotation could remain clear when another keeper carried it. Rain could choose the pace of work. Downstream evidence could improve an elegant plan. Neighbors could compare sounds and surfaces until their judgment held. A whole system could balance through broad signals rather than one person walking every branch. The map gathered those lessons without naming them. Its waterlines were precise, but not solitary. Its notes were useful, but not final. Its copies rested apart from one another, making the same knowledge available from different approaches. The open margin did not diminish what they had completed. It let completion be generous. Amara leaned back enough to see a small square of sky between the mint leaves. No cloud crossed it. No weather needed considering. The darkness was simply evening, and the channel's steady movement was simply water taking the fall available to it. Knock Hawk. S4E08H03. Dart, Meehan the last lamp. The channel continued where Amara could no longer see it. The shared map was complete, signed, copied, and handed over. Every reach had been checked. The square case, upper store, and survey house each held the record. The keepers held their cards. No season work remained for her to finish. Amara rested beside the home channel at Mint Bend. Lamplight touched one curve of water and stopped. Past that small brightness, the current traveled by gravity through leaves and stone, toward neighbors who knew its sounds, its pauses, and its needs. A mint leaf appeared in the light and turned once on the slow inner current. Its pale underside flashed, then dulled as it crossed the rim of brightness. On other nights, Amara might have counted the turn or watched for the moment it reached the listening groove. Tonight she let the leaf go where the channel carried it. In darkness, the steady note still held the shape of a path she did not need to walk. She listened without following. A low ripple passed the listening groove, diminished under the mint, and joined the darkness. She felt no need to rise, measure it, or learn where that particular sound ended. The water continued. Her neighbors would continue with it. Amara drew her shawl around her shoulders and trusted both. Ekel ux 4E0. H through 0. H through 3, H through 3, EN. The lane lamp burned lower. Its honey-colored edge withdrew from the far stone and then from the nearest mint leaves. The channel did not grow silent when it became invisible. If anything, darkness made its note simpler. Amara rested her hands open in her lap. There had been a time when the end of a full survey left her mind traveling backward, from the resting pool to Lavender End, from Fennel Reach to the cistern, from Mint Bend to the Divide, from the Divide to the Upper Measure and Spring. She would revisit every gate and ask whether stability had lasted after she passed. Tonight, the reaches came to her not as questions, but as places held in many people's knowledge. Cloudstep belonged to Leela's patient listening before inspection. The Upper Measure belonged to the dark line, the gauge, and every eye trained to compare them. Saffron Steps warmed its time in morning sun. Nico knew the Divide from the center stone and Mint Bend from its circling leaves. Hearth Kistern lived among pitchers, bread scent, Mira's clear view, and Surrey's bench. Aaron waited for the triangle at Fennel Reach. Lavender cooled after dusk. The reeds held the last water without needing to send word uphill. Amara knew those things. She no longer needed to be the only place where they met. A door closed softly below. Evening insects worked beneath the channel murmur. From the square came one last indistinct thread of conversation, then quiet. The kitchen glow behind the trees remained steady. Nothing in the quiet felt abandoned. The square map had been left where morning hands would find it. The upper store held another beside the tools that shaped the terraces. Behind the locked survey house door, a copy waited in plain view, and the sign master rested in its openable drawer. Separation had not scattered the record. It had rooted it in the places where questions would arise. Amara pictured no one in particular reading it. Perhaps a grower would trace the blue line with a soil-darkened finger. Perhaps a child would recognize the hollow stone before understanding a fall mark. Perhaps Thomas would add a repair date, or Mira would carry a new scent observation from the tea house, or Nico would decide that an ordinary note belonged only on the board and nowhere more permanent. The map could receive each use without requiring her presence beside it. That was not an absence she needed to fill. It was room she had helped make. She sat until the stone's stored warmth faded. There was no completion mark for that, no agreed interval. At some point she noticed her shoulders had lowered. At another, she tasted the last cool trace of mint tea, though the cup had long been washed and stacked. A moth moved through the weak edge of lamplight, vanished, and returned once before choosing the dark garden. Amara heard the soft rasp of mint leaves touching in the breeze. Beneath them, water crossed a small roughness in the channel bed, its note brightening for 3 breaths and lowering again. She knew the stone that made it. She did not need to put the knowledge anywhere tonight. From her kitchen, the faint glow at the shutter went out. Surrey must have stopped there earlier to light the lamp and leave bread, as she sometimes did after a long survey. Or perhaps the glow had belonged to a reflection from the lane and had faded when the lamp lowered. Amara let both explanations remain possible. Home was only a short walk away in either case. When she stood, she placed one palm on the wall. The stone was cool and dry, an ordinary observation, useful if needed, pleasing even when it was not. She walked the short remaining path home. Behind her, the last lamp at Mint Bend became a pale blur through leaves and then disappeared. The channel accompanied her for several steps, crossed beneath the lane and went another way. Amara did not turn after it. At her door, she paused only to breathe the night scents gathered from the terraces. Then she entered, left the window open to the sound of water, and set no gauge beside it.